Accidentally crossing the night shine you obtained a god of the system. The opening on the king of the bomb. The system directly sent him a Google. He is not only the man in control of the global economic lifelines. However, his identity is more than that. Chapter 1 Splat. Crossing over? Magic City University entrance. A man about 18, 9 years old, handsome, a head of short, flowing hair ruffled and soft in the corner of his eyes, the corner of his mouth from time to show a bad gangster smile, as if the perfect male god out of the anime. Delete if infringed. He was carrying a black suitcase and staring at the words Mordor University on the school gate with a dumbfounded look on his face. This stare went on for a good 10 minutes or so. Boy, you've been staring at it for over 10 minutes. Posing here. The security uncle at the door couldn't help but sputter. This man standing at the door is so handsome. Do you want to go over and ask for a WeChat? Handsome, yes, but it seems like he doesn't have much of a brain. I've been watching him stand there dumbfounded for over 10 minutes now from start to finish. Frozen in place. 23 girls have already gone over to ask for WeChat with no response. And with you it's 24. Ha, I'd better not go then. Senpai, I'll go ahead and report. This schoolgirl, I'll take you to check in. Hey. From time to time, the students who came and went to report to the school discussed at the day's night Shanyu. Theta smiley face. The clueless Knight Shanyu was oblivious to the discussion around him as he was receiving memories in his mind that didn't belong to him. Suddenly, greater than or equal to petri dish less than or equal to, Knight Shanyu violently stomped his foot and cursed. Blanche, not just swore an oath. This thief god how to anxious I pinch. Directly snapped a lightning high voltage to split me through. At this point, an electronic voice sounded abruptly in his head. Ding. Host detected. Divine hero system is binding. Binding failed. Joking. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a system meet gift. Is it opened or not? Night Shanyu did not overly surprised. As more than 10 years of old bookworms, well aware of the necessary golden finger of the traveler. It seems that their own golden finger is actually the first list of the system hanging. He grinned stupidly, then said in his head, open up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Gogol RMB, now deposited into the Global Supreme Gold Card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Random Human Function Index upgrade. Is it upgraded? Night Shanyu questioned. What is this Human Function Index? With that, the system's voice rang out. Random Human Performance Enhancement, randomly upgrading one of the human performance indices, including height, face value, intelligence, strength, speed, physical fitness. Snappy. Use it. Night Thousand you immediately said. Should be used to use. Save for the new year? Ding. Successful use. Congratulations to the host for gaining a face value boost. Face value enhancement in progress. Upgrade progress 10%. 30%. Ping. Just hearing an explosion. Night Shanyu only felt her brain buzzing. Only 3 black question marks appeared on Night Shanyu's brain. Unico, why did you blow up when you were fine? Cough cough. Host, your face value in addition to those legendary readers, has been the highest, just forcibly enhanced. The system short-circuited. Almost blew up. The system commiserated and explained. In his mind, the system had an exploding head, a face full of black and gray, and every time he spoke, a cloud of black smoke came out from the corner of his mouth, which was indescribably comical. Is it like this? Night Chiyu, is this system reliable? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Global Limited Edition Sports Car Black Knight Shadow with advanced driving skills. The car has been parked in the street parking space 300 meters away from the school. The items in this book are not exactly the same as on Earth, so don't bring them in on your own. When the system finished speaking, Night Shanyu felt a sinking in her pocket and reached out to touch it. It was a handsomely styled black and gold car key and a powerful-looking bank card. Night Shanyu lowered her head to observe the bank card in her hand. The whole card is made of unknown materials. The front is actually an oriental dragon carefully carved out of diamonds. The back is a fire phoenix carved out of rubies. Lifelike, presenting a dragon and phoenix shape. Each of the surrounding corners is set with a royal sapphire of excellent color, in addition to a golden chip on the entire card. There were only a few large words displayed in the lower right corner. Supreme Gold Card 01. Cardholder, Night Shanyu. Toon-chan. What's so special about this card? It looks as if it's very powerful and coaxing? Night Shanyu played with this bank card and didn't hold back his question. Host, this card was issued by the hermit plutocrat Rhodes family. There are only 10 of them in the world. And each cardholder is an existence that can pull the strings of the global economic crisis. Each card is made to the cardholder's specifications and is unique in its existence. With this card in hand, banks around the world will serve you unconditionally and can execute all powers. And the card doesn't reveal all your information, including where the money is going. So you can spend as much as you want without worrying about a police investigation. And the level of confidentiality is 10 stars. 1 star more than the other 9 cardholders. Listening to the system's explanation, Knight Shanyu also breathed a long sigh of relief. Originally he was worried that he suddenly had an extra gugger's worth of yuan, a whole 100 zeros, which would scare anyone to death. But now he wasn't panicking at all. Ding! This system is set to create a perfect divine hero for the host. For every 1 W spent you can get 1 point of points. The points can be used in the system mall to buy all the items the host wants. The system's voice rang in his head. After listening to the words of the system, then Knight Shanyu checked out the system mall, looking at the wide range of things. Also a dull. So many things have seen 3 days and 3 nights cannot see the end. Just called a few important views up. Function potion, initial 1000 points. Specify a function. Increase 1 point per bottle. Fighting techniques, beginner 1 W points. Gain fighting skills, upgradable. Mastery of calligraphy, 5 W points. Calligraphy can reach Wang Shiji's level. Music mastery, 10 W points. Perfect level in singing. And mastery of all instruments to grandmaster level. Hacker, 50 W points. Now Blue Star's highest hacking skill field, upgradable. Lithography technology, 100 W points to get all lithography technologies from complete 1 nanometer to 6 nanometers. Controlled fusion technology, 100 W points for complete controlled fusion technology. There were too many things, so Knight Shanyu didn't check them all. Then closed the mall page and said, Unity, open your personal panel. A system LCD screen that only Knight Shanyu could see appeared in front of him. Host, Knight Chiyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 9.99, capped at 10 for readers. Strength, 3, normal human limit 10. Physical fitness, 4. IQ, 5. Identity, freshman in Mordor, hidden. Knight Shanyu nodded and collected the diamond gold card in car keys. Then pulling a suitcase, he stepped into the Magic City University that students have been dreaming about for a long time. Since you've traveled to this world, you'll live in this world as you once fantasized about it. Not to mention hanging on to it. Chapter 2, A Farce. Knight Shanyu walked into the campus. He was wearing a white body shirt, a pair of black sweatpants and a pair of white canvas shoes. A suitcase was carried in one hand and a black school bag was slung over his shoulder in the other. In the corner of his mouth there was also a dog's tail grass that he had picked at some point in time, and a short head of flowing hair slowly fluttered against the summer breeze. His eyes showed 3 parts melancholy, 3 parts ruffled smile and 4 parts untamed fan statistic chart pupils. Just like this. Walking on the campus path without slowing down, the girls passing by would stare at the gangly handsome boy for a long time, showing a nymphomaniac-like expression from time to time. But not many girls dared to go up to him and ask for contact information because they would unconsciously feel ashamed of themselves standing in front of him. Occasionally a few girls who were confident in their appearance came up to ask for a microsignal, and Knight Shanyu rejected them one by one. He just held the dog's tail grass in his mouth, slightly lowered his head, and walked along the path step by step, with the corners of his mouth still showing the crooked-lipped Dragon King's general smile from time to time. I do not know how long I have walked. Ing in front of me dimmed. Knight Shanyu raised his head and looked at the quiet woods in front of him. From time to time a cold wind blew, causing the trees to rustle. Sigma, degree winky face. Asterisk overplayed his hand. How did he walk here without realizing it? Where the hell is this? I blanched. Invincible me. And got ing lost again. Always think of the starlight of the day. The love of that time. Why can be that simple? Not why. When people are young, must let the deeply loved one hurt. Suddenly, the cell phone rang, echoing through the languid forest. Knight Shanyu put down his backpack, reached into his pants pocket and pulled out his cell phone. A look at the WeChat caller ID. It was his girlfriend Muziru. Knight Shanyu frowned and muttered, "Why is this girl calling?" Thinking of his girlfriend Muziru, a little girl who likes to follow his ass all day long. Soft and sweet. They had known each other since junior high school, and then entered the same high school together, and coincidentally were in the same class, until the second semester of her sophomore year, when she gathered the courage to confess her love to Knight Shanyu. Knight Shanyu didn't refuse, and just like that they became an enviable couple. Muziru is the high school's school flower. Knight Shanyu is also recognized as the school grass. When the two of them publicly together, I do not know how many boys and girls in the whole school broken heart. In addition to jealousy is more envy. In the end, Night Chanyu was admitted to Mordor University, while Muziru was originally admitted to Kyoto College. But because of Night Chanyu chose Mordor's music, film and television college. Without much thought, Night Chanyu pressed the answer button. Chi-yu. From time to time, a sweet and soft female voice came out of the phone, making people listen to the sweetness of the heart, as if their ears had diabetes. Without waiting for Muziru to speak, he was directly interrupted by Night Chanyu. He said in a deep voice. Zizu, stop talking for a moment and listen to me. Let's break up. After that, directly hung up the WeChat phone, and then pull back WeChat. A set of moves not more than 2 seconds. Skillful and heartbreaking. I knew that the opening protagonist of the urban god and hero system must be green. Fortunately, I read a lot of novels. Predicted her prediction. Directly mentioning the breakup, counterattack. Otherwise there will be another face-slapping plot. Night Chanyu hemmed and hawed, then tucked his phone back into his pants pocket and headed back down the trail the same way he had come. At the other end of the room, in the girls' dormitory at the School of Music, Film and Television, a young girl of about 17, 8 years old was sitting on the edge of her bed. She was wearing a white dress with outrageously beautiful jade feet gently pointing on a pair of pink sandals, a lock of beautiful black hair like waterfall down, curved willow eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes gentle as water, show straight agaric nose, pink cheeks slightly red, dripping cherry-like cherry lips, such as flower-like melon face crystal like jade, tender snow muscle like ice like snow, body absolutely beautiful. As the name suggests, the forest of wolfberry and catalpa is soft with inky grass. Muziru, copyright infringement deleted. And this gentle and lovely girl was gripping her cell phone so tightly that her fingers were white and her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Greater than or equal to less than or equal to, the lips deflated, and the poking large teardrops were like pearls with broken threads. One after another, they dripped down the fair cheeks and fell onto the white dress, imprinting dots of tear marks. Yikes! Zyro, why are you crying? The remaining 3 roommates in the dormitory who were making up their beds heard the cries and hurriedly put down their hands and gathered around, asking about Muziru. One of the roommates pulled out a tissue to wipe away Muziru's tears, but after wiping them away another teardrop emerged from her eyes. It won't dry. It won't dry at all. Lin Ruishi simply wiped her tears as she expressed her concern. Zizu, what's wrong in the end? Just now was full of smiles. Turn ahead of effort how to become a little cry cat? Greater than or equal to less than or equal to. Ooh, I just got off the phone with my boyfriend and he broke up with me. And I don't know why he suddenly doesn't want me anymore. But, obviously, Muziru pear blossom with rain. Lips cannot stop trembling, while desperately wiping tears, said, and finally buried his head on top of his legs. The appearance is heartbreaking. What kind of man? He just doesn't want such a beautiful girlfriend. Zero. Don't cry. Don't want this kind of man. The other roommate couldn't help his indignation. Humph. Scumbag. The last roommate clenched her pink fists, and after holding her tongue for half a day, she didn't come up with any curse words, but finally said the word scum. But, I only love him one. I only like him one boy in my life. I've always liked him since middle school. No, I have to ask him for clarification. Muziru raised her head, her eyes were red, and she hurriedly opened WeChat and edited a long paragraph and sent it over. But a red exclamation mark was striking and piercing. She shakily opened her address book again, found the note "This is my boyfriend" and called, but the phone rang a blind tone, which was pulled. Oh, he really doesn't want me anymore. Muziru completely broke down and let out a loud cry. Zizu, don't cry. Use my cell phone to call. Lin Rixie took out her own cell phone and gave it to Muziru, then patted her back and said, Thank you Rixie. Muziru gave a thank you, then directly entered Night Chanyu's cell phone number on her cell phone. On the other end, Night Chanyu is walking back with nothing to do. The cell phone rings again. Pull out the phone to see. It is an unfamiliar phone call. Did not think too much. Pressed the answer button. Moses, please? Oh, Chanyu, why did you break up with me? I don't want to break up with you. Muziru heard Night Chanyu's voice and said in a hurry. What? This. Night Chanyu stayed frozen for a few seconds, putting him whole wouldn't. Not being green to start the game? I poked. Chapter 3, Roommates. Night Chanyu murmured to himself and asked again exploratively. Ahem. You didn't green me and run off after the rich kid? How could you? How could I possibly leave you and run off with a rich kid? I've always loved you. Muziru choked out. Ahem. Zizu I'll simply joke with you because today is April Fool's Day. Ahem. Night thousand you consciously misunderstanding Mu Zero. Embarrassed coughing a few stake blind. Aha! Muzzy said with a happy humana deflated mouth. Brother Chiyu, don't make jokes like that in the future. I'm scared. I've always liked you. Since middle school. Well, Zizu, I'm going to report for duty, so I'll buy you dinner and a head rub in a few days. Night Shanyu said goodbye as she saw that she was almost at the student reception. Aha. Okay. Mu Zero answered obediently. Then she waited for the opposite side to finish hanging up the phone before putting it down. Zyro, how's it going? Lin Rixie couldn't wait to ask when she saw Mu Zero hanging up the phone. He. It's okay. He thought it was April Fool's Day and was joking. Mu Zero broke into a smile, arched her eyebrows and said happily, still a scumbag. Lin Rixie bristled, took back her cell phone, and continued to make her bed. Stinking man. Scum. The other two roommates spat back, then went about their own business. The words are split. Night Shanyu circled around and finally found the student reception. He asked as he pulled his suitcase over to a relatively pretty-looking girl and looked down. Hello schoolmarm, where is the check-in center? Lanning lowered his head to organize the documents in his hands, saw the blackness in front of his eyes, and a voice with a magnetic sound came to his ears, so he could not help but raise his head in curiosity, only to see a fresh and handsome, extraordinary appearance, but also with a hint of gangster handsome not show ostentatious handsome youth into the eyes. Sigma, degree winky face. Good. So handsome. Why can be so handsome? Lanning was instantly captivated by Night Shanyu's face and froze in place for a moment. Sister? Seeing that the schoolmate in front of her didn't respond, Night Shanyu shouted a few more times, then reached out her hand and waved it back and forth in front of her eyes a few times. Ha! Oh. School. Student, please follow me. Lanning shivered and collected his saliva, and stammered. */nabla**, blushing and smoking in the head. You blush a bubble teapot ah. Night Shanyu mentally spat. Not long after, the two arrived at a vacant window at the reporting office, and Lanning said to a middle-aged man who looked like a teacher at the window, Senior, this is Instructor Who tutor looked at the handsome unlike human youth in front of him, also could not help but be surprised. Actually, seems, to this youth a little feeling. With a jolt, Tutor Who hastily suppressed the absurd thoughts in his mind, coughed awkwardly a few times, and then said in a serious manner, This freshman, give me the acceptance letter. Night Shanyu didn't pay attention to Tutor Who's expression and took out the acceptance notice and handed it to him. Tutor took the notice, crackling on the computer all operation fierce as a tiger. A look at the computer 2 lines of 5. Not long after, Instructor Who returned the acceptance letter to Night Shanyu, along with a key and a copy of the campus discipline code. Mentor Who said, pointing to the key, Your dormitory is in room 608, building 3 of the Plum Garden. There was a pause before pointing to the code of campus discipline. Review this disciplinary code carefully when you get back, and don't deduct credits for little things. There are 2 QR codes on it, one for the faculty group and one for the class group, so go back and scan it. Tutor Who stopped looking at Night Shanyu's handsome face after the explanation, fearing that if he looked at it again, he would break the bend of this single for more than 40 years. Night Shanyu accepted the things and said goodbye before following Lanning out of the report office. Brother, this is the campus tram. Just pay $2 and it will take you to every place on campus. He will send you to your dorm room. I have to receive other new students. See you first. Lanning pointed at the sightseeing tram, then waved her hand and smiled. Just a bit of a dry smile, a bit of reluctance and regret in her eyes. She also wanted to personally send off the youth in front of her. Who wouldn't want to get closer to a boy with this kind of exploding face? But she has self-awareness. Although she is not the kind of beautiful woman who is a country of beauty, that is also the upper middle level of face value. But standing in front of this boy, one would unconsciously feel ashamed of himself, as if he were an ugly duckling standing in front of a royal son. So, she gave up. Thank you schoolmarm. Night Shanyu gave a thank you and a guffaw, then boarded a sightseeing tram and headed for the dormitory building. After a 5-minute journey to the 3rd building of Plum Garden, Night Shanyu pushed her suitcase into the elevator and went up to the 6th floor. 608. It should be this room. Night Shanyu looked at the door number and muttered to himself. Just as I opened the door I heard strange noises from inside. Is it big? Big. Ha ha ha. Am I fierce? Fierce. Gah, hi. My god. What is all this talk of tigers and wolves? Is my roommate a bunch of jerks? Should I go in? If I go in, with my looks, I'll be. Night Shanyu shivered and hesitated outside the door. Just as he was mentally stirring in his mind, hands accidentally slipped to where the doorknob was. Equals. It's over. Smack one's lips. The door's open. Degree. Omega? The three people in the room came to an abrupt halt and turned to the door in unison. Only a handsome, not human, man entered the dormitory. Hi guys. Night Shanyu couldn't help but feel her whole body shivering at the three people staring at her, and she gave an awkward greeting. He then had to walk into the dormitory with a stiff upper lip and saw that the three of them were playing a League of Legends game. This is a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not a group of people. My innocence that has been preserved for 19 years is saved. Wow. You're the last roommate, aren't you? You're handsome, and just a billion times worse than me. A big fat man who was almost 5 feet 7 inches but weighed 170 pounds said with enthusiastic narcissism. Self-acquainted. He shook Night Shanyu and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Jean Xian. You can call me Old Jean or Fatty either way. I don't care who is rich or not when I make friends. Not as rich as me anyway. Hello, my name is Yet Xiaotian and I prefer programming. A thin, spectacled man next to him said weakly, looking a bit civilized. Thank you Nanqing. The last man simply uttered 3 words. Simple and sharp. He was fit-looking and had a tough face, but was ordinary-looking, so ordinary that no one would notice him even if he was placed in a mass group. Chapter 4, The Head of the Bedroom. Hello you guys. My name is Night Shanyu. From now on is a brother. Brothers should help each other. I as a dormitory boss will cover you well. You later. Night Shanyu smilingly introduced himself, but the words to the back, more and more rung up. Stop. What you as the dormitory boss? I'm the dormitory boss. I'll cover all the dormitory expenses from now on. Jean Xian quickly restrained Night Shanyu from continuing, and then patted his chest ho and said, it's a school that still chooses its bosses according to their grades. I'm number 1 in the province in the college entrance exams, and I think I can be the dormitory head. Yi Xiaotian straightened his glasses and said in a serious manner, I'll be the head of the dormitory, and I'll take care of any bullying. Xia Nanqing, who was standing in the corner, spoke. Tell you what, there's no point in us arguing like this. It's better to draw lots to feel sorted. Night Shanyu rubbed his chin and proposed. Yes. Fatty Kim was the first to agree. I agree. Yes. Night Shanyu took out 4 strips of different lengths and put them in his hand, then one for each person. Ha. Looks like I'm in charge. Fatty Jean looked at the strip in his hand and became smug. Lao Jean, you might be disappointed. The boss is me. Ha. Night Shanyu idly shook the strip in his hand, which looked a hair longer than Fatty Kim. Asterisk. The penis is actually myself? Just like that. Night Shanyu took the position of the eldest. The second was Jean Shenli. The third was Yi Xiaotian. And the fourth was Xia Nanqing. Xia Nanqing skimmed his lips and turned his head to the side, looking extremely dissatisfied with his luck. As the head of the dormitory, I've decided to treat you all to a night out. So feel free to choose whatever you want to eat tonight. Don't save me any money. Night Shanyu said with a big smile. I heard that there is a 5-star restaurant over here in Mordor, called Jindu Restaurant. The flavor is excellent. Especially that flying phoenix dragon cry. The internet bragged about God. I wanted to taste it a long time ago, and today I have the opportunity to go and eat it once. I'll pay the bill. Fatty Jean proposed, fearing that these roommates would find it expensive and refuse to go, and autonomously took the plunge. Kyoto restaurants are too expensive. Can't let you guys break the bank. Let's just find a random restaurant to eat. Let's Yi Xiaotian stood out and said softly. By the way he was dressed, he must have been one of those poor kids, afraid that his roommate would break the bank on his first day. Roadside barbecue beer. The one standing in the corner, Xia Nanqing, said a few words, or as old Jean suggested, go to Jindu Restaurant. I also heard online that the flavor is one of the best. I also want to taste it. Said I'll treat. It's on me. Old Jean, you don't want to rob with me. Night Shanyu Han just arrived in the account of a Google can still not use it. Holding so much money. How can you withhold search? Of course, how expensive, how to come? Well then, that settles it. When we pack up and go for a rubdown. Lao Jean clapped his hands in delight. Night Shanyu made up the bed. The quilts on this side were uniformly distributed by the school. Put some household items away and the house cleaned up. A little while later it was almost 5 o'clock. And almost time to move on to the Jindu Hotel. The Kyoto Hotel is almost 10 minutes away from the school. How are we going to get there? By car? Any of you have a car? I can only fit 2 people in that car. So if anyone has a car, make do. Fatty Jean looked at the three and asked, I have a car too, but it's still parked outside the school, so I'll tell you what. Lao Jean, you and Lao San will go there first, and Lao Si and I will follow. Night Chanyu said as she rode on Xia Nanqing's shoulder. Okay, Junior. Walk with brother. Fatty Jean raised his eyebrows and pulled Li Yong's hand away. Don't call me Junior. Old Xie. Let's go. Night Shanyu said to Xia Nanqing. Not long ago, Night Shanyu two people came to the road outside the school. Do not know the car specifically which position. Night Shanyu simply took out his car keys and pressed them against the road. By Ubu. Only to see a pair of flashing headlights snapping on around the corner. The pair walked quickly to the car. The two froze for a few seconds. Only to see a black dazzling sports car stalled in front of them. A pair of bat-shaped scissor faces displayed and opened. The stern lines of the side body intersected and echoed. Just like a steel beast that had just opened its eyes. Domineering and dazzling. Night Shanyu thought of a classic advertising slogan once. If you want to be rich, open a store. If you want to do business, go around. People should break in. Horses should be released. 1,000 days to build a ship. A day to cross the river. The road is in the people. The matter is in the people. Congratulations on becoming a distinguished Lamborghini owner. May the light of the Golden Bull's sacred shield illuminate your future career and prospects. And may the black silk of the world stay for you, so that you can feel the sound of the sound wave ringing, so that you can become the most beautiful boy on this street, so that we can feel the charm of the sound wave together. The always silent Xia Nanqing by his side also had a slight look of surprise in his eyes, and his eyes towards Night Shanyu had an odd color. Just for a moment, the look of surprise in his eyes then disappeared. Old Shay, get in the car. Night Shanyu didn't notice Xia Nanqing's odd eyes and said with a smile as she patted his shoulder. Getting into the car. Night Shanyu holding the steering wheel, but also not through some excitement. The first time in life to drive a sports car. With advanced driving skills, knowledge about driving a sports car is reflected in the mind. Boom boom. With a roaring engine sound, the car sped towards the Golden Capital Hotel like a cheetah. Why haven't they arrived yet? Boss? Yi Xiaotian, who was standing at the entrance of the restaurant, looked at the delayed duo and couldn't help but inquire. Without waiting for Jin Xian to answer, a roar of a sports car came to his ears. Following the distance, after the car parked in an empty space not far from the duo, Night Shanyu and Xia Nanqing both got down from the sports car, only to see Jin reach that obese body like a black shadow. Swoosh ran over. Night Shanyu just wanted to speak. Lao Jin. Without waiting for Night Shanyu to finish, Jin Xian ignored him and directly bypassed him and ran to the sports car, still with an excited look on his face. His fat hands kept caressing the bodywork, as if he was caressing a daughter-in-law, and his mouth kept exclaiming in astonishment, asterisk. This is the Lamborghini Black Knight Shadow. The landing price has to be $90 million. The world is only limited to 3 sports cars. Asterisk. The sports car I've always dreamed of. I actually saw it today. Hearing Fatty Jin's voice of astonishment, and especially hearing the landing price of $90 million as a number, Yi Xiaotian and Xia Nanqing were also surprised for a while, and turned their heads to look at Night Shanyu. 10 million. Dad. Grandpa. Yet Xiaotian broke his hand and counted. I rely on Louis 88888. A few days ago I heard that the Shin family auction house sold a license plate number. Was a mysterious person has 120 million to shoot. So far I do not know the origin of this person. It turns out that the mysterious person is actually the old Night Yu. Jin Xian said in surprise, his eyes full of shock. Just a license plate, actually worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The plate is more expensive than the car, and also has been S for the number. The country has an unwritten rule, A for the highest, but some prestigious families in order to highlight the status of the introduction of the S number. People who dare to get S-class license plates are rich or not without much comment, and they must have a very prestigious status. And Louis 88888 is not something that an ordinary person can handle anymore. Gene-rich 3 people look at Night Chanya's eyes also become bright. Neither is a cutie. Knowing that this roommate from the first day of their acquaintance must have come from an extraordinary source, mentally recognized the boss. Chapter 5, The Shangwan Family. Alright, Lao Jin. Let's eat first. Night Shanyu smiled slightly. Old Night, I can't see that you're actually so rich, then I won't be polite to you. Jin Qian left the Black Knight flare reluctantly and rubbed his hands together and laughed. A group of 4 people walked inside the hotel, when a middle-aged man in a suit walked over, bent down and bowed respectfully. Welcome to the Golden Capital Hotel. I'm the manager here, Chen Jin. Manager Chen, give me a private room. Night Shanyu went forward and shook Chen Jin's hand. then said, "May I ask what type of private room you need? We have heaven and earth and human size rooms here. Human size minimum consumption 30,000. Earth size minimum consumption 50,000. Heaven size minimum consumption 100,000. Manager Chen did not, because in front of him is a student like 4 people and impatient, or respectfully explain up. After all, it is a 5-star hotel. The reputation is there, which can be like a novel as soon as it comes up to sneer. Give me a heavenly one. Knight Shanyu didn't have a second to think about it and blurted out, "Yes, honored guest, please follow me." Manager Chen brought the 4 of them to a luxurious private room. As soon as you walk in, the dazzling light is so bright that you can't open your eyes. Look closely, the gold-sprayed walls, the red carpet, and the deep purple sofa are eye-catching, as well as the crystal chandelier that refracts the light to make it look equally gorgeous. Wow, it's worthy of being a 5-star heavenly private room. One look and it all smells like money. The oldest 3, Yi Xiaotian, sighed, and could not help but be amazed at seeing this scene for the first time. Hello, this is the menu of this restaurant. In front of it are the meals that only the heavenly character has the privilege to enjoy. Please order. At this time, Manager Chen took a list of dishes and handed it to Knight Xianyu. Knight Xianyu put the list down and said directly, "Don't bother, just serve your store specialties once." "Okay, this is a fine guanyin, please wait for your tea." Manager Chen exited the private room after saying that. Hey, you guys wanna go to the bar to have fun after dinner and so on? I heard that there is a bar in Magic City, called Romantic Bar. It is also ranked in the top 3 in Magic City, especially the dancers inside. One by one, they can all be beautiful women. At this time, Jin Xian suddenly angled his fat head and inquired with a lewd face. "No problem." Knight Shanyu nodded. I'm not much of a drinker, but if you guys are going, I'll lay down my life." Schoolboy Yi Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly with a look of death. "Yes." Xia Nanxing popped out. Almost 20 minutes passed. Knock knock. The door of the private room rang, and after waiting for 3 seconds, 18 Chan Samclad, young and beautiful, small family waitresses walked in outside the door, each carrying exquisite and expensive dishes in their hands, worthy of being a heavenly private room. Even the waitresses are so beautiful. At that moment, a young woman who looked like an usher walked in, crossed her arms in the small of her back, and smiled as she announced the name of the dish. "For honored guests, this is ice sugar snowbird's nest, dunked yellowtail, Buddha jumps over the wall, bamboo fungus and liver paste soup, Taisher 5 snake soup, caviar." With a dish on the table, Yi Xiaotian swallowed his saliva. These dishes can add up to his family's expenses for a year. Think of the next year's expenses to eat down. Cannot help but feel the heart drumming. "This is the last dish in our hotel's signature dish, Flying Phoenix and Dragon Cry. Your food has been served. Would you like some more drinks?" The young forewoman surmounted a professional smile and looked to the 4 men with a question. "No thanks." Knight Shanyu politely rebuffed when he thought that he had to go to the bar to play later, so he didn't plan to drink. "Yes sir." After the young foreman finished speaking, he led the other waiters out of the private room, then left 2 waiters at the door of the private room. Come on, guys, make yourself at home." Seeing the waiter leave, Knight Shanyu hurriedly greeted the waiter, and then moved the chopsticks first in a swift manner. "My chow, old knight, you don't speak of martial virtues, you actually engage in a sneak attack. Put down that big leg of lamb," Jin Xian exclaimed, quickly picking up his chopsticks and chucking them at another leg of lamb. But, brush, it was clipped away by a pair of chopsticks at a much faster pace. Fixing his eyes, it was the silent Xia Nanxing. "Chow, old 4, I thought you were a boar, but it turns out you're a ing6? Jin Xian's eyes rolled round, staring at Xia Nanxing without blinking. Xia Nanxing, on the other hand, was slowly and methodically gnawing on a leg of lamb, glancing at the furious Jin Xian. "This leg of lamb isn't bad. The flavor is one of a kind. You have to kill people to get rid of them." Jin Xian can only sit down in a crow's nest, clamping the side of the aurora to gnaw up on his own. Yi Xiaotian, on the other hand, was at a loss for words in his seat. He was having trouble choosing. Looking at this and that, he didn't know which one to eat first. Finally just scooped up a bowl of snake soup and slowly savored it. The dish has passed 5 flavors and the tea has passed 3 rounds. The 4 rubbed their rounded bellies and leaned casually back in their chairs. "Knight, are we going to a romantic bar after eating so much?" Jin Xian asked as he picked his teeth with a toothpick. "Who told you to eat so much?" Knight Shanyu was speechless. It's not that the food is good. For someone like me who has eaten all the delicious food in the world, the food in this restaurant is really good. Kim Rich patted his big belly and said, Aha! Aha! Yi Xiaotian and Xia Nanqing nodded in agreement, indicating that Fatty Jean was right. Lao Jean, do you know who owns this hotel? Night Shan Yu also felt that the dishes in this hotel were very much to his taste, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. If you can buy this hotel and use it as your own cafeteria in the future. Jin Xian said after a moment of contemplation. It should be the property of the Shangguan family. Old Knight, what? Could it be that you have an idea for this hotel? Night Shanyu nodded undeniably when she heard Kim's rich question. A little indeed. Can you tell us about this Shangguan family? Old Knight, you really have an idea. This Shangguan family is one of the 4 great families of Magic City. Jin Xian poured a cup of hot tea and introduced it carefully. And the 4 great families of Magic City are the Qin family, the Xin family, the Cui family, and the Shangguan family. Although the Shangguan family is ranked last, the family industry has as much as $500 billion, mainly involved in the tourism and hotel industry. And the Jindu Hotel is also the front of the Shangguan family, which owns a chain of 50 restaurants nationwide. Jin Xian got more and more energized, glancing at Night Shanyu with a hefty smile. According to last year's valuation, this Jindu Hotel in Mordor has been worth approximately 2.3 billion RMB. After listening to Jin Xian's words, Night Shanyu took a sip of tea to herself and nodded. There is indeed an acquisition in mind. Put. Jin Xian sprayed out a mouthful of tea and looked at the bland Night Shanyu in surprise. Ahem. Old Knight, you're not kidding? Chapter 6 First Time Consumer Gift Pack. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Night Shanyu put down her teacup and looked at Jin Xian with a smile. Jin Xian was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. It was more than $2 billion, not $200, and even he himself could not use it at will. Where the hell did this roommate come from? Could it be from one of the 8 major families in Kyoto? But none of the 8 major families in Kyoto are surnamed Knight, don't you? Da. At that moment, the cell phones of the 4 men rang. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was a message from the class group. At all members, hello to all freshman students, my name is Shangguan Qianyu. I am your sophomore sister, and also your class guide, responsible for your daily affairs. I hope that the next semester will be able to communicate well with you. Now, I'm going to inform all of you, Finance Department Class 3, to gather in room 302 of Building B of the Academic Building tonight at 8:30 p.m. There are some things to explain to you. After reading the group message, Night Shanyu joked. Looks like plans to go to the bar later are going to go out the window. Ha. It doesn't matter if you go to the bar or not. You can go next time. Jin Xian waved his hand and didn't take it to heart, then looked at Night Shanyu lewdly. Old Knight, this Shangguan Qianyu is the Shangguan family's daughter. I heard that the Magic City is famous big beauty. Actually is our class guide. With the old knight your background strength and face value have a chance to soak her. Oh. At this moment, Yi Xiaotian, who was still burying his head and eating furiously, suddenly raised his head. Grabbing a wet towel, he wiped the grease from his mouth and squared his eyes in a serious manner. Shangguan Qianyu entered Mordor University with a score of 725. One of the 3 schoolgirls, studying in the 5th class of the sophomore finance department. The father, Shangguan He, is the current CEO of the Jindu Group, and the mother, Mengwan, comes from a land of books. After Yi Xiaotian finished his blah 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 narration, he went back to burying his head in dry rice. Dry rice is the king. Each of these things can be a month's salary of the family. Wastefulness is shameful. However, the other 3 people were not calm, and collectively looked at Yi Xiaotian. Jin Shenaichao let out a cry and ran to Yi Xiaotian's side, looking at him like he was a pervert. Xiaotian, I didn't expect you to be such a person, seeing as you're usually so gentle, but you're actually a stalker? Put. Yi Xiaotian didn't choke on his breath and sprayed it all on Fatty Jin's fat face on the side. Jin Laoer, can you even talk? What do you mean I'm a stalker? Jin had the money to rub it haphazardly on his face and didn't have the heart to say. You are not a stalker. How come you even know Shangguan Qianyu's family background information so well? Cut. Not just view a little information. It is not simple. Easy. I'm actually a hacker. Hack into a system to see the information. What's so surprising? Yi Xiaotian said as he angled his head and posed a POS in a very flirty manner. Say you're fat and you're still panting. But how did you check Shangguan Qianyu's information in advance? Jin richly skimmed his lips and continued to ask. Ahem. This is not the campus schoolgirl gossip that every school must read. As a nationally renowned university, I certainly want to see how good-looking the schoolgirls are. Yi Xiaotian blushed and said softly. The more he said, the voice became smaller and smaller, and finally became as thin as a mosquito. The whole head was buried in the table scraps from blushing. Ha! The three Night Shine Yu sighed, then looked at Yi Xiaotian with contempt and collectively said, "So it's a bore." This made Yi Xiaotian bury himself even deeper. This is a big disgrace today. At this time, Fatty Jean rubbed his hands together and picked up a towel to wipe Yi Xiaotian clean and asked in a lude to the extreme, Xiaotian, is there any photo of Shangguan Qianyu? Is it as they say looks so wow?" Speaking of this, Yi Xiaotian didn't have the introversion he had before, but instead had a look of eagerness. Really very good looking, especially with her long legs. Simply, really, whoa-ho, hey. In an instant, the entire box was filled with the lewd laughter of two old colorful men. Night thousands you speechless look at these two tiglants. Their own this dormitory in the end is the emergence of two what kind of old colorful batcha. Luckily there is also a positive, regular one. What? When turning to look at Xian Nanqing, he saw that he was sitting with a cup of tea in a serious manner. But, say, can't you act a little bit better? Your whole ass is about to move into her position, and your ears are about to stick to her face. As the saying goes, when a bodhisattva falls into a vat of dye, one infects both. Night Shine Yu looked at the time. It was just about 8 o'clock now, then stood up and said, "Let's go. Back to school. We have half an hour to go. Just meet them in person then." The four walked out of the booth and over to the bar. Manager Chen came over with a big smile. "Have the four of you eaten?" "Yes. It tastes great. We'll come back more often next time. Count how much we pay." Night Shan Yu politely returned. "Ha ha, thanks for the comment. Shao Li, calculate how much the Tianzi know. 666 private room costs." Manager Chen first returned a salute, then looked at the bar cashier who was still in a daze and said, hello, you spent $23,000 this time." Reacting to the situation, Shao Li hurriedly revealed a professional smile and said respectfully. Manager Chen said, "Erase a zero. The guests total $20,000. No? You're wiping zeros down the aorta here, aren't you? Ahem. Thank you Manager Chen then." Night Shanyu spat in her heart, and then still gave a thank you. Satisfied with this middle-aged man, then took out the WeChat directly transferred 20,000. Although they do not care about the hundreds of thousands, but for the goodwill of others he is still glad to accept. Do not care about what the unmerited reward this set. WeChat arrived at $20,000. Along with the payment, a system voice sounded in Night Shanyu's head. The host spends $20,000 this time and gains 2 points. Due to the host's first consumption, the host will be rewarded with a consumption gift bag. Open it or not. Open up. Night Shanyu said without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full understanding of financial knowledge, which has been implanted in the host's mind. Congratulations to the hosts on the energizing potion. First X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Sandalwood Palace No. 1 building. Related items have been placed in the system backpack. Go! Instead of immediately checking the system rewards, Night Chanyu directly took her 3 sons out of the Jindu Hotel. Jin Xian was the first to run in front of Xia Nanqing and threw over a key and said, 4, I'll switch with you. You go drive my car. I'll take old Knight's car. Xia Nanqing looked at Jin Xian speechlessly, took the key by Yubiu a few times. It was a Lamborghini Big Bull. Looking at the styling it was estimated that it also needed more than $10 million. No, Lao Jin, you drive a Lamborghini with this big belly? Aren't you afraid of being crowded? Why don't you buy a Big Ben or something? Xia Nanqing was instantly speechless, looking at Xian Jin Rich as if he was looking at a little cutie. Jin Xian scratched his head and let out a giggle, then tiptoed around Night Chanyu's shoulders and said, Old Knight, go go go. Let me ride in the Black Knight Flare. It's the car I've been dreaming of for a long time. You slow down. Don't you think it hurts to pad your feet? Blanche, growing tall is marvelous. Chapter 7 Shangguan Qianyu. Please take your time. 4 of you. And welcome to the next time you're in the neighborhood. Chen Jin bowed and bent over, watching the taillights of the 2 cars slowly disappear. As a general manager of a 5-star hotel, or a direct subordinate of the Shangguan family, he didn't have to grovel like this. The main reason is still that Louis 88888 license plate number. Other people might not understand the real meaning here, but he had been following the Shangguan family for years, and he realistically understood the frightening nature of this license plate. Without waiting for much thought, he walked to a corner and hastily pulled out his cell phone to make a call. When the phone rang 3 times, a middle-aged voice came out of it. Jean, what's the matter? Chen Jin immediately became serious and said, Mr. River, a gentleman just came to our store for dinner. He was driving a car with Lewis 88888 license plate, the mysterious person who was auctioned off not long ago. The phone was silent for 10 seconds before the middle-aged man's serious voice came out. Any useful clues? Chen Jin immediately returned. Mr. River, that young man should be a student of Mordor University. Looking at him, he should be a freshman who just enrolled. The middle-aged man explained in a deep voice. That's fine. I get it. No need to investigate too much. Call and let me know the next time he comes to eat at the store. Okay, Mr. River. Chen Jin waited for the call to hang up for 3 seconds before retrieving his cell phone, wiped a cold sweat, and then walked back to the hotel. Boom boom. 2 sports cars drove into the campus, the roar causing a flurry of sideways glances and envy from the surrounding students. Wow. Look guys, it's a sports car. One is a Lamborghini Bull I recognize. But what's that even more handsome black sports car on the side, and why haven't I seen it on TV before? At this point, a stuffy spectacled man stepped forward, fixing his hair and narrating. It's up to my brother in understanding to give you a little science. That black sports car is called Black Knight Flare, limited to 3 worldwide, with a landing price of $90 million. One was bought by the son of an oil magnate, another was acquired by the British royal family, and the last one actually appeared here. So what kind of a big shot is this driver? My God? $90 million? The person driving this car can't be a new freshman, right? I haven't even seen this car before. One more thing. This Lewis 88888 is the scariest. Just this license plate is more expensive than the car. The crowd was talking, but no one took a step forward, only daring to watch from afar but not to go forward. With that, the 2 cars slowly pulled into the campus parking lot. By the time the 4 arrived at the classroom, it was almost 8:30. At this point in the classroom, people have almost all arrived. Several people in a circle are talking to each other or in each other's bragging. When they saw the 4 Night Shanya people walk into the classroom, they stopped their voices. One by one, they looked at the 4 of them, especially Night Shanyu, mainly just too handsome. Gee guys, that tall boy in the center is a little too handsome, isn't he? The campus freshman year school's favorite. Indeed. I don't think it's just freshman year. It's the whole school, mainly this temperament. All the handsome guys I've seen are not half as good as him. Confirmed. It's the man I can't add. Night Shanyu and the 4 of them found a seat in the last row by the door and sat down. Just after being seated, Fatty Kim, the tart, said, Brothers, I just looked around. There are many wolves and not enough meat. You have to hurry up if you want to get off the hook. Yi Xiaotian sniffed and whispered in Jin Xian's ear. Jin, I heard that college talk about girlfriends have to have a pocket drum. My poor might as well buy a WW really. Chasing girls, I am not good at it. Jin Xian put his arm around Yi Xiaotian's shoulders and patted his chest. Xiaotian, how can I as your second brother treat you poorly? Which girl do you fancy, tell brother? The money you spent on chasing girls second brother reimbursed you. Yi Xiaotian's eyes lit up and he was moved to hold Jin Xian's hand and said, Righteous father. Ugh. Night Chanyu and Xia Nanxing gave them both a blank stare and moved their bodies a little to the side. It's so humiliating. It's just so humiliating. Just then, there was a creak. The front door was opened. A pretty figure walked playfully into the classroom. With that, the entire classroom of male students went crazy, and screams rang out. Yi Xiaotian even slapped the table and said, Boss, righteous father, Xiao Si, this girl is Shangwan Qianyu. I didn't expect the real person to be even more beautiful than the photo. That's right. I didn't realize that the Shangwan family's daughter was really as beautiful as the rumors. Jin Xian couldn't stop nodding his head in praise. Even Xia Nanxing, who had always been quiet and reticent, agreed with both of them. Night Shanyu was also surprised with a glance, and the color of amazement appeared in her eyes. Because the girl who just came in, she's a little bit pretty. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyebrows as picturesque, her long black hair like a waterfall cascading over her shoulders, and her eyes were deep and bright, outlining a pair of beautiful eyes. Shangwan Qianyu. Copyright infringement deleted. Her figure was slender, curvy and graceful, and she was dressed in a fashionable and decent manner, with a noble and elegant temperament. Wearing a pair of black denim shorts, her long white slender legs were bare. Her very appearance stole all the attention. She was seen slowly walking to the podium clutching a binder, looking at the entire classroom and smiling slightly, her voice brittle as a silver bell. Hello freshmen, my name is Shangwan Qianyu. I have the honor to be your class guide for a semester. And I hope to spend a wonderful semester with you. After saying that, he brushed his bangs and continued. I will be in charge of managing your daily lives for some time to come, and the financial aid bonuses will be reviewed and opened, as well as ideological counseling, course adjustment and scheduling, dormitory management and reunion activities. Good leg. Night Shanyu accidentally shouted out as he stared at her long legs. The students all shouted out and applauded with a pop, pop, pop. Shangwan Qianyu smiled and nodded at Night Qianyu, deeply impressed with the freshman who led the applause for him, not only in terms of face value, but also in terms of character. Shangwan Qianyu said as she reached out her hand and pressed down. Students, if you encounter any difficulties in life, you can always find me, and I hope that we can love and respect each other, and it's best to treat this place as if it were your own home. Without waiting for Shangwan Qianyu to finish, only to see Night Shanyu get up and leave his seat with his three sons, striding towards the door, Shangwan Qianyu said with some consternation, "Ugh, several students, where are you going? Why are you leaving without saying hello?" Night Shanyu was puzzled. Class guide, didn't you just say that you want us to treat this place like our own home? I'm in my own home. Do I still need to say hello when I leave the house? Chapter 8, Being a Class President. Shangwan Qianyu directly froze in place. The entire class similarly saw a ghost and landed on Night Shanyu. What the hell kind of brainwave is that? Shangwan Qianyu spat in her heart. The good impression she just had of this handsome boy leading the applause instantly vanished. Returning to her senses, Shangwan Qianyu's face stiffened and she frowned. This student, I just said treat this place like your home, not as casually as your own. Oh, Night Shanyu nodded in response. So that's what it is. Report a sliver of it. Report a sliver of it. After saying that, Night Shanyu drove the three sons back to sit in their original positions, the whole three of them a big speechless. Remember the last time I was speechless was last time. Shangwan Qianyu recalibrated her emotions and continued. You'll be attending a half-month military training program the day after tomorrow, so come to this classroom tomorrow to get your uniform. When it comes to military training, the whole school is unanimously wailing. When the students underneath wailed more or less, Shangwan Qianyu revealed a light smile, but there was a hint of gloating between her eyebrows. Said, military training is one of the memorable moments of the college years, so I hope the students won't be sad. And one more thing. Speaking here, Shangwan Qianyu looked around and rolled her eyes and said, now introduce yourselves, and by the way let's choose the class president, someone who can share a little bit of the day after tomorrow's military training for me. It'll start with you. In back to front order. Shangwan Qianyu said as she stared dangerously at Night Qianyu who was sitting on the far side of the last row. Humph, made you just tease me. Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Night Qianyu, from a small mountain village in Hangzhou. My family is particularly difficult. Since childhood asked my mother to tell me that the poor family's children early to be a family. Sorry, did not taught. Night Qianyu glanced breathlessly at Shangwan Qianyu on the stage and had to stand up and introduce herself. But at the end of the sentence, the class collectively looked at Night Shanyu in consternation. Kim has money for 3? Chow. He was loaded to the hilt. The family can hardly afford to drive a $90 million limited edition sports car? Family difficulties casually afford a $200,000 meal? Difficulty at home can fit the license plate of Lewis 88888? Your bull asterisk 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 ting and farting and picking at the blind. Wahahahaha. Fatty Jean was the first one who couldn't hold back, snapping on the table and laughing out loud like a cockatoo. Yi Xiaotian then laughed out loud along with him. Even the unsmiling Xia Nanqing didn't strain himself and grinned a big grin. It ended up causing the whole class to laugh their asses off. Too funny for this dude. I can't. I'm laughing my ass off. Not only is this little brother handsome, he even talks with such humor. Love. Don't be a nymphomaniac. It's not for us to grasp. Night Qianyu face helplessly looked at the crowd. He really did not lie. His own memory, his own family is indeed in a small mountain village. Family conditions do not say particularly difficult, but also barely. If it wasn't for the fact that he had traveled over and acquired the system, he would have been a real hardship case. Shangwan Qianyu managed to stifle her laughter and pressed her hand downward to press the road. Ahem. This night student introduces humor. Next, Jin Xian quickly stood up and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Jin Xian. You can call me Old Jean or Fatty can be. I make friends don't care who has money or not. Anyway, soon, almost half an hour later, everyone was introduced. Only then did Shangwan Qianyu stand up and said, self-introductions are over. Now run for class president. Those who want to be class president should take the initiative. This is also a kind of exercise for themselves. And in the future, you can put the entry of college class president on your resume. As soon as the words fell, all the girls in the class collectively looked at Knight Shanyu. Knight Thousand Yu, Chow. All look at me to do what? I have no interest in this class president. College class president is a thankless position. With that, he stood up and raised his hand. Class guide, I. Just when Knight Shanyu wanted to stand up and say I refuse, Shangguan Qianyu answered with a big smile. Since Knight student is so active and most of the class recommends you, you'll be the class president. Everyone, congratulations to Knight student. After saying that, the whole class applauded. Especially the 3 people in the dormitory clapped even harder, all looking at him with a gloating expression. Class guide, I. Knight Qianyu still wanted to speak, but was interrupted again by Shangguan Qianyu. Okay, class meeting is over. Everyone go back to rest early. Remember to read the group message and come here tomorrow to get your uniforms. Without waiting for the crowd to reply, Shangguan Qianyu was the first to open the door and leave without a trace of cloud. The main one is fast. Harder fists. Knight Qianyu's back teeth grooves were almost bitten to pieces. Looking at Shangguan Qianyu's back as she left, she said indignantly, Humph, Shangguan Qianyu, you are very good. Next time like you. What I said. Your father cannot save. Far from the desk of a luxury villa, Shangguan he was holding a cup of goji berry thermos, carefully checking the documents in his hand. Suddenly, cut. A loud sneeze. It's not cold. Why am I suddenly sneezing? Am I really weak? No. I have to drink a little more goji berries. Inside the classroom, Jin Xian wrapped one hand around Knight Chanya's shoulders and teased. Ha ha ha, Night Watchman, you've actually been put on the spot. Humph, I'm bound to get this chick back. Knight Shanyu slapped the fat piggy hand off his shoulder and strutted towards the classroom, drawing another round of laughter from his 3 sons. Walking on the path of the campus, Knight Shanyu then remembered that he still had his first spending reward that he hadn't checked yet. So, found a place where no one else was and sat down to check it out. Check out the full financial literacy solution in your head. In an instant, all knowledge of finance, whether in books or international insiders' financial systems, was solved. It's the kind of knowledge that's as innate as you are, the kind that you can't forget how. Then he looked back to the functionality potion and gave a silent thought to his mind. Use. Please ask the host to choose the direction of increase. Power. Ding. Primary function potion used successfully. Strength plus 1 inch. The system's words just fell. Knight Shanyu only felt hot all over, and although it increased a little, it just didn't feel the same. With that, he took out another key and a red book from his system backpack, which read, Sandalwood Palace 1-1 King of the House, Real Estate Title Deed, Licensee Knight Chiyu. Subsequently, Knight Shanyu took out her cell phone and checked the Sandalwood Palace No. 1 Building King information. The area is about 3,000 square meters or so and was estimated at $1.18 billion last year. This year it broke through to $1.2 billion, a small goal spent on renovations alone. After reading the information, Knight Shanyu didn't have any ripples, and expressionlessly took the things back into the system backpack. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. When he opened it, it was a message from his own sister. Chapter 9 Knight Yunshur. Searching his mind for memories, information about his sister surfaced. Her sister's name was Knight Yunshur, and Yunshur's fragrance was all over the place, and her chill eyes were like Shur, and that's where her name came from. She is 15 years old and has just started her freshman year of high school. In his impression, his own sister was sweet-looking, and she liked to stick to herself from a young age and was very obedient. He was also a good student in school, and was able to get the first place in the school every time. Every time you get a grade you ask for a quip from yourself. Thinking of this, the corners of Knight Shanyu's mouth involuntarily revealed a smile as she looked at the information in her hand. Just imagine your own sister is sprawled out on her bed, wiggling her little legs and happily messaging herself. Brother, have you arrived at school yet? Are your roommates close? Are there any good-looking ones? I want to introduce one to my BFF who I just met. Haha. Knight Shanyu rolled her eyes and returned. Your brother is good at school. The roommates are close. And there are no good-looking ones because of your brother for comparison. And don't think about these messy things all day long. It's only important to study hard. Don't fall in love early. Wait until you go to college and then think about these have-nots. It didn't take long for the seconds to come back. Ha ha ha. Brother, although you are narcissistic, you are indeed right. There is indeed no one more handsome than you with brother as a comparison. With brother as a comparison, how can I look at other boys? They are all too low. Knight Thousand you completely by the sister whole speechless. What? Your brother is too handsome, so that you even look at the boy's eyes have become as high as the 9 heavens. Thought better of it and replied, your brother got lucky. He went to the lottery store with his roommate at lunch today to buy a scratch card. And your brother won a jackpot of $500,000 and got $400,000 after taxes. Knight Yunshur sent 3 big laughing emoticons and said, "Brother, it's not April Fool's Day, so don't lie to me." But when the bank received a text message of $200,000, Knight Yunshur did not respond for a long time. And finally, "Aha! Brother, you really did it. Did you really win? Knight Chiyu, are transferred to you still can have false. You wait and parents say, and do not be too surprised. The flower. Your brother left 200,000 intends to college to create a business. Aha! Okay, Niini giggles. Night-chan, you did not one-time direct transfer of millions of tens of millions of dollars. The first afraid of the family surprised. The second is also not good to explain the origin of this money. After the gradual way to them to play money. Toon-chan, why aren't there any points? This is not consumption. Otherwise just transfer to a small number. Unlimited points. The system cannot exist this kind of bug. Night-chan, you thought about it and then typed. Well, no more chit-chat. It's almost 10 o'clock. You should hurry up and go to bed. If you have any problems, come to your brother. He will always stand behind you. Okay, bye-bye, brother. Good night. Oh. Night Shanyu retrieved his cell phone and reviewed his surroundings. The corners of his mouth twitching. Blanche, where the hell have you been again? Invincible, I'm lost again and again. It took almost an hour to finally find the dormitory a minute before it closed. When Night Shanyu entered the dormitory out of breath, she heard Fatty Jean and yet Xiao Tian playing League of Legends. Even Xia Nanqing was learning how to play in style. Jean Lauer, you should scratch off. I have been caught and killed by them several times. You play a blind monk, he blind, you also follow the blind? Chow, you rebellious son. You call your righteous father when there is something wrong and call your penis when there is nothing wrong. You hooker, old 4, the cat you're playing with stomped on my head instead. Hurry up and stomp on me. Xia Nanqing? Meow? Night Chiyu. What is this talk of tigers and wolves? And Xia Nanqing, you're a 7-foot man, a lean big man, playing with a kitten. I'll give you an 8, 2 and 1, 8 points in the form of a 666. When he saw Night Shanyu push the door in, the noisy voices just now stopped, and they all looked at the doorway, each revealing a wicked smile. Yoo-hoo! The night shift supervisor is back, discussing life with some little girl this late. The Undertaker is still you, Jean Lauer. Night Shanyu bristled before taking out a change of clothes and heading for the restroom. Early the next morning, the group's messages vibrated incessantly. Shangguan Qianyu at 1 minute. Shangguan Qianyu at Night Chanyu. Please reply when you get this. 10 minutes. Shangguan Qianyu at Night Chanyu. Ha! Angry. An hour. Shangguan Qianyu at Night Chanyu. It's almost 10 o'clock and you're still not getting up. Is the sunlight being ignored by you? Angry. 3 minutes. Shangguan Qianyu has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Being woken up, Night Qianyu opened his cell phone to see. All Shangguan Qianyu ate his message. First in the group sent a 1. Subsequently blocked the group straight away. Forgetting about it last night was a dereliction of duty on my part. Then agreed to Shangguan Qianyu's friend request. Just after agreeing, Shangguan Qianyu sent a message. Night student, the sun is on your ass. Why aren't you up yet? You as the class president, you have to lead by example. You have to assist me with all your might. Wait for 11 o'clock, go to the classroom and distribute the military uniforms to your classmates. I'm going to have a class orientation meeting. Night Shanyu immediately returned. Why don't you Qianyu class guide remove me? I don't want to be the class president of this thing either. Shangguan Qianyu sent a pouting emoji and said, Humph, no way. I'm not going to revoke your class presidency. Just follow my lead this semester. Ha 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 ha. Night Shanyu sent an emoticon of hitting a PP and said, Chick, watch out, I'll spank you. Shangguan Qianyu, who was rushing to the meeting place, read the Weibo. Her face instantly reddened, cursed a rogue and typed, Cut. Who doesn't know how to get high? Come and hit me if you can. I'll beat you up. After saying that, her face turned even redder. She hurriedly turned off her cell phone screen and ran towards the meeting place. Night Shanyu looked at the message and the corner of his mouth turned up. Chick, that's what you said. Don't beg for mercy when the time comes. Then, without replying, he tapped the bed rail and said, Brothers, later you will help me to distribute the military uniforms. Jin Xian, night shift supervisor. We stayed up all night last night. We don't go. But the shift supervisor was called by the shift supervisor. Not us. Why I Xiaotian? No. I'm going to sleep too. I just dreamed about my Xiang baby. Nanxing Xia, no go. Night Chanyu said lightly. When I acquire the Jingdu Hotel, feel free to flaunt it in the future. In an instant, the three people in the dormitory lost their sleepiness and opened their eyes wide. Tai. The stood up. Righteous father. Let's go now. Immediately. Dressing, washing, and shushing in one fell swoop added up to no more than 3 minutes. One more second would be disrespectful to the Golden Capital Hotel. Seeing that things were done, Night Shanyu continued to lie down again and slept back to sleep. I think I just had a dream about the Princess of England. Go back to sleep and see if you can get any further. Phew zzz. One of the manly stunts, falling asleep in 3 seconds. Chapter 10, Magic City IFC. When Night Shanyu woke up it was already 12 noon. The three sons of the dormitory have not returned. Solely get up, wash and dress, and get on the boo-boo. Still the drive to piss 3 feet into the wind hasn't waned in the slightest. After peeing, give it a little shake and carry your pants out the door. He was going to buy some TV series in which the rich man wore clothes and pants, and he wanted to see what made this kind of clothes sell for such a high price, which could casually be worth a suite of other people's houses, not just for points. With that said, he went to the basement and sped off in his Black Knight flare, causing another wave of envy and chatter, speculating which bigwig it was. Night Shanyu drove to the top shopping mall in Magic City, the IFC, and came to the basement to find a spot to park. All kinds of luxury cars were parked around, and sports cars, which were usually rare and seldom seen, were everywhere. Both Lamborghinis and Ferraris were parked all over the place, and you could even see a few luxury cars worth millions. Even cars like BMW Land Rovers are too embarrassed to park inside and look out of place. Night Shanyu opened the car door and got out, stepping on white loafers and heading to the 4th floor, filling his stomach first. Magic City IFC is one of the 6 top shopping malls in Magic City, and its sales alone for half a year can reach about $10 billion. The ceiling of Magic City shopping malls, a cluster of luxury brand stores, high luxury brands such as LV, Cartier, Hermes, Dior and Chanel are everywhere. Just any piece of clothing costs tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or millions or more if it's a specially made garment. Every piece of jewelry inside is over $1 million. A real gathering place for the rich. Today Night Shanyu wore a white shirt on top and a pair of casual pants underneath with a pair of white casual shoes. The top 2 buttons of the shirt were unbuttoned, revealing white collarbones and a raised throat. Although the whole body does not add up to more than $300, but the value of the face online, even if the beggar clothes will become famous because of the people. Handsome face still can't hide the mesmerizing atmosphere. Calm with a hint of unruly, mesmerizing eyes with a little gangster smile. Passing by the girls or dressed in beautiful rich women have to reveal his infatuation with the color. Like a hungry wolf to see the lamb general eyes, the corners of the mouth out of the saliva. Thinking that this is fresh meat from somewhere, they have thrown out the olive branch of their price. Wanting to adopt some, Night Shanyu rejected them all one by one. Walked quickly to the 4th floor. Found a bakery and bought a bakery to pad his stomach. You're the only one who comes to the most extravagant shopping mall in Magic City to eat burritos. My night brother. It's amazing that such a burrito cost a full $52. Night Shanyu spat in a low voice. It was also just trolling. Not gouging for money. Money was just numbers to him now. He was interested in money whatsoever. Night Shanyu nibbled on a burrito as he made his way to a Gucci luxury clothing store on the 3rd floor. Chewing on a burrito once he went and also did not like the novel as the salesman or female customers as each taunted. On the contrary, many female saleswomen are very positive and enthusiastic to come over to receive. Come to think of it, as the top shopping mall in Magic City and a globally famous luxury goods store's employees, how could they be that dog-eyed look? All have been selected for their professionalism. And then there's the main point that face value is justice. One of them, a 24 or 25-year-old, quieter-looking salesman smiled and walked up to Night Shanyu and said, "This gentleman, it's a pleasure to be here at Gucci. Ask me any questions you have and I'll answer them all. I'll just look around." Night Shanyu took a bite of the burrito and vaguely returned. At that moment, a rich wife of about 40 or 50 years of age walked in through the door, her whole body bejeweled, from top to bottom, wherever she could wear all of them. She was heavily made up, bladdered, estimated to be 180 pounds, and looked like one of those TV show bag lady looks. He was accompanied by an oily-faced young man, dressed in a manly fashion. The only bad thing about it is the vomit. It's the fact that he looks like a little family man in a dainty manner holding this rich lady. So it's a young man with a bad stomach, Night Shanyu secretly said in her heart. As soon as she entered, Mrs. Rich shouted, "Xiao Hu, come over here quickly. I'm going to buy some clothes for my baby. Pick some for me." The saleswoman who received Night Shanyu hurriedly ran over and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lee, I already have a customer. Why don't you ask another salesman to receive you? This comment upset Mrs. Rich, only to hear her say, I am your honored platinum, but every year you have to spend tens of millions of customers in your store. I told you to come to receive me, you have to come to receive me. District saleswoman, you still dare to resist? Then he was heard cursing again. What kind of customer makes you disobey me anyway? Who said with a professional smile still showing. I'm sorry Mrs. Lee, we have rules in our store that we can't change customers at will. I hope you'll forgive me. Mrs. Lee grunted coldly. Humph, you don't receive him, come and receive me directly. I should have this right as a platinum customer. I've seen a lot of those kind of people who come to Gucci. The ones who come to buy clothes are fake. The ones who take pictures and send them to their friends are real. The greasy-faced youngster at his side chimed in. That's right. People like to show off like that. The face of Knight Shanyu, who was looking at the clothes, was instantly gloomy. How did he get shot for no reason? You as a platinum customer reprimand salesman, I do not want to interfere. After all, it is between the customer and the sales, and they are not the boss, do not want to meddle. But, you're talking about me. I can't leave this alone. Then he stepped forward and interrupted nonchalantly. Who do you think just looks at it and doesn't buy it just to post it to their friends? At those words, Mrs. Lee just wanted to reprimand. But when she saw that the person who spoke was a youth so handsome that he couldn't breathe, instantly withdrawing his scolding, he shook off the hand held by the oily-faced boy next to him and said, Goo, so it's a little handsome guy, he said, walking up to Knight Shanyu, sizing him up, and said with a sucking sound, Little handsome, why don't you follow your sister? And whatever you want, my sister will buy it for you, and my sister will spend $2 million on you every month. How about it? Do you want to think about it? Saying that, he was about to go up to touch Knight Shanyu's handsome face. Knight Qianjun hastily retreated backward, dodging the fat piggy hand, and resisted the urge to vomit and said, Chow, you dead fat, talk just talk. What move? I do not care about your few stinking money. What's his name? Who? Go, introduce me to a few. He said he was going to head for the men's clothing counter. Stop right there. Who are you calling fat? Mrs. Lee pointed one hand at the back of Knight Shanyu behind the back and chided out, sounding a little exasperated. She was most annoyed when someone called her fat. Chapter 11, The Gucci Fiasco, above. Smell. Knight Shanyu turned her head. Says you, fat ass, you're the fattest around here. With your fat head and ears, you still want to adopt me. You're thinking about fart eating. Why don't I buy you a mirror so you can see what you look like? Put. Ha ha ha. Knight Shanyu's words caused the surrounding people to cover their mouths and snicker. You, Mrs. Lee was so furious that she almost had a cerebral hemorrhage from anger. Huffing and puffing in place, the oil-faced boy beside her kept touching her chest to calm him down, and he scolded softly when he saw that it was almost time. Who are you calling fat? This is called plumping, understand? Quickly apologize to my old northern nose or you don't want to walk out of this door. You who? Knight Shanyu looked at the oily-faced youngster and teased with a smile. What kind of person are you? Whose turn is it for you to speak? Eat soft food and eat well. Be an obedient licking dog. Stay aside. You. A word that made even the oily-faced young man become breathless. He hated it in his life when people said he was a softie. It's real food, but it's food on his own merit. The people who usually say he's a soft touch are usually envious and can't eat grapes and say they're sour. Young and unaware of the goodness of ants, he mistook a young girl for a treasure. What's wrong with me being a soft touch? I'll get 30 years off the road. It eventually evolved into a scene where Mrs. Fortune and the greasy-faced young man helped each other stroke each other's chests. It drew sidelong glances from the surrounding customers and rationalized melon eating. Humph. Who? If you receive him today, you'll be fired tomorrow. Behind him, Mrs. Lee snapped. I can't say this, young man, but I can't rule you as a saleswoman. You've made me lose so much face today. You don't want to feel good either. Mrs. Lee's words caused Xiaohu to take a step, then let out a long breath as if he had made up his mind about something. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Knight Shanyu. Fat ass. You want to make people lose their jobs just because you're a little platinum member? Do you make keys? How many? Don't think you're a platinum member of anything and think you're capable of anything. Then he looked at Hu and laughed. Don't worry. She can't do it. As if Knight Shanyu's smile had infected her. She then nodded and said, Sir, in any case, I will receive you well today, and I can recommend which outfits you would like to see. Saying that, he brought Knight Shanyu to a relatively approachable, youth-friendly specialty area. Ha! Still a platinum member in the district. Do you kid have one? Old lady, but every year at least in here to buy 10 million things. Say big words who will not say. You this kind of people, old lady Seymour. Behind him, Mrs. Lee was still cursing and looking disdainful. Old North Nose, calm down. Let's just see how he disgraces himself. I don't think he can even afford a dress. The oily-faced youngster supported Mrs. Lee's fat body and comforted her. Humph. Useless thing. My mom spends so much money for you and this is all you have? Mrs. Lee flung her arms out and said in a cold voice. He then quietly followed to see how Night Shanyu would lose face. Alas and alack. Old North Nose, it's me who's useless. I'll go back and learn dislike words. Wait for me. The greasy-faced youngster is still farting around and going up there. It drew a wave of disdain from those around him. Soft rice to eat like this is also usually seen. Today is a long time to see. Sir, these are better suited for your teenagers. Not only do they fit but they are affordable. Night Shanyu touched the fabric, but it was more comfortable to touch than ordinary clothes. A quick look at the prices usually ranges from $20,000 to $100,000. Then he shook his head. No, there is no other. Xiao Hu thought it was too expensive and brought Night Shanyu to the cheapest area, where each piece of clothing was around $10,000. It drew a scoff from Mrs. Lee. Ha ha ha, what did I think it was? It turned out to be a beggar coming to see the world. Kid, I'm giving you one more chance to follow me or not. If my old lady is in a good mood, I'll give you $100,000 or $80,000 of pocket money for you to spend. Night Shanyu's eyebrows clustered in disgust. What are you barking at? Fart in the toilet. I'm still eating and regurgitating. After saying that, he ignored her and looked at Xiao Hu Dao. That's not what I meant. I meant, are there any more expensive ones? Ha! Dumbfounded for a long time, thinking she was hallucinating, Xiao Hu stuttered. Mister, you mean the more expensive ones? Yes. Night Shanyu smiled and nodded. How about this side? 100,000 up and down. Xiao Hu said as he brought Night Shanyu to another specialty area. Are there any more expensive ones? The most expensive kind. Night Shanyu still shook her head. Ha ha ha, if you can't afford it, you say you can't afford it, and it has to be expensive. What are you pretending? The oily-faced youngster had just checked his cell phone for Dislike Pro Speak and immediately learned it now. Wanting a chance to perform, Night Shanyu just gently returned a sentence. Stinking lickspittle. Straight up greasy-faced little man, shut up. Xiao Hu coughed lightly. Ahem. Sir, if you want the most expensive one, only a professional designer will make it customized for you. Yes. Night Shanyu nodded and said. Anyway, he was in no hurry to wear it at school, mainly to spend billions of points for some points, so it didn't matter if he wore it or not. Sir, private customization costs more than $1 million per piece, and the price varies depending on the material. The customization will take a month to complete and requires a half deposit up front. Yes. Night Shanyu still nodded. Then. You wait a moment, I'll call the store manager to measure you personally, who ran to the counter and made a phone call. Soon, a young man in his 30s came into the store. Seeing the visitor, Mrs. Lee rushed forward to complain, adding to the previous events and threatening to fire Xiao Hu. The young man just nodded lightly, then came to Xiao Hu and said, Xiao Hu, what's going on? How come there was such a conflict with Mrs. Lee? Xiao Hu respectfully called out to store manager Yi and briefly explained what had just happened. He then brought shopkeeper Yi to Night Shanyu and introduced himself. Sir, this is our store manager. As soon as the young man took a look at the special temperament of the youth in front of him, he knew that this youth was not a poor man, because the temperament could not deceive people. With that, he held out his hand and handed over a business card and smiled. Hello, my name is Ison. I'm the store manager here. You can call me store manager E, and I'm also the chief agent of the Gucci brand in Magic City. To be 9,000, you know, his thoughts certainly will spit a wave. Where they come from, temperament, not pocket money, body pull hard. Without much thought, he took the card, put on a smile and shook his hand and said, Hello, my last name is Knight. Ha ha, hello Mr. Knight, is it you who wants to customize your personal clothing? Store manager Izumi was the first to ask, and then added, I think who has told you about the rules of private ordering, but there's just one more thing. The chief designer of our head office just happened to be serving in Magic City for a period of time. If you have the intention, you can also ask our chief designer to design it. It's just that the price is twice as expensive. Yes. Night Shanyu just calmly returned. Chapter 12, The Gucci Fiasco, below. Well then, please come with me and I'll take your measurements. When Ising finished speaking, he led Night Shanyu towards the inner room of the Gucci, and the fat and skinny two behind them had some short circuits. Halftime. The oily-faced youngster only whispered, "Old North knows. Don't worry. This kid is definitely bluffing. He must be faking it." Mrs. Lee didn't reply, just nodded grimly and continued to wait in place. In the inner room, Ising took out a French tape measure and measured carefully over Night Shanyu's entire body. Bust, 118. Hip, 98. Waist, 77. Straight arm, 118. Even the wrists, the arms. Instead, the whole body was measured everywhere it could be measured. Except for Quinquin. After 10 minutes of repeated measurements, it was determined before it was finished. Then there was another deathless shot of Night Shanyu's entire body. "Mr. Knight, thank you for your cooperation. I have measured all your data," Isin said as he closed his computer and stood up. It should. Night Shanyu didn't feel impatient. She just felt that there was a reason why it was expensive. "So Mr. Knight, which designer and which dress sample are you choosing? Here are all our designers and dress samples," Isin said as he drew out a thick tome. Night Shanyu took the booklet and carefully flipped through it. After about half an hour, he closed the booklet and said, "Just go with whatever you call the chief designer and pick this." In the end, Night Shanyu crackled and chose a dozen sets of casual-type clothing that were mainly comfortable, with a total value of about $30 million. Then thinking that he might attend some receptions in the future, he chose 2 more of the most expensive suits, worth a total of $20 million. After reading what the young man in front of him had chosen, Isin was a little surprised. There is even a kind of this person is not that Li Tai set of people. But look at his calm and breezy appearance directly dispel the idea in the heart. He became more serious and grave. "Mr. Knight, are you sure you want to buy this much? The total value of these could be over $50 million. Aha! Night Shanyu just gently nodded, his deep eyes revealing calmness. "Mr. Knight, it will take a month to make these and 2 months for the 2 suits. Isin thought better of it and said truthfully, "I expect full delivery in half a month, and I will come back to your house to order in the future if I can." Night Shanyu smiled slightly. He still wanted to wear it in half a month, and wanted to try out the difference between the ordered costume and the regular one. "Okay, we try to fulfill your wish. We need to deliver half of the deposit for our private order." "You see," Ising gritted his teeth and responded, "it's not just overtime. It's not like he's working overtime anyway. The task of producing the donkeys will be given to that chief designer." Then he said that he was most worried about the money problem. Busy work for such a long time cannot be at the end of the burden. "Good. Then go out and check out." Night Shanyu nodded and quickly walked out of the inner room. "It's out. It's out." When the duo appeared in the store, some of the munchers watched it all with interest instead of decreasing. Whether poor or rich, the love of spectacle will never change. "Kid, you finally dared to come out after working so long in there?" Mrs. Lee said in a conspiratorial manner. Night Shanyu didn't even look at her squarely, but just came to the bar as if he was looking at the air. Isin repeated his calculations into the ledger before holding up the bill. "Mr. Knight, the total price of the private clothing you purchased and selected is $51,200,000. I'll give you the best price. Only $50 million will do. And $25 million will do if you pay half of the deposit." Directly wiped a suite in a 5th-tier city can be very sincere. But Night Shanyu wanted to cry a little. "You directly erased 120 points from me with this wipe," but still nodded with a serious face. "No, I'll just pay in full. Give me your account numbers." As Night Shanyu typed into his account, the people around him held their breath as they watched this, wanting to see if this young handsome man really came from an unusual background or if he was just pretending to be an elephant with his pig's nose stuck in an onion. The oily-faced youngster whispered soothingly in Mrs. Lee's ear, "Old North knows. Don't worry about it. I think this kid might say that there's no money in the card or that it's been frozen. Novels are all written this way. The setups are all like this." Li Tai did not take care of him. Eyes unblinking staring at Night Shanyu operation. Cold sweat has soaked the black back still no. When the announcer was heard to say, "Account ending number 8866 received $50 million. The time." Mrs. Lee didn't stand still for a second and sat on her butt. Ouch. What? This young man really transferred $50 million at once. He really isn't faking. What kind of person is this young little brother? Handsome and gold. I wonder if he lacks a pendant. Ha ha ha. This fat woman has kicked the bucket today. The identity and background of the young man who can take out $50 million at once can be imagined to be much bigger. There was a lot of talk around, and with every word, the cold sweat of the sitting Mrs. Lee grew a little more. "Mr. Knight, where to send you when it's time to finish?" Ising said to Night Shanyu with a big smile. Night Shanyu thought for a moment. "Send it to Tang Palace 1. Villa 1. Then he took out the key to Villa 1 and turned over the end and put a stamp on a piece of white paper. This is a seal that belongs exclusively to Villa 1 Sandalwood Palace, and each key is individually designed and cannot be reproduced. When the time comes, you'll give this to the doorman and they'll let you in. When Isin took the paper, his eyes tightened and he looked incredulously at the young man in front of him. He didn't realize that this young man was actually the owner of Tan Palace No. 1. No. 1 king of the house. This is the owner of the king of buildings. Even the chairman of the Global 500 failed to buy it. Sandalwood Palace No. 1 was the Shin family's property, and the king of the building was the Shin family's unsaleable floor. To be able to buy the king of the building in the hands of the Shin family, the identity of the man in front of him was at least on the same level as the Shin family, if not higher. Isin became more respectful and even changed his address relatively. Knight young master. Don't worry. I will personally indicate to the leaders mentioned above to complete this batch of costumes for you as soon as possible. Alright, I have to go beforehand. Remember to add the commission to Xiaohu. I'm very satisfied with her service. Okay, Knight youngster. Isin responded respectfully. And on the side, Xiaohu was a bit agitated and gratefully glanced at Knight Shanyu's back. $50 million of commission. She can get 5% of the commission, a full $2.5 million. Enough for her 20 years of wages. Knight Shanyu walked slowly to the Li Tai duo and did not look at the Li Tai on the ground. Finishing the last bite of the burrito, he looked at the oily-faced youngster whose eyes were a bit evasive, and spoke in a flat tone. I don't have a problem with eating soft food, but having no dignity as a man because of it would make me sick. You rat-tail juice. After saying that, without looking back, he took a big step outside. Chapter 13 Purchase of Vacheron Constantine. After seeing Knight Shanya leave, Mrs. Li, who was still on the ground, finally caught her breath. Mentally cursing, he then took the oily-faced young man's hand and prepared to get up. The oil-faced youngster finally reacted after hearing this. Throwing her arms out violently, Mrs. Li once again sat on her butt, wincing in pain. Egu, what are you doing? How dare you drop me? Do you still want next month's allowance? Upon hearing this, the oily-faced youngster suddenly bellowed, shut the up, you fat ing. I've had enough of you. After that, he flung off his clothes and left. The back is manly, but the front door is tearful. Whenever someone passes by, immediately become a face of righteousness. After leaving and become tearful, back and forth change. Face-changing masters are not as comfortable as his conversion. And behind her back, Mrs. Li was hurling insults as if she were a shrew. If you leave, don't come back. My mother feeds you and clothes you, and this is how you treat my mother. I don't believe it. Continue to find a little white boy can still be obedient. I have long wanted to dump you. You are a short and powerless and can't satisfy me. Ising's eyes crinkled as he looked at the ground with disgust at Mrs. Li and raised his voice. From now on, she is pulled into the Gucci blacklist and will not be sold any Gucci products permanently to her. And I will also be talking to what my peers are complaining about and pulling her into the unfriendly list. After listening to Ising's expression, Mrs. Li was completely flustered, but she relied on her Gucci Platinum membership to squeeze into the circle of wealthy wives. As the saying goes, the more you lack something the more you show it off. And the gold and silver jewelry she had all over her body was proof of that. If she was pulled into the unfriendly list by all the luxuries, she would be kicked out of that circle. Mrs. Li scrambled up from the ground and took Ising's arm, pleading, Shopkeeper E, please don't blacklist me. I did do wrong today. I apologize. Oh, I have to flatter anyone you offend. He can ignore it, but I can't go without a sign. Ising gave her a cold look and said with a fling of his arm, Security, get him out of here. Shortly after, a group of security guards came and invited her out of the IFC. The surrounding crowd of eaters saw that it was over and left the stage. But today's events were still fresh in their minds, especially that mysterious young man, and there was speculation about his identity. There is speculation that he is the son of the chairman of one of the top 100 companies in the world. Some said that he was the illegitimate son of one of the talking heads of the 4 great families of Magic City. There was even speculation that he was the son of some hidden plutocracy. Instead, talk about the storm. The words are split. The system voice came out in his head. Congratulations to the host for spending $50 million and gaining 5,000 points. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden reward and obtaining 25% of Gucci's shares. The relevant documents are placed in the system's backpack. Tuzi, you're a little slow on this internet. Host, I can't interrupt you while you're loading up. Understood. Knight Shanyu complimented and then added, what are you rewarding this for? I can buy it. Aren't you messing with me? He heart bitter ah. According to the current market value of Gucci price in 33.8 billion US dollars, almost 233.3 billion yuan, this 25% share is almost more than 6 million points. Isn't this system purely and simply messed up? Since it was a reward, one had to accept it reluctantly. After checking the information, 25% of his own stock would make him the second largest shareholder of Gucci, second only to the first largest shareholder of 34.4% of the shares, thinking of finding time to acquire the rest of the shares, to be also the first, when what the second anyway, now the least of which is money. Without thinking about it too much, he casually tossed the plastic bag into the dumpster and looked at the time. It was already 2 p.m. It was still early. After thinking about it, I felt like I was better or something when I wore one. Then it occurred to me that I was still missing a watch. If you are poor enough to play with cars and rich enough to play with watches, you have to buy a watch for yourself. Without thinking too much, I went straight to the first floor and found a Vacheron Constantin store at random. He wanted to go to Patek Philippe, the king of watches, but thought better of it and went into this Vacheron Constantin. Vacheron Constantin also has its own unique atmosphere as the second oldest in the watch world. Understated without being luxurious, connotation without being rich. When stepping into the store, the female saleswomen inside looked at the outstanding temperament and handsome and awe-inspiring manner feeling bright before their eyes and said collectively, "Welcome to Vacheron Constantin." A random salesman, Knight Shenyu, stepped forward, looked around at the relatively eye-catching saleswoman, and beckoned. "Just the one with the long legs. Ahem. That pretty young lady. You're it." The long-legged young lady revealed a professional smile and slowly came to Knight Shenyu's front, saying politely, "This gentleman, hello, my name is Wang Lily. You can call me Xiao Li. What's your name?" "My last name is Knight. Do you have any expensive watches here?" Knight Shenyu asked. "Yes. What price range do you require, please?" Ray inquired. "The more expensive the better, preferably the kind that is your town treasure." Knight Shenyu didn't even think about it and went straight to the point. He'd like to just say all in, but that would make him feel low and would make people think he was nuts. He also didn't want to be some thug who just knew how to swipe points. It's a wonderful life to spend money on whatever you want and get some points along the way. There is. It just so happens that we have a townie in the store. Xiao Li nodded and then reported with the leader, who looked at Knight Shenyu's temperament and nodded in agreement. Not long after, Xiao Li took a heavy aluminum box from the inner room and came to Knight Shenyu. Then it was carefully opened and a beautiful black watch was displayed. Ray gently took out her watch and introduced it softly. "This is the Vacheron Constantin Heritage 0001P, priced at $20 million, limited to 10 pieces worldwide. A new model that just came out in January this year. The diameter of the watch is 37 millimeters, 30 jewels, the case is made of advanced and rare materials. The strap is alligator leather and the crystal is made of sapphire crystal." Knight Shenyu took the watch and put it on his wrist, turning his wrist back and forth, feeling quite comfortable. This can scare Xiao Li. $20 million of hands cannot be damaged. "Mr. Knight, be careful with this." Ray wanted to warn the handsome boy in front of her to be careful, but he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence, only to hear him say, "That's the one. Give me the account. "Ha? You said, you bought it?" Ray was a little down, not responding for a long time, still unsure of the question. "Would you like to think about it again? This is $20 million, not 2,000. Knight Shenyu was speechless and nodded seriously. "I'm sure. Give me the account number." "Oh, just a moment. I'll get it now." Xiao Li rushed to the leader and described the situation. "It wasn't more than 5 minutes ago. And you bought it? Faster than grocery shopping, right?" Chapter 14, Encountering a lowly girl in the underground garage. The leader immediately came to Knight Shenyu, showing a smile. He reconfirmed, "Are you sure you want to buy this Vacheron Constantin Heritage 0001P? "Sir? Yes, I'm quite sure as well as certain." Knight Shenyu nodded seriously. "Yes, sir, this is our account. The leader said as he pulled a ledger account out of his arms. Knight Shenyu operated on the number for a bit. Tail number 7765 received $20 million. After settling the bill, Knight Shenyu directly left with big strides. It froze the crowd in the store for a long time. One of the fat men watching the watch looked at Knight Shenyu's back in surprise and let out a gasp. Which family's young master is this? He bought the Vacheron Constantin's treasure in less than 5 minutes, and he's buying vegetables here? Upon hearing this, the opposite reception fat female sales first enviously glanced at Xiao Li, and then looked at the fat man some petulant said, "Mr. You, You've been looking at this watch for a month, and I've been receiving you for a month as well, so are you buying it or not? The fat man, after the decisiveness of the young man who had just watched him buy a watch, immediately clenched his teeth. Buy. How much? I'll buy it today. The salesman across the street immediately showed excitement at his words. Mr. You, this Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series 5 to 85,100 costs 1.57 million. If you want it, I'll give you a discount to 1.5 million. Okay, transfer the money immediately. And as Night Shanyu walked out of the Vacheron Constantin, the system's voice rang out with it. Congratulations to the host for spending $20 million and successfully exchanging 2,000 points for a total of 7,000 remaining points. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden reward and obtaining 10% of Vacheron Constantin's shares. The relevant documents have been placed in the system's backpack. For the system's reward, Night Shanyu had already expressed her acceptance, opened his cell phone and checked Vacheron Constantin. The total market value is around $58 billion, and 10% of the shares translates to almost 40 billion yuan. If one removes one's own Igagol and adds Gucci, one becomes a 100 billionaire in one leap in apparent worth. That's one day of buying a billion random things and simply becoming a $100 billionaire. He came to the parking lot, opened the door of the Black Knight Flare and got in. He intends to raise all of his functions to the limits of the human body. Unico, purchase 7 primary function potions and raise all functions to full level. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the primary function potion X7, spending 7,000 points, with 0 points remaining. Successful use. Congratulations to the host for raising his power to 4 points. Congratulations to the host for raising his physique to 5 points. Congratulations to the host for raising his IQ to 6 points. Congratulations to host speed. After a series of linked tips, Night Shanyu felt sublimated and felt different all around. The 8-pack abs were more distinct, the waistline was more obvious, and the whole person became more handsome and extraordinary. Especially the temperament was more profound. Picture above. Deleted. Unico, check the personal panel. Night Shanyu said in his head. The host's personal panel is as follows. Host, Night Chiyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 9.99, capped at 10 for readers. Strength, 10, normal human limit 10. Physical fitness, 4. IQ, 5. Identity, freshman in Mordor, hidden. Stop running. Please don't run away. Without waiting for Night Shanyu to check all the attribute functions of his body, he heard a group of people shouting outside the window. Fixing his eyes, he saw that it was a group of big men in black, as many as a dozen as far as the eye could see. They were chasing a young girl in front of them. The young girl was about 14 or 15 years old, 1 meter 5 in height, very cute looking, with a pair of double ponytails tied on her head swaying in the wind. A pair of eyes looked forward to the spirit of movement. Show straight agar nose, jade cheeks slightly red, dainty lips, white as snow dimple crystal like jade, such as jade fat snow white skin, body petite, only to see her turn around and show a grimace to the group of black-clad men behind her. Slightly, hurry back, don't chase. The group of big men in black didn't stop, still in hot pursuit, but all of them did a good job of avoiding the lowly girl. Tap tap tap. A dozen black-clothed dudes surrounded the lowly girl in the center, of which the leader of the dudes said, "Please come back with us." "I don't." The young girl shook her head. Then both eyes kept looking around and saw a started sports car at the side. The corner of his mouth hemmed and hawed, and without saying a word he dashed to the front of the sports car, pulled open the door and got in. Night Shanyu looked at the petite figure that burrowed in with a dumbfounded look. "What's this girl doing? Why are you trying to set me on fire?" What are you doing, little girl? Go down." Night Shanyu glanced at her and pointed outside to signal her to get out of the car. Yiningxin had a hard time closing the car door when she heard a magnetic male voice and looked up. "Wow, what a handsome little brother. Suck it." Equals, she hastily retracted the drool that had escaped her mouth and gave an embarrassed smile. Aha. Ahahaha. Hi. Hello little brother. Night Shanyu, where did you pop out of? Little winter melon? Little winter melon? The young girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Night Shanyu glanced at the young girl's flat chest. Well, is to a, can't afford it. The young girl was despised by Night Child's eyes and instantly suffered a ton of blows. The young girl puffed out her small breasts and talked back with her arms crossed over her small waist. Night Shanyu ignored him and pointed to the group of black-clothed men surrounding him outside. "You're still in the mood to chatter? Can you give them some face and get down there quickly? You don't want to think about drawing fire on me." He said he was going to open the car door to throw her down, but fortunately Yiningshan hurriedly grabbed the arm of Night Chanyu, and said in a resigned manner, "Little brother, you don't see death to save while outside the group of fierce black men but want to take me away. How can you bear me this lovely girl to be taken away by them?" As he spoke, a few tears hardened in his eyes, which were red as if they were real. Night Chanyu was rendered speechless by this young girl whole. You can really be a drama queen, but there was no complete disbelief. If what she said was true, and if she went away then the little girl did. Think about it. He got out of the car and casually closed the door. Frowning. Robbing a young girl in broad daylight. What are your intentions? The big man in black? What the hell? We're just here to take the lady home. How did it turn into a robbery? Yiningshan? Me? A young girl? Although I look, well, petite a little bit, but I have already turned 18 years old. Woo woo. Chapter 15, Yiningshan. Yiningshan. Copyright infringement deleted. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business or else. The big man at the head thought that this teenager was going to be unfavorable to the young lady and kindly reminded him. You who? Otherwise what? A dozen of you big men bullying someone else's little girl. Do you have the nerve? Hurry up and leave or I'll call the police. Night Chanyu face a group of black-clothed big man momentum did not flinch a little, but instead put his hand on the side of the ear to gesture to call the police gesture. Kid, I advise you to stay out of today's business. The big man at the head gave the rest of the people a look, and they understood, and walked to where they were supposed to stand in an orderly fashion. Overall well-trained and organized. What if I have to manage? Night Chanyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Then we are out of order. Brothers, the old master has ordered that the lady must be brought back. On. Remember not to injure anyone. The leader of the big man gave an order, and the crowd came forward in unison. Hey, 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 try a full human level. Night Chanyu heatedly smiled. Laying the groundwork for so long could finally be used. He had long ago seen that this group of people were not all a group of black forces specializing in taking people captive, but a group of well-trained people. Otherwise, with that little girl's soft and weak appearance, how could they have been chased for so long? But instead, they played with her for fear of hurting her. The rest of the black-clothed men were the first to rush to him and just wanted to tackle Night Chanyu. Infringement deleted. But unexpectedly, the chests of the several people at the front were viciously kicked and instantly flew out backwards, smashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Crouching Chow. A little bit, the force is too strong. Seeing that he had kicked someone several meters away, Night Chanyu himself was startled and quickly apologized. Not bad for full strength. Human limit. The crowd of big men were also taken aback, not expecting the thin and weak man in front of them to burst out with such a strong force. One by one, they lost the lightheartedness they had before and became extraordinarily serious. One swings his arm around the side, trying to catch him off guard. Night Chanyu's full-grade reflexes hastily lowered his body in advance, dodging his attack. Look back and pull out. A punch disliked his stomach. Vomit. A mouthful of acid was spat out, and then he lay helplessly on the ground covering his stomach in wailing. Pust. Vomit. Bang. Ow. Not long after, the ground was covered with black-clothed men, each one vomiting acid on the ground. It didn't hurt, but it was real pain. In the end, only the big man at the head was left, and at that moment, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He was just about to rush up and duke it out when he was stopped by Night Chanyu. Ugh. It's okay bro, there's no need to ow. After saying that, Night Chanyu pulled open the car door and sat in. Inside the car, Yiningshan looked at him with little stars in her eyes. Aha. Whoa. You're so handsome. Big brother. Especially that kick of yours. It's just so cool. The more Yiningshan spoke, the more energized she became, and her hands kept gesticulating. Night Chanyu looked at her breathlessly, as if she was looking at a little potty mouth. Rumble. Started the car and drove out of the basement, and when she passed the big man, Night Yiningshan pressed down the window and said to the head big man, Hey, 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 Big Black, tell my grandpa I'm going to school over here, and I'll go back after a while. When he finished, he got back into the car and reclaimed the window. Big Black looked at the shadow of the car that disappeared in front of his eyes, wanting to cry, then pulled out a phone and dialed it. After 3 rings, the phone was picked up, and on the other side was a middle-aged old man's voice. Big Black, have you brought my precious granddaughter back yet? Big Black immediately stood straight and said very respectfully, I'm sorry, Elder Yi. It's because we didn't do our job properly and didn't manage to bring the young lady back. The old man known as Yi Lao was silent for a moment before asking, Tell me what's going on. Big Black hurriedly told what had just happened in its entirety, and also recounted what Miss had just said word for word. The voice of Yi Lao's surprise was heard on the phone. Ha! That young man you're talking about is so powerful? You're all first-rate special forces soldiers that I picked out from the army, and you were actually defeated by him alone in a single shot? You're not joking with me? Dahe wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly said, I don't dare. What my subordinate said is true in every word. Never a bit of falsehood. Alright, then you few people will secretly protect my precious granddaughter in Magic City, not letting her suffer a bit of harm. The official forces of Magic City you can mobilize at will, and secretly check out that young man, what kind of identity and background he has, but don't cross paths with him. And by the way, one more thing, don't let any man with impure intentions and character get close to my precious granddaughter. Big Black responded with a military salute in place. Understood, Chief. Far away in the Yi family compound in Kyoto, a white-haired old man finished hanging up the phone and angrily looked at the group of people underneath, cursing, look at you guys, what kind of marriage are you talking about? So scared that my precious granddaughter carried a plane to the Magic City overnight. Humph, hurry up and cancel that marriage. What part of that Wu family brat is worthy of my granddaughter? A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses at the bottom hurriedly stepped forward and said, Okay, father, don't be angry. It's not good to be angry. I'll cancel this decision in a hurry. Humph, Yi Jinxing, Xiner is your daughter. How can you make arbitrary decisions? It really pisses me off. Yi Jinghua slapped the table and cursed. Yi Jinxing wiped a handful of beads of sweat from his head and said with a bitter face, Father, I can't help it. The Wang family has produced a Wang Yue. Rumor has it that he's expected to lead the Wang family to the throne of the 8 great families in 10 years. And they have always had an enmity with us. So I'm not saving for a rainy day. If we can marry the Wu family, then even if the Wang family becomes number 1, they have no qualifications to touch us, and I've been choosing from layer to layer. And that boy from the Wu family is better than the other families in terms of both looks and character. How dare you mention it? I did hear that Wu Xiaofan of the Wu family has a chaotic nightlife, and since I'm not dead yet, it's not their turn for our Yi family to step on my head. Yi Jinghua snorted coldly and continued again. Since Xiner said he's going to school in Mordor, let him attend Mordor University. Tell Yi to take good care of his niece. If my granddaughter suffers the slightest bit of wrongdoing, his principal will be replaced for me. Yi Jinxing immediately responded. Yes, father, I'll get right on it. Car. Night Chanyu looked at the side of the shoes off, stepped on the chair Yiningshin a glance, white little feet randomly swaying, especially the pair of white silk is bright, shaking the Night Chanyu driving a little unsteady. The only downside is that it's a little flat in the chest. He asked casually, What's your name? Little Wintergrove. And where are you going? Yi Ningxin's nose wrinkled, revealing her small tiger teeth as she said, I'm not Little Wintermelon. My name is Yi Ningxin. Chapter 16, The principal is my uncle. I don't know where to go. What's your name, little brother? Yi Ningxin curiously looked at Night Xianyu's handsome side face and asked in a small voice, My name is Night Xianyu. Are you in middle school? Night Xianyu drove back casually. Oh, I'm not in middle school. I'm an adult, a grown-up. I just turned 18. I just look younger. Yi Ningxin pouted and glared fiercely at him. Her soft little face was a little bulging, like she was containing something, her eyes that were always watery like they were hiding razor blades, fierce and milky, with a different kind of cuteness. Oh, just kidding with you. Don't get mad, haha. Looking at her adorable appearance, Night Xianyu couldn't bear to tease her. Chuckling, he reached out a slender palm to gently rub her brain in between drives. Being rubbed by Night Xianyu's head, Yi Ningxin froze for a moment, staring blankly at the man at the side. It's never felt more tender. Unable to help it, Yi Ningxin was a bit smitten. Ha giggled. This girl can't be stupid, can she? The corners of Night Xianyu's mouth twitched, and he let out a belly laugh in his heart. Then he hurriedly removed his palms and drove seriously. It was only when she felt the absence of that big gentle hand on her head that Yi Ningxin reacted. The blush was uncontrollable and then disappeared. She said with an arched eyebrow and narrowed a slit. Night Xianyu turned her head slightly and glanced at her. A few words spitting out of her mouth. Freshman in the finance department of Mordor University. Hearing this, Yi Ningxin's eyes suddenly glowed brightly. Wow! Brother, you actually go to school at Magic City University. He. That's just right, I actually would have wanted to go straight to this university to play. Play? Night Xianyu noticed the blind spot and wondered. Mordor University is a nationally renowned university. You can just go in and play? Yi Ningxin cocked her head and smiled sweetly at him, the sunlight spilling through the window onto her dimples. Warm and sweet. Of course you can. The president of Mordor University is my uncle, and me going in there is just like going home. Speaking at the back, Yi Ningxin's head couldn't help but raise, full of small triumph. After hearing what she said, Knight Shanyu looked at the lowly with a haughty face and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Degree, just like the bad marshmallow. He smiled. He. So that's how it is. Since you called me a brother, then we're family, and your uncle is my uncle. He. Really? True brother? Yi Ningxin, who hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the matter, happily looked at Knight Shanyu, her big eyes blinking rapidly with buring. Of course it's true. Knight Shanyu nodded with extra seriousness. Are you kidding? If you have a principal's uncle, wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want in the school? You can fail a class if you want to, and you can skip a class if you want to. Thinking more and more, the gaze towards Yi Ningxin became extraordinarily fond. Looking at Yi Ningxin, she shyly lowered her head, her face reddening down to the roots of her ears. Why is he looking at people like that? So shy. Between the two of them chatting, the car drove into Mordor University. Knight Shanyu parked the car and the two of them got out together. Yi Ningxin waved her hand at Knight Shanyu. Brother Shanyu, I have to go first. I have to talk to my uncle first. I'll come find you to play then, haha. Well, go for it. Knight Shanyu smiled faintly and nodded. Only after hearing the reply did Yi Ningxin leave with a bounce. As she bounced, the twin ponytails on her head swayed. Done. Duong. Looking at her back as she left, Knight Shanyu couldn't help but smile and then walked towards the dormitory. After such a long time, the dormitory's third child is also expected to return. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he saw the three of them playing League of Legends intensely again. Let Knight Shanyu a burst of speechless in admiration. These three people do not know Sleepy? Seeing the door to the dormitory pushed open, Jin Qian, who was commanding the playing group, said, Old Knight, your military uniform is on the bed for you. Don't forget what you promised us, ha. Lao San and Lao Si, you guys slow down. I'm not there yet, Wait for me to arrive and then play the group. Don't rush to open the group. Knight Shanyu walked straight to the bed, just as two sets of military training uniforms were casually thrown on the bed. When I opened it, it was a military training uniform similar to the army style, and it still fit me quite well, especially now that Knight Shanyu's body is a proper military grass. After showing off, he took off his military uniform and folded it aside, laying down to get ready for some rest. Just then, a vibration came from the cell phone. When he opened it, it was a message from Mu Zero. Photo, JPG, photo, JPG, photo, JPG. 3 photos in total, with captions below. Chi-Yu, this is our new uniform. Does it look good? Knight Shanyu seriously admired it for a few moments, making tisk-tisk sounds from time to time. Mu Zero belongs to the kind of delicate girl military uniforms wear in her body, and one more point of ing chi. Soft with ing, coupled with her sweet to let people cannot help themselves smile. Who see will re-inborn pity. Good looking. My Zizu deserves to be the prettiest girl. Knight Shanyu didn't hesitate to give a compliment. Oops. I'll be shy if I say it like that. Shy. Mu Zero sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the message on her cell phone and blushing slightly again. Then he picked up his cell phone and quickly typed a paragraph on it. Chi-Yu, are you guys going to have military training as well? I remember that Mordor University and our university seem to belong to the same military organization, and they all have military training at the same time. Yes, it starts tomorrow, half a month's time. Tomorrow military training, you remember to spray a little more sunscreen. Don't get a tan, and talk to the instructor if you're tired. Knight Shanyu seriously instructed. As far as I can remember, Mu Zero has always been soft and weak, and the harsh training like military training is a bit difficult for her. Good. I'm not as soft as you make me out to be. I'm only soft in front of you. He. Muziru beamed and retorted. But the heart is still very happy. Being cared for by your favorite person is something to be happy about for any girl. Okay, I'll take a break. Knight Shanyu was ready to take a break. Such a hot day belonged to lazy people's time. Okay, you rest. And one more thing, is that when military training is over, I'd like to take my roommate and have a dorm room bonding session with your dorm room to get to know each other. Muzzy said, posting a picture of the query afterward. Okay, wait until military training is over. Picture, JPG, a few 8K, turned off the Microsoft, looked at the time, 4 p.m., and prepared to lie down for an hour before going out for a dry meal. Chapter 17 Incoming Calls. Lying in bed, I thought back to today's scene in the basement. Have an insight into your full power. According to his own 10 points of strength, those black-clad men should be between 8, 5 and 9 points. The human limit is not within everyone's reach, and it gets more difficult the further back you go. Slowly, Night Shanyu unconsciously entered dreamland. Old Night, wake up. It's 5:30. Time to get up, cha dinner. A cockney voice echoed in Night Shanyu's ears, blowing his eardrums raw. Can't you yell a little softer? Night Shanyu picked at his ears without a good reason. Hey, 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 hey. It's not because I'm afraid I can't wake you up since I see you sleeping so deeply. Jin Xian scratched his head awkwardly, but his eyes did show a cheap smile. Coincidentally, he was discovered by Night Shanyu, and turned his head to pick up a pillow and ruthlessly smashed it into his head. Chow, I think you're just being willful. There are always unruly people to harm me. After fooling around for a while now, Night Shanyu got up and got dressed and asked, where are we going to eat tonight? Just go straight to the school cafeteria and eat. Yat interjected. Aha! Xia Nanqing, who was standing on the sidelines, gave a soft What about you, Fatty Kim? Night Shanyu looked at Jean Rich again and asked. I'll eat wherever you guys say. Jin Xian said indifferently as he spread his hands. Okay then, just go to the cafeteria. Night Shanyu snapped his fingers and took the lead. Old Night, the direction of the cafeteria is on the right. You're going the opposite way. Behind them, the three collectively pointed weakly in one direction. The corners of Night Shanyu's mouth twitched, and with a dry cough, he silently changed direction. As long as you're not embarrassed yourself, it's others who are. There are a total of 5 student cafeterias in Mordor, located in 5 areas of the school. There's a Chinese section to the east, a Western section to the west, a seafood section to the south, a fast food section to the north, and an upscale section in the middle. And instead of going to a high-class restaurant, the 4 of Night Shanyu directly chose the Chinese food area nearby. Not for any other reason than the fact that this cafeteria is close to the dorms, almost a 5-minute walk away. It's still the heat of summer, and there are young girls of all colors walking back and forth along the way. Not bad for a college. There are just a lot of pretty girls. Yes, 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 look at that one. You guys, front and center. I'm guessing 36C just by the size of it. Quick, quick, look over there. How long and white those legs are. Yassi. Night Shanyu had a head of black lines, looking at the side of the duo constantly in judgment. Even the always honest Xia Nanqing also occasionally inserted a sentence. It's over. Close to Zhu is red and close to ink is black. Lao Si is going to be led astray by these 2 livestock. Night Shanyu was spitting with his heart, but his eyes didn't stop, constantly drifting to the long legs walking by, giggling. It smells so good. Not long after the 4 people came to the cafeteria. Looking at this inside the sea of people dry rice students, Night Thousand Yu has a kind of return to the original Blue Star High School. Cannot help but feel some emotion. Most of the students in the university belong to ordinary families, even if Mordor University was not an exception. So the Chinese food area and the fast food area had the most students. The 4 of them found a random seat, and then the oldest 3 and the oldest 2 went to get their food. There is no way to compare. Who let the 2 of them generation the smallest? Within a short time, the duo carefully arrived at their seats holding 2 dinner plates. Here, Xia Nanqing carried the dinner plate to Night Shanyu. Thanks. Night Shanyu gave a thank you and looked at the plate. It was 2 meat, 1 vegetarian and 1 soup, 1 sweet and sour pork, 1 chili pepper stir fry, 1 fried eggplant and a bowl of egg squash soup. I tasted the food and it was moderate. Not particularly tasty but not bad either. The meals in the cafeteria are pretty much the same, and it's impossible to make them freshly fried like in a restaurant. A couple of random bites were taken, and I swiped my phone waiting for the trio to finish. Dodo! Dodo! A phone call came in, a foreign number. Night Shanyu didn't even think about it and hung up directly. Humph, it's a scam call at first sight. Night Shanyu bristled. Not long after, the phone rang again. Yoo-hoo! Still coming. Is wire fraud popular abroad now? Night Shanyu picked up the phone and said to the 3 who were still drying their food, I'm going out to take a call. The 3 men looked down as they worked on their dry rice. Their heads Night Shanyu walked outside the cafeteria and answered, wanting to see how the foreign scamming technology, just a don't cross Chinese came out of the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Knight? I am. Who are you? Night Shanyu asked suspiciously. Oh hello, I'm Gucci General in Charge Roman. I just received that you have acquired 25% of our company's shares. Do you have time? Our company's shareholders would like to hand over to you. The male voice on the phone became respectful and explained where it was coming from. I'm sorry, I don't have time right now. Forget about the handover. I don't want to manage the company's affairs either. I'll just take a dividend every year. Knight Shanyu refused without even thinking about it. Are you kidding me? How can I have time to manage this when I have more money than I can spend? Oh, well, Mr. Knight, I've already told Isin, the general in charge in Mordor, that you can call him with any questions you may have, and he'll be at your service the entire time. Okay, is there anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing. Knight Shanyu nodded and said, No, Mr. Knight, you have business to attend to. Roman's respectful voice came over the phone, waiting for the other person to hang up first. Knight Shanyu hung up the phone and was about to enter the cafeteria. That's when another call opened on the cell phone. What? 3 questions appeared on Knight Shanyu's brain. Usually there would only be a phone call in a few days. Today there were 3 phone calls in such a row. Looking at the cell phone, it was a local call from Mordor, and without thinking too much, he answered it directly. Moses, who are you and what is your business? At that moment, a male voice about 40 years old came out of his hand. Hello, are you Mr. Knight? I am. Which one of you? My name is Gu Shang. I'm the general director of Vacheron Constantine in Magic City, and I just received a message from the headquarters that you, Mr. Knight, have acquired 10% of Vacheron Constantine's shares, so to talk to you on the phone, you can come to me with any questions you may have and I will do my best to solve them for you. The respectful voice of the ancient merchant came from the cell phone. Okay, I know. Not yet. Knight Shanyu said that he knew and took his kind offer. In the future, in the Magic City, there may be more or less friction with some of the upper class of the Magic City. One more person has one more way, whether it's Ising or this ancient merchant. Although they are only the general director, they are backed by Gucci and Vacheron Constantine. In the upper class circle of Magic City more or less still has a certain status, although it is not comparable to the top 4 families of Magic City, but their status is still equal to some of the top talkers. But anything that comes up a little bit, you can leave it to them to solve. Chapter 18, God's Operation. Sure. Knight Shanyu hung up the phone and prepared to go into the cafeteria to see if the 3 dry eaters had finished eating. Who knows? Just turned my head. The 3 were seen walking out of the cafeteria with a toothpick each picking their teeth contentedly. You guys done eating? Knight Shanyu asked. Eat up and go back to your dormitory. Kim had money to pat his belly. Ding dong. 4 sounds. The 4 men's cell phones rang together. Opening it, it was a message from Shangguan Shanyu. At all members, at 6 p.m., meet in the original classroom and meet the instructor. Don't be late. Looks like you guys won't make it back. You'll have to go to class first. Ha. Knight Shanyu gloated. Ugh. Rerouted then, Jin Xian said with a sigh. Entering the classroom, the 4 once again sat in their original seats. The students in the class kept communicating in groups of 3 or 5. And the surrounding conversations were so noisy that even the 4 people behind them didn't realize that they had entered the classroom. Tell you guys, this Wei Qingyu's family is really rich. Actually have a big villa in Magic City. Yeah. We were partying at his house last night, accidentally drank too much, and when we got up to urinate at night, guess what I found? What did you find out? Speak up and tell me. Hey. I was there when I realized that the toilet in his house was actually solid gold. One of them saw Wei Qingyu's ugly face and exited to ask, Wei Qingyu, what's wrong with you? Why don't you look right? The corner of Wei Qingyu's mouth twitched as he blackened his face. Blanche, what pure gold toilet? You pissed in my sister's sacks last night. No wonder my sister said in the morning how there was a foul smell. So it was you. Ha. Laugh not live. Lu Ming. Last night was 1 game away from breaking through to Eternal Diamond. Why are you still cursing that teammate? Is it because he's 0-8 with Kaiwan Ji? Lu Ming, of course not. I just think he's too pitiful and simply want to curse. Playing the king you must remember. The stars fall off can play again. Reputation points are gone can be restored. But people do not curse may never touch again. Talent. Knight Shanyu only now realized that his class was not ordinary, and every one of the students in it was talented. Just then, a beautiful figure walked into the classroom. It's class counselor Shangguan Shanyu. Today she had changed her outfit, and unlike last night, the one she wore today was a youthful school outfit. The upper body was wearing a white body shirt, the lower body a short black skirt, a pair of black silk jade legs exposed. Thin, long and tender. Let a person associate partial. Simply the year of leg play. She stepped into her white canvas shoes, came to the podium and said a few token words. It didn't take long for her to clap her hands. A young man with an upright posture, dark skin and a strong body walked into the classroom. Shangguan Qianyu introduced with a beaming smile. Let me introduce to you all. This is your instructor, Instructor Wang Jian. From now on, you will be led by him in your training, and you will be under his orders for half a month. Everyone applaud. Snap. The students at the bottom applauded with enthusiasm. When the applause ended, Wang Jian walked to the podium and first gave a military salute, then said with an expressionless face, Students, for the next half a month, although we are general officers and cadets, but I prefer to be with you in the way of friends. I believe that half a month of military training will become an unforgettable memory in your life. Snap. The applause at the bottom resumed, louder than before. Wang Jian pressed his hand down and looked around, inquiring, Now I ask everyone here who has a physical illness or a congenital heart condition to report it to me to be exempted from this military training. Seeing that no one spoke, Wang Jian said again, Very well, it seems that you are all in good health, so I will explain the arrangements for tomorrow. At that moment, a skinny student in the front row raised his hand suddenly said, Instructor Wang Jian, please ask if there's any way to skip military training without being sick. Wang Jian didn't get angry after hearing this and just smiled slightly. Since this student asked, let me tell you that I have a question, and if any of you can answer it correctly, I can spare this student from military training. Wang Jian just wanted to ask a question when he saw a handsome boy in the last row stand up violently and subconsciously asked, That student, what are you standing up for? Knight Shanyu returned with a serious face, reporting to the instructor, I have a cramp in my foot, I'll stand up and move around. With that, he left his seat and headed out of the classroom. Wang Jian, this student, what are you doing? It's not over yet, please return to your original seat and sit down. Knight Shanyu grinned. Instructor, I've answered your question correctly, so it seems like I don't need to participate in military training. As for the second question you asked, what am I going to do? Originally that was within the scope of my personal answer, but you asked in good faith, so I'll be nice and tell you I'm going to go back to my dorm room and sleep. All of the class was confused and looked at Knight Shanyu with the eyes of a monster. There's such a thing? Sure. Oh, old knight, truly a man of God. Learn to waste. Shangguan Qianyu looked at the back of Knight Qianyu's departure and gritted her teeth. I regretted choosing him as the class president, and I'm truly worried that he'll bring the class culture of the entire third class of the finance department to a distorted state. Walking through the bustling campus, Knight Shanyu was in a good mood, humming a little song from time to time. My uncle is the principal, and attending military training is out of the question for the rest of my life. Doesn't it smell good to watch other people's military training? Ugh, time to figure out how to spend money. I wouldn't even spend it if I was given money to spend. What a day. Knight Shanyu couldn't help but feel a bit distressed as she thought about how to spend her money and earn points. When you don't have money, think about how you would spend it if you had it. Now that I have money, I'm having trouble figuring out how to spend it. It seems like the fastest and most effective thing to do would be to start a venture capital firm. Knight Shanyu thought of the regular operation of capitalists, standing behind the curtain as the old six, investing in whichever they fancy, or just buying the company directly. Thinking of this, Knight Shanyu took out her cell phone and made a call to Vacheron Constantine's general director. The phone was answered after only one ring. Hello, Mr. Knight. Well, it's been a long time, and I want you to do something for me. Knight Shanyu said as she walked to a small gazebo with her cell phone. Ancient merchant? How come it's been so long? We didn't just talk on the phone in the last chapter. But he didn't dare to retort, so he said respectfully, Mr. Knight, you said, that is, do you know any owners of commercial buildings for sale? I would like to purchase one. The phone froze for a long moment before returning. Okay, Mr. Knight, by the way, are there any conditions on the commercial building? Knight Shanyu thought for about 10 seconds before saying, first, it has to be in the busiest part of the Magic City. Second, the more expensive, the better. Third, preferably one that is renovated and not yet for sale. Fourth, lighting, ventilation, security and fire protection should be good. Fifth, I'm going to buy, not rent. And that's it. Chapter 19, The Beginning of Military Training. Okay, Mr. Knight, I'll call you to let you know when it's time. The ancient merchant answered, then waited for Knight Shanyu to hang up the phone. Well, then, please. Knight Shanyu thanked him and hung up. If this Gushu business is smooth, it is not impossible to promote him in the future. Casually give him a company CEO when it is still possible. Without much thought, he headed for his dorm room. Day 2. 6 o'clock in the morning. Freshmen who are still asleep are called up by their coaches for military training. The 3 people in the 608 dormitory hazily got up and got dressed, washed up, went to the bathroom, and the set of processes took no more than 5 minutes. Come on, Jean Lauer, don't dawdle, you're going to be late. Here it comes, here it comes. Why is it so hard to zipper up the pants of this military uniform? I told you to lose weight and you wouldn't. So get out of here. Your hat's crooked. Old Xia this meticulously actually sneaked off first. Yi Xiaotian hurriedly chased after him, and Elder Jean glanced at Knight Qianyu, who was still sleeping, before he left. Old Knight, are you sure you don't want to go to military training? Knight Qianyu murmured. No go, no go. I'll come and watch your military training later when I wake up. Kim has money. Breathless gave him a look, then hurriedly ran towards the outside of the dormitory. At 9 in the morning, Knight Qianyu was woken up by Shangwan Qianyu's Weibo call. Knight student, even though you don't need to participate in military training, you as class president have to be there to see to it personally. Knight Qianyu rubbed his bleary eyes and said, Class guide Qianyu, why don't you remove me from this class president position? Shangwan Qianyu, no way, not while I'm managing your semester here. You're not. Ha! Knight Qianyu got out of bed, put on his clothes, and faintly said, saying I'm not worthy while not withdrawing. What's the difference between you and standing in a pit? Shangwan Qianyu was somewhat speechless and said with a hint of a petulant tone, What are you babbling about? Who? Pooped? Geez, why are you such a nasty person? Knight Qianyu let out a light laugh and teased, Don't fairies poop? I don't believe it. I've heard that fairies don't just poop. They clip it off halfway through and subsequently splash their asses. TSK TSK. He froze at that for several seconds before gritting his teeth, sounding a little flustered and a little shy, only to hear her say with some shame, What are you babbling about? You're really annoying nah. Come on you, it's such a hot day. You should help me share some of it as class president. With that, he hung up. Knight Qianyu face speechless. How to say and talk also anxious eyes pinch. Put down your phone and go to the restroom to shush and wash up. On the playground, Shangwan Qianyu wearing a Chanel brand white tight dress. Unique waist design. Originally slim waist more and more surplus less than a grip. Her hair was loosely herded at the back of her head. A few rubs of bangs from sweat clinging to her pale forehead, adding a bit of a different kind of beauty. The nearby freshmen who were participating in military training could not concentrate on their training, and for 59 seconds out of a minute, their eyes were glancing this way. This left the instructors with nothing to do. They could never say, This student, can you stop standing here and disrupting the order? In the end, the only way to teach these students their first lessons in life is to inflict them with punishment. Let them understand what it means to have no woman in their hearts, and the philosophy of life of drawing the sword of a natural god. Shangwan Qianyu stood under a big tree to cool off, hung up the phone in shame, mumbled a few times to herself, and then her face was slightly flushed. Humph, you're the one who your whole family what a bad guy. Knight Qianyu wore a blue shirt and a pair of quarter shorts and headed out the door, walking slowly towards the playground. Knight Qianyu, who was taking a loose stroll on the playground, was holding half a chilled watermelon in his hand as he walked in front of one military training squad. It caused a group of already tired and panting students to stare hard at him, trying to knife someone who couldn't hide his eyes. While Knight Qianyu didn't care about these details, occasionally he would still nod his head towards whichever squad, pinning his head and commenting like a leader who was observing. Of course, the entire playground a group of students are training. Just his conspicuous bag alone and the playground slinking attracted the attention of many flower girls. Being mundane, Knight Qianyu is just so shallow, even going back and forth between instructors and students, as if to say, hey, see, I don't need military training, I can't envy you guys. When a coach came to kick him, he always deftly dodged, and say one thing, the principal is my uncle. If you move me again I will tell my uncle to go. After saying that, he patted his ass and left, causing a group of instructors to do nothing about it, mainly A. After wandering around the entire playground, he then made his way to his squad of the third class of the finance department. He walked over to Wang Jian and patted his shoulder and said, Old Wang, how's the training going? It sounded like he was top dog. The corner of Wang Jian's mouth twitched. Your dam is the old king, he said with a breathless glance at Knight Qianyu. This is the military training grounds. Please take a break on the sidelines if you are not training. Knight Qianyu heatedly smiled and looked towards the cute students who were standing in military posture and waved. Students, hard work, good military training, good for the body. Alas, The main thing is that I don't need military training, or else as class president I would have trained with you guys. I really envy you. Classmates. Jian Wang, Shangwan Qianyu. How can there be such a? It's simply disgraceful. Night Qianyu finished and left, standing there again for fear that the students would collectively attack. He came to sit beside Shangwan Qianyu and took her hand in one hand. What are you standing there for? Don't you know it's hot? Sit here. Shangwan Qianyu was pulled by his wrist, and her whole body was like a scared bird, sitting on her but on the grass. Because of her status and background, no boy has ever dared to approach her, let alone get close to her. And today, she was actually pulled by the wrist of her elementary school brother, whom she had known for less than 2 days. Just like that, she looked sideways at Night Qianyu's handsome and charming face, especially those eyes, which were deep and mysterious, and for a while she actually looked a bit mesmerized. 3 seconds later, as if she had reacted, her whole face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her heart beat a little fast. She lowered her head and symbolically turned her wrists in a struggle, realizing that she hadn't broken free. She took a deep breath and looked up ahead, a shy glint in her eyes and a voice like a mosquito. Won't you let go? Night Qianyu sniffed and bristled. It's just a little hand-holding. Do you have to be so shy? You haven't been held by a boy before, have you? It's not your first time, is it? And then, very naturally, he took hold of her small white hand, which was as soft as bone in his hand. His palm was broad and warm, like it carried an electric current that wrapped around her hand. Nah, ha, how about that? How does it feel to be held by the hand? Chapter 20. Yiningshan came to me. Night Qianyu was this character, doing as he pleased. As long as he's interested in something, he'll do it. He won't be wishy-washy and hesitant for any other reason. Just now, for example, he had an urge to hold her hand. He did it without hesitation. In his last life at Blue Star, he would have been a small, outspoken gangster. That's right, it's the yellow-haired teenager riding a Ghostfire who once couldn't pull out $5 from his entire body. Degree, not to mention the fact that he now possessed the system. If someone else had possessed the system, he might have gone straight for it long ago. Don't say he's a rogue. Even if he is a rogue, he's a handsome and golden rogue. Shangwan Qianyu was startled by this action of Night Qianyu. What are you doing? Let go quickly. So many people in the playground will be seen. Night Qianyu smiled cheekily and loosened his hand. When a rogue should also be a cultured rogue, he said in mock surprise. What? How is this even shy? You're not going to get curious about me and fall in love with me because of this, are you? No way. Shangwan Qianyu's shy red face stretched out her small hand at the small flesh of Night Qianyu's waist and twisted it fiercely. Hiss ah! Night Qianyu took a deep breath and grimaced in pain. This is so hard. Surely this move is an innate skill for all girls. Looking at Night Qianyu's appearance, Shangwan Qianyu bared her smile, which was as beautiful as a fleeting flower. She pretended to be angry, puckered her little mouth and rolled her eyes and scraped him hard. Humph, who let you be a rascal? And who would be curious about you? Who would fall in love with you? You're dreaming. I don't want you when you're so annoying. Night Qianyu dug a spoonful of watermelon into his mouth with a spoon and barfed. Soothingly, that's how novels and TV shows play it out. You really don't want to fall in love with me. It's fruitless to fall in love with me unless the flower hand shakes through me. But I have a girlfriend. Yo, ha. Shangwan Qianyu inexplicably felt her heart pump. Does he have a girlfriend? Blah. What was I thinking? What does it matter to me if he has a girlfriend or not? But, does he really have a girlfriend? Ugh, ghosts will like him. Whoever likes him is a dog. Just as she was rambling in her mind, Night Qianyu beside her suddenly dug a spoonful of watermelon and stuffed it into her mouth. What are you thinking? Staring for so long? Have a mouthful of melon. It's cold and sweet. Don't spit it out, ow. Shangwan Qianyu's eyes shrunk violently as he looked at Night Qianyu's spoon that was digging into the watermelon and his hand that was feeding it into his mouth. And for a moment he didn't know what to say. 030? Actually? Is that an indirect kiss? Me? Aha! In the end, Shangwan Qianyu spat nor swallowed, and finally could only pucker her lips to chew the watermelon in her mouth and swallow it. Aha! It is indeed quite cold and sweet. It's not. You. Shangwan Qianyu stared at Night Qianyu's eyes. You half a day. You what you? Just tell me if it's good. Come on, have another bite. Night Qianyu smiled slightly and dug another spoonful into her mouth. With the first comes a million. Give me another bite. No more food for you. It's almost gone. Come on, give me food. I want more. One by one. All the students in the room looked at the ambiguous scene of the duo under the tree with wide-eyed shock. I blanch. Is this schoolgirl Qianyu's boyfriend? Why is it that boy from before? How could the Shangwon schoolgirl look at this kind of man? Does the schoolgirl like boys? Don't you see how handsome this boy is? It's almost like he's several times more handsome than my Koan. I'm sure any girl would fall in love with him. This scene caused the three swordsmen in the dormitory to be shocked by it, and had the urge to kneel down and recognize their father. Jin Qianyi, old knight is truly a man of God. Only 2 days of work and you've picked up Shangwon Qianyu? Yi Xiaotian, this is Shangwon Qianyu. Just like that? No. Go back and I have to recognize him as my godfather. Xia Nanqing, gotta get a little notebook and write it down. The first step to picking up a girl is to buy a watermelon first. Just as the crowd was privately mingling, the instructors bellowed. Military training is not serious. Like to talk, is it? All of them stand straight for me. Stand in military posture for 15 minutes. Whoever moves adds 1 minute. The students who were attracted to the program wailed and had to follow the instructor's naming. One by one, they stood exposed to the sun and stood in place, not moving a muscle. Instructor, moved. Student, afraid to move. Just as the crowd was standing in military posture, a small figure rushed out from the distance, 2 double ponytails fluttering. Without looking closely, they knew it was the little lowly Yi Ningxin that they had met yesterday. Chu brother. Her voice was soft and sweet, not containing a single murmur, making it very comfortable to listen to, with a desire to protect her. Yi Ningxin rushed to his side and naturally took his arm, looking up with a very, very sweet smile. Today's Yi Ningxin was wearing a black lolita, a pair of tender calves wrapped in a pair of white stockings, and a pair of small black leather shoes on the soles of her feet. Combined with her cute and beautiful smile, she was like a lowly girl who came out of an anime. Night Chanyu stood up and glanced down at the lovely Yi Ningxin, who was indeed very cute and pitiable. Can't help but think of a lyric. The body is not tall. Meter 5 is fine. The bear is not big. There is a type of spirit. S is lowly. For me is invasive. Dresses with cat ears, small mouth and big eyes. Short hair is playful. Long hair is flowing. You can give it to Dawn, and play kissy kissy. No gossip to clutter the ears. No bloodshed to strain the line. Schools. Torture. Ahem. Night Shanyu reached out and tenderly rubbed on her small head. How did you find your way here? Yi Ningxin was enjoying being touched and killed, squinting her small eyes and looking up with a cheeky smile. He. I'm just here to check out the military training and hang out with you on the way. Night Shanyu sat down again and asked with a smile. Aren't you a freshman too? Why don't you go to military training? Yi Ningxin proudly held her head high and her small waist was forked. The principal is my uncle. Do I still need military training? If my grandfather finds out, my uncle will be in deep. Ha. The corner of Shangwon Qianyu's mouth twitched when she heard this. Why was this so familiar? At this time, Yi Ningxin realized that there was a very beautiful sister sitting on the side. She walked up to Shangwon Qianyu and bent down to stare at her, one finger tapping on her chin as she softly asked, "This pretty sister, are you Chu brother's girlfriend?" Shangwon Qianyu was a bit confused by the question and quickly waved her hand. No, I'm not his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Yi Ningxin smiled sweetly. He. So it's not. So it looks like I have some hope after all. Shangwon Qianyu? Chapter 21, Class President of Another Family. Shangwon Qianyu looked at the petite and cute little one. Involuntarily, she drifted toward the pair of A's on her partner's chest, looking down at his softness again. Versus. Read. Does Night Shanyu, the nuisance, like this type? Thinking of this, Shangwon Qianyu hastily shook her head. Blah. I'm imagining things. Yi Ningxin smiled lightly at Shangwon Qianyu. Only this smile carried a hint of murderous aura, as if to say, don't hit my brother Chiyu's attention, or else. How could Shangwon Qianyu be bluffed by a little girl? Directly glaring back, the breasts also provocatively pushed forward, which could directly make Yi Ningxin come to a 100,000 ton storm. Feeling that the atmosphere at the side was a bit off, Night Chanyu pulled over Yi Ningxin's small hand and dragged her to his other side. Sitting down. Boy. Sit here and watch them march. Yi Ningxin nodded her head obediently. Good. Then he looked at the watermelon in Night Shanyu's arms and stretched out his index finger to gently tap on his arm. Chu brother. I want to eat too. Ah. Night Shanyu looked at this little lowly's adorable appearance, guffawed and dug a spoonful into her mouth. It's so big and icy. Yi Ningxin puffed out her cheeks and chewed in her mouth, and finally swallowed it with a gulp. A sweet dead smile followed. Blah. So sweet. I want some too. On the side, Shangguan Qianyu didn't know what kind of tendon had gotten in the way, and also came over her head and opened her small mouth. I want some too. Knight Shanyu was speechless. What are you getting together for? Finally, he scooped a spoonful and shoved it into her mouth. After the left side is fed, the right side has its little mouth open waiting to be pitched. This caused Knight Shanyu to have a black line. I haven't even eaten enough myself. But this scene made the surrounding students open their mouths once again. Someone help me post an emoticon of that dead pig dropping its jaw in shock. My chow. Did this boy save a galaxy in his past life? Why is he hugging people left and right? Wow. That little loli is so cute. It just made me adorable. Humph. Looks like a scumbag. What? So handsome? It's okay then. But this scene fell in the eyes of Jin Chen in the military training squad of the 3rd class of the finance department, which made him almost sit on his butt on the ground. As soon as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his voice trembled a little as he muttered to himself, Holy, why did this little ant come to Mordor University? Shouldn't she be in Kyoto? No, I have to hide. I can't let her see it. But geez, there's no hiding. Can't hide at all. What's going on with this old knight? How did he hook up with this little devil? Tay grandma, this never saw this little auntie so well behaved. Thinking of the fear he had once felt at the mercy of this imp, his fat body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It's horrible. Just horrible. Yi Xiaotian looked at Jin Xian who was shaking like a sieve on the side and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Jin Laoer, what are you shaking for nothing? And what are you gibbering to yourself about? Upon hearing this, Jin Xian reacted with a dry cough. Ahem. I'm fine. What's wrong with me? I'm fine. Under the big tree, Knight Shanyu put the last spoonful of watermelon into his own mouth by himself and grunted in relief. Ha! Then he stuffed the remaining half of the watermelon rind into Yi Ningxin's arms. Little Cynthia, go throw it in the trash. Yi Ningxin nodded her head obediently. Aha! Then he stood up, clutching the watermelon rind, and bumbled off to the far side of the trash can. The scene again made Jean richly suspect a hallucination. When Yi Ningxin shook her double ponytail and walked back with a bounce, Knight Shanyu stared at that pair of consequent up-swinging double ponytails, couldn't help but think of a children's song and subconsciously hummed it. Let's swing our oars. Small boats push back the waves. Shangguan Qianyu tilted her head to look at Knight Shanyu and asked with her arm, disliking him. What song are you singing? Nothing. Why ask so many questions? Knight Shanyu faintly said. This once again caused Shangguan Qianyu to be speechless, scraping him fiercely and skimming his head. Humph. Tell me or don't tell me. I don't want to know yet. At this time, Yi Ningxin also returned to her original position, smoothed the hem of her skirt and sat down. Brother Chiyu, I'm back. He. Knight Shanyu rubbed her head once again and complimented her. So good. This made Yi Ningxin very happy, crunching and giggling alone. Just as they were making small talk, 2 small tricycles came in from the playground. They drove in unison to the front of the finance department's 3rd class squad, then stopped, and the driver got out of the car to carry the watermelon and drinks off the car with him. All chilled, no doubt. Seeing this, Knight Shanyu stood up and walked towards the party. It was the arrival of something he had paid for and ordered before he came. The 2 girls next to her also followed suit and got up, following Knight Shanyu to the front of the square. Before the instructor could say anything, Knight Shanyu pointed at the watermelon drink and a pair of white bags on the ground with a big wave of his hand. Students, you've worked hard. Take a break. Come eat some watermelon and drink some drinks. From now on, military training will have something to eat whether it's in the morning or in the afternoon. And these anti-wipes, take a packet of each and keep it on hand. When the time comes to pad the soles of your shoes, it will be much more comfortable. At this moment, the students of the 3rd class of the finance department were all slightly stunned, and then cheers erupted. I'll go. The class leader deserves to be the class leader. I, Wang Deva, recognize this class leader. Squad leader Bull, voice breaking. Before the squad leader was alone holding a watermelon and chewing on it in front of me. I was cursing hard in my heart, and now in retrospect I'm really not a human being. Squad leader from now on. If you need anything, you just squeak. Knight Shanyu, Z. What? The students of the 3rd class swarmed up, each holding half a chilled watermelon and a bottle of drink to find an empty space to rest alone. Wang Jian, who was standing on the side, didn't stop when he saw this and also wanted to find a place to rest. Seeing Knight Shanyu holding a bottle of ice drink and handing it to himself. Instructor Wang, have a drink and take a break. Then pointing to the small tricycle on the side. These are for the other instructors, so the guys can have some melon and rest too. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian smiled slightly and looked at the youth in front of him and nodded. This person is a talented person who understands things. then turned to his classmates who were sitting on the floor eating their melons and bellowed, "All of you, take a 20-minute break, move freely where you are, and don't disturb the other class's training." Instructor. Luckily, I had the foresight to choose him as the class president at that time, or else I wouldn't have had any melon to eat. It's just greatly refreshing. This scene in the third class of the finance department caused the other students around them who were still in military training to completely break their defenses. One by one, they were envious, jealous and hateful, especially the female students in the class, who were looking at the handsome back in the distance with little stars in their eyes, drool coming out of the corners of their mouths. Ugh! I really envy the students of the third class of the finance department. I really envy them for having a good class president. The same class president. Why is the difference like a cloud? Could this be the legendary class president of someone else's family? Squad leader. We want watermelon too. Squad leader. Class leaders. I'm really convinced that I can't be the class president. Chapter 22, Fearful Rich Kim. Night Shanyu led the two girls to the location of the three roommates. Looking at Jin Xian, who was hiding behind, with his head lowered behind his back, he asked suspiciously, "Fatty Jean, aren't you comfortable standing back there? Why are you shaking like a sieve?" Kim Rich, can't see me. See, karma? Ah ha. I didn't pass away. Jin Xian turned his head and revealed an expression that was worse than crying. Then he looked towards Jiningshin who was standing beside Night Shanyu and said with a trembling voice, Yi. Before he could finish speaking, he was stared back with a fierce and vicious look from Jiningshin. It means, Fatty Kim, if you dare to talk nonsense, be careful I'll chop you up. Frightened, Fatty Jean hurriedly shut up and commiserated. Night Godfather. Night Shanyu? Is this kid suffering from heat stroke? Why is he recognizing his father? Just then, beep, the cell phone rang. Night Shanyu pulled out his cell phone to see that it was a call from Gushang. He looked over at a few people and said, "I'll take a call," and headed for the big tree. Seeing Night Shanyu leave, Yiningshin gave Jin Xian a look before walking aside to a place where no one was around. Jin Xian understood and could only coyly follow. Yiningshin stopped and turned to look at Jin Xian with a smile. Jin Xian was trembling and stuttered. "Auntie Yi, why did your little family come to Magic City?" Yiningshin lost her previous well-behaved appearance and looked at Jin Xian, instantly revealing a dangerous smile. "Humph, you care about me? Fatty Jean, let me remind you, don't reveal my identity in front of my brother Chiyu, or else you know my methods." When he finished, he clasped his small hands together. Jin Xian hurriedly assured him, "I promise never to tell." Seeing this, Yiningshin then turned back to her human and harmless appearance and said, "Alright, I'm not going to eat people. Is there a need to be so afraid of me? You're a great young man of the Jin family. Why are you acting like a pussy? Kim Rich, you're not going to eat people, but you're worse than eating people, wow." But still, he stiffly concurred. Yes, Yi little auntie is right. Yiningshin emphasized with her arms wrapped around her. Also, in the future, don't call me any little aunts and grandmothers. Call me classmate Yi. If I'm satisfied, I don't mind if I talk to my dad and reach some cooperation with your lineage. I'm sure you ran away to school in Mordor to avoid your sister. At those words, Jin Xian's expression instantly became serious, changing from his usual nonchalant appearance. "Are you serious? Really? You know my position in the Yi family. I can do it when I say I can." Yiningshin nodded her head. Her small face said in a serious manner. Jin Xian nodded his head and said, "Yes, alright, go back before they get suspicious." After saying that, Yiningshin took a small step and walked slowly back. Seeing the duo return, Yi Xiaotian glanced at them suspiciously and asked suspiciously, "What are you guys doing? Why are you sneaking around?" Yiningshin took the lead and said playfully, "I'll just sneak around with this fatty and ask about his brother." Jin Xian also nodded repeatedly. Yes. Hearing that, Yi Xiaotian lewdly came over his head. "If you want to know about our night boss, you have to come to me. Little sister, let me tell you, the night boss is." Subsequently, Yi Xiaotian rattled off all of Night Xianyu's bottom in the past few days. He didn't even let go of talking in his sleep at night, causing Yiningshin to giggle. On the side, Shangguan Xianyu was also eavesdropping with her ears perked up, covering her mouth to snicker from time to time. Under the big tree, Night Shanyu picked up his cell phone and said, "Hey." The voice of the ancient merchant came over the phone. "Mr. Knight, I asked around last night and finally found an office building that fits your needs." Night Shanyu said with a faint smile. "Hard work, talk about it." The ancient merchant introduced himself seriously. "Mr. Knight, After I've compared them over and over again, I've chosen the best one. It is located in a high building on the commercial street of West Nanjing Road in the Magic City, with a total of 38 floors, completed 3 years ago, and is unique in both quality and style. Knight Shanyu said faintly, "Name the price." And the seller. Mr. Knight. The seller is the Shangwan family that sits atop one of the 4 great families of Magic City, and this commercial building belongs to Shangwan, his private property, a building he purchased 10 years ago. He had wanted to purchase it to create a private office building of his own, but it stalled because of some financial problems in the back. Ha. Actually, I'm a bit selfish. Shangwan, he and I have also been close friends for many years, and he has recently said that he has the intention to sell, so I recommended it to you. But, Mr. Knight, I can assure you that the safety measures and quality of this building in Shangwan River are all excellent, and there will never be the slightest jerry building. After listening to the ancient merchant's introduction, when he heard Shangwan He's name, Knight Shanyu subconsciously looked towards Shangwan Shanyu standing in the distance, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and Shangwan Shanyu seemed to feel something and turned back just in time to collide with Knight Shanyu's eyes. Unable to help but blush, after blankly glancing at him, he turned his head away in a panic. Not looking at him, Knight Shanyu withdrew his gaze and said, "What's the bid?" The ancient merchant returned. Originally Shangwan He's offer was $175 billion. But for the sake of my introduction it's $500 million cheaper for you. Okay, let's hand over the contract at the Golden Capital Hotel at 6 tonight. You convey. This but the ancient merchant whole will not. Surprised asked, "Mr. Knight, won't you go and look at the office building first before deciding?" Knight Shanyu faintly said 3 words. "No need." Well then, I'll convey your words to Mr. River. Aha! I have to watch over the students as class president, so I'll hang up if it's okay. Ancient merchant? Squad leader? Caretaker? Student? No, brother, is watching over students more important than watching over tens of billions of dollars of business? Where in the world is this rich young master? Tens of billions of dollars of office buildings said to buy. Then I shopped in the market to buy food more quickly. Right. It really shocked me for 100 years. Knight Shanyu hung up the phone and put it back in his pants pocket. His heart was beautiful. Ha. Easily redeemable for millions of points. He walked to a few people with pleasure in his heart, and Yi Ningxin was the first to jump to his side and naturally hugged his arm. "Brother Shanyu, you're back. Aha! You all know each other. Funny about your roommates. They tell me you sleep talk in your sleep. Knight Chiyu. Yat Xiaotian, Sigma, Mouth LLL. Sloppy. Forgot to hand in the flash." Once the rest time came, Instructor Wang Jian blew the whistle. "Gentlemen, enough rest. It's time to train. All in. We're going to practice marching in front of the line next. 121. 1-2-3-4. Chapter 23 Bank of East Asia. Afternoon. Knight Shanyu didn't go to the playground to continue to watch the lovely students' military training. 1. It was just too hot in the afternoon. And 2. I was going to make a trip to the bank in the afternoon. I'm going to get a couple black cards or something. I'm going to need to transfer too many things in the future, and it's too much of a hassle to keep transferring money from the user's head. If you use your own kind of Supreme Gold card, I'm sure you'll get in trouble." So, he talked to Muzuru for a while in the afternoon. I told her not to be too tired during the military training, to talk to the coach in time when she couldn't hold on, and not to get heatstroke or something like that. Muzuru also said with all seriousness. Got it. Then he and Yi Ningxin tugged at their skins for a while, exchanging information about the lazy king's position in the sheep village. Then he spoke to Shangwan Xianyu about not going to the playground in the afternoon. "Shangwan Xianyu, what are you doing this afternoon?" "Knight Shanyu, going to pick up girls." "Are you going?" Shangwan Xianyu, not going, angry. "Knight Shanyu, do not go, just do not go." "What angry? What? Jealous?" Shangwan Xianyu, ghosts are jealous of you. "Knight Shanyu, lying to you. I'm going to talk to your father about a tens of billions of dollars of business." Shangwan Xianyu, Che. "I don't believe it." "Ha?" Skimming her lips, Knight Shanyu spread his hands. Now to tell the truth no one believe. Finally did not return. Closed the phone to take a nap. When he woke up, it was 4 in the afternoon. Knight Shanyu stretched his back and gave a soothing him. "It's so cozy. I slept for 3 or 4 hours. Not bad for the best season to sleep. I think when I was in high school, I could sleep all day." Knight Shanyu didn't rush out the door. First brushed a short video for a while and watched the live broadcast for a while. Knight Shanyu muttered to himself and didn't charge up the money to swipe the gift. Instead, get up, get dressed, and get ready to leave the school. Because wait to talk business with Shangwon he, dress a little more modestly. So he found a black shirt with a pair of black slacks and washed his hair in his free time. Put on a Vacheron Constantine 0001P and headed out the door. After dressing up the night thousand you looks more fresh and elegant, passing by the schoolmates one by one for the side eye. But no one came up to ask for a wee bit, because all felt unworthy themselves. Night Shanyu came to the parking lot to where his car was and started it up ready to drive out. Just then, a dark shadow popped out of the grass. Ow! The gray wolf is coming. Yi Ningxin revealed her little tiger teeth wailing. Night Shanyu slammed her foot on the brake and lowered the window. Speechless. Why are you here? Why are you hiding in the grass? Aren't you afraid of mosquito bites? Yi Ningxin opened the car door and got into the passenger side with a cheeky smile. Didn't you say you were going out before, Brother Chiyu? So I watched the time and waited for you here. I was thinking of hiding in the bushes to scare you, but I waited for an hour. And look, I've got a big sting on my hand, said, stretching out a small white hand, his tone even more aggrieved. Night Shanyu pulled her small hand and there was indeed a lump growing on it. He gently scratched at it for a moment, smiling slightly at the cute and aggravated little one. It's not even your due. Who in their right mind would hide inside the bushes? Yi Ningxin puffed out her cheeks. I'm the abnormal one. This was followed by a smirk, and hands propped up on his chin as he said, What are you doing, Shanyu brother? Night Shanyu restarted the car, turned on the air conditioning, and then returned, going out on a multi-billion-dollar deal. Yi Ningxin looked at Night Shanyu's handsome side face, her eyes adoring little stars. Wow, Brother Chiyu, you're so mushy. You're actually going to talk about tens of billions of dollars of business, Night Shanyu? No. And you believe that? Yi Ningxin, however, nodded her head in a serious manner. Of course, brother, you're so powerful. Tens of billions of dollars is simple for you. Looking at this little lowly who believes in everything he says, Night Shanyu heart searching for this little girl's mind so simple. Or she has no concept of tens of billions of dollars? What's the difference between that and a random little potty mouth who can be tricked into going home with a lollipop? If Jin Shen knew what Night Shanyu was thinking in his heart, he would definitely give him 666 big kudos. Ha! Simplicity. No buddy, you want to stop looking at what you're saying? When Night Shanyu arrived at one of the biggest banks in the center of Magic City, the Bank of East Asia. This bank is a bank owned by a mysterious plutocrat in East Asia, and it is found all over the world. This bank doesn't accept storage business from ordinary people, only customers with assets of 100 million or more. Every customer who wants to do business inside will first investigate the person's profile, and only those who fulfill the conditions are eligible to do business inside this bank. The 100 million assets are just the lowest level of 1-star customers among them, and in order to be upgraded to 2 stars, the assets belonging to them have to be 1 billion. For each additional star, the assets would have to increase tenfold. However, once you have the qualification, then you will have a different treatment. For example, the amount of the loan can be 30% higher than other banks and the interest rate can be 30% lower. Don't underestimate this 30%. The amount is big. This 30% can be an astronomical amount. Customers with 3 stars and above can enjoy even more favorable treatment. So, this has led to the fact that some wealthy circles have been able to own a BEA card as a bargaining chip for bragging rights. The two of them, Night Shanyu, got out of the car and walked into the lobby of the Bank of East Asia. At that moment, a bank employee came up to me, and she asked with a smile, Hello, sir, what business are you here for? Night Shanyu responded politely, I'm here to get a card. Can you call your bank president out? It occurred to me that I needed to get a couple of black cards, and it takes a long time to get them. To get it processed in a short period of time, you also have to let the one with the most power come in. And the face of the smiling bank employee had to be a little stiff for an instant. Sir, our bank president is busy with business, so if you want a card I can do that for you. Night Shanyu knew that what he said was a bit presumptuous and said with a smile, Why don't you give me your governor's number and I'll call him myself. I'm sure he'll come. Sir. The bank employee was a little embarrassed and was just about to speak when he was interrupted by a middle-aged voice. Just by virtue of you also wanting to see Governor Zosen? Even the head of a first-class family in the Magic City is courteous when he meets Zosen. And you, a brat who is not yet dry, also want to meet Governor Zosen. Young man, don't take yourself too seriously. Walking on the front was a middle-aged man about 40 years old, bald and pot-bellied, with a black wallet around his waist, a businessman at first glance. He was accompanied by the young man in a tie, who also chimed in with a fawning face. Mr. Jiang is right. Kid, just with you want to see our governor. What kind of spring dream are you having? Chapter 24, Dogs at the Bank. Yi Ningxin, who stood by the side and didn't say anything, was not happy. The first to come forward was vicious. What are you two barking at? Especially you, bald uncle. You look so ugly, come out to scare what people? Hurry up and go back to bring a mask. Old Mr. Jiang, surnamed Jiang, sniffed angrily. Where did you get the yellow hair, girl? Adults are talking. Why do children interrupt? Do you have any tutelage? His name was Jiang Yixing, one of the bosses of a family that had just squeezed into the second-rate family. He also stepped on luck, following the work of the third master of the Chui family, one of the four great families of Magic City, and mixed a little soup. Having the privilege of taking on this business of real estate has also increased his value somewhat. It was also the fact that he relied on the Xie family's third master's name, allowing him to develop a high-eyed, arrogant and domineering character. Seeing a little girl actually dare to point her nose at his tirade today, he almost didn't die of anger. At that moment, the man next to him said, Mr. Jiang, don't be angry. I'll handle this. Then he looked at the bank employee and said with a scowl, Bin, how did you do your job? The bank has a rule that strangers coming in have to check their capital first. Have you checked? That bank staff who received Knight Shanyu's heart snapped at the words, secretly saying that it was not good. Can she say that she came to receive it because she saw such a handsome little brother? Bean stammered. Foreman Su. No. Foreman Su cursed after hearing this. You received without checking the capital. Do you not want to do this job? What kind of cats and dogs want to get a card? Do they deserve it? Where's the little redneck from that doesn't get the hell out of here? Upon hearing this, Knight Shanyu's eyes turned cold, walked over to Foreman Su, and without saying a word, he threw a slap over. Snap. The sound. Foreman Su directly brought flying out and smashed into the chair behind him. Ouch. Knight Shanyu frowned tightly and said word for word, remember to speak properly next time. This is a little lesson for you. You dared to hit the nest. Security. Foreman Su covered the right side of his face that was swollen into a pig's head and screamed, looking at Knight Shanyu with some fear in his eyes. Knight Thousand ignored him and directly WeChatted Gushang to ask him for the phone number of the president of the Bank of East Asia. The ancient merchant also responded in seconds, sending the governor's number in less than 3 seconds. The phone was dialed and answered after 2 rings. Hello, may I ask who you are? The voice was young, probably around 30, with a British accent but not much. Knight Shanyu only softly uttered, my name is Knight Shanyu, come see me in 3 minutes. After saying that, he hung up and pulled Yi Ningxin's small hand, finding a seat to sit down. Zosen, who was in his office on the roof, however, gave a startled cry and hurriedly flipped out the last page of the classified file. This confidential document was handed to him personally by the patriarch when he took over the presidency of China's largest East Asian bank. Upon seeing that there was no information on it, just a line and a photo, the most mysterious supreme gold card holder, name, Knight Chiyu, Ethan, in a cold sweat, hurriedly put away the classified documents and ran downstairs as fast as he could. Tap tap tap. Outside the door, a group of well-equipped security guards ran into the lobby and surrounded the duo. Mud, boy, you've caused trouble today. How dare you hit me? You're going to make you pay for this. Hurry up and get on and beat him up for me. Facing the gawking eyes of the surrounding security guards, Knight Shanyu was not only not afraid, but also had the leisure to brush the small video. And Yi Ningxin, who was sitting on the sidelines, did jump at the chance to see the scene of Brother Chanyu beating someone up once more. Seeing that the security guard was slow to make a move, Foreman Su scolded, hurry up and call me. What are you waiting for? What are you guys doing? Do you still want to work? A few of the security guards' faces were rather ugly when they heard this, but there was no way around it. The job was important. The head security chief stood out stiffly and said, Foreman Su, we don't have the right to hit people. Our duty is to protect and maintain order. With that, he looked towards Knight Shanyu, who was sitting on the chair, and said, Sir, you are disrupting the bank by hitting someone. Please leave. Thank you for your cooperation. Knight Shanyu smiled slightly and tried to take some money, but after feeling around in his pocket there wasn't a single dime. Then he asked Yi Ningxin softly, Little Cynthia, is there any cash? There. No. Here you go, Shanyu brother. Yi Ningxin nodded, and then pulled out a thick stack of cash from her pouch bag, eyeballing as much as 20,000. Knight Shanyu? No. How do you keep so much cash in this tiny pocket of yours? And what are you doing with all that cash? Without much thought, he took the cash and hooked his hand at Foreman Su. Unsure, Foreman Su stumbled over to him without waiting for him to speak. Another pop. The sound. Ouch. The other half of the face was swollen with flesh. You. Knight Shanyu said faintly. I'm an obsessive-compulsive person. It's uncomfortable to look at. And now the two sides are just about symmetrical. 10,000 for a slap. And here's your medical bill. After saying that, he directly threw 20,000 on Foreman Su. Then glancing at the wristwatch on his wrist, he walked over to the head of security and tapped him on the shoulder with a slight smile. Wait another minute and a half, and then we'll leave on our own. With that, sat back in his chair again and swiped through the short video. The atmosphere around them became heavy, and everyone was reticent. The air around them seemed to solidify, leaving people breathless. A short minute and a half passed as if a century had passed. In the last 10 seconds, Knight Shanyu turned off his cell phone, turned up, and was ready to pull Yiningshan away when he left. Mr. Knight, please stay. Suddenly, a young man's voice came from behind him. The visitor was a young man around 30 years old, who was quite handsome, suited and booted, with slightly curly hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. His eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, though he looked svelte. Seeing the visitor, that Zhang surname boss quickly revealed a fawning smile and walked over to extend his hand and said, "Ha ha ha, so it's Governor Ethan. What brings you here?" Ethan didn't even look squarely at old Mr. Chang, sidestepping him directly and walking over, leaving Mr. Zhang alone still holding the handshake. It was awkward as hell. Seeing that the visitor was his line manager, Foreman Su hurriedly ran to Ethan and cried, "President Ethan, you've got to rule for me. This kid came to our bank and messed up. Even if he did, he beat me up like this." Ethan gave him a quizzical look. "Who are you?" Foreman Su cried out. "Governor E. This is Xiao Su." Upon hearing this, Ethan first glanced at Knight Shanyu, who had an ugly face, and then at Foreman Su. Darkly, he said no, and then two big noses plus a leg kicked him far away. Ouch! Foreman Su screamed miserably and flew backwards. Ethan walked to Knight Shanyu with a heavy face and serious expression and bowed. "Mr. Knight, I'm sorry, it's my employees who have disturbed you. This is all my dereliction of duty. Please forgive me." Chapter 25, Rosie. Ethan. What? Seeing this, the people around them were collectively shocked. Petrochemicals. Terror. Looking at the groveling governor, it felt like I was dreaming. What did he see? This is the president of the Bank of East Asia. A figure that even the head of a first-class family in the Magic City had to personally receive. Such a character actually bowed and apologized to a young man? What was even more surprising was what the youth in front of him said next. "I'm glad you arrived in 3 minutes, but the work ethic of your staff is something someone in the night, dislike." "I know, Mr. Knight. I'll take care of this, and I'll be sure to give you a satisfactory answer." At those words, Ethan hastily bowed respectfully. Then he raised his head and his face became incomparably gloomy, and his eyes became cold as he looked at Foreman Su. He said in a cold voice, "As of today, Foreman Su's relationship with the bank as a staff member will be terminated, and I will notify all businesses in Mordor that there's no need for you to hang around in Mordor." As soon as the words left his mouth, Foreman Su rolled and crawled to Zuasen's feet, ignoring the pain on his body and face. He hugged Ethan's thigh and kept begging for mercy. "Governor Ethan, please give me another chance. I won't dare next time. You can't do this. I have an old man and a young man." Not waiting for him to finish, Ethan kicked him again, kicking him out of the way with an icy tone. "You might have a little hope if you offended me, but I can't afford to offend anyone you offend." "Ha! Throw him out." Yes. A few of the security guards hastily recruited the office. They had long looked at this man with disdain. Without saying a word, he directly framed his arm and dragged him out. Ethan turned his head again to Zhang Yixing, who had long been drenched in cold sweat. His heart skipped a beat when he saw Ethan looking at him. Then he laughed awkwardly. "Governor Ethan, I have something else to do, so I'll go first." Just as he turned to stride away, Ethan's voice, which didn't contain a trace of warmth, sounded behind him. "Cancel all business of Zhang Yixing, and limit you within 3 days. Pay back all the money. Otherwise." Zhang Yixing's eyes twitched. Then he turned around, and his face became fierce. "Governor Ethan, over the top." Ethan sneered disdainfully. "Past? I don't think it's over at all. And if you keep bleeping and bleeping, watch out for a sinking river news story tomorrow." Zhang Yixing's eyes became more shadowy as he nodded slightly. "Governor Ethan, for the sake of Master Choi-san, let's take this as a no-show." At that, Ethan laughed out loud as if he had heard some kind of joke. "Zhang Yixing, Does he feel that he has stepped into a second-rate circle and forgotten what he is? Even if Cui Sanxiong was here, would he dare say a no? At this point, Jiang Yixing then reacted to the terror of Ethan's background. Even his own master had to be courteous. In an instant his whole body trembled. His forehead hard like a bean-sized cold sweat emerged and flowed down his fat face, so scared that his face was like earth. His tongue froze and he couldn't say anything. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and he violently went straight down on both knees and kept kowtowing his head. Governor Ethan, please spare me, please. Seeing that Ethan was unmoved, and turning to Knight Shanyu, who was coldly watching the show, he crawled over and kowtowed. Mr. Knight, I'm sorry, I was the one who slipped up just now. It's me who has eyes and doesn't know what's going on, so please fart me out. Knight Shanyu's gaze was calm as she looked at Jiang Yixing, who was like a dead dog on the ground, and waved her hand. Pull him out, kind of fright his ears. Okay, Mr. Knight, the head of security, along with the rest of the guards, threw him out. At this time, Yi Ningxin, who was sitting on the chair, lowered her head and crackled a sentence into her cell phone. Tell Auntie Hung, there's a fat bald guy called Jiang Yixing. His eyes and mouth are not clean. I don't like it. Scrap them. Afterwards, putting away her cell phone, she bounced to Knight Shanyu's side, quietly being a good sister. Ethan came to Knight Shanyu in a restrained form and bowed again. Mr. Knight is really sorry. How did you handle me? If you are not satisfied, I can. With that, Ethan's eyes were fierce and he put a hand on his neck. Meaning, if you're not satisfied, you'll never see them again. And it became in the eyes of Knight Shanyu. No, man, that's not true. Are all Brits that tough? Why did you cut your own throat if I wasn't happy? He waved his hand, faintly. No, it's not necessary. Then added, your name is Ethan? Yes, Mr. Knight, my real name is Rossi, Ethan, and I am the fifth oldest in the line of Rosie's children. Ethan introduced himself. The Rossi family belongs to the aristocracy in Britain, and also belongs to a first-class family, and its status is almost one level lower than that of the 8 great families in Kyoto. Another thing that few people know is that behind the support of the Rossi family is the Rhodes hidden plutocracy. The patriarch of the Rossi family had a total of 5 sons, and according to the family rules, all 5 sons have the right to inherit, and the condition of succession is that there is a capable person, and as the youngest in the ranking, Ethan has the least number of supporters in the family. To get the inheritance, he had to start some other way. The Knight Shanyu with the Supreme Gold card was his best chance to become the clan leader, and as long as he served this youth well, his own position as the clan leader would be the nail in the coffin. In the face of the support of Knight Shanyu, who possessed the Supreme Gold card, everything the rest of his 4 brothers had done would become futile. Knight Shanyu nodded, glancing at Xiao Bin, who stood frozen in the distance. He said, that girl is pretty good. That foreman position can be given to her. And those security guards are pretty good too. They can be promoted and get a raise. Ethan responded in a huff. Yes, Mr. Knight, I'll do as I'm told. Okay, it's urgent. Let's go to your office and talk. After saying that, he took Yi Ningxin's small hand and walked towards the elevator. The 3 of them arrived at the governor's office and Knight Shanyu sat straight down on the office chair. Ethan, for his part, stood at the table like a workman and inquired, what can I get you 2 to drink? Mr. Knight and this lovely young lady? Coke it is, cold. Knight Shanyu said casually. Ethan, can. Coke? Does the big man have different tastes than everyone else? And Yi Ningxin, who was sitting obediently on the side, raised her hand high. I want yogurt. Well, wait a moment, both of you. Ethan nodded somewhat awkwardly and then went to get ready. A short while later, he came into the room with a cold Coke and a yogurt. 2 please. Knight Shanyu took a sip of the Coke and gave a soothing ha. Okay, time to get down to business. I'm here to get a couple black cards. I'd like you to do it in half an hour. Is that okay? Zosin shook his head back and forth, patting his chest in reassurance. No problem, Mr. Knight. Chapter 26 Shangwan River. Ethan continued again. Then I'll take the liberty of asking Mr. Knight which ones you handle separately, and can you tell us exactly which requirements? Knight Shanyu pondered for a moment and said, then 20 black cards, and then 100 each of 1 million, 10 million and 100 million storage cards. The password 000001 is set in sequence. Remember to stick it on the back of the card. And that's it. Thinking that you will need to use it for your family and friends or women in the future. So you just get a few more. If someone else were to get a black card, the process would be very cumbersome. But someone with a supreme gold card doesn't need to, and obeys you on all fronts. Yes, Mr. Knight, please wait a moment. Ethan didn't say no in any way and simply nodded his head in agreement. The person with the supreme gold card would have no hesitation in giving it to him even if he wanted the entire Bank of East Asia in Mordor. When Ethan stepped out of the office, the entire BEA directly paused to welcome customers, and all the staff began to get busy. Knight Shanyu, on the other hand, was leisurely drinking an ice-cold Coke. At this time, Yi Ningxin, who had finished eating yogurt, tiptoed to Knight Shanyu's side and asked softly, "What are you doing with so many cards, Shanyu brother?" Knight Shanyu smiled faintly and gently wiped away the white milk at the corner of her mouth with his hand before rubbing her little head. "It doesn't do anything, just take it and play with it." At those words, Yi Ningxin giggled. "Ha ha ha, cha brother, you're so funny. Where do you get to play with this?" With that, her little eyes blinked and skittered. Hey, brother Chiyu, I snuck out. My card was frozen by my dad and all I have left is that $20,000. Now it's just pop. No more. See if you can send me a loo. He. Sure. Knight Shanyu agreed in one breath. Thank you Shanyu brother. Muah. Yi Ningxin happily wrapped her arms around Knight Shanyu's neck and placed a kiss on his cheek. Only after kissing Yi Ningxin did she react, her face brushing red to her ears. Scowling. Steam rolled out of his head. The corners of Knight Shanyu's mouth twitched. You're blushing bubble teapot. It's me being eaten by you. True. Steamy Heim. Yi Ningxin lowered her head and hemmed and hawed. And next time she dared. Half an hour later, Ethan hurried into the office, holding a stack of memory cards. He placed the card on the table and bowed slightly. Mr. Knight, all the cards you've applied for are here. The special bank cards we uniformly make. The yellow ones are for $1 million. The blue ones are for 10 million. The red ones are for 100 million. And the black ones are black cards. Okay. Hard work. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Knight Shanyu got up and stuffed a bunch of cards all in one brain into Yi Ningxin's arms, saying that children need to work more. Yi Ningxin was also obedient and followed behind with her ass. You can't control a bear-sized age, but you can control tens of billions of dollars in deposits. Mr. Knight, you take care. In the future if you need anything you can look for me. I will definitely do my best to help you as much as I can. Ethan respectfully sends off Knight Shanyu and looks at the taillights of the departing car with a heavy face as if he has made some decision. Talking to myself. This is my chance. Make sure to get on good terms with this young man. It's my only chance to get the patriarch position. With that, his eyes slightly glazed over. He dialed a phone number. Sing Su Ming and Jiang Yixing. The phone call was a brief word. Yes, Jiang Yixing, I've had my eyes and tongue cut out, and now I'm sinking in the river, so I won't live through this chapter. Xiao Su, brother Jiang. It's okay, I'm with you. The other side. Knight Shanyu put all the cards into the car's storage locker. In fact, when it was closed, it had already been transferred by him into the system backpack. He casually pulled out a black card and threw it to Yi Ningxin, who was sitting on the side. Here you go. Swipe this card for anything you want to buy from now on. Once she saw that it was a black card, Yi Ningxin didn't have any surprise or rejection. Instead, he smiled and put it away in his pouch bag. With her status, obtaining a black card would be a breeze. Just now, Gusang called and said that he and Shangwan he had already arrived at the Jindu Hotel to wait for him. Knight Shanyu said yes, 3 minutes away. Then he increased the gas pedal and drove toward the Jindu Hotel. At the entrance of the Golden Capital Hotel, 2 middle-aged men had been waiting for a long time. Boom boom boom. A black knight flare slowly drove into the entrance of the Golden Capital Hotel, stopping at the C-most position. Knight Thousand Yu from the car down. Handsome face and slender on the body. Just stand there is the focus of the whole scene. Gu Shang had seen Knight Qianyu's picture from the document and immediately greeted him with a smile. Hello, you would be Mr. Knight, right? Knight Qianyu looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and knew that this person should be Gu Shang. He smiled and shook his hand. Talking about the scene. You're Mr. Gu, aren't you? Looking a bit younger than I expected. The ancient merchant laughed. You're joking. Mr. Knight, you're the young talent. I'm old. Then he brought Knight Shanyu to Shangwan River and solemnly introduced himself. Mr. Knight, let me introduce to you. This is the executive of one of the 4 great families of Magic City. Shangwan He, Chief He. Then he looked to Shangwan and introduced himself. Mr. River, this is the Mr. Knight that I said was going to acquire that office building of yours. Don't you think he's so young? He's the one who acquired 10% of our shares in Jiangxi Danton not too long ago. Upon hearing this, Shangwan he was also slightly startled, seriously sizing up the young man in front of him. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Stoic without losing the debauchery of a teenager. Elegant without losing the composure of middle age. Actually able to plainly look straight into his own eyes. This alone made Shangwan he secretly surprised. He himself had been in a high position for many years, and had long since developed an uncommon aura. And the average matriarch wouldn't dare to look at himself head-on when he saw him, let alone a young man. The young man in front of him, however, dared to look straight at himself, which made Shangwan he impressed by this. The main thing was that this young man was handsome, several times more handsome than all the young talents he had seen. While Shangwan he was sizing himself up, Knight Xianyu also scanned Shangwan he in a flat manner. Standing at the front was a man wearing a set of black suits, a head of 3/7 traditional hairstyle, a polished white face with angular cold handsomeness, knowing at a glance that it wasn't a good master. Come to think of it, an executor of one of the 4 great families of Mordor wouldn't be able to sit in this position if he didn't have a bit of finesse, but the overall feeling is a kind of elegant, refined sense. Knight Xianyu secretly said are really worthy of being able to give birth to Shangwan Xianyu, that beautiful daughter. Just look at her father is very handsome. Genes here. Ha ha ha, not bad for a young man. I was still drinking and farting with my fox friends at your age. Shangwan he smiled boldly and took the lead in extending his hand in unreserved praise. Chapter 27 Acquisition. Uncle River, you flatter me. You've been in business for years. I still have to learn from you. Knight Thousand you without any pride, modestly smiled. Business mutual compliments up. Ha ha, don't get ahead of yourself. I'm telling the truth. Shangwan he once again nodded his head in satisfaction with this young man. Not in a hurry, not arrogant. At that moment, the ancient merchant interjected from the sidelines. Mr. Knight, Chief River, let's go into the room and talk while we eat, ha ha ha. Egu, blame me. Come. Knight Virtuous Nephew, it's me who's slacking off. Walk. Today I've ordered the kitchen to make several good dishes to entertain you. Shangwan he smiled and was about to lead the duo inside. At that moment a young girl's voice came from behind her. Brother Shanyu, wait for me. These shoes are so hard to put on. It's hard for me to put them on. With that, he bounced to Knight Shanyu's side and took his hand. Knight Shanyu unceremoniously gave her a brain crash, letting you take off your shoes. Like a little kid. Ouch. Ouch. Yi Ningxin covered her head and deflated her mouth in aggravation. Shangwan he turned his head and the corner of his mouth twitched. Isn't this the little girl from the Kyoto Yi family? Is this teenager from the Kyoto Yi family? But the Yi family has not heard of this person. Couldn't be someone's illegitimate son? Without much thought, he led a few people to the largest box. Make yourselves comfortable. This is 83 mutai. Would you two like some? Shangwan he asked as he took a bottle of moutai. Mr. River, I'm sorry I have to go back to school at night and I'm still driving, so I'll be sure to have a nice cup with you next time. Knight Shenyu refused. Well then, it's a deal. No running away next time. Then I'll take tea instead of wine. Shangwan he picked up a cup of tea and drank it. Knight Shanyu also picked up his cup and clinked it with him. Tea is served after 3 rounds of dishes in 5 flavors. Finally got down to business. Knight Virtuous Nephew, are you sure you want to acquire that office building of mine? Aren't you going to check it out before making up your mind? Shangwan he asked seriously. No, I trust Uncle He, and this is Mr. Gu strongly recommending you to me. Mr. Gu is my employee, I trust him, so I'm sure your character feels fine and doesn't need to be checked at all. Knight Shanyu said as she picked up her teacup and took a slight sip. This is to express his sincerity in purchasing the building, and on the other hand, to let the other party to take the ancient merchants of a favor. The ancient merchant was also slightly stunned, and the eyes that looked at Knight Shenyu were slightly touched, becoming more respectful. Shangwan He's gaze towards Knight Shenyu also became more serious. That's an unusual young man. Neither the mind nor the vigor is comparable to the average young man who dares to acquire a tens of billions of dollars of a project so casually. Even you have to test it over and over again to make sure it's okay before you sign the contract. That's fine. Knight Virtuous Nephew, I and Mr. Gu originally said 170 billion. Now see, you believe in me so much. I can't be too generous. Let's just make a friend. This office building 160 billion sold you. Shangwan he took out the contract and was about to revise the amount on it. Luckily, Knight Shanyu reacted quickly, grabbing the contract and stopping it in a hurry. Don't ever. Let's go by 17 billion. Chow. Almost lost another 100,000 points. What's wrong with these people? Moving a few 100 million cheaper. Shangwan? Ancient merchant. No, Why did you refuse to give you a bargain? It's not $10. It's a whole $1 billion. That's a rejection? Shang Wanhee and the Gushan duo were a bit confused. Except for Yiningxin, who was still trying to dry her rice without hearing anything. This, Night Sage nephew, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Shang Wanhee asked again uncertainly. No need. Just do as I said before. If Uncle River feels overwhelmed, there's actually one thing I still want to talk to you about before I come. Night Shanyu pulled off a crab leg and continued. I want to continue to acquire Uncle River this hotel. Yesterday came to eat. Think the food here is very attached to my taste. So the idea of acquisition. I do not know if Uncle River can bear the pain. Put. Shang Wanhee took a sip of tea and puffed it out. Ahem. Night Virtuous nephew. You're not kidding, are you? Night Shanyu picked up the teapot and refilled it for Shang Wanhee with a slight smile. Uncle He, do you think I'm joking? I just thought this place was delicious and close to our school, so it's a place to eat. I've checked. This Kyoto hotel is now almost around $2 billion. I'll acquire it together with the office building. Make up a whole $20 billion. What do you think, Uncle He? Upon hearing this, Shang Wanhee pondered for a long time and opened his mouth. Okay, I agree. Ha ha ha, Uncle River. Cheers. Night Xianyu picked up the teacup and Shang Wanhee lightly thumped it, then drank it all in one go. Well, happy cooperation. Have fun working together. Soon after, an item was added to the contract for the Golden Capital Hotel. Night Shanyu was also very decisive in signing his name on the contract. Shang Wanhee then called over a waiter. Tell Chen Jin to bring an MS machine. Okay, Mr. River. Not long after, Chen Jin walked lightly into the box with a POS-like machine in his hand. Mr. River, the MS machine is here. Night Shanyu pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Jin. Manager Chen, please transfer an account. Chen Jin took the black card and asked politely. Yes, sir. How much to turn, please? Night Shanyu said faintly. 20 billion. The tone was as casual as a casual $200. Sir said. How much? Night Shanyu repeated it again. 20 billion. The corners of Chen Jin's eyes trembled as he looked at his boss. When he saw Shang Wan, he nodded his head. Only then did he somewhat tremblingly take the black card and enter 20 billion on it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 10 fathers and 100 masters. It was checked a total of 10 times before and after. You can't be serious. The first time you turned tens of billions of dollars in your own hands. The whole time he was using 120 points of energy, afraid that his hand would shake and press one more zero. Luckily, the entire $20 billion was transferred successfully, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Just a few minutes, as if a century had passed, the back had long been drenched in cold sweat. Chen Jin wiped away the beads of sweat on the corners of his forehead, pulled out the black card, and respectfully handed it over to Night Shanyu. Sir, the transfer is complete. Keep it. Chen Jin's tone was even more respectful than before. Can a cockney who casually transfers $20 billion be an average person? Thanks, Manager Chen. Night Shanyu took the black card and said thank you. At this time, Shang Wanhee looked at Chen Jin and said, Chen Jin, this Golden Capital Hotel has changed owners. You have taken care of it well for so many years. I'm not confident in handing it over to someone else, so you'll continue to work here in the future. And Night Virtuous Nephew will be your new boss from now on. Chapter 28 Shang Wanhee's Speculation. This, good River Chief. Then he looked at Night Shanyu again and smiled faintly. Mr. Knight, I didn't expect to be my new boss today after last night's one-sided relationship. Don't worry, I will definitely bow and scrape to help you take care of this hotel. Night Shanyu stood up and patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't be so formal. Do what you should have done before and what you should do after. My requirements are just one thing. Be serious and responsible. As long as you do a good job, I, the Night Mo man, will not treat you poorly. From now on, all employees' salaries are tripled. Chen Jin immediately revealed a bright smile, secretly saying that this new boss was good. Then thank you, Mr. Knight. I'll tell everyone the good news. Chen Jin bowed, then flamed out of the box. Just then, the system's voice sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for spending $20 billion and redeeming 200 W points. Due to the host's first spending of $10 billion, the host receives a hidden reward of low-level probing eyes. Low-level scrying eye can view basic information about a character. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Lamborghini Blue Flame. It has been parked in the basement of Honolulu Villa 1, and the relevant documents have been deposited in the system's backpack. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Dark Knight Security Company. All personnel of the company have absolute loyalty to the host. After checking the system rewards, Night Chanyu was also a little slightly surprised, not expecting the system to reward so much this time. The Eye of View was then utilized. Name, Shangwon. Identity, the eldest son of the Shangwon family in Magic City. The current family executive. CEO of Jindu Group. Wife, Mengwan. Daughter, Shangwon Chenyu. Favorability, 60. Then he looked at the ancient merchant. Name, Gus Hang. Status, General Director of Vacheron Constantine in China. Wife XX. Son XX. Favorability, 65. Toon Chan. How are good feelings divided? Back to the host. Favorability is divided into enemy, cold, ordinary, good, dependent on each other. A normal person's favorability is at 50, but if they have killing intent towards you, it will become negative. And if the favorability rises above 95, they can sacrifice their lives for you. After listening to the system's introduction, Night Chanyu realized that this could also be a disguised way to view some people who were hostile to him. With that, I searched the internet for more information about the Lamborghini Blue Flame. Online representation of Lamborghini Blueface is a global limited edition of 88. Landing price of 67 million. 100 kilometers acceleration only 2.7 seconds. The speed of the fastest up to 350 kilometers per hour. With the Blue Banshee called, it's okay, you can drive it differently. Night Chanyu muttered to himself, checking the last reward again. Dark Knight Security. The most mysterious foreign security company. So far no one knows the boss behind the scenes. The so-called security company, but all the members of which are mercenaries selected by the most demanding tests, are proficient in various fields. The total number of people totaled 1,000, and their fame abroad is known to no one and no one. You have a private army of 1,000 men? With such a fearsome force, even the United States, which is now the military number one, would have to vibrate. The main point was that these people had absolute loyalty to themselves and followed their orders alone. Possessing this mysterious force on his own would appraise a foundation for his development in the future. Although he had the system and his own safety didn't need to be considered. A few more covert protections were what he needed. He is a hallowed trillion-dollar president. If he doesn't have a few bodyguards to protect him, then how shabby he must be. Even if you go out, correct a dozen or so black-clad bodyguards behind you, you can still show your saintly face in front of people and pretend to be a fork or something. Looking at my cell phone, it was almost 8 o'clock. So I guess it was time for my roommates to go back to their dorm rooms. Solely, Night Chanyu stood up and shook Shangwon-he's hand and said, Uncle River, it's getting late and I should get back to school. The more Shangwon-he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Just like an old father-in-law looking at his future son-in-law, patting his shoulder and laughing. Alright, Night Sage nephew, let's move around more when we have time. I have a daughter who looks like a beautiful woman and is a good match for you. So I'll introduce my daughter to you sometime to get to know her. At those words, Night Chanyu let out an awkward laugh. Aha! There's a chance, pigeon. So I'll go first. Then Night Virtuous nephew, walk slowly. Be careful on the road. Okay, Uncle River. Night Chanyu just walked out of the door of the box. As if remembering something, there was only something that he forgot to take away. With that, he returned to the box and picked up Yiningshin, who was still burying her head in her food. Still eating? Let's go. What would you like to host? Whoa. Let me have another bite. Yiningshin 2 feet in the air wildly stomping. Nay, his height is too short, and no soft use, so before leaving casually tugged half-eaten oran to hold in the hands. Shangwon River. Ancient merchant. Night Chanyu shoved Yiningshin into the passenger side as soon as he could, then started up and took off. Chen Jin led a group of waiters at the door to say goodbye. Greetings, Mr. Knight. Inside the box, only Shangwon he and Gu Shang remained. Shangwon he resumed his seat and looked at Gu Shang inquiringly. Brother Gu, do you know the background of Xian nephew Knight's identity? The ancient merchant shook his head quickly. Brother River, I don't know, but I also received an order from headquarters yesterday that a mysterious young man had acquired 10% of Vacheron Constantine's stock at an increased price of 50%. Headquarters explained that I must listen to this one, and I don't know any of the rest of the information. At those words, Shangwon his brows once again tightened. Brother Gu, who exactly do you think this young man is? The ancient merchant pondered for a moment, somewhat alarmed. Brother River, you're guessing that he's related to the 8 great families of Kyoto? Shangwon he rubbed his chin, nodding and shaking his head. It's just possible, but it's not certain. I've seen all the young leaders of the 8 great families, and there's no such person as him, but we don't rule out some illegitimate children. and it's not uncommon to see families like ours. But there is one thing is that this son is not ordinary. Even if those young generations of those lineages with the most potential meet me, they won't be as bland and breezy as he is. Speaking of this, Shangguan he laughed. Brother Gu, you and I have known each other for 10 years. I'll give you a suggestion. If you want to go further, Knight Virtuous Nephew is your arigato. With my years of vision, the second son's future potential is unlimited. This is an opportunity you have to grasp tightly, and you will definitely be rewarded in the future. Gu Shang picked up the tea in his hand and stood up with up to touch Shangguanhe. Thanks for the offer, Brother River. Ha ha ha. The other side. Knight Shanyu was traveling on the Whampoa Bridge, and Flare's shadow was weaving through the lanes like lightning. He looked at Yiningshan, who was still gnawing on Orin, and said breathlessly, "How did you manage to fit so much in this tiny body of yours?" Yiningshan returned without lifting her head. Hey, it's called a small body with a big belly. Knight Shanyu glanced at her flatness and disliked her back nonchalantly. You don't grow up even after eating so much. Yiningshan looked at the Orin in her hand and instantly felt unscented, deflating her mouth. Ugh, I'm this big. What can I do? Brother Shanyu, you just know how to bully the nest. Chapter 29 Purring. The two returned to the school and went back to their bedrooms after their respective greetings. Before Yiningshan left, she also said that she would remember to call her next time she went out. Knight Shanyu concurred on the surface with all seriousness, but inwardly he spat that he would resolutely not bring her next time. It's so humiliating. This chick is practically socially awkward. I'm going to have to avoid her when I go out of school. When Knight Shanyu returned to the dormitory, the three sons actually games were not played. One by one, lying on all fours on the bed. Yoo-hoo! How did three internet addicts turn into fine dogs? It was only when he heard the voice that Jin Xian raised his head slightly and cried out, Old Knight, you don't know. This afternoon several classes next door were jealous of us having melons to eat and water to drink, and one by one they came to our class to pick a fight. I don't see how that's going to work, and then one of our classes will take on 5 of theirs single-handedly. Upon hearing this, Knight Shanyu became interested and asked after him, What are you guys competing for? Jin Xian has lost his previous oodles of appearance and has become active. He said excitedly, Boys compete with boys in push-ups, and whichever team lasts to the end wins. But several of their classes actually refused to speak of martial virtues and joined forces to single-handedly challenge one of our classes. Knight Shanyu looked at Jin Xian, who was sitting on the bed, full of fat and spittle, and was speechless. Competing in push-ups doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Then looking at Yi Xiaotian, who was lying straight on the other side, he added, One tubby, one fine dog. How can you say it's not your turn to be so exhausted and paralyzed in bed? Hearing this, Yi Xiaotian quit, slapped the bedpan, stood up, and said indignantly, Knight boss, you can insult my face value but you can't insult me for being a fine dog. The reason why second brother and I are so tired is because we shouted for gas. Knight Chiyu, Che, isn't that a fine dog? So you guys still lost back there? Knight Shanyu took off the clothes on his body, took off the wristwatch on his wrist, casually threw it on the table, and faintly said, Luckily, in the end, we still have to rely on Xiaoxi to make a move. Usually Xiaoxi does not speak. Do things actually the most reliable one? Jin Xian said with a smile on his face, patting his chubby belly. Old Knight, you're not here and don't know. Xiaoxi alone directly ate all the remaining 24 boys across the street, not daring to let out a single fart, and finally left in disgrace. Hearing that, Knight Shanyu was also slightly shocked, taking a look at Xia Nanxing on the bed whose heart wasn't beating, sweat wasn't flowing, and he wasn't breathing. Use the probing eye. Name, Xia Nanxing. Status, currently a freshman at Mordor University, unknown. Father, unknown. Mother, unknown. Favorability, 75. After reading the information, Knight Shanyu was speechless. It was really the lowest level of the Eye of Scrying, which could only probe surface information. So he asked the system in his head, Tadashi, is it possible to upgrade the level of the scrying eye? Back to the host. The current version cannot upgrade the eye of detection. You need to upgrade the system first. And how many points does it take to upgrade the system version? 1 million points required for system 2. 0 upgrade. Okay, upgrade. 1 million points deducted. 1 million points left for the host. System 2. 0 upgrade commencing. Estimated time 10 minutes. 0. 1%. 0. 5%. 0. 1%. Whoa! Just then, Jin Xian unintentionally skimmed the wristwatch on the table. With a shriek and without bothering to put on his shoes, He ran straight to the table and carefully picked up the wristwatch to study it closely. Ryoko. Jin Qian looked towards Knight Qianyu, who had just returned from his mind, and said in shock, "Old Knight, you wouldn't say that this watch is the new one from Bacharan Constantine this year, the 0001P that is limited to 10 pieces worldwide, would you?" "Ha? Oh, I think it's called something like P. I forget. I bought it randomly. I don't really do much research on watches." Knight Qianyu didn't lift her head and casually returned. With that, he fished his cell phone out of his pocket and went to bed, taking the time to account for a few things while the system was being upgraded. Looking at the incomparably casual Knight Qianyu, Jin Qian was completely speechless. What kind of fairy roommate did he come across when he came to this school? And he, as the second youngest master of the Jin family, could not be so reckless as to purchase something worth tens of millions of dollars. Although you can buy it yourself, you have to beg your family for half a day to do so. This roommate of his own is so good that he bought it after a day's absence. This level of generosity cannot even be compared to the ones in Kyoto. Jin Qian couldn't get enough of the watch. He was already a watch lover. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. By virtue of who he is, he has a deep knowledge of watches. Knight Qianyu said flatly as she typed in the phone number given by the system on her cell phone. "Fatty Kim, if you like it, it's yours." "Ha ha ha, what a gift." Jin Qian was surprised and asked back with a smile. "Yes, a watch only." "Ha ha ha, no. I just like working on tables." To be honest, Jin Qian did have some heart at that time. $20 million of watches will be moved by any other person. But he still refused. Firstly, he really didn't need it, and secondly, he could still afford it. Kim had money to play with it for a while before putting it back where it belonged. And a word about the watch box? It's easy to break if you don't take good care of it. "How do you know?" Knight Qianyu returned. "What watch box? I wore it directly on my hand and came back." This directly made Jin Qian speechless. Secretly, he wondered if he should have introduced himself differently. "My name is Kim Rich. I don't care who's rich or not, except for my night boss. I'm not rich? In the end, just don't think about it and lay back down on the bed to continue lying down." Knight Qianyu just entered the number to apply for adding friends. It didn't take 3 seconds for the other guy to agree. The other person sent over a sentence. "Boss, you have finally remembered me." "Knight Qianyu, how do you make it sound like I abandoned you before?" A quick typo followed. What do you call it?" The other person sent a big crying emoji. "Oh, let's just say you forgot about me, boss. You don't even remember my name." "Knight Qianyu? No. System, are you kidding me? Is this really the head of some notorious security organization? Why do I look at him more and more as a tease?" "Geneva. Return. System, once it's out, it's not returnable." Knight Qianyu sent 2 words, name. The other man, no longer fooling around, answered back. "Boss, my name is Per. I'm the general director of the overseas Dark Knight Security Company." "Knight Qianyu. Good. I'll call you Old Purser. You draw out 100 brothers from overseas to Magic City tomorrow to start a security company. It's responsible for my security, and I'll need something for you to do later." Purring. "Okay, boss." After the explanation, Knight Qianyu wanted to chat with Mu Zero for a while and ask her how her military training was today. At that moment, the system voice in his head rang out. Ding! System 2.0 upgrade complete. Chapter 30, System Upgrade. The system upgrade is complete? Knight Qianyu withdrew the thumb that had pressed the enter key. Ask the system in your head. What features have been upgraded? Unico? Back to the host. This upgrade to the mall has added some items that are more comprehensive. It also adds a goodwill rebate service. As long as the goodwill of friends and family reaches 95 points or more, you can get hidden rewards. Upon hearing this, Knight Qianyu checked the system's arcade. Base energy potion, medium, 1W points. Available for first level Genlock. Each bottle increases function by 1 point. Beauty recipe, 10W points. Get a beauty recipe. The beauty effect is 100 times better than today's effect. Ideal smartphone technology, 50W points for 50 years of smartphone technology. Complete AI intelligence technology, 200W points to obtain complete and mature AI intelligence technology after 100 years. Can't read it all. Simply can't read it all. Mall items have properly more than doubled. Ding! The host upgrades the system version. And the system rewards the host with 1,000 army of personal bodyguards. As long as the host is in danger, there will be an army of thousands of bodyguards to come to the aid of the host. For the host's life safety has been further improved. Unity Sun. Upgrade the Eye of Scrying. Upgrading the Eye of Detection costs 500,000 points. Will the host upgrade? Upgrade. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the primary to intermediate level of the Eyes of Detection. Spending 500,000 points. With 500,000 points remaining, Night Shanyu only felt a slight heat in her eyes, which disappeared in only a second's work. Once again, he used the Eye of Scrying on Xia Nanqing. Name, Xia Nanqing. Status, currently a freshman at Mordor University, unknown. Base energy, 29. Father, unknown. Mother, unknown. Favorability, 75. Night Shanyu? 2Z. I spent 500,000 points and this is what you show me? And it's all unknown? System, host, this person's origin is mysterious. The intermediate probing I can't detect it. If you want to detect it more accurately, please upgrade to advanced. How many points do I need to upgrade to advanced? 1 million. Night Chiyu, I beep you beep. I star you star. Even the system's intermediate probing I couldn't detect Xia Nanqing's true identity, which made Night Shanyu even more curious. That's a pretty unusual origin for the silent roommate. With that, he asked again. Toon-chan, what does this key potential mean? It won't be the potential of the base? I didn't realize that old Xia is actually someone who likes to enter the stock. Back to the host. Base energy refers to the functioning of the human body. And once the human body has a skill that exceeds the limits of the human body, it will open the genetic lock. For example, the host's current strength is 10 points, which is already the human limit. And if it reaches 11 points, it will open the first level of gene lock, which translates into 11 points of base energy. Nowadays, the most effective way for humans to break through the genetic lock is to train their bodies. This person's base energy is 29 points, which means that this person's strength has reached 29 points. After the system's introduction, Night Shanyu understood and looked at Xia Nanqing with increasing surprise. How awesome could you appreciate with 10 points of your own power? And how awesome would Xia Nanqing, who was almost 3 times as powerful as yourself, be? So, Tadako, are human limits so easy to break through? Night Shanyu's curiosity grew and he couldn't help but ask the system. Back to the host. This world is not like your original Blue Star world. There are martial artists in this world. It's just that they don't come out much. They have the means to break through the genetic lock. So how are the genlock levels classified? Gene lock is divided into a total of 9 levels, with 3 levels as a segment, which are primary, intermediate and advanced. 11 points 40 points of base energy is level 1. 41.70 points of base energy is level 2, 71 points 100 points of base energy is level 3. I'll tell you about it later. You don't deserve to know yet. No immortals, no immortals, no immortals. Night Shanyu? So if I want to break through the gene lock, all I need to do is drink the intermediate function potion? Yes, my lord. Then isn't this back here properly heading towards martial artists? Back to the host. Not exactly. The martial artist thing is only used to ensure the safety of the host. Not exactly the martial artist route. The host still has to go the route of a godly man and run through it as a godly man. Got it. Just a wave of explanation for the readers. I get it. Upgrade all my base energy to full level. Congratulations to the host for upgrading all base energy to full level. Spending 50,000 points. With 45 W points remaining, Night Shanyu felt her entire body sublimate and asked the system, can I break through the genlock with all my faculties? No, only strength. Speed and resistance can be broken through. The rest is already the limit of human beings. Upon hearing this, Night Shanyu was a little disappointed, and her thoughts of a full upgrade were dashed. Then redeem 40 bottles of intermediate base energy potion. Congratulations to the host for successful redemption. 400,000 points spent. 5 W points remaining. Finally, Night Shanyu upgraded his strength to 30 points, speed to 20 points, and resistance to 20 points. As the oldest, how can his own key energy be lower than the oldest? View the personal panel. Host, Night Chiyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 9.99, capped at 10 for readers. Strength, 30, normal human limit 10. Speed, 20. Resistance, 20. Identity, freshman in Mordor, hidden. Exiting from the system panel, Night Shanyu seemed to remember something. Open WeChat and tap on the first line of unsent messages. Zizu, how was the first day of military training? Are you tired? Press the enter key. Less than 10 seconds. Seconds back. It was a voice. Night Chance clicked on it, and Muzairu's sweet and gentle voice came out of the phone. It's not tiring. I think military training is quite fun. Our instructor, who is also a woman, is very nice to us, and when the sun is out, she takes us to shady places. And she's not mean or strict. The original lying well 3 roommates instantly became spiritual. Collectively sat up. 3 pairs of eyes brushed together to look at Night Thousand You. Kim Rich was the first to speak. I blanch. Old Night, you picked up a girl after not seeing her for a day? Just by listening to the voice. I know it's a big beauty. Yi Xiaotian also chimed in lewdly. Night boss, it's worthy of you. You're number 1 in flirting with girls. Xian Nanxing didn't say anything, just that his eyes kept staring at Night Qianyu, looking at him with hair all over his body, as if to say, actually eat alone. The corners of Night Qianyu's mouth twitched as she was speechless to explain. This is my girlfriend. I've been talking to her since junior year. What are you guys thinking? On the contrary, my girlfriend said, when the military training is over to hold a dormitory fellowship, then see you guys grasp it. 3. Roared wildly. Righteous father. Night Qianyu stopped paying attention to the 3 dog sons and looked to WeChat to reply. Well, that's for the best. I'm going to worry about you if it's one of those harsh and demanding coaches. Muziru sent over a voice again. It's okay. He. I just got out of the shower and laid down on the bed. And while I'm not tired, my feet are pretty sore from standing on them. Ha. Chapter 31 Chui Xiaodong. Muziru took one look at the message and said it was bad. One could imagine how lewdly Night Qianyu smiled and sent an emoji. White eyes. JPG. Then took a few pictures of her thin, white legs. Then send it out with one click. Photo, straight leg. JPG. Infringement notice. Photo, inner 8. JPG. Infringement notice. Photo, legs on the ground. JPG. Infringement notice. And send a text. You've become so immodest now. You used to be very decent. You didn't even dare to let me hold your hand. You've become an old colorful critic after college. Humph. Night Qianyu returned. Ha, how can you call this an old colorful batch? It's called exploring the origins of mankind, and exploring together when you have the chance. Muziru was amused and blushed, and said, no shibboleths, then ignored the bad guy and went straight under the covers to snicker. Night Qianyu didn't say anything anymore and hurriedly opened the photo, then zoomed in to admire it. Every now and then there was a roar and a tisk of amazement. Couldn't help but sigh. Hiss, this picture is so white. Closed the chat box and slept beautifully. Some days after, Night Qian occasionally went to the playground to see the lovely students training, and teased Shangguan Xianyu a little bit when he had something to do. But most of the time, Night Qianyu lay in his dorm room blowing the air conditioning and brushing up on his videos. Because of the previous competition, Xia Nanqing alone had single-handedly challenged the surrounding provocative classes. No one dared to provoke again in these few days, and the training went on as usual, still with watermelon and drinks every day. In the back, Night Qianyu, as the class leader, even set up an awning directly at the place where his class was training. It was even more envious and jealous of the surrounding area and even the entire freshman class. They have been reported to the head coach or school leadership. In the end, he was dumbfounded by Night Qianyu's direct dislike of his words. My uncle is the principal. What's the alternative but to go back in the dust? The next day, 10th day of military training. As usual, Night Qianyu came to the playground with a leisurely pace. Positive step go. 121. 1-2-3-4. Night Qianyu walked lightly and slowly to his old position. Shangguan Qianyu was already here. She was wearing a blue and white summer school uniform today, with a clean and pure temperament that didn't fit in with the chaotic surroundings. A pair of eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Slightly smiling cheeks appear shallow pear eddies. Looks pure and good-looking. The slender and delicate body was leaning on the big tree, and the 2 thin and long legs intersected and laid flat on the grass. Wisps of light bed on the girl's body, rippling out some halos. The side shadow in the sunshine pavilion, appearing very much like a young girl in anime, feeling a dark shadow beside her. Shangguan Qianyu gently pulled over a strand of bangs at the corner of her forehead and said with a radiant smile, there you are. Night Qianyu smiled slightly. I just came to skedaddle. As soon as the words fell, he sat down very naturally, then skillfully rested his head on Shangguan Qianyu's thigh. Shangguan Qianyu was even more accustomed to it because this was how Night Qianyu came over in the past few days. On the first day of being laid-legged, Shangguan Qianyu was refusing, but on that day coincidentally Yi Ningxin showed up. Directly put Night Qianyu's head on his own small Jiojio. There is a great contrast between women. Seeing Yi Ningxin actually mocking herself with an expression that gave you a chance and you're not good at it. She actually acted like a jealous girlfriend and put Night Qianyu's head, which was on Yi Ningxin's small feet, back on her long legs. Behind the fear of Yiningshan this little girl to snatch back, he himself is even hugging the head of Knight Qianyu. This can suffer, enjoy, Knight Thousandyu himself. Really experience what is called the sense of suffocation. The scene under the big tree caught the eye of the students training all over the playground. There was jealousy and disbelief and more envy. The pair have been kowtowed as a handsome couple. A couple born to be together. Some of them even secretly took pictures and posted them on the campus official website of Mordor University. Straight up domination of the top one. Isn't this Shangguan Qianyu's big schoolgirl? Who is the boy lying on her lap? That boy is so handsome. Several times more handsome than even my idol Ikuan. Could it be that our schoolgirl Qianyu is in love? My school goddess dream is over before it even started? Such a handsome little brother. I'll give you 3 days to ask for all the information about this boy. At the entrance of the school, a red Ferrari drove into the campus, and students around the area stepped out of the way. Isn't this Chui Xiao's car? I heard he just opened a company valued at $1 billion. Why is he back on campus today? Humph. It's still not relying on the family's resources to reach a market capitalization of $1 billion. One of the sour grapes boys bristled. Brother, you can't say this nonsense. Relying on your family is also part of your strength. Be careful of being heard complaining to Chui Xiao. If Chui Xiao finds out, you'll probably be laid up in the hospital for half a year. Sour grapes, the boy sniffed, scowling and running away. Chui Xiao's company has just opened. Shouldn't he be in the company during this period? How come he still has time to come to school? Hey, you don't know, do you? There was a photo on the campus official website an hour ago of a boy lying on Shangguan Qianyu's lap. Suspected to be Shangguan Qianyu's boyfriend. Shangguan Qianyu is Chui Xiao's designated woman. I think Chui Xiao is probably here to find trouble with that boy. Ugh, it's a pity about that handsome to explosive little brother. When Chui Xiaodong got out of the car, there were already more than 20 boys standing around outside. Seeing Chui Xiaodong get out of the car, the crowd collectively shouted, "Young Chui!" Chui Xiaodong's face was gloomy as he said in a cold voice, "Why wasn't this reported to me sooner?" A boy at the head of the group stepped forward and stammered, "Thanks to Chui Xiao, we didn't pay much attention to the freshman military training, and it's forbidden for sophomores and above to enter inside unless they're class guides. We're just finding out about this." Pop! Chui Xiaodong backhanded a slap, then said with a shadowy gaze, "I told you to keep an eye on Shangguan Qianyu at all times. Is this how you work for me?" The boys around them bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Zhang Yu, who had been slapped, dared to be angry and walked up to hang his head resentfully. "Excuse me, Mr. Choi, I..." Before he could finish his words, he was rebuked by Chui Xiaodong. "Shut up, it's useless to talk too much. Take me to him." "Yes, Mr. Choi," Zhang Yu answered, and with that, more than 20 of them set off in the direction of the playground in a flurry of wind. "Qianyu, you are so pretty, how come I don't see anyone chasing after you?" During the boredom, Knight Qianyu found topics to make small talk. "No one dares to chase me because there's a dog pile around, so it's nice not to worry about anyone bothering me," Shangguan Qianyu said faintly. At that moment, a cockney voice rang out in the distance, sounding from far away. "Who dares to touch my woman? My Chui Xiaodong's woman is worthy of your touch?" Chapter 32, The Playground Confrontation. Smell. Knight Qianyu didn't get up immediately, but only slightly raised his head and narrowed his eyes to glance at it. Seeing that the person in the lead was a young man of about 20, the top was a black Armani suit with a white shirt and red tie underneath, and the bottom was a pair of white pants with a pair of once black, shiny leather shoes. Just by looking at what he's wearing, he's a cocky guy with a career line. Although the human model of the dog, but the Knight Thousandyu heart want to spit a wave. "Buddy, you hot day, you do not mind the heat? You students, what are you doing here? This is a military training place. Please get out." Seeing the bad scene, Wang Jian was the first to step forward and stop it. "This instructor, please be quiet. I'm just here to solve a personal problem." 10 minutes. Chui Xiaodong patted his suit very pretentiously. Wang Jian was unmoved. "This student, if you have a personal problem, please wait until the end of military training to resolve it privately. This is a military training ground. Please leave immediately." Chui Xiaodong glanced at him, when a figure hurried over, and as he approached he saw that it was the chief instructor, only to see him fawningly handing Chui Xiaodong a cigarette and nodding his head. "Young Chui, I'm Bai Lei. Thanks to Master San's promotion I was able to take the position of chief instructor." Chui Xiaodong took the cigarette, took it in his mouth, and said faintly, "Oh, so it was my father who promoted me. So then that's something you know how to do, right?" Bai Lei hurriedly nodded and took out a lighter to light it for Chui Xiaodong. "I understand, Chui Xiao. Then, Turning to Wang Jian, he changed his previous fawning face. Wang Jian, I order you to return to the team immediately and stay out of this matter. Team Bai. Wang Jian was still trying to speak when Bai Lei stopped him. Hurry back, and stay out of this matter. At once and at once. Then he walked over to Wang Jian and whispered in his ear. Hurry back to the team. This matter is not for you to meddle in. The Chui family is not an existence we can mess with. You don't want to mess with him. Chui Xiao is ruthless. You need to think about your mother at home. Get back in there. That's an order. Return to the line quickly or be punished by military justice. Wang Jian clenched his teeth, but thinking of his aging mother at home, he gritted his teeth and turned away. Seeing Wang Jian leave, Bai Lei became fawning again and ran to Chui Xiaodong. Chui Xiao. Well, I'll give you 10 minutes. After that please leave this place. Chui Xiaodong nodded and smiled faintly. Thanks to Instructor Bai. 10 minutes is enough. Upon hearing this, Bai Lei looked at Knight Qianyu who was still lying on Shangwan Qianyu's lap, shook his head and sighed as he left. Alas, kid, I can't help you. Who made you offend someone from the Chui family? Chui Xiaodong walked up and was furious as he watched his favorite girl being so close to a boy. Kid, is my woman something you can touch? Why don't you hurry up and get off Qianyu's lap? Knight Qianyu just smiled faintly and didn't get up, but reached out and put his hand on Shangwan Qianyu's shoulder. He looked at Chui Xiaodong with eyes full of provocation. Chui Xiaodong's eyes were on fire as he chided. You, brat! You spread your hands! Martyr! I haven't touched her for all these years, and I didn't expect to be stolen from home by this ungrateful kid. The entire Shangwan Qianyu who was sneak attacked froze, and the redness on her face quickly spread to her neck. How he got on, having never been touched by another man's boy himself. She smacked away Knight Qianyu's salty hand. Her eyes didn't dare to look directly at him, and she lowered her head and said shyly, You what he do? How can you? Knight Qianyu, who had been slapped away, retracted his palm, somewhat resentful. With that, he used his probing eye. Name, Chui Xiaodong. Identity, a junior at Mordor University. Son of the Chui family, one of the 4 major families in Mordor. The Chui family, the Chui third master. Father, Chui Samhung. Mother, Lin Yuan. Favorability, 0. He stood up, patted the grass clippings off his body, and guffawed. You're the one my precious Qianyu said is a dog skin ah? Shangwan Qianyu, who had just slightly faded a bit of redness, heard him call the word baby, and once again, a reddish haze covered her. Chui Xiaodong's eyes that were as deep as a cold night were colored with a layer of gloom. Kid, do you know that Shangwan Qianyu is the woman I've decided? Do you know what the consequences are if you mess with me? Chui Xiaodong? Knight Qianyu still had a cloudy expression as she faintly returned. I don't know. And the fact that I don't know any Chui Xiaodong, and I don't want to know what the consequences are because you don't deserve me to know yet. Boom! The entire room was petrified at these words. The group of people who had followed Chui Xiaodong knew of Chui Xiaodong's majesty in Mordor University and looked at Knight Qianyu in shock. Many of the freshmen are from out of town and are not yet aware of Chui Xiaodong's greatness, but instead think that Knight Qianyu is very handsome. However, some of the Magic City locals were well aware of the Chui family's Chui Xiaodong's notoriety. One after another, they admired Knight Qianyu's courage. Halftime, Chui Xiaodong said in a cold voice. Kid, you're quite cross. How dare you say that I, Chui Xiaodong, am not worthy here? Who gave you the courage? Even if you're a tiger you lie down for me, and if you're a dragon you coil up for me. Knight Qianyu leaned toward the trunk of the tree, hands in his pockets, playing with the flavor. Well, why don't you draw a line in the sand and listen? Upon hearing this, Chui Xiaodong thought that this kid had gone soft and smiled contemptuously. I'll forgive you if you get down on your knees and drill through my crotch and run naked around the playground. Otherwise, labor will break both your hands and feet. This statement was made. The whole room was stunned. The 3 people from the 608 dormitory standing on the runway were embarrassed. Xia Nanqing even wanted to go forward and violently beat up Chui Xiaodong, but he was stopped by Jin Qian. Shao Si, don't be impulsive. I believe that old knight will solve it. Old knight's background is not ordinary. The district Chui family even more can't help him. Let's just watch the show. Ha 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 ha. Shangwan Qianyu stepped forward to block in front of Knight Qianyu, glaring angrily. Chui Xiaodong, it's not your turn to meddle in whose woman I am. You hurry up and leave now. Chui Xiaodong laughed. Qianyu, I can know that your family has had serious problems with their funds recently. Only the news was blocked. If you don't solve it, you may fall out of the 4 great families of Magic City. And I believe that if you fall out of the 4 great families, other forces will eat you up. The easiest way to solve this problem is to marry with our Chui family. As long as you marry with me, I will be able to convince my father to fund an emergency fund to help you through this crisis. Shangwan Qianyu snorted coldly. Nice words, but in the end, you're still trying to gobble it up with our family's shares, so don't play such tricks, can you? You think everyone is as stupid as you are. The corners of Cui Xiaodong's eyes trembled, and he was speechless, and in the end, he could only look at Knight Qianyu behind him and mocked. Just know how to hide behind a woman. What a waste. Chapter 33 Cui Xiaodong was wasted. Knight Qianyu's playful eyes became chillingly cold as he calmly stared at Cui Xiaodong. Do you realize what you're saying? Zhang Yu, who was standing on the sidelines, wanted to take credit for himself for a bit and hurriedly stood out to rebuke him. Kid, do you know who our Cui Xiao is? Let me tell you. Kid, you're in big trouble today. Knight Qianyu walked around Shangwan Qianyu and glanced at Zhang Yu. The cold and calm eyes almost caused Zhang Yu to not stand still as he flatly said, Is it your turn to interrupt when I'm talking to your master? He then walked over to Cui Xiaodong, looked at him condescendingly, and continued to repeat himself. Do you realize what you're saying? Cui Xiaodong was a bit stunned by Knight Qianyu's aura and stammered. Boy, I say you just get down on your knees and kowtow. Before the words were out of his mouth, the sound, Knight Qianyu directly slapped Cui Xiaodong in the face. The right side of the face swelled right up as far as the naked eye could see. Sigma, #3U. Actually, poof. Cui Xiaodong was incredulous, looking at Knight Qianyu's palm, not imagining that someone actually dared to hit himself. With a poof, a mouthful of bloody foam was spat out along with 2 white teeth. The entire room fell silent, staring at the imposing man with white eyes. How dare he? He actually punched young Cui in the face? I'm not mistaken, am I? Cui Xiaodong reacted as if he was mad as a dog, pointing at Knight Qianyu to bite. Kid, UING. Before the words could come out, the left side of his face was slapped again. #Epsilon, #snap. Pop. Directly interrupt spell casting. Kneel your ass off. Pop. You're not worth it, are you? Pop. And you want me to run around naked? What are you thinking about fart eating? Knight Qianyu swung his arms left and right, swinging his hands out of the phantom. The surrounding people are also wide-eyed. Zhang Yu led by more than 20 people see so fierce also no one dared to go on. At the end of the day they're all students too, and they're just scaring the out of people. When it comes to a real fight, not a single fart. The beaten and wailing Cui Xiaodong begged for mercy. Hold the fight. I won't let you kowtow. Not naked. Pop. Another slap. Where's your awesome power? Pop. All day long you know how to ohu scummy. Pop. Still good? Playing hard to get with me. See what you can do. Kid. UTM. Snap. #3. After hitting I don't know how many times, Knight Qianyu shook off his somewhat sore hand. His eyes were clear and cold, like an eagle in the dark night. Cold and arrogant and lonely, but also prevalent. Turning his head to look at the group of students that Cui Xiaodong had brought behind him, he scared them into backing up. Anyone want to take it out on your master? Zhang Yu immediately stuttered. No more. At this time, Cui Xiaodong's slurred voice rang out. Mud, all of you get on me. Waste him for me. Whoever breaks one of his hands I'll give him 100,000. No, 1,000,000. Just as Zhang Yu and the others were still hesitating, Knight Qianyu's next move completely frightened them. See only. Knight Qianyu smiled disdainfully at his words and strolled over to Cui Xiaodong. A thumping kick sent him straight to the ground, followed by a stomp on his wrist. Ka-ching! A click. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! My hand! The tremendous force directly made Cui Xiaodong scream out, and finally fainted from the pain. The whole room was silent, and the students all held their breath, not daring to let out a single breath. One looked at Knight Qianyu as if he was looking at a monster, with unbelief and shock written in capital letters. He actually stepped on and broke Cui Xiao's hand? Lay off the grass. It's over. This kid is finished. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and went forward with a hard head. You actually stepped on Cui Xiao's hand and broke it. You're done. I told you you're done. Knight Qianyu smiled contemptuously. Oh, you guys take his shirt and pants off, or you'll be just like him. You. Zhang Yu was horrified. And you didn't say a word after half a day. Labor on 3, 1. Zhang Yu? No, there's no such thing as counting like that. Did you eat too? Knight Qianyu's eagle-like eyes looked at Zhang Yu and walked towards him step by step. Frightened, Zhang Yu hurriedly said, Take off. Don't you come any closer. Without saying anything, Zhang Yu ran to Cui Xiaodong and crouched down. Brush. took off all of his clothes and pants. Even his pants came off clean together. The naked Chui Xiaodong was lying quietly on the ground. It caused a group of girls to shy away, blushing and lowering their heads. Fortunately, Chui Xiaodong is now fainted, or else it would be a direct social death than a social death. Behind her, Shangwan Qianyu also quickly lowered her head and whispered a broken bite. Really? How can this be? This bad guy, so bad. After taking off his clothes, Zhang Yu stood up and said with trembling lips, "Big brother, is it okay? Can we leave?" Night Qianyu waved his hand. "Get lost. Remember to take this spread dog away and tell him not to do whatever he wants just because he's a Chui family. And if he continues to trouble me, it won't just be a simple matter of breaking his hand." Zhang Yu nodded his head repeatedly, and then shouted for a few people to pin the naked Chui Xiaodong, and left the playground in ashes. How awesome it was to come before, and how lousy it was to leave. Just less than half an hour after that, the school's official website was once again on fire. A video of Chui Xiaodong being carried naked out of the playground directly dominated the campus hot search for quite some time. Shocker! Trey's bedding is missing and he's being carried out of the playground naked. Shocker! Mysterious youth charge for love. Shocker! Mysterious youth versus the originator, Night Qianyu, once again reached number 1 on the popularity list, and there was speculation as to who this new freshman student really was. Not only did he pick up the school flower Shangwan Qianyu, but he also beat Chui Xiaodong, who has a deep background, into a disability and stripped him naked. This was not only hitting Chui Xiaodong's face, but was also ruthlessly stepping on the Chui family and rubbing them on the ground. Some people speculate that this person's origin is also very bullish, or else he would not dare to do so. There is speculation that the man is the illegitimate son of a top tycoon. Others laughed at him for his lack of self-importance, betting that he'd be screwed over by the Chui family in less than a week. But most people are discussing the matter as food for thought. The playground. Shangwan Qianyu looked at the handsome and upright man in front of her. The more she looked at him, the more she felt her heartbeat accelerating, and the more her heart rambled. He actually went out of his way to offend Chui Xiaodong for me. Am I that important to him? Does he really like me? But we've only known each other for a few days. What am I rambling on about? Chapter 34. Yi Ningxin, who messed up behind the scenes. Just as Shangwan Qianyu was imagining things, even Night Qianyu walked in front of his eyes without realizing it. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why don't you react at all? Night Qianyu reached out and waved his hand back and forth in front of her eyes for half a day, and when he saw that she didn't respond, he patted her shoulder and shouted, I didn't think anything of it. Pulled back to reality. Shangwan Qianyu was startled and panicked, stroking her bangs to cover up her embarrassment. No way? You chicks aren't in love with brother, are you? Night Qianyu brought his head forward, revealing a mouthful of white teeth in a grin. Who's in love with you? Don't you dare say that. Some of the Shangwan Qianyu who was poked through his heart thoughts tugged on the small flesh of Night Qianyu's waist, hurting him so much that he added a little contribution to the warmth of the earth. Hiss, you're so mean. If you don't have it, it's better if you don't have it, but I have a girlfriend. Night Qianyu touched a red piece of his waist. Humph. Shangwan Qianyu's heart inexplicably twitched a little, and with a delicate grunt, she turned around, not wanting to pay attention to him. After thinking about it and turning around again, he reached out his index finger and tapped Night Qianyu's arm. Worried? You stepped on Chui Xiaodong's back wall and stripped him naked. Are you really not afraid that he will come to take revenge on you? Then continued. It's got its share of this. I'll go back and beg my dad to sort this out. Saying that, he was about to turn around and leave, and just after taking a step, he was pulled by Night Qianyu. No, I'll take care of this. Night Qianyu did not want to owe Shangwan He a favor. He did not need to trouble others if he had the ability to solve it. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qianyu, however, was a bit anxious. Night Qianyu, do you know the status of the Chui family in the Magic City? Do you know how scary the Chui family is? They will kill you. Night Qianyu grinned and gently rubbed her hair. Then his face became serious and earnest, his tone flat. Don't worry about it. The district Chui family is just a matter of concern. I don't put it on my mind yet, and it's unlikely that the huge Chui family would make a big fuss over a tiny Chui Xiaodong. If I really do come back to mess with me, then, hey, I don't suggest letting the Magic City's 4 great families become 3 great families. At those words, Shangwan Qianyu's pupils shrunk violently, looking at the cloudy man in front of her with shock. What did he just say? He actually said to make the 4 great families of Magic City into 3 great families? That was a family with trillions of dollars in assets. Even the families in Kyoto wouldn't dare to say the words to exterminate the Chui family. What kind of confidence could have made him say such a thing with such confidence? But the tone of voice that Night Shanyu had just said really had a feeling that he could do it. Okay, don't think too much. Go back and get some rest. Night Shanyu patted her head and then came to her roommate's side. Boss, you're so handsome. Yi Xiaotian was the first one who didn't hold back and looked on adoringly and complimented. Ha ha ha, isn't that a small thing? Night Shanyu spread her hands with a smug face and said. Jin Xian also stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Do you need my help? I can still do this matter of squaring up the Cui family. Night Shanyu stared at Fatty Jean with a smirk. Oh, no need. It's just a small thing. He had used his eye of scrying to probe Jin Xian's information before, so he wasn't surprised. Name, Jin Xian. Identity, currently a freshman in Mordor. The second son of the Jin family, one of the 8 families in Kyoto. P.S. I ran away to attend Mordor University alone because I was afraid of my big sister who was scared of me. Father, Kim Yue. Mother, Leah. Sister, Kim Yun. Specialty, possesses a unique talent for business. Base energy, 25. Favorability, 80. What surprised Night Shanyu the most was the fact that Fatty Jean could actually have 25 points of base energy as well. Something he hadn't expected. Secretly, he was not ashamed of his family. Seeing that at the end of the day it was Yat Xiaotian's identity that was the most common. The common identity of most students. But it's not ordinary to say he's not ordinary. Name Yi Xiaotian. Identity, currently a freshman student at Mordor University and a child of an ordinary family in the small county of Linjiang. Founder of the Chinese hacker organization Red Star Hackers. Father, Yat Tai Tin. Mother, Lin Xiao. Specialty, possesses a field of computers that far exceeds that of normal people. IQ, 9. At that time the night after reading the information of the dormitory 3 people, secretly said, shelving this own dormitory no one is ordinary people, often sometimes guessing if it was arranged by their own system. He also asked the system this question, and the system directly and succinctly said one sentence, this is the system's own protagonist or a passive. Straight away, he was speechless. Finally Xia Nanqing also came up and asked, should we wait for that Choi something or other to get out of the hospital? Should we just put a sack on him at the 3-way intersection before we waste his other hand? Night Chiyu. No, Shao Si. Usually I see you as quite honest. Secretly you are actually an old 6. Fatty Jean cheaply came up to Xia Nanqing inside. No, there's no need to waste time on a little grasshopper. And if he comes messing with me again, I do have a sinking river business to handle. Night Shanyu waved her hand indifferently, then turned around and leisurely left. Old Night, what are you doing? What else can I do? Go back to the dormitory to blow the air conditioning and play games. I still accompany you in such a hot day? I don't need military training. Kim has money. Yat Shu Tin. Xia Nanqing. Ugh. Sloppy and forgot to flash. The girls' dormitory. Yi Ningxin didn't go to find her Qianyu brother today, and was alone on her bed, bored and brushing the campus forum. She was wearing a loose white body shirt, and a pair of small, snow-white, slender feet were swaying back and forth in the air. A head of pale yellow hair was messily draped over her back, curved willow eyebrows, and a pair of bright eyes were seducing the soul. At that moment, she was frowning tightly, one hand gently resting against her chin as she looked at the headline on her cell phone about Cui Xiaodong picking a fight and being scrapped. Humph. A second-generation ancestor of the mere Cui family dares to find trouble with my brother Chiyu? Yi Ningxin clenched her pink fists and puffed out her little cheeks viciously, looking very cute. So, I found my father's phone number to try to get him to sort this out, but I just dialed it and it immediately hung up. Her mouth quirked into a smile that made the back of her head tingle. No, it doesn't hurt to just warn them a little. We need to make them pay a little bit of a price. Ha 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 ha. So a short article on the black history of the Cui family was compiled as well as several photos of Cui Xiaodong being wasted and naked and exposed and sent out. It didn't take long. All the major media have reported. A time directly on the top 10 position of the hot search list of the largest social platform of the country's shaking teeth. As time continues to fester, the rankings move further and further forward. Reached the point of public knowledge, Cui Xiaodong and Cui family once became the object of gossip of the netizens. Even the market value of some of the Cui family's industries kept falling because of this. This operation by Yi Ningxin alone directly cost the Cui family nearly $10 billion. Chapter 35, Dark Tide. Yi Ningxin put down her cell phone and clapped her hands in satisfaction. Hey, let's make you mess with my Chu brother. Then suddenly thought of something and once again picked up his cell phone to make a WeChat call to Night Shanyu. Hey, what's wrong with little Ningxin? Just returned to the dormitory of the Night Shanyu. Look as Yi girl called. Directly point down the answer button. Brother Chiyu. I just saw the campus forum. You're so handsome. Yiningshin's soft and softly sweet voice came out from the phone, not mentioning a word about what she had just done. Ha ha, that's just where it's at. It's still less than 1% of my handsomeness, Night Shanyu said in a stinky voice. Ha ha, yes. Your brother is the most handsome. Yiningshin didn't have the slightest retort and went along with his compliments. Ningshin, you didn't just call to compliment me, did you? Hey, of course not. I just wanted to ask you, do you need me to mess with the Choi family together? No, there's no need for you to do anything. Just do well in school. Night Shanyu refused, but in his heart, he was quite moved. Okay. Yiningshin instead felt a little disappointed that such a fun thing had fallen through. Okay, hang on. I'm going to take a break. Okay, Shanyu brother, bye. After saying that, Yiningshin decisively hung up the phone and once again brushed up the campus post. If she saw anyone denigrating her brother, she would disguise herself as Zuanichi and output continuously at the other person. Magic City Chui's private hospital. This is a private hospital under the Chui family. Inside the VIP ward, there was a noblewoman standing beside the bed. Around her 30s, she was very well maintained, looking only in her 30s or 40s, and she had a curvaceous physique, with a long black dress wrapped all over her body, making her appear to have a convex front and a shapely back. At this moment, her eyes were full of worry as she looked at Chui Xiaodong lying on the bed, and there was a smear of killing intent emerging from the depths of her eyes. Beside him stood a shadowy man, about 50 years of age, with an imposing appearance. Below the tips of his eyes, a light red, hidden bloodthirsty gas. His eyes tightened, like the frost of winter. The lead surgeon pushed his way out of the room, removed his mask, and let out a sigh. Third Master Chui, Mrs. Lin, I'm sorry. Your son's arm is a comminuted fracture. We can only save the hand, but we can't restore it to its original state. Words. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed as she said with a cold face. Dr. Zhang, so you mean my son's hand is ruined? Ah yes. Hearing this result, the silent Chui Xiaodong suddenly roared like a madman. Get out. Useless thing. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. At that moment, the man who hadn't spoken said in a cold voice. Shut up, Dr. Zhang, you go out first. Yes, Master Chui-san. Dad. Only after being yelled at by the man did Chui Xiaodong quiet down. Do you know how much face you've lost? It's been lost to the whole of China. All the other families are looking at our Chui family's jokes. Not only do you lose tens of billions of dollars in assets for nothing, but you're also disgraced to your grandmother's house. Chui Xiaodong listened to the cold sweat and trembled. Dad. I don't know. I just wanted to get back. I didn't expect this. The cold-colored noblewoman said flatly. You brought this on yourself, and it's something you'll have to figure out for yourself. Also, that kid must pay. The face of the Chui family is not so easy to step on. After saying that, he looked at the man on the side, killing intent surging out. Chui Sanxiong, what about our son's matter? Dare to waste my son? I must make him pay back 10 times 100 times. Humph. Of course I want revenge for what happened to my son. Chui Sanxiong looked at his son who was lying on the bed, the corner of his eyebrows pressed gently. Do you know the background of the man who wasted you? Chui Xiaodong shook his head repeatedly. Don't know. Not sure. Trey Bear cursed angrily. Idiot. You don't even know the background of the other party, and you're just going to come to the door to find someone else's trouble. Do you think that as the son of the Chui family, you can do whatever you want in the Magic City? Being scolded angrily by his own father, Chui Xiaodong did not dare to say a word. He had been afraid of his father since he was a child. Dad. Chui Sanxiong coldly snorted and directly interrupted him. Humph. Shut up. That man dared to waste your hand and strip you naked knowing that you are the Chui family's youngest, showing that he has a background that doesn't fear you. So, what about Dad? Wait until I send someone to investigate his background. Even if he has an identity, in this part of Mordor, it's still not our call. Alright, you get well. Okay, Dad. Chui Sanxiong nodded, then skipped a sentence about getting well first, then pushed open the door and left. Seeing his father leave, Chui Xiaodong also breathed a sigh of relief. The father's aura was such that even his son felt afraid. When Chui Sanxiong stepped out of the hospital room, the bodyguard at the door skillfully handed him a cigar and lit it. He took a deep breath and commanded, Go find out about the man who wasted my son. Yes, Master Bear. Inside the ward, Lin Yuan's heart ached as she looked at her baby boy lying on the bed. Son, does it hurt? It hurts me to death. Mother, when I get out of the hospital, I'm going to marry the Shangguan family, And this injury has Shangguan Xianyu that share. Cui Xiaodong gritted his teeth and said, his eyes filled with hatred. Good. Shangguan Xianyu, I promise to make her obedient as your daughter-in-law. If she doesn't, I have a way to make her obey. Recently, the Shangguan family's capital chain has broken and internal conflicts are ping-ponging, which is exactly the best opportunity for us to nibble away at them. Upon hearing this, Cui Xiaodong was overjoyed and said in a hurry, thanks, mother. Well, you get well in the last few days. Yes, mother. The words are split. It's going to be a disaster on the 8th ring side. Ugh. Crosstalk. Boys' dorm room 608. Night Shanyu had just gotten out of the shower. He lay down on his bed to get some sleep and rest, but he tossed and turned and just couldn't get a wink of sleep. Solely opened the hottest shaking teeth app, leaning against the stainless steel railing on the edge of the bed and began to swipe the video, and also issued from time to time, TSK, 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 the dress is so white. Yossi, those are some long pants. I've had the idea of swiping gifts before to see if I could redeem points, holding the idea of giving it a try. Night Shanyu found the recharge button and started recharging. Let's rush $1 billion first. Shaky Tooth's recharge screen can only recharge up to 1 million. 1 billion divided 100 times before recharging successfully. It's so tiring to rush a charge. In the future, I'll have the chance to talk to the Shaky Tooth boss and ask him to enlarge the pattern a little bit and create a custom recharge method. Night Shanyu shook off his sore palms and spat. If this is heard by people, high and low will curse a nerve. Which people can punch a money and still tire themselves? Night Shanyu was just about to find a random livestream to brush up on when she suddenly thought of something. Brain said to the system, Toon-chan, you don't want to reward me with Shaky Tooth shares when I swipe my gift, do you? Host, I can't believe you're telling the truth. Unico, I'm warning you, don't reward Ao. Received. Chapter 36, The Dancing Erasure. There are not many words. Night Shanyu said to do it. Go straight to the live streaming grouping and first find the face anchor area, for no other reason than physical and mental health. Night Shanyu browsed through dozens of anchors without any purpose, and about half of them had a face value of 8 points. An 8 out of 10 face value is usually in the beauty class if you put it in reality. But this is the internet, where a sow can become a beautiful woman as soon as you turn the beauty filters on. Therefore, Night Shanyu didn't feel anything for these beautiful and sexy looking beauties on the surface. In reality, no matter whether Muzairu or Shangguan Qianyu, or that little girl Yiningxin, all of them are top big beauties with more than 9 points. He was though to swipe the gift for a whole lot of points, but he'd feel like a big ingrate seed for giving it to these people. Night Shanyu browsed up again. Suddenly, swiped a dance anchor with the ID, Erasure loves to dance. Looking at the appearance is very innocent looking. Her was wearing a white and green ancient Chinese dress, and her face was lightly veiled, so she could not see her face. Pavilion jade, posture delicate, black hair like clouds, eyebrows like a picture. Appear as a fairy general choo-choo moving. Her skin was as white as snow, silky and delicate, resting on the screen as if you could feel her warmth by touching it. She folded the waist to micro steps, presenting the white wrist in the light veil, eyes containing spring water and clear waves of hope, fingers such as peeling onions, rooted mouth such as containing Judan, knitted brows and smile to move the hearts of the people. She twirled her thin waist and danced in front of the screen, dancing a famous ancient dance, the Neishang Yui dance. Use the probing eye. Name, Luo Xiaolan. Identity, currently a junior at Hangzhou Dance Academy and a dance anchor with 100,000 followers. Specialties, dancing, singing, guzheng. Face value, 8. 2. Accidentally burned as a child, leaving scars on his face. Favorability, 50. Physical purity, 100. After reading the introduction, Night Shanyu nodded, secretly saying that this girl was good, a talented anchor. It's decided that it's you. So, clicked through to the live stream. A quick look at the audience size was probably around 300 people. The number of people in Shaky Tooth is real. There are no virtual numbers. What's shown on it is what's shown. Unless it's a studio with hundreds of cell phones opening up numbers. But a few hundred numbers doesn't hurt for some of the big anchors. When Night Shanyu entered the live broadcast room, she saw netizens talking about it. Barbara, how about I paint you a big rocket and you take off the mask? Let's see what Erasure looks like. Erasure, as long as you take off your veil. I'll take the list for a second, said a top level 5 white whoring monster. Upstairs, Lanlan's total list 1 seems to have swiped more than $2 million. And I heard that it's still the rich kid from Lanlan's school who's pursuing her. Dude, I'll eat upside down if you're number 1 on the list. There's another white whore monster coming to cheat on my food and drink. and I've logged 78 in the course of a month. At this rate, the price of will double. Ha 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 ha. Boom! A super rocket exploded into a fireball on the public screen. Liang Chenmei Jing sends out a super rocket. Isn't this Mr. Liang, the top one big brother of our Lan Lan? Ha 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 ha. Mr. Liang came to see Lan Lan. Ha! When will Mr. Liang be able to take Lan Lan? Pop-ups quickly popped up, all of them touting the various ones with IDs called Liang Chenmei Jing. Liang Chenmei Jing, Lan Lan. Our school will hold a welcome party in a few days. I want to invite to be my backup dancer. Luo Xiaolan took a look at the pop-up and frowned. Seeing that it was from Liang Chao, solely declined politely. I'm sorry, Liang Xiao. I have my own program to perform at my own school. Find someone else. And don't swipe gifts for me. I don't need them. That said, keep dancing. She had no feelings for Liang Chao in the first place, and he didn't have a good reputation at school. I heard that he relied on his family's money in the school to do whatever he wanted. Once drunkenly raped a sophomore schoolgirl, and finally that schoolgirl unbearable humiliation, jumped off a building and committed suicide. And as the abuser, Liang Chao, relying on his family a bit of power, spent a sum of money to directly put this matter to rest. Therefore, she didn't want to have anything to do with this Liang Chao at all. But this Liang Chao doesn't know which tendon is wrong. The more you ignore him, the more he will come to pester you. Liang Chao, however, was unmoved. He had a fetish for using money to smash women into bed, especially the kind of innocent women. The more innocent he is, the more exciting he will feel. He had also noticed Luo Xiaolan while brushing his shaking teeth 3 months ago, and was attracted by her ancient dress. Later, he learns that she is actually a student from the school next door to his own, so he launches a pursuit of Luo Xiaolan, convinced that a mere webcam anchor, he could just drop some money and get her into bed. But in a row of 3 months, he himself before and after a total of more than $2 million in her live room. However, this Luo Xiaolan was still lukewarm to herself and even intentionally avoided her, which made Liang Chao a bit furious. The dark road to smashing money doesn't work, so you have to use strong-arm tactics. So, for super rockets were sent out again in a row. Mr. Liang, the first shot is 5 super rockets, and in a few seconds, he's got $10,000, which is 2 months of my salary. Mr. Liang is very generous. Lan Lan, why don't you take Mr. Liang's hand? +1. Liang Chao. I said, don't swipe the gift. I don't want anything to do with you. Please don't bother me anymore. I thank you, Luo Xiaolan said with a somewhat impatient tone. Liang Chenmei Jing, oh, you want me to leave you alone? That's fine. The $2,300,000 that I swiped for you before and after, you give me back every penny. Luo Xiaolan said with furrowed brows. Liang Chao, it's no problem to pay you back, but I can only refund you the part one got. I can only refund you half. The other side was taken by the platform. You can go ask the platform for it. Liang Chao continued. I don't care if it's a platform or not. You're going to spit me out as much money as I spend with you. Otherwise, you'll obediently obey me. You know how strong I am. I can fight you until you go bankrupt. You, Luo Xiaolan looked a little flustered, although she had the grounds to win the lawsuit. But the problem is that Liang Chao has a deep background. If he and his lawsuit must not have so much money to hover with him. If you return it at full price, you don't have that much money yourself. There isn't much money to be made from his own live broadcast, and 90% of it is swiped by Liang Chao for him. She is now in a dilemma. Seeing Luo Xiaolan look flustered, Liang Chao smiled sinisterly. It doesn't matter if you don't return it, as long as you promise to be my girlfriend. With my family's background, it's still not a problem to make you become a million internet celebrities casually. How about it? Do you want to think about it? Luo Xiaolan frowned and blurted out. You dream. Liang Chao, oh, do you know the consequences of refusing? Chapter 37, Shock. Wildly brushed 10,000 shots of Sea Fortress. Some of the water friends in the live broadcast room were also watching the fun and spoke up. Lan Lan, please obey Mr. Liang. Yes, 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 yes. If I were a woman, I'd be with Mr. Liang by now. How can you people be like this? How can you force a relationship to be bought and sold? Lan Lan, we support you. Liang something is not just a little bit of money. I most despise this kind of pretending to be a dog. Upstairs is right. The Arisher family is always on the side of the anchor. Just as the two camps were sniping, suddenly, a sea castle appeared on the screen. The entire broadcast room was covered with bright and colorful special effects that lasted for a full 8 seconds. This sea fortress was the most expensive gift Knight Shanyu could find, one costing 5,000 RMB. Crouching Chow. The god Ho has descended. If he doesn't make a move, it's a fortress. Putting away his agitation, he put on a smile and thanked him. Thanks to Money Pup little brother for the sea castle. What kind of dance do you like to see? Little brother. I'll give you one. Knight Shanyu casually typed a string of words on the keyboard. Feel free to dance. Okay, then I'll give Brother Qian a dance from one of my newly learned dance of the disc flying flowers. At this moment, Liang Chao felt disgraced. He had sent so many gifts himself, and Luo Xiaolan had always been indifferent to him, especially at this critical time. This man suddenly intervened. At Money Pups, bro, are you against me? Knight Shanyu let out 3? Brother, I'm losing face when you do this. Young Chi Nyu, no, you're sick, aren't you? Do I know you? Liang Chao, you kid dare to scold me. Dude, if you don't have money, don't pick up girls. You swiped a gift and had to have it returned. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Get lost. Knight Shanyu taunted. Liang Chao, kid, UTM. As the music played, Luo Xiaolan slowly twisted her waist, her movements gentle and delicate. Liang Chao was a bit angry at being disliked, and directly swiped 10 sea fortresses. Mud, boy, let's show you what a real sea fortress is. But before he could put in a harsh word, it instantly rained castles on the air. Money Pup sent out to see Forts X1. Money Pups sent out to see Forts X2. Money Pups sent out to see Forts X3. Money Pups giveaway. As the first sea fortress descended, it was followed by a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. In less than a minute's work, Knight Shanyu had swiped out 100 sea forts. It hasn't stopped. It's still brushing. The popularity of the Arisher who loves to dance live room instantly soared, and in a minute's time, it directly ascended to the number 1 position on the hourly list. Some unknown netizens have entered looking at the screen full of special effects, first confused, then shocked, and finally Liang Chao. One by one, the munchers began to ask about the cause of the incident. Learning that Pengwan is forcing the anchor to be her girlfriend on the basis of her wealth and power, or else she'll refund him the full amount. Eventually a mysterious bigwig appeared, and that's how it happened. The backward netizens have joined the Arisher family army camp, and have given a burst of output to the support of Liang Chao Xiaoheizi. Because of the disparity in the number of people on the other side, the cursed ones have exited the live room. What's his name? Leon? Don't think you can act like a critic just because you have a few bucks. At Liang Chen Mei Jing, don't you think you're very rich? Don't you want to fight with Mr. Qian? Why did you wimp out? Money always bulls **T. Money Pup sends out C Fortress X520. Money Pup sends out C Fortress X1314. Money Pup sends C Fortress X5200. Money Pups giveaway. It's still going on. It hasn't stopped. Scared the live streamers into silence. There were only a few scattered pop-ups of Mr. Qian is bullish floating around. All of them were scared silly by this mysterious godly man. And Liang Chao, who was the trigger, didn't know when he secretly exited the live broadcast. I don't know what to say. Who the hell is this Chief Qian? This sent out 6,000 fortresses. A full 30 million RMB. This is more than spreading money is still bold. Without further ado, I'll be your biggest fan from now on. Mr. Qian, do you still need a dog? Just leave me there. Money always bulls **T. Voice breaking. For a time, the entire Shivering Tooth platform, on the public screens of all the anchors, all of them juggled Fortress Rain. The light rain fell for a full half hour at once. What's the situation? Is there a bug in the platform? It's been 10 minutes since I swiped the brush and it still doesn't stop. An anchor who is live broadcasting the League of Legends Orphan hit halfway, but also not live. Directly Xiaobo ran to the Arisher live room to spectate, and he was after this time by the fans to become the orphan anchor. Where did this godly man come from? Directly hitting the popularity list to 8 billion. A chicken funny entertainment anchor woman directly sensed the thunder, said to the fans in the live room, "Family, go with me to the door. Let's go eat some melon." More and more anchors with their own fans all flocked to the Arisher who loves to dance live room. In an instant, the number of onlookers directly increment from 300,000 to 500,000, and it didn't stop there. And so many users flooded in together that they nearly overcrowded the service area. Luckily, the superintendent found it in time and rushed to call in a technician to maintain and increase the service area. which was able to sustain such a huge onslaught of data. And with the number of people still incrementing, the superintendent called for the service area to continue to be added while reporting this situation to his superiors. As for Erishur, who was the anchor of this live broadcast, she was already completely in a state of confusion. She's been an anchor for over a year now and has seen and heard a lot of dirt, but definitely not as trenchant as this mysterious godly man who came today. Simply do not treat money as money. Qingming Festival burning paper money did not dare to burn so, without saying a word. 6,000. No, now there are 7,000 C-forts sent directly. That's not to use hyperbole. It should be best described as shocking. The main thing is that this ID called Money Pup, himself in the Shaking Teeth platform, has never heard of it. Could it be someone's trumpet or a new entrant to Shaky Tooth's divine? At this time, her throat was a little hoarse, and she had already shouted countless times, "Thank you for the gift from Mr. Chien. There is no need to brush it. I am very grateful for your support for me." She really didn't want to let this Chief Chien give herself gifts anymore. The godly man who rewarded tens of millions of dollars with his hand, his identity and background must be several times higher than Liang Chao Gao. He himself couldn't even do anything about Liang Chao, let alone this mysterious big brother. When the time comes and he is just like Liang Chao, what should he do then? The gift was a hot potato in his own hands, and he didn't really want to take it. He himself also privately added the backstage Shaky Tooth number of Money Pup and privately sent him a message to stop swiping gifts. But Knight Shanyu seemed to have no effort to pay attention to him, his fingers still rhythmically clicking on the gifts. He really didn't have the time to take care of it, and at this point he mentally spat at President Shaky Tooth 100 times. 100 times. Couldn't the amount of this gift be bigger? His hands are sore from pointing. Money Pup sent out to see Forts X7777. Money Pups gives away C Fortress X8888. Money Pups gives away C Fortress X9999. Money Pup sends C Fortress X 10,000. Chapter 38, shocking the live broadcast again. 10,000 rounds of C Fortress sent out. Knight Shanyu then stopped. He shook his sore wrist and muttered, "Swiping gifts is a pretty exhausting job." If this statement was heard by the people in the broadcast room, they would definitely be collectively speechless. Damn. Just this half-hour time. You but swiped a whole 50 million RMB. Ah, you say this is two hit people. Phew, Big Brother finally stopped. My heart couldn't stand watching it. Yes, I'd like to call this Mr. Money the most powerful man in the world. Bar none. I don't know if Mr. Chien likes men. If it's okay, I'll volunteer. Pervert. Requesting the anchor to kick him out of the studio. +1. Luo Xiaolan also let out a breath and stuttered a bit at the screen. Money. Money total. You do not brush. You look good. What dance or what song I can meet? After resting, Knight Shanyu heard Luo Xiaolan's voice and typed a random paragraph on the screen. Whatever you want. Or sing a song about the wind. Luo Xiaolan saw that Mr. Chien finally spoke, and his heart was also relieved. Not afraid of you making demands, just afraid of you not speaking, so she narrowed her eyes, her moon curved, and whispered, "Okay, Mr. Chien." The music rang out, and as soon as Luo Xiaolan opened her mouth, the voice was ethereal as if it were a lark's chant, as if it were a trickle, as if it were a warbling yellow warbler coming out of the valley. As light and pleasant as it was, the stage to the climax was again exciting and made the atmosphere in the live room high again. Wow, not only do you look good dancing on the air, but you sound good singing too. I can say without exaggeration, as a longtime fan of the anchor, that the anchor talent is at the T0 stage. Concerned. No wonder the money will always brush so much money to the anchor, or the money will always have a good eye. In an instant, Luo Xiaolan's number of fans instantly rose from 100,000 to 300,000, and during the time that Luo Xiaolan was singing, Knight Shanyu was also researching some other things about Shaky Tooth. Saw the gift bar nobility option with the nobility opening. Viscounts, counts, emperors, super emperors, divine emperors, and imperial emperors. It takes 180,000 RMB to open a super emperor, and 500,000 for a god emperor, and the highest emperor needs to cost a full 2 million RMB. The validity time period is only 1 month, and it costs $500,000 to renew. If once, Knight Shanyu saw this thing will definitely curse who buy who what pen. Now his eyes did light up as if he had seen a big treasure. Open an empire directly. Money Pup opened the super title, Emperor. Network-wide notification, congratulations to the ID Money Pup account for becoming the 10th Emperor user. With the announcement on the public screen, the pop-ups went straight to 666. 666. Mr. Xian is a big man. Shanty, 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 shanty atmosphere. Worthy of being the emperor of money. The title of emperor of $2 million a month is opened at the drop of a hat. The money emperor won't blink at $15 million, let alone 2 million. District 6. Luo Xiaolan finished her song and looked at the dazzling emperor opening prompt. First froze for a moment, then thanked her. Thank you Chandy for opening the empire. As soon as the words left his mouth, the next scene shocked the entire internet directly for 100 years. Congratulations to Money Pops on the successful renewal of emperor. 59 days and 59 minutes remaining. Congratulations to Money Pops on the successful renewal of emperor. 89 days and 59 minutes remaining. Congratulations to Money Pops on the successful renewal of emperor. 119 days and 59 minutes remaining. This renewal took another full 10 minutes. Congratulations to Money Pop for successfully renewing his emperor. 23,999 days and 51 points remaining. Congratulations to Money Pops for successfully renewing their empire. Remaining 26,999 days and 49 points. Night Thousands maneuver had shaken everyone's scalp. Finally, Night Shenyu stopped. Chow. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is renewed for the whole 900 months. A total of 450 million RMB. I can pass this number on to my grandchildren. No. One is passed on for 3 generations. And the number is still there when the person leaves. I really saw it today. Someone actually swiped it with a renewal. And it directly shocked me for 100 years. The pop-ups were like a meat grinder. Quickly swiping the screen. The total number of people directly broke 200W+. The ones who came on the win were not just big anchors or small anchors. All of them were filled with envy and jealousy towards this Luo Xiaolan. There have been requests to friend Money Pop. Deep City Shivering Teeth headquarters. The headquarters was also busy at this time. Quickly, call a few more technicians to continue to open up the capacity of this live room. Continue to increase the servers. And make sure that the data in the live room is stable. A male supervisor wearing glasses was directing in an organized manner. Then looked to the assistant at his side. Is there any investigation? This money is always not a normal brush gift. Not the kind of money laundering gang? The assistant replied. Supervisor Feng, the police have just investigated. There is no money laundering. Supervisor Feng sniffed, nodded, and immediately ordered. Did you contact that godly man? The assistant shook his head. No. Your room management added several times. The other party ignored it, probably too busy brushing gifts to notice yet. Supervisor Feng seriously confided. Let Xiaoyu must contact this Mr. Xian and meet all his requirements. This kind of godly man must tie him within our shaking teeth. This kind of one-time performance and the number of recharging a billion godly man is still the first time to meet. Yes, supervisor. The words are split. Night Shenyu's sighed. Looking at the 4 billion jitterbugs still remaining, he fell into a deep thought. It took almost an hour of swiping to do a measly 500 million. It was only then that I reacted to the fact that having swiped the gift was also a tiring job. Solely leave it unpainted for now. Coming backstage, a lot of people had just friended themselves while swiping gifts and were ready to see who they were. Erisher, who loves to dance, has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Remarks, don't brush off the money always. Sweet Kiki has requested to add your friend. Do you agree? Sexy One Flower has requested to add your friend. Do you agree? Triple X has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Super House Manager Xiaoyu requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Remarks, hello, Chandy. I am the top house manager of Shaky Tooth. Please agree. Thank you. There are too many. Hundreds of them by eyeballing. Some of them are anchors. And some of them are water boys. Night Shenyu then agrees to the 2 Erisher who loves to dance as well as Super House Manager Xiaoyu. The rest of them are rejected with one click and then the friend request permission is turned off again. Only you can add others. Others can't add you. First, he opened Luo Xiaolan's private message. Mr. Qian, please don't swipe it. I'm glad you're giving me gifts, but it's too much. I can't afford it. Mr. Qian, please stop. If you continue to brush it, if you want to return it later, I can only refund you what I got. Mr. Qian, you have to stop. Chapter 39, Hot Search. Just after adding it, Luo Xiaolan sent a message. Is Chandy here? Night Shenyu sent the word in. Luo Xiaolan quickly sent a paragraph. Need to add a VX? Here's my VX number, 133XXX. Okay. Night Shenyu copy and paste to add a friend note Luo Xiaolan. Ding dong. A message came in on WeChat. Hello, Emperor Qian. My name is Luo Xiaolan. Thank you for the gift you swiped for me today. It made my live room popularity skyrocket, and my followers went from 100,000 to 700,000. I'm really grateful to you. If there's any song Chandy likes to hear or any dance he wants to see, I can sing and dance for you. Knight Shanyu just faintly returned a word and didn't say anything. This makes Luo Xiaolan not know whether she should or shouldn't reply. Not replying to the message will make people feel that she is impolite. What about replying will make people feel that she is nagging? Thinking for a moment, Luo Xiaolan said that Chandy was busy beforehand. Putting down his cell phone, he looked at the screen and fumed, with a little emptiness in his heart. While Knight Chanyu was brushing Luo Xiaolan's friend circle, not much was posted. Some were dancing, some were singing, and a few were food photos. The most recent friend circle posted was from last week. Luo Xiaolan was wearing a white court dress, holding an oil paper umbrella, lightly veiled, with a pair of jade feet lightly stepping in the stream. Hibiscus, sinking fish and geese. The light veil on the face is more of a mysterious beauty, just like a fairy, aura floating. Knight Shanyu appreciated for a moment before exiting the friend circle interface, and then came to Shivering Tooth's friend information interface. Once inside, I saw several unread messages. Good day, Chandy. I'm the Shaky Tooth Supreme Room Manager. You can call me Little You. Chandy. From now on, I'll be your Shaky Tooth's exclusive room manager. You can mention any request you have and I'll try my best to fulfill it. Chandy. We have set up your Shaky Tooth account as an exclusive account with the right to respond directly to the highest Shaky Tooth executive. Knight Shanyu returned. This is my micro signal. You add it. Anxiously waiting for more than 10 minutes of Xiaoyu staring at the cell phone delay to see Chandy sent a message. The heart cannot help but be a little apprehensive. This mysterious godly man couldn't have quit Shivering Teeth already, could he? Then wouldn't he have to stand guard here until he came online? If you don't reach this godly man, you'll have to pack up and leave yourself. Just as the heavens were turning in her mind, suddenly, ding dong, a bang. The godly man from Shaky Tooth's friend screen finally sent a message. Woohoo! Job saved. In less than 3 seconds, she quickly sent her microphone. Yes, Chandy, add a friend. Xiaoyu said in a hurry. Hello Chandy, finally reached you. Do you have any requests or offers? As long as it doesn't affect the platform's interests, I can help you fulfill it from my side. Knight Shanyu asked. Really, just mention anything? Yes, Chandy, you are our most honored user of Shaky Tooth. Knight Shanyu thought for almost 10 seconds and typed a text on the screen. First, set your recharge screen to customize it, and recharge a charge halfway through the day. Second, gifts are a little more expensive, and swiping a gift makes my hands cramp up. Third, but anything with a limit is changed to customization. Fourth, it's the above 3 points, to be added later. Xiaoyu. She was speechless. The highest 1 million recharge interface and people still thought it was too low. What? He charged $1 billion. That's fine. There were also idle gifts priced too low. This she could understand. After all, which decent person was swiping the Emperor's Zune to renew? Without much thought, she immediately replied. Okay, Chandy. I will report your request to the head of the department as soon as possible, and I will probably fulfill all your requests for you tomorrow at the latest. Okay, that's it. Down. Chandy, you're busy. You can call on me for anything within Shivering Teeth. Congratulations to the host for spending $500 million and gaining 5 W points, with 10 W points remaining in the total. Knight Shanyu turned off his cell phone and directly buried his head to sleep. While he was asleep, the Shaky Tooth live streaming platform and the entire internet exploded. The name with the ID Qian Cub swept through the entire live broadcasting world, and 70 to 80% of the anchors had memorized this ID. There's a topic-based blogger who wrote a straightforward video and attached 10,000 screenshots of Sea Fortress and Renewal Emperor. It also gave the video an eye-catching title. Shocker! Mysterious tycoon descends on Shake Tooth Live, speaks out for female anchors, throws 500 million in an hour, then leaves in style, and paid $5,000 1,000 for the traffic. Within an hour of this video being posted, many people retweeted it. A time this short video instantly dominated the screen, directly on the hot search list, but also into the top 3 positions. From there, a mysterious tycoon is born. Passers-by call him Chief Money or Emperor Money, and this account of Money Pups has inexplicably increased its fan base by more than 100,000 followers. And as time festered, the number of fans increased at an alarming rate. That's a scary rate of increase in powder. Water users on the network have been discussing this mysterious tycoon. Some envy, some worship. There are also small black people on the network beep lie. Who the hell is this Chief Chien's? Actually brushing it off with a renewal empire. Caught. I think he's a fool for money. Ha ha, caught a lemon leprechaun one. From now on, I'm a member of the Chien family army. And whoever dares to defame my family pigeon, don't blame me for making use of the lightning 5 consecutive whips that I've been practicing for 2.5 years. This person swiped so much money at the drop of a hat. Don't you guys suspect that this is a bit like the legendary money laundering? Blind student, you have found Tawa Point. Inside the student rental apartment next door to the Hangzhou Dance Academy, Luo Xiaolan, who had just gotten off the air, sat on the edge of the bed and fumed. Luo Xiaolan didn't live within the school's dormitory because she had to broadcast live, so she rented a double apartment nearby with her best friend. She didn't have class today, so she had a live broadcast, which she didn't know put herself on the hot list. Her best friend Jiang Yoxin ran into Luo Xiaolan's room, stepping on a pair of cute little white rabbit sandals that were alive and kicking. She looked as like a high school student, similar to Yiningxin, also 5 meters, double ponytail, but like for Yiningxin that airplane field, Jiang Yoxin is round and bursting. She pounced on Luo Xiaolan's side, hugging her arm and squeezing with all her might, her cute little face constantly rubbing against her. Full of excitement, he said, Xiaolan, you're on the hot search yay, ha ha ha, I'm so excited. Honestly, who is that Chandy? Is it a boyfriend you secretly made? Words. Luo Xiaolan's face flushed red and pushed her little face away to retort. What nonsense. I don't even know him. Chapter 40, 400,000 fans. Ha, then how come he swiped so much for you? The whole $500 million. Jiang Yoxin couldn't tense up and yelled. How was I supposed to know that guy was suddenly swiping me so much? Luo Xiaolan shook her head to show that she didn't know anything. Whoa, if only there was such a godly man who also swiped so much for me. I'm going to eat dirt if I go on like this. Jiang Yoxin beamed and cried. She was also an anchor, or she wouldn't have rented a room with Luo Xiaolan. It's just that the content of her live broadcast was different from Luo Xiaolan's, because she liked to play games, so she became an entertaining and funny king anchor, although it is a game anchor, but playing the game is as usual dish, commonly known as Dish and Love to Play series, so her shake teeth ID is called Catch a Dish Peach, often trolled by netizens for various strange ways of dying, also known as the second generation of Pick Peach. Once in the 4 national service first hacked together, the final still failed miserably. Ultimately, it's either because Peachy is delivering or is on her way to delivering. It was also because of her dishes and her sweet lowly voice and funny live effects that she drew countless fans and became a million popular anchor. Looking at the playwright like Jiang Yoxin, Luo Xiaolan was speechless as she skimmed her mouth. You don't want a fake cry. You're already immune to me with this trick. How can $1 million anchor eat dirt so easily? Just picking up a few Hiroko will make you rich for a long time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yoxin smiled awkwardly. Hey, again by you found. How about adding that Chendi's WeChat? There is no about you go out to eat a candlelight dinner or something? Circle of friends have no photos. Is a handsome brother or middle-aged uncle? Jiang Yoxin opened her mouth with a machine gun, crackling out a string of questions. Stop. Luo Xiaolan hurriedly covered her mouth to prevent her from continuing to speak. Only after watching Jiang Yoxin nod her head with big innocent eyes did Luo Xiaolan continue. WeChat ad was added. No ask me out. No photos in my friend's circle. He just replied and then there was no more. Speaking later, even Luo Xiaolan herself felt incredulous. What? He spent $500 million and said one huh? No, he is not what stimulation he's got nowhere to spend his money? Jiang Yoxin was speechless and said with some excitement in her voice. I can't believe someone swiped so many gifts without the idea of asking the anchorwoman out. What are you so excited about? I wouldn't go out even if you asked me out. Luo Xiaolan pulled the standing Jiang Yoxin back to the edge of the bed. And what if it was a handsome little brother? Jiang Yoxin's eyes darted around and asked lewdly. Luo Xiaolan thought for a moment, but still shook her head. Shouldn't be going either. Corey, you know. My face. Luo Xiaolan spoke in a somewhat lost and despondent tone at the end, and then removed the veil. From the side, it was a fair face of unbelievable beauty, but then on the other side, it was a red, swollen and scarred face that had been scalded. This contrast is like the union of angels and demons. Aya, don't be sad. Sure, with the current technology, it is possible to treat your face. Jiang Yoxin somewhat self-condemned and heartbrokenly comforted her good girlfriend and put her veil back on. It's okay, I'm used to it. Luo Xiaolan smiled and shook her head. stating that she was fine. Only a hint of despondency showed in the depths of her eyes. Jiang Yoxin smiled and rubbed her face up against it furiously, saying happily, "Please please, my treat isn't it? How about a seafood buffet? Don't rub it in." Itchy, teased by Jiang Yoxin. Luo Xiaolun was amused and giggled. The sadness in front of her eyes disappeared. "No, I'm going to eat that biggest five-star hotel in Hangzhou. I'm going to order some and eat you poor." "Fine. I'll do whatever you want. Don't rub it in." Having lost face, Liang Chao was furiously dropping things in his room. This, labor give you brush so much money. Let you do my woman refused. And that what money total? Also ing out to drop my face. You guys give me weight. I can't afford to mess with Mr. Qian's. But you're just a Luo Xiaolan. I can't rule you anymore. If the soft one doesn't work, then don't blame me for using the hard one. When I woke up, it was 8 o'clock at night. See Night-chan, you woke up. Is playing the game. Jean Rich put down the hands of the mouse, took out a lunchbox on the Night-chan you table position. Seeing that you didn't wake up, I didn't yell for you to eat. This is the meal that I packed back for you. It might be a bit cold, so make do with what you have. Night-chan you got out of bed, washed his face and smiled. Thanks, still fatty is good to me. Jean Shen resumed his seat to play the game and returned indifferently. No need to thank you. The bill hasn't been paid yet. You remember to pay it on your phone. Remember to pay ours along with it. It's that Yongqing stir fry, the owner WeChat you have. I've already explained it to the owner. Night Chiyu. Grass. Thank you early. Really still go. Night Shanya shook her head helplessly and found the owner of Yongqing stir fry to pay the money. Then opened the boxed lunch to feast up. Although the food is a little cold, but the taste is still okay. Otherwise it will not add the owner's WeChat. Easy to order food. Night Shanyu ate his meal while opening the shaking teeth. Eating without brushing the shaking teeth in vain for college students. As soon as he goes into shaky tooth and sees the little red dot, he can't help but click him off. It's a compulsion for him. A little bit in, our XXX followed you with this information. Night Shanyu returned to her homepage and took a look at the number of followers, which was already around 400,000. 400,000 fans in 4 hours. Can you believe it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400,000 fans. 40 W points. 50 W points remaining. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 points of reputation value. If it reaches 100 points, the reward will be doubled. The system's voice rang in his head, causing Night Shanyu's eating movements to pause for a moment. He asked in his head, Tuzi, can there be rewards for rising fans as well? The points gained from this gift swiping aren't as fast as the points exchanged for rising fans. Thinking of this, the corners of Night Shanyu's mouth rose slightly, and she had another idea about the way to get the points she would acquire in the future. Yes, host, it's a hidden reward. You have all hidden rewards in the end. Why don't you say it all at once? It belongs to the developer's confidentiality. Not authorized to inform. Please host to explore on their own. Che, what secret? It's not that the dog author didn't think of it. Check the personal panel. The host's personal panel is as follows. Host, Night Chiyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 9.99, capped at 10 for readers. Strength, 30, normal human limit 10. Speed, 20. Resistance, 20. Identity, freshman in Mordor, hidden. Reputation value, 40. Points remaining, 50 W. Chapter 41, End of Military Training. September 16th. Today is the last day of military training. It is also a way for the school to test the level of the students after this half-month of military training. The freshmen, assembled on the playground, are neatly aligned and ready for their final quality control. Students, instructors, the time has come to test the fruits of your training. And now, the 2023 Magic City Military Training Inspection Parade will now begin. Thump, thump, thump. March of the Split Ceremony. Freshmen with solemn expressions and straight posture await the arrival of the parade. They have gone through half a month of military training, transforming from childish youth to a tough and persevering face, from white skin to tan skin. The head of the scorching sun, rise to the challenge, molded with the attitude of perseverance. Day by day, aspiring to travel 1,000 miles, crowned with the heart of overcoming difficulties. The military, the new students gathered in the sand, gather soul and force, and see my class 3 teenagers' dashing posture. Head held high, thin sweat through the shirt, the footsteps of the firm. The trumpet loud and clear shocked the clouds and the sky. The road to the revitalization of China. The mountain is high and the water is long. Then there must be today's students to bear the great responsibility. Hand in hand with the common way. Military training. Think about the bitter and then sweet. Life inspirational while teenagers. At the beginning of the military training is bitter, is tired. The middle of the military training is laughing. The late parting is reluctant to part. No military training. No youth. No regrets. Today tasted the exhaustion of military training. Tomorrow will be enough to cope with the pain of learning. Bitter and sweet. You will be the most shining light under the sun. Military training returned to change not only the color of skin. More is the will. May you. Ahead and back. Still a teenager. Go for it. The third class of the Department of Finance and his party said goodbye to the coach. A small number of girls are more reluctant to cry out. Some reluctant to embrace the coach to say goodbye. Before leaving, Night Chanyu told Wang Jian, if discharged, no place to go can come to him, can help him solve all employment problems, because before Wang Jian's a small move to get Night Shanyu's recognition. Others respect him a foot, he can return him 100 feet. Military training at Mordor University is over. Military training in the good times. We chewed together chilled watermelon. Together in order to class honor game. Shouting. Together to witness the Night Chanyu violently beat the fault-finding Cui Xiao. With the end of the military training together with the dust into the memory of the students. And this memory could be with you for the rest of your life. Or it could be forgotten in a corner of time. Old night. Where are we going to rub it in tonight? In the 608 dormitory room. Jean Xinshin stripped down to just a pair of pants and comfortably lay on the bed, inquiring with an excited expression. Let's go eat on that trashy street in front of the school, or else, we'll see some pretty girls on the way. Sitting at the computer desk, Yishaotian said with a lewd face, Garbage Street is actually a food court, a favorite hangout for students from nearby schools. I'm casual. Xia Nanqing spread his hands and said. Everyone collectively looked at Night Shanyu, who was fiddling with his cell phone. Old Night, you decide where to go. It's on you anyway. Just then, ding dong, Muziru sent a message. Chi Yu, we're done with military training. Do you want to go to dinner together at night? The dormitory reunion that we talked about last time. He. Night Shanyu simply returned. Okay, let's eat together then. Thinking about it, he added. Any ideas where to eat? Soon after, Muziru sent it. We've discussed going to eat at a barbecue stand on the Magic City walking street. And I've heard that barbecue stand is not only inexpensive but also delicious. Good. Let's eat there then. And send me the location when we get there. Okay, Chu. I'll see you then. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Almost 3 months. I miss you so much. Night Chanyu read it and smiled back. Okay, I'll see you then. Although one is a soul wearer. What one feels and what one experiences in the original life is just like what one experiences. Without any interpolation or exclusion. It's like this is me and I'm him and there aren't two people. Just like Mu Zero. Just really like himself and her talk about a few years like a couple in general. And did not feel rejected. But instead is still wants that love. The only thing that has changed is that one's old color batch character from the original Blue Star is brought into this world. After thinking about it for half a day and not coming up with a reason. Just don't think about it and let nature take its course. Aha! See you there. Mu Zero put down her cell phone after typing with a smile on her face. Lin Rui Shi, who was on the side, asked with a smile. Say yes? Mu Zero nodded her head like a chicken. Say yes to that barbecue stand. First things first, we'll be AA then. I don't want my boyfriend spending more money than he has to. Lin Rui Shi teased. I know. See how anxious you are. Muziru smiled stupidly. Hey, my boyfriend's family conditions are not good. His parents are in a small rural village in Hangzhou. Every month's living expenses are limited. And you also know that the Magic City prices are expensive. So, hey, the other roommate asked softly. Zizu, do you think your parents will agree when the time comes if your family is so well off? Mu Zero sniffed but was a bit despondent and shook her head. I don't know. I wouldn't split with him even if my parents didn't agree. Maybe I'm just a love brain. Ha. Okay, let's not talk about these things. We'll talk about them when the time comes. The last roommate came out to round up the crowd. Here, how about this dress? What are you doing dressed up like that? We're there to keep an eye on our Zizu, not for you to seduce. Ha. Boys' dorm room. Night Shanyu put down her cell phone and said faintly. Go to the barbecue stand on Walking Street. My girlfriend said before about the dormitory sorority. Then you guys see which one you want to chase yourselves. The words just fell. Excited shouts rang out from the 608 dormitory. The loudness of the voice was heard throughout the building. Crouching Chow. Who's yelling for the righteous father? Kim Rich was the first to rush into the restroom and began to flush. Immediately following Yi Xiaotian, Xia Nancheng entered the restroom together, and the sound of Jin Shengong's shrieking duck voice was emitted from inside. Can't you guys just wait until I'm done washing before you come in? It's too crowded. It's not that you're fat. Stop squeezing. The soap fell off. Yi Xiaotian, you pick it up. Chow chow. Jean Lauer. UING. Naya. That's the oldest. Night Shenyu, ring in equal to underscore ring in equal to. The trio walked out of the restroom with a soothing look on their faces. One all covered with just a towel. How refreshing. A bath in this weather. Kim gave a rich and bashful shout. Night Shenyu said flatly, don't get high. For those who don't know, the three of you just fenced. Kim has money. Yat Shu Tin. Xia Nanxing. Who are you kidding? Ignoring his three sons, Night Shenyu took a towel and entered the restroom as well, ready to bathe. As soon as the restroom door closes, the three had scarlet eyes. The moment of the hunt, it's here. Jia jia jia. Here we go. In an instant, Night Shenyu's hissing screams came from inside the restroom. My chow. Nigga, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Chapter 42, Dormitory Fellowship, 1. Old Night, what do you think of the suit I'm wearing? Will any girl fall for me? Kim has money to spend on a floral shirt and a pair of floral shorts with a little hairspray along the way. With a stinky face, he kept wriggling his fat body in front of the mirror. Not good. No different than a loitering playboy. Whoever likes you is going to be so blind. Yi Xiaotian, who was blow-drying his hair on the side, spat. What if there really is a blind one? Simple change of clothes, Xia Nanqing mended. You dream. Jin Xian glanced at Yi Xiaotian, who was still smiling cheaply, with a look of contempt. Nowadays, little girls like playboys like me. Men are not bad. Women are not happy. Men are not flowery. Women are not happy. At those words, Yi Xiaotian bristled. Yes, yes, yes. I'm afraid that the girls will come and say, little Jean, I can't sit down. Chow, you twisted damn. Has Elder Jean forgotten a very serious matter? We are following Old Night out, and it's our turn to look for Night Chin-yu as well. Xia Nanqing continued to mend fences. Not to mention that girls these days like slugging it out. And what part of you is slugging it out? ITM. Mind broken ah. Night Chin-yu looked at the three people arguing with a speechless face and shook her head to ignore them. Casually bring a white shirt to put on. Casual dazzling hair with a simple shirt, coupled with melancholy deep eyes. Properly like an idol drama hero general. He didn't dress up on purpose, and he didn't need to. Just standing there was the star of the show. He opened the dropshipping app on his phone and booked a random car. About 10 minutes later, he had no intention of driving himself, and he had no intention of telling Mu Zero that he was now rich. Mu Zero knew all about him, knew that his family wasn't very well off, and hadn't come up with a reason to say that he'd become a trillionaire in a few months' time. Could it be that he was actually the young master of a mysterious hermit family that had strayed because of an accident when he was a child? Or suddenly save a billionaire on your own and end up inheriting his family fortune? These reasons are out of this world. Do you think this is a TV show or a novel? And then there was the last point that he wanted to be in love with Mu Zero as before. Purely in love and unadulterated. Ding dong. Ding dong. At that moment, two WeChat beeps sounded. Night Qianyu took a look. It was from Yi Ningxin and Shangguan Qianyu. Are these two ninjas talking about the same thing? Why do they send messages at the same time? Night Qianyu murmured and opened Yi Ningxin's chat box first. Brother Shanyu, going out for the night? He did not reply for the time being, and then opened Shangguan Qianyu's message again. That, fellow night student, would you like to go out for dinner together sometime in the evening? Don't get me wrong. It's just to thank you for sharing something with me during military training. Night Shanyu smiled back. I should as class president. What's there to be thankful for? A dinner isn't out of the question. How about this? At 9 p.m., we'll hang out at the romantic bar. My roommate wants to go. After eating with Mu Zero, it was almost 8 o'clock, and it was just 9 o'clock when I took the car over. And it wouldn't be a conflict. Oh, well then, see you there. Night Qian exited the conversation with Shangguan Qianyu, and when he came to Yi Ningxin's chat box again, he saw several messages. Brother Qiyu, is it in? Brother Shanyu, taking a shower bath? Can you show the nest? Just one look wow. Shanyu brother, pay attention to me. Poor JPG. Night Qianyu was speechless. What a little shy girl. And immediately replied, how can you be so astringent at such a young age? Beware of growing needle eyes. Yi Ningxin returned. Hey, I'm just going to mouth hi. Shanyu brother, going out for the night? Looking forward. JPG. Go to the romantic bar at 9 p.m. Don't be late then. With my roommate in Shangguan Qianyu, Yi Ningxin revealed a bitter face. Well, I thought I could have a sweet double row with your brother. So are you going? Go go go. Of course go. I don't go, how can I? When the time comes is not cheap. Shangguan Qianyu alone. After looking at the time, it was almost time, and then turning off his cell phone, Night Shanyu said to his 3 roommates, let's go. It's almost time. Go, 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 go to the garage and drive. Kim Rich was just about to head down to the basement when Night Shanyu called out to him. No need to drive. I called for a drop. Ha, old Night, why aren't you driving today? My girlfriend doesn't know I'm rich, just that I'm from a not-so-great family, so don't show yourselves when the time comes. The 3 of them looked at Night Shanyu in amazement, with a face of incredulity plus shock and a hint of admiration, and raised their thumbs. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Night, I heard before that you guys have been talking since junior year. I can't believe you managed to hide it for 4 years. I'm impressed. Jin Xian is even patting his chest and assuring, don't worry, it won't show. Yi Xiaotian skimmed his lips. The easiest thing to talk about is you. Blanche. Okay, stop fooling around and let's go. I'll take you guys to the romantic bar later to fool around. Night Thousand Nights laughed with a big wave of his hand. Woohoo! When the 4 of them arrived outside the school gates, they saw a black sedan parked in front of the entrance. Night Shanyu did open the back door and sat in, giving the passenger side to Jin Xian. I can't help it. He's the fattest of them all. I should have known better than to make 2 appointments. Seeing the 4 aboard, he politely asked, may I ask if you are the passenger with tail number 9972? Night Shanyu whispered a yes. With that, the car started and drove towards the barbecue stand that Mu Zero said. It took about 20 minutes of traveling time for the group to reach their destination. The journey was actually quite short, mainly because there were just too many cars on the road and it was all spent in traffic jams. The crowd got out of the car and looked at the bustling streets ahead. The moon is in the sky. The lights are on at the beginning of the night. The street is full of lights. The wine shop flower windows, reflecting the figures of the people who are mingling. The teepee smoke rises, rendering a thick smoky atmosphere. Old Night, isn't this barbecue stand? Jin Xian asked, pointing to the barbecue stand on the corner of the road. Well, this should be the one. Night Shanyu nodded as he looked at the photo on his phone, then led the crowd over. Although this place is relatively isolated compared to other stores, it does have more customers. It was now 7 o'clock, and the place was filled with tables large and small, with only a few small spare tables left. Night Shanyu found 2 small square tables to put together, just enough to accommodate 8 people. The 4 of them started with some barbecue, drinks, and chatted and farted with each other as they waited. Chapter 43, Dormitory Fellowship, 2. Almost 15 minutes or so. 4 glossy girls walked down the drop, also causing some sideways glances from the people around them. With a single glance, Night Shanyu locked onto Muziru, who was standing in the center. She wore a long, pure white dress with chiffon gauze that fell lightly around her waistline and ankles, swaying in the wind. Her face was painted with light makeup. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her features were so exquisite that people couldn't move their eyes. She was already very pretty in her plain face and became even more beautiful and heartwarming. Night Shanyu stood up and waved her over, calling out softly, Zyro, over here. At those words, Mu Zero looked at the sound and saw the boy she had been pining for 3 months. He seems more handsome and confident than ever. Her roommate beside her followed suit and looked over to see a very, very handsome boy. The casual yet uncluttered clothing, the cold yet composed face and his plodding smile, if anything, made their hearts shake slightly as well, with a feeling of being struck in the heart. Then he quickly shook his head, thinking that this was his roommate's boyfriend, and he couldn't afford to compromise his ethics. Wow, Zyro, is that your boyfriend? Mu Zero nodded with an inky smile. Aha, yes. How about handsome? Don't you guys hit on my boyfriend? Zero, your boyfriend is simply too handsome. Even more handsome than the male lead in an idol drama. It's useless to be handsome. We have to look at his character. Let's go and help Zero to keep an eye on him. Looking at the 4 big beauties walking over, the 3 roommates beside Night Shanyu directly transformed into piggybacks. Old Night, what a beautiful 4 beauties. Is that one walking at the front your girlfriend? At the sound of the voice, Night Shanyu glanced at the glowing-eyed Jin Xian, wanting to directly give him a stick cone, and threatened. Jin Laoer, if you dare to hit on my girlfriend, you beware of having your dick smashed by me. Jin Xian shivered and woke up instantly. Night Shanyu followed Fatty Jin's gaze and looked over. That girl was indeed pretty. Compared to Mu Zero, it wasn't much different. This woman's slender peaked waist, slender rounded thighs, and bright moon-like beautiful face. Night Shanyu said with a nod. Beautiful indeed. Old Jin's aesthetics are finally correct for once. Kim has money. Are you burying the hatchet? The four of them walked to the table and Mu Zero couldn't wait to hug Night Shanyu. Shoo, I miss you so much. Crowd. No, I haven't eaten yet. I'm full just from the dog food. Night Shanyu smiled and rubbed her hair soothingly. Come on, so many people are watching. Reacting to the fact that Mu Zero had just forgotten that her roommate was there, she quickly swished her hand loose, her face blushing and almost bleeding. Too shy to die a direct social death. Why do you get hot under the collar when you see him? Woohoo! No face. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst out laughing, slowing down the awkward unfamiliarity of having just met. Night Shanyu was the first to be introduced. Hello beauties. I'm Zero's boyfriend. My name is Night Shanyu. I'm very happy to meet you all. Please take care of Zero in the future as well. The three women didn't squirm and shouted out in a big way. Hello fourth brother-in-law. Because Mu Zero was the youngest in their dormitory, she was called fourth sister. The three women spoke out in praise. You're so handsome. Fourth brother-in-law. You're so stylish. Fourth brother-in-law. Is the fourth sister's husband a netizen? Night Shanyu blushed a little at even being praised and continued with the introduction. This one is called Kim Rich. Jin Qian immediately stood up. Originally the most blah 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 in the dormitory, he looked a little stuttered and introduced himself. You guys, my name is Kim Rich. I make friends. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pressed down by Night Shanyu, signaling him not to lose face. Giggle. That's a cute little chubby guy. That's a funny name. This one with the glasses is called Yat Xiaotian. Yi Xiaotian stood up and smiled. Hello guys, my name is Yi Xiaotian. This tall and strong one is Xia Nanqing. Xia Nanqing coldly nodded with the women. Hello guys. No context ensued. Just sit down. The main one is cold. Night Shanyu once again introduced Muzuru to her roommate. This is my girlfriend, Mu Zero. The three sons collectively shouted. Hello sister-in-law. Causing Mu Zero to once again blush in shame and bow her head. It was a long time before she looked up and introduced her roommate, pointing to the girl Kim had her eye on. She said, her name is Lin Rui Shi, a little anchor now. This one is called Yu Jiu Kite, an internet-addicted girl. She is now working part-time as a game escort. Yu Jiu Kite, although the sample she was wearing a blue JK, a long white leg wearing black half-knee socks, looking extraordinary cute. The last one is called Su Shishir, a poetry enthusiast. She's won the National Gold Medal for poetry. Night Shanyu looked at her, and Su Shishir returned a light smile shyly, then hastily withdrew her eyes again, looking a little embarrassed. Although Su Shishir's appearance wasn't as good-looking as the other three, the difference wasn't particularly large, mainly because of her front and back. She wore a black body shirt, loose enough to cover her bottom, a pair of blue leggings that outlined her rounded rear mounds, and a round-framed pair of glasses perched on her nose, making her look like a good girl. After the people introduced themselves to each other, they pretty much had some basic understanding. Halfway through the meal, Lin Rixie suddenly asked, Night Shanyu, there's something to be said. Night Shanyu put down the meat skewers in his hands, somewhat puzzled. Just tell me what's up. Lin Rixie took a deep breath and said, you also know Zero's family condition. If you don't have a little achievement, Zero's parents won't feel relieved to give their daughter to you. Night Shanyu frowned, then looked at her and smiled. Oh, and then what? I see you look quite handsome, or you become a net red. With your looks, not too long, fans break 1 million easy. If the operation is good, 10 million fans is also possible to break through. 10 million fans a year is also a considerable income, and I believe Zero's parents won't disagree with your marriage. Lin Rui Shi looked at Night Shanyu's handsome face and waited for his answer. Ahem. The three of them, Jin Qian, choked and tried to laugh and held it in hard. Letting a cocky guy with a $90 million sports car be a webcam star? I can't stop smiling just thinking about it. Thanks for the suggestion. I'll think about it. Night Shanyu guffawed, causing Lin Rui Shi to almost fail to hold on and hastily avert her gaze. Night Shanyu's heart is still somewhat pleased, thinking that this girl is quite good. Will consider these for the sake of her friends, and also happy for Mu Zero to have such a roommate. He actually had the idea of becoming a netizen, not for the sake of making money, but for the sake of the amount of fans, and with higher fans, he would have more points. The number of fans cannot be purchased. You need real fans to redeem points. Chapter 44. Approaching 8 o'clock, the crowd was almost done eating and sat in their seats chatting. Night Shinyu's funny humor amused the four women. Fatty Jean and Ishaotian, two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks bragging about each other. Even Xia Nancheng also interjects a few sentences from time to time. Every sentence is a complimentary knife. I'm going to use the restroom. Lin Rui, she stood up and apologized. Shanyu, are there a lot of pretty schoolmates in your school? Mu Zero asked softly in his ear. Her voice soft and sticky. Yeah, old and beautiful. Night Shanyu could see her little mind and couldn't help but say with a smile. So, does that look as good as I do? Mu Zero's tone became apprehensive, pretending to be calm. Ha ha, of course you look good. What? Afraid I'll be seduced by them? Night Shanyu laughed out loud and resisted the urge to kiss her, reaching out to rub her hair. He, that's a relief. Muziru, who was having her head rubbed, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he spat out his fragrant tongue, looking cute and adorable. You guys get the hell away from me. Suddenly, a shriek came from the distance. It's Ri's voice. Go check it out. Mu Zero stood up and quickly recognized that it was the voice of her roommate, Lin Rui Shi, and then looked anxiously at Night Shanyu. Go! Night Shanyu uttered a word softly and led the crowd towards the sound of the quarrel. As he approached, he saw a group of drunken hunks surrounding Lin Rixi for all kinds of molestation. This group of big men had long noticed when Mu Zero's four people got off the bus, thinking about how to get their hands on them at night. Just now Lin Rui, she was stopped by one of them when she was going back to the restroom. Chick, how about $10,000 to sleep with me for one night? This can be Lin Rixi angry enough. Treat my mother as a street girl. Directly rebuke out. The other hunks were drawn to laugh and become more interested in her, coming forward to surround her. The drunken big man at the head of them came forward, took out 2 stacks of red tickets from his pocket, and laughed obscenely. Hey, $20,000 for a beautiful woman. Just sleep with my brothers for one night. My brothers will love you well. Hey! A couple of other big men laughed in unison. A few young men in the neighborhood saw that such a beautiful woman was about to be bullied, and they wanted to come forward to save her. Just as he stood up, he was pulled back by his side. Are you guys crazy? Those guys are from the Three Serpents Society. As soon as the few people heard that it was the Three Serpents Society, they immediately resumed their seats, and could only express their regret for the pretty girl. Bunch of psychos. Get out of my way or I'll call the police. Lin Rui, she scolded loudly, her eyes darting around, looking for a chance to escape and return to her companions. Her words directly enraged the big man in charge. TM, what are you pretending in front of the laborers? Do you know that we are from the Three Snakes Society? If you refuse to accompany my brothers, we will come to the hard way when the time comes. He said that he was going to go forward and grab her wrist and take her away by force. Don't you guys come any closer. Lin Rixi gently interlocked her hands to hide her inner nervousness and fear. As he watched a couple of large men approach, he kept backing away until he touched the corner of the table. Seeing that she had no way back, she simply picked up the beer bottle on the table and threw it forward. Bang! It directly exploded in the head of the leading big man, splattering blood everywhere. Blood ran down his head along with the beer. Eerily. Ah! You mother her. The big man in the lead raised his big hand and slapped it at Lin Ruishi's face. Ah! Lin Rixi shrieked and closed her eyes in fear. Just in the nick of time, Night Shanyu struck. He came to Lin Ruishi's body with a speed that couldn't cover his ears, and with one hand, he pinched the wrist of the big man in the lead who struck. Lin Ruishi opened her eyes and saw a magnificent figure standing in front of her, like a light in the darkness of the night. It made her heart touch hard and wonderful. Taking a closer look, her pupils contracted violently. It was actually her roommate Muziru's boyfriend. She breathed in and out, readjusting her breathing and saying with some fear in her voice, Night Shanyu, how to leave quickly. They said they were from the Three Serpents Society. The Three Serpents Society is the #1 underground black force in the Magic City. We can't afford to mess with them. Mud, you know we're from the Three Serpents Society and you still don't let go? Kid, be sensible and get out of here. Don't think about saving the beauty with a hero. You can't afford to mess with us. Hurry up and give us the chick behind you along with those 3 beauties, or else you'll be sent to ICU service for a year. The leader of the big man who was pinched by his wrist was unimpressed, pointing at the 3 people who followed Mu-Zero and laughed obscenely. At those words, Night Shanyu quietly looked at him, his eyes deep and near ink, and there seemed to be a light and invisible fire hidden inside. Ka-ching! A click! The wrist of the leading big man was directly broken by Night Shanyu, presenting itself in a 180-degree shape in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd of onlookers collectively took a deep breath and chills ran down their backs. Crouching Chow. This young man, crouching Chow, really ruthless nah. He dared to make a move even though he knew it was someone from the Three Serpents Society. It's over. This young man is finished. Should I call the police? Don't report that this is the Three Serpents Society. It's useless to call the police. Ah, my hand. The big man in the lead screamed out miserably. And then he did not forget to call out. Kid, you're done. I'm from the Three Serpents Society. You're done. Another click. A click. Night Shanyu directly removed the jaw of the leading big man. This was followed by a kick to his knee, which was directly crushed. The immense pain caused him to pass out straight away. This was followed by a quick leg out, kicking at the rest of the big man. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Ah! There was a dull crash and a scream, and those who were a little closer could hear the clicking of bones breaking. Seconds later, a few of the mashing dudes were blocking the ground and screaming in agony. Night Shanyu's eyes were morose as she looked at the big man screaming on the ground, her tone icy cold. Get the hell out of here! Upon hearing this, the several big men who had their legs broken did not care about the pain, and fled the scene with their fainting big brother limping. Moment. Snap. The surrounding audience drummed loud and clear. Yes, not bad for a hero. This guy is so handsome. Too secure, right? How nice it would be if I had this boyfriend. Night Shanyu brought Lin Rixie back to her roommate, and several people from Mu Zero went up to check if she was hurt and spoke out to comfort her. Several people also returned to their original positions, and Lin Rui Shi, who had calmed down, looked at Night Shanyu and said softly, Night Shanyu, thank you. Night Shanyu smiled, shook his head and said it's fine. You are Zero's roommate. It's all a show of hands. Night Shanyu, you're awesome. You were so handsome just now. Yeah, a few big men were subdued by you casually. It's almost too manly, isn't it? The two girls, Yu Jiu Kite and Su Shishir, looked at Night Shanyu with adoration, their eyes glowing. Mu Zero, on the other hand, was staring at him with puzzled eyes, wanting to hear his explanation. Night Shanyu dryly coughed a few times and casually thought of a reason to put it off. It's not much. It's the usual workout practice, and the big guys were too drunk to put up much of a fight. Oh who? Muziru actually believed it just like that. Chapter 45, High Strength. Night Shanyu, let's hurry. Lin Ruei spoke out to advise. Why? Lin Ruei explained seriously. Those big men just now are from the Three Snakes Society. The Three Snakes Society is the #1 underground black force in Magic City. They are so powerful that they only have their hands in the sky, and there are big people behind them, rumored to be the Chui family. You shouldn't have just broken their arms and legs. That would be slapping the Three Serpents Society in the face. Let's get out of here. Speaking later, Lin Rixie's face paled a bit and she looked a bit rushed. She was originally a native of Mordor, and still knew more about the Three Serpents Society. The Three Serpents Society's infamy was already ingrained in the hearts of the people of Mordor, which was why she was so afraid. Night Shanyu, on the other hand, shook his head, signaling her to eat at ease, not to be afraid of that what 3 snakes and 6 snakes. He would take the top when danger came. Looking at Night Shanyu's calm eyes as well as his composed tone, Lin Ruei also slowly calmed down. The barbecue store owner ran over in a hurry and said anxiously, Guys, get out of here. I'm out of your business. Get out of here, please. Boss, don't worry. We'll take the blame for you if something goes wrong. Jin Xian smiled and patted the boss on the shoulder and said. Upon hearing this, the boss shook off Jin Xian's hand and pleaded. Everyone, you are messing with the Three Serpents Society. Ah, what do you take the responsibility? Please go. Tonight's consumption is free. Just please hurry up and leave. We just want to be honest and raise our family. We don't want to get into trouble. Suddenly, the sound of car engines approached from a distance. 3 black vans in all. The car stopped in front of the barbecue stall. The door opened, and an ordinary-looking man wearing a black body shirt and a small fish brooch in the chest position stepped out of the car. Then the doors of the rest of the cars opened, and one after another, a group of young gangsters armed with sticks and knives walked down. They gathered behind the man, gangly looking wistfully at the table where only Night Shanyu was left. Rhythmically swinging the weapon in his hand, slapped it against his left hand with a snapping sound. Behind the man, a big man came out. One of the drunken men whose hand had been broken earlier, only to see the big man stumbling to the side of the leading man, covering his arm in pain and pointing at the calm-faced Night Shanyu. Brother Fish, he's the one who wasted old Jiang and a few of us. You must avenge us, said the man, starting to cry. Snap, the sound. One of the juniors beside the man called Fish directly slapped the big man in the face and cursed. What's it like to look big and cry? Go out and don't say you're one of Fish's men. Shame on you. Yes, yes, yes. The man called Fish raised his hand to stop his sidekick, and then strided towards Night Shanyu's table. How have the four girls ever seen this kind of battle? They were scared and hugged each other, hiding behind Night Shanyu, their eyes showing fear. Mu Zero nervously tugged at the corner of Night Shanyu's coat, her 5 fingers turning white from too much force. Night Shanyu patted her small hand and smiled and said it was fine. Only then did Mu Zero feel slightly more secure, but she still looked at the man in front of her with worry. The 4 people of Night Shanyu, except for Yi Xiaotian whose legs couldn't stop trembling, the other 3 were acting unusually calm. Jin Xian was still gnawing the pig's trotters in his hand with an emboldened look, looking at the group of punks in front of him with a playful expression. Xia Nanxing had the presence of mind to stare at Fish, who was at the front of the line, holding a glass bottle of soda lightly in his hand. If Fish dared to do something bad, he would immediately make his head explode. Night Shanyu looked at Fish who was walking towards him with a flat face, his eyes showing a hint of unknown danger if anything. Fish, these are students. Please let them go. Fish, smoke a cigarette to calm down. The barbecue boss couldn't bear to watch these flowery teenage girls being wasted like this, and stiffly stepped forward, pulling out a cigarette with a pandering face and handing it to Fish. Before he could walk over, he was stopped by the minions around him. Step aside and watch out for even you to be punched. The barbecue owner closed his eyes and sighed when he saw that he couldn't stop it. Night Shanyu looked at the barbecue boss a little frozen for a moment. He did not expect that the barbecue boss who was just afraid of being caught in the crossfire actually dared to plead for them, which made him a little out of the blue. Fish walked over to Night Shanyu's table and said, "You're the one who wasted my men?" Night Shanyu didn't reply, so she quietly looked at Fish in front of her. Name, Yao Chang, known in the jungle as Brother Fish because he used to sell fish for a living. Identity, the leader of the 3 Snakes pedestrian zone, a close associate of Golden Snake. One of the 3 snakes. Base energy, 11, once trained by the Choi family. Favorability, 30. After reading Gao Chang's message, Night Shanyu's bland eyes moved and glanced at Gao Chang with some shock. A gangster's henchman can actually have 11 points of key energy, pushing the limits of humanity. For a whole 10 seconds, the scene became extremely quiet as the crowd stared intently at Night Shanyu to see how he would answer. One of the grumpy little brothers stepped forward and pointed a baseball bat in his hand toward him. Our brother Fish is asking you. Hurry up and answer. Night Shanyu raised his eyes, and in his eyes was a clear cold, quiet and deep, without a single ripple, without a trace of emotion. He said coldly, "Don't point a stick at me. I hate it when people point at me." You. That grumpy kid still wanted to speak, but was stopped by Gao Chang. "Stand down." Then he looked at Night Shanyu and said, "It's okay if you don't, as long as you do what I say." Night Shanyu just lightly gave him a look, signaling him to speak. Gao Chang's brows clustered, somewhat disliking the man's attitude towards himself, but still suppressing the anger in his heart. He said, "First, compensation of $300,000 for my men's medical expenses. Second, get down on your knees and kowtow 3 times to each of my 6 men and apologize. Thirdly, I've wasted one of my own arms, and that's an account for my men." Night Shanyu seemed to think of something funny and suddenly laughed with a ha-ha. After laughing for a while, Night Shanyu immediately stopped and replaced it with a coldness. "Aren't you clear that it was your men who drunkenly molested my friend first? If I hadn't stepped in, my friend was about to be slighted by them. Shouldn't you, as their boss, apologize first?" Gao Chang's face grimaced as he was spoken to, and he glanced back at the big man cowering behind him. The big man was a bit intimidated by the look and moved back another step. Gao Chang turned back and said in a deep voice, "I'll handle my men myself, but you're punching me in the face by scrapping my men, and I need you to give me an explanation." Night Shanyu laughed. "You want an explanation? Fine. I'll give it to you." Upon hearing this, Gao Chang thought that the kid had gone soft. I just saw the kid in front of me, fumbling around in his pockets, not knowing what he was looking for. Swoosh! A round object flew towards himself. Night Shanyu's impatient voice came from his ears. "Here you go. It's just a piece of duct tape. You can't even afford $1 a piece of duct tape, and you're still asking me for it. I'm convinced." High intensity. Crowd. Chapter 46, Kick the Iron Bar. Gao Chang dropped the tape in his hand, disgruntled. "Are you kidding me?" Night Shanyu laughed and said in a cold voice, "Weren't you the one who joked with me first? What? Can't play anymore?" At those words, Gao Chang's face clouded over. His eyes shaded. "Kid, you seek death." As soon as the words fell, Gao strengthened his palm into a claw and grabbed Night Shanyu's neck straight away. "Look out!" Mu Zero's few girls shouted in panic, their little hearts in their throats. Jin Xian and Xia Nanqing were just about to raise their nearby wine bottles to smash them over to stop Gao Chang. A close call. Night Chinyu lightly stretched out her right hand and clamped down on Gao Chang's wrist with a lightning-fast speed. The immense force made the bones of the wrist click and could break at any time. Seeing this, Mu Zirou's 4 daughters put down their hearts and patted their little hearts to continue peeking cautiously. Jin Chen and Xia Nanqing silently let go of the bottle of wine and continued to start eating melon. However, looking at the eyes of the Night Chinyu some strange, and then thought is also clear. Gao Chang's eyes stared in disbelief as he looked at his twisted wrist. How is it possible? One has been cultivated by the top. It is possible that one may be. So easily who is this person? Before he could think more, Night Shanyu slapped his hand hard on the table. With that, his left hand casually pulled to the side, and the silver stick was drawn out along with the lamb skewer that Jin Xian had bitten in his mouth. Kim Rich? With a firm thrust into the gap between Gao Chang's middle and ring fingers, the silver stick penetrated along the wooden board and towered straight up on the wooden table. After doing this, Night Shanyu smoothly took a skewer of mutton from Fatty Jin's hand and nibbled on it by himself. Night Shanyu just like this quietly sitting and eating. Phoenix eyes narrow, thin lips with a smile, handsome appearance needless to say. Between the hands is with a few points of arrogance, although it is a lazy attitude, but the momentum is forced. Kim Rich. Gao Chang was sweating coldly. His back had long been drenched in cold sweat, and he arched his body in a very funny movement. He didn't dare to move, fearing that if he moved even slightly, the man in front of him wouldn't just stick in the middle of his fingers, but directly into his palm. Kicked the can down the road. The dozens of minions he brought with him, on the other hand, didn't dare to let out a single fart and stood back cowering. The hand holding the weapon was also trembling uncontrollably, threatening to fall off at any moment. It was good when I came here, but now I can't go back. Big brother, just now it was me who spoke a little louder. Please don't take it personally. Gao Chang, whose legs were somewhat trembling from bending for a long time, stifled a smile that was worse than crying and said, "Stop smiling, it's ugly." Night Shanyu finished gnawing the lamb skewer in his hand, put the sign on the table and continued, "Keep your men in check. Don't go flirting with girls randomly on the basis of being a labor what's his name triad. This is a small lesson for you. If there's a next time, I think the fish in the Huangpu River are probably hungry too." After saying that, he stood up and left without looking back with his roommate and the 4 women. Before leaving, he said, "Remember to settle the boss's losses. Tenfold compensation." Seeing that Night Shanyu's few people were disappearing backs, Gao Chang sat down on the ground with a paralyzed butt. Almost had his own hand pierced. The 2 juniors on the side rushed forward to help him up, and one said, "Brother Fish, we're just going to let them go? We are the people of the 3 Serpents Society." Golden Snake Brothers sighed. Pop. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped on the ground by Gao Chang. "Stupid. That young man is not an ordinary person. His background must be extraordinary. If we mess with this kind of person, I'm sure Brother Golden Snake won't stand up for us, or even use us as pawns." Another junior exited and asked, "So, Fish, what should we do now? Are we going to take this loss today? If the street sneaks in the other neighborhoods find out, we'll be a joke?" Pop. Gao Chang slapped out again and cursed with hatred. "Why are you guys so stupid? Jokes are jokes. We have to know how to hold back." Then he pulled $20,000 out of his pocket and gave it to the barbecue restaurant owner. The barbecue owner refused in a hurry. Fish doesn't need to be compensated." Gao Chang frowned. "Are you trying to hurt me? Just take it when I tell you to. What's all this nonsense?" Yes. The barbecue owner finally had to be cowed into accepting the $20,000 in compensation. Seeing the boss accept it, Gao Chang then put down his heart, and then greeted his little brother and drove away. While traveling, Gao Chang flooded his cold eyes and whispered in his little brother's ear, "Deal with that old young, and each of the other accomplices chop off a hand for good measure, and cause me as much trouble as you can. Fish. Wow. Zizu, your boyfriend is simply too handsome. So envious of you. Too secure, right?" Yu Jiu Kite hugged Mu Zirou's arm with an envious face and praised her one by one. Su Shishir clenched her small fists with a face of adoration as she looked at Night Shanyu, who was walking at the front. "Zizu, your boyfriend looks like that male lead in an idol drama." Lin Rui Shi, on the other hand, didn't say a word, looking at Night Shanyu's back, and couldn't help but once again remember the scene when he appeared in front of her in the moment of danger. With that, he shook his head and shook the hint of irritation out of his mind. Mu Zirou listened to her roommate's compliments to her self-boyfriend. Her heart couldn't be happier. Looking lovingly at Night Shanyu, The corner of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a sweet and happy smile. Old knight, why don't you just waste that leader's hand? Look at the way he's acting. Jin Xian asked from beside Knight Shanyu. Oh, there's no need. A lesson will do. Knight Shanyu returned with a slight smile. He didn't explain, mainly that the man's favorability was at 30 points. Not to the point of hating himself, so there was no need to waste someone's hand. After that, he accompanied Mu Ziren to walk on the pedestrian street, enjoying the lively scenery around them, and eliminating the nervousness and fear that had just been brought to them. Looking at the time, it was almost 9 o'clock, and Shangguan Qianyu and Yi Ningxin's bar appointment was almost upon them. So, Knight Shanyu called a drop for Mu Ziro's few people and said that it was getting late and that they would come out to play again next time they were free. Mu Ziro also nodded her head in a good manner, and shyly kissed on the side of Knight Shanyu's face. Then red-face drilled into the passenger side. Looking at Mu Ziro, who hid into the co-pilot and didn't dare to see him, Knight Shanyu touched the side of his face, which still had a hint of gentleness, and guffawed. This seems to be the first time she's kissed herself. She's gotten bold. Lin Rixie was the last one to get on the car. She looked at Knight Shanyu and said, "Thanks for stepping in and helping me out tonight." Knight Shanyu smiled faintly and said, "You are Mu Ziro's roommate. It's only right to help out." Upon hearing this, Lin Rixie revealed a smile before getting into the car. Chapter 47, The Romantic Bar. See the back of the car pulling away. Knight Shanyu looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes to go until 9 o'clock. Turning his head to his 3 roommates. "Come on, let's go to a romantic bar and have some fun." Fatty Jean looked at him with a look of scum. "Old knight, you just sent your girlfriend away and you're getting ready to go to a nightclub to get high again. You're pure scum. Be careful of your sister-in-law knowing." Knight Shanyu touched the tip of his nose and said with a dry cough, "Are you going or not? Go go go. It's a romantic bar, the finest place for Magic City ladies." Suddenly, the sound of the cell phone vibrating came. It was a message from Yi Ningxin. "Chu brother, are you there yet? I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Knight Shanyu returned, almost there, casually stopping a cab and heading for the romantic bar. And behind them, far behind, were 4 black Rolls Royces. These are the bodyguards who secretly protect Knight Shanyu, the most powerful 20 top mercenaries that Purring Fury personally chose out of the 1,000 men. Whether it's reconnaissance or counter-reconnaissance or anything else, it's all at the top of the heap. So you could say it's an all-rounder. Heaven forbid that your own boss is the safest. 10 minutes later, the cab pulled up steadily in front of the romantic bar. Romantic Bar is one of the top nightclubs in Magic City. Not only because the girls here are the prettiest in all the nightclubs, but one more thing is that the owner of Romantic Bar, Romantic Rose. It is rumored that the Romantic Rose possesses an enchanting beauty and many people fantasize about having a kiss with her. But they only dared to fantasize in their hearts and did not dare to say it explicitly, because they all knew the ruthlessness of Romantic Rose's tactics. Since the Romantic Rose accepts the opening until now, the customers here are full every day. The entrance is densely populated with luxury cars at night. Not millions of cars are embarrassed to park in, can only be parked on both sides of the road. Nonetheless, there are still many people who flock to the restaurant, some even booking the deck stays in advance. The Romantic Bar has a large 5,000 square meter venue that can accommodate 3,000 to 5,000 people at a time. In Magic City, a place where every inch of land is worth a fortune, this bar venue alone is worth nearly $1 billion, not to mention the facilities inside. The 4 of them paid their fare and got out of the car and walked to the front of the bar. Standing in the doorway, you could hear the awesome music coming from inside. Seeing the 4 student-like young people walking, the pretty young lady in charge of welcoming the guests at the entrance smiled and walked over, inquiring, "Good evening 4, welcome to the Romantic Bar. Do you have a reservation please? If not, please come back tomorrow as it is full tonight." Knight Shanyu smiled slightly. "There's a reservation. It's Cardinal A001. Upon hearing this, the welcoming young lady glanced at Knight Shanyu in surprise, the shock in her eyes undisguised. "The little brother in front of me is actually able to book the card seat as 001 in addition to being handsome. That card seat is his boss' exclusive card seat, to set from the boss, the whole Magic City not more than 10 fingers. And the man in front of me actually managed to set it?" Without much thought, she didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and hurriedly checked the reservation order. Seeing that the topmost position, a 001 card seat, was indeed booked, she asked respectfully as she closed the reservation form, "Hello, are you Mr. Knight?" "Yes," the welcome lady said again. "Mr. Knight, you come with me." The 4 of them followed the welcoming lady into the bar. Yi Xiaotian as well as Xia Nanqing seemed to have come to the bar for the first time, and had looked around curiously as if they had discovered a new continent. Jin Xian was as familiar as a grandmother strolling through a vegetable garden. Night Chanyu was also in and out of all kinds of bars before crossing over, so she didn't feel much unfamiliar. Just that this bar was even bigger and more prosperous than the one she had been to. The air in the bar is filled with alcohol and the flavor of hormones. Red men and women on the dance floor wantonly swaying their wonderful body. Everywhere resounded with the passionate shouts of a sinking and degrading atmosphere. The lights were dazzling but not that harsh. And the music, while powerful, was as unobtrusive as a waterfall. The red wine looks bewitching, but it's that very seductive. The beautiful and attractive waitresses and handsome bartenders became the most beautiful accents of the place. The arrival of Night Shanyu even attracted the attention of some rich women or some girls. Night Shanyu's casually matched white shirt with a collar revealing his white collarbone, coupled with his angular side face, under the flashing ambient lights, it was even more immersive, attracting countless girls, as well as young women, who were throwing winks and sending kisses his way. Some of the male compatriots in the same seat with them have secretly spit out, "Looking handsome, terrific, now rich is, forget it, when I did not say." Seeing the four of Night Chanyu walk to the most central card seat A001 and sit down, those male compatriots who had eaten sour grapes all shut their mouths unanimously, because it can't be messed with. Is the person who can sit in the A001 card seat an ordinary person? If he said the wrong thing and it reached the man's ears, he wouldn't even know how he died. The welcoming lady took out the drink list and inquired, "Mr. Knight, may I ask what kind of alcoholic beverage you would like?" Night Shanyu was the first to point at the topmost 5-colored Divine Dragon set and said, "Let's start with 10 sets of 5-colored Divine Dragons." The welcoming lady froze for a moment and reconfirmed, "That, Mr. Knight, are you sure you want 10 sets? The selling price of this set is 888. Aha!" Night Shanyu nodded, and then ordered some handshake and cocktails for girls as well as a fruit plate and some other alcoholic beverages, zeroing in on $1 million or so. "That'll do, that's all. Swipe your card. The code is on the back." Night Chanyu closed the drink list and casually pulled out a $10 million bank card from his pocket and handed it to the welcoming lady. "Yes, Mr. Knight, please wait." With a look of ecstasy on her face, the welcoming lady bowed and left quickly. With a list of over $1 million, the commission alone would be 100,000, almost 4 or 5 months of her salary. Also for his own personal reception of this guest and feel secretly happy. Otherwise this 100,000 commission will be away from himself. Seeing the welcoming lady leave, Jin Xian didn't hold back his inquiry. "Old Knight, just a few of us don't have to buy 10 sets of 5-colored Divine Dragons. It's too much of a waste. Other people say that I spend money in a wasteful way. And now once I see you, it's only a small thing." Night Shanyu laughed, casually waving his hand. "It's okay, if you can't finish it you can use it to wash your hands. Ha ha ha." He'd seen the segment before where someone washed their hands with the Ace of Spades, and he'd wanted to try it for a long time. 6. Jin Xian's mouth twitched as he held up a thumbs up and said, "Congratulations to the host for spending $1 million and gaining 100 points. Remaining points 500,100 points. The system's voice also sounded in his head in time, and Night Shanyu had no ripples. The 100 points were now dispensable to him, and he could only buy some small things in the system mall. Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Two Girls. Soon, less than 2 minutes later, the exclusive music for the Dragon package was blasting through the bar. Exclusive rocking music, cool lighting, and straight-up romantic bar atmosphere. Wow! Whether it's the patrons drinking at the card table or the Vibe crew dancing on stage, without surprise, all stopped moving. All of them were aghast. Did someone order the shenanigans? The ambient lights of the bar collectively shone on Night Shanyu in the A001 card seat. The crowd turned their gazes to the location of Cardinal A001, and they saw the three people, Jin Xian, whose faces were red from excitement, and the head of the Night Chanyu surface is ancient wells without waves, plain wind clear, crossing the legs to sit in the position. The inner heart still has some small excitement. Everyone has a vanity, as a layman Night Chanyu certainly also have, but the time to pretend by have to be taught. The host on the stage shouted loudly in excitement with the microphone. "Congratulations to Mr. Knight for purchasing 10 sets of 5-colored Divine Dragons from our store. Congratulations to Mr. Knight for purchasing 10 sets of 5-colored Divine Dragons from our store. Congratulations to Mr. Knight for purchasing 10 sets of 5-colored Divine Dragons from our store." The voice resounded in the ears of everyone within the entire romantic bar. "What? 10 sets of 5 colored divine dragons? A set costs 888. That's a set that mustn't be more than 880. 000? If I had $880, 000, I'd go buy a nicer car and not even bother with this wine. That man is so handsome and rich. I don't know why I can't talk to him. At this moment, everyone in the bar was sinking and shouting for it. It was too damn trenchant. A long line walked out. A group of sexy hotties and beautiful munchkins, who were divided into 2 groups wearing little short skirts and black and white stockings, while 5 munchkins held 5 different colored aces of spades in their hands. Behind them was a long line of people, each holding a lighted sign high in their hands, marching slowly to the beat of the music to get to Cardinal A001. The sexy hottie took the lead and walked to the front of the card table and began to twirl her sexy body to dance for the seated VIPs. The dance crew finished. Then the atmosphere crew came on. 6 big men in suits and sunglasses shouting collectively, "Congratulations to Mr. Knight on his wealth and his journey." The line of people holding up lighted signs then circled around the card table. Over. Knight Shanyu reached down and pressed his hand, signaling that they could put the wine down. I felt a little bit at first, but later I felt it was too low. The waiters placed 10 sets of 5 colored divine dragons and other alcoholic beverages and fruit plates on the table, and then retreated. Only 6 big men in suits were left standing straight around the card table, preventing some female customers from coming up to hit on them and ruining Mr. Knight's pleasure. And when the welcoming lady saw that the ceremony was over, she hurried forward and returned the bank card to Knight Shanyu. "Mr. Knight, the total is 1,030, 000, and I'll give you a 0 for exactly 1,000, 000. Knight Shanyu said thank you. "Then you have fun, Mr. Knight. I'll go down first." "Aha, go. I have 2 friends later, 2 girls, so bring them over for me later." "Thanks, okay, Mr. Knight." Seeing that no one was disturbing them, the 4 of Knight Shanyu started to do the same. Knight Shanyu told the waiter to directly open 4 sets of Shenlong sets, placing 1 set in front of each person. As if he didn't want any money, he gulped and poured himself a glass, splashing out quite a bit, and said, "You'll have to finish these today, and whoever surrenders first is a grandson." The stance is so good it's like spilling beer. The watching crowd gazing this way was head over heels. "Brother, this is tens of thousands of dollars of ace of spades. How do you drink the feeling of root beer? Is that what makes rich people different? Ha, I'm still afraid of you?" Jin Xian was the first to be unconvinced, picking up a bottle and pouring it full into a glass, tilting his head back and taking a sip. "Boss Knight, don't look at me as skinny. I grew up drinking in the village." Yi Xiaotian carefully poured the wine to the brim without spilling a single drop outside, then also took a sip, and couldn't stop baring his mouth after drinking. Said the man, "It doesn't taste any different than a $300 champagne." Once again, this statement caused the crowd to sweat, and Xian Nanqing is even more direct, directly picking up the ace of spades and blowing it against the bottle. Gobble gobble. Hiccup. 1 bottle finished? Asterisk. Is this dude unaware of how expensive this stuff is, and just finished off tens of thousands of dollars in 1 gulp? Young Qian, is that so cruel? Jin Qian, crouching Chow. If Lao Si doesn't make a move, then it's already a big deal. Once he makes a move, it's a big deal. Why I Xiaotian, crouching Chow. Lao Si, this loser, drank 10,000 in 1 gulp? The 3 of them then tilted the empty cups and bottles in their hands. The meaning was clear. It was Knight Shanyu's turn to drink. Knight Shanyu mouth corner. Labor base can be so high. Afraid to drink some wine. Then he picked up his glass and took a drink. Just as he entered the mouth, he squirted out, watching the surrounding crowd. Holy, that's a couple $1,000s worth of a cup being sprayed away like that. Ahem. Why does this stuff taste so bad? Knight Shanyu covered her mouth and kept coughing, unable to stop spitting out tens of thousands of dollars worth of aces of spades. That just didn't count. Ow. Che. The trio rolled their eyes at the cut. Then their eyes glazed over as they took aim at the short-skirted hotties dancing on stage. Knight Shanyu casually picked up a bottle of Romanée Conti, poured himself half a glass, and then put a few ice balls, slowly and methodically drinking himself. It's still a good drink. That ace of spades of all things is an unjustly seated drink, pure and simple IQ tax. Suddenly, the welcoming lady from before walked into the venue with 2 innocent, cute and beautiful girls. Knight Shanyu fixed his eyes to see that it was none other than the 2 women, Yiningshin and Shangguan Shanyu. As soon as the 2 women walked into the venue, they were greeted with lustful looks from most of the demented men. Today's Yiningshin was wearing a light pink shirt, and underneath was a small pink skirt with white stockings and small black leather shoes, coupled with the double ponytail that countless otaku aspire to. The main one is a pink girl cute style. Compared to the cute and windy Yiningshin, Shangguan Xianyu standing beside her was even more eye-catching to Night Shanyu. To say that Yiningshin is a cute loli, while Shangguan Xianyu is a pure lust imperial sister. She was wearing a beige wraparound dress that perfectly embodied what it meant to have an S-class figure. The waist is unbearable to hold. A pair of the same style thin strap high-heeled sandals on the feet, revealing the white and slender swan-like neck of the feet and the snow jade-like delicate skin. Black hair cape spilling behind her, a face absolutely beautiful and moving. Today she was different from the past. She wore a light makeup today. Her crimson lips were more beautiful than usual. Plus, her long, slender legs were even more desirable in black silk. The combination of a big one and a small one, a royal one and a pure one, a black one and a white one is even more striking. Chapter 49, Cui Xiaodong finds me. Some rich kids or senior white-collar workers who feel that they have some small amount of money are stupid, mentally calculating how much he planned to spend to be able to smash one of these two into bed. The pace of the man who was just about to get up and go up to the conversation stopped abruptly, only to see that the two women were brought straight to the A001 card seat by the welcoming lady. And they also sat next to the handsome man who had just ordered 10 sets of 5 colored divine dragons in one breath. One on the left and one on the right. Those ideas of trying to strike up a conversation were directly dashed, and they could only sit back resentfully and drink their own sour bitter wine. A 001 on the deck. Night Shanyu looked at the two women and asked in confusion, "How did you guys get here together?" Shangguan Qianyu bristled. "It wasn't even this little girl who farted around and found me to hobble the car." Seeing that Night Shanyu turned her head in looking at her, Yiningshin could only explain, "As you know, Brother Chiyu, I snuck out. I don't have a car, so of course I'll have to find a car that has a car to dabble in." Night Shanyu rolled her eyes. "Didn't I give you the card? Can't you just swipe your card and buy it?" Words. Yiningshin looked at Shangguan Xianyu with a smug expression. "That's the bank card that Shanyu's brother gave me. It's dowry money." Shangguan Xianyu? Night Chiyu. Knock. Night Xianyu directly popped a brain crash on Yiningshin's head. In a flash, a red pimple rose on his head, still silky with white smoke. "Why is this even about the bride price? What are you thinking all day long with your strange brain?" Yiningshin clasped her head with both hands and said in an aggrieved manner, "Oh, didn't say anything wrong why are you hitting me?" Night Shanyu ignored this little drama queen and said lightly, "Stop chucking. You're chucking donkey noises." "Oh," Shangguan Xianyu asked in surprise. Ash looked at the ace of spades all over the table. "What are you doing ordering so many 5-colored divine dragon sets when you can't drink them all? Isn't that a waste?" Night Xianyu took an empty wineglass and poured a small half cup into it, then moved it to Shangguan Xianyu and smiled flatly. "It's nothing. It's a lot of money, and this stuff isn't much to drink, so you guys can use it to wash your hands when they get dirty." Shangguan Xianyu, listen to this. Is this human talk? Washing your hands with tens of thousands of dollars of wine? Night Shanyu learned from the bridge in the drama after pretending to be 13. When he put the Romane Conti in his hand to the side, he saw Yiningshin on his left-hand side holding an empty wineglass high in the air, looking at himself blearily. Night Shanyu asked, pointing to the red wine, "You want a drink too?" "Aha!" Yiningshin responded with a rattle-like nod of her head. Night Shanyu shifted her glass to the side, taking the cocktail and an ice cream he had made earlier in his hand, and said lightly, "What do children drink? Eat this, ordered especially for you." Yiningshin's entire body instantly collapsed into a shrug, and her entire small face turned into a bitter face. There was no choice but to be forced to agree. So, as if she was venting, she took a sip of cocktail to the left and a bite of ice cream to the right, muttering under her breath, "I'm not a child's paper. I'm an adult. I'm just looking at people who are small." Ha! Just when they were playing with passion, outside the door of the romantic bar, 6 cars pulled in. At the head was a black Maybach, followed by 6 black vans. The man back door opened and the person who walked down was actually Cui Xiaodong, who had his hand broken a few days before. He is now 2 days out of the hospital with a cast on his hand and a piece of white gauze tied around it. Immediately following, once again, a man stepped down. It was actually Gao Chang who had just been repaired. What a coincidence! Wow! Behind them, the van opened up together, and nearly 30 implement-wielding gangsters stepped down, standing silently behind the duo. At that moment, several teenagers came out of the bar, led by Zhang Yu. He had nothing to do today, so he took a few of his fox friends and ran to the bar to relax, and he didn't expect to run into Night Qianyu, so he secretly sent a message to Cui Xiaodong, and Chui Xiaodong was discharged from the hospital a few days ago, recuperating at home, but also turned over the campus network. All of them are their own embarrassing melon, which makes him more and more hated by the Night Chanyu, and cannot wait to cut him alive. And his father also used his own men to investigate the identity of the background of the Night Chanyu, only to find that this person is just a rural village in Hangzhou, an ordinary family's children, other than not any background. This also made Chui Xiaodong even more certain of his revenge and a clean slate. It was just that he hadn't been able to find Night Chanyu for the past 2 days, which drove him crazy. Today, when his own junior brother sent word that Night Chanyu was at the romantic bar and had ordered 10 sets of 5-color divine dragons, he immediately called out for help from Fish, the head of the Three Serpents Society, which his father had secretly supported. With his status, he could only invite Fish, and as for the Three Serpents at a higher level, only his father could drive them. Night Chanyu was very capable of fighting, but these are the people of the black forces of the Magic City. The amount of him again can fight over these black forces? Moreover, he had seen how powerful Fish was, and that was the backbone for him to come to Night Chanyu for revenge. As for what his little brother said about Night Chanyu ordering 10 sets of Divine Dragon sets in one go, he was scoffing at that, guessing that kid must have stepped on and won the lottery, and then wanted to pretend to be 13. If Chui Xiaodong's thoughts were known by Night Chanyu words, surely will give a 5-star praise. Descending wisdom or a horror as such. Zhang Yu ran to Chui Xiaodong and said with a little brotherly look, Chui Xiao, that knight's name is in there. I saw it with my own eyes. The juniors who followed Zhang Yu along also chimed in. Yes, young Trey, we saw it too. Chui Xiaodong excitedly patted Zhang Yu's shoulder and smiled happily. Ha ha ha, very good. I'll reward you then. Zhang Yu and his group had chrysanthemum-like smiles on their faces. Thank you, young Chui. Chui Xiaodong looked towards Gao Chang who was silent next to him and said in a slightly curt manner, Brother Fish, you helped teach that kid a good lesson. It's best to break his arms and legs for me. Leave the rest to me, and I'll hand over the $5 million I promised you when the time comes. Speaking later, Chui Xiaodong's eyes became more and more scarlet. Yes, that's right. He wants to torture Night Chanyu, even screw it up. With his background, it was easy to get someone killed, and he secretly didn't know how many he had gotten killed. So the family could just take care of it afterward. Gao Chang hummed with an expressionless face. Seeing Fish nod his head, Chui Xiaodong smiled grimly and waved his hand. Go on, get in. At that moment, one of the juniors beside Fish hesitated and said, Brother Fish, this is Scarlet Rose's territory. We can't go in so rashly. Gao Chang frowned tightly. The Scarlet Rose has always been against our Three Serpents Society. So what's the point of messing with it? Not to mention the fact that there's still young Chui. Credit STH. Chui Xiaodong patted his chest and assured him, Don't worry, Fish, I've got everything covered. Saying that, he led the crowd in a grand manner towards the Night Rose Gate. Chapter 50. Seeing a group of people walking volubly at the door, the person leading the group was still their nemesis, Fish of the Three Serpents Club. There were still weapons in their hands. Thinking that the Three Serpents had come to cause trouble again, the security officer in charge of the romantic bar immediately appeared, blocking the doorway and confronting them. The welcoming young lady from before stood out and looked at Gao Chang. Brother Fish, what are you doing bringing so many people here? This is Sister Rose's territory. It's full today. Please come back another time. Gao Chang stood out and laughed. He, Red Sister. We're not here to cause trouble today. We're here to help Chui Xiao settle a personal grudge. Please make way. Chui Xiao? The welcoming lady looked at Chui Xiaodong who was strapped with gauze. Chui Xiao. It's fine if you want to settle your personal grudge, but this is the romantic bar. It's our Sister Rose's turf. Please settle it outside the store. But here, no. Credit STH. Chui Xiaodong's face sank down and he said coldly, I, Chui Xiaodong, can go in if I want to, and you still want to stop me with your mere Scarlet Rose? You should know that I am a son of the Chui family. Get out of my way. Tap tap tap. Once again a dozen security hulks swarmed out of the bar and blocked the doorway. At this point, a very cold female voice came out of the headset. Let them in. Words. The welcoming lady returned respectfully. I, Sister Rose, then raised his hand. The gaggle of security personnel blocking the doorway immediately gave way to a gaping hole. Chui Xiaodong smiled disdainfully. Let's go. Go in and widow the living hell out of the Night surname. The crowd stepped aggressively through the doors of the romantic bar. The welcoming lady gave a few people a wink. Leave half to maintain order. The rest go in and maintain security. Yes, Sister Hong. Inside an office on the highest floor, a woman lethargically leaned on an office chair. a head of pale yellow curly hair draped over her snow-white back, and a red dress that simply couldn't hold back that fiery figure. The woman had a worldly face, with a small mouth of dainty lips, an agar-condensed nose, and bright red lips and white teeth. The only thing was his eyes, which were too penetrating, as if they saw through everything, making people afraid to get close. Just sitting there gives you chills. At that moment she was holding her cell phone in her hand, her voice cool. Third Master Chui, today I, Blood Rose, will give you face? Just this once. If next time I won't give you face. Choi San-xiong's voice came out of the phone. Ha ha, Rose, don't worry. This compensation remembers to arrive on time. Double. Definitely. Hanging up the phone, the corner of Scarlet Rose's mouth hooked into a cold smile as she muttered to herself. Someone who can make Gushang personally order a card seat is someone to be messed with? Just let you guys bite each other. Don't think I don't know that the Three Snakes Association is controlled by your Chui family. Chui San-xiong, behind the scenes, said looking at the computer screen, the very image of the bar lobby. Click. The originally powerful music suddenly stopped. The dazzling lights also turned into incandescent lights, and the dancers twirling on the stage retreated one after another. Some of the men who were having a good time stood up in displeasure and questioned the host. So what happened? Why did it stop? It's going to be hard for me not to get a refund for this. Keep playing the music and keep dancing. The next scene caused them to shut up and resentfully retreat to the back. Not daring to speak. CSTH. Chui Xiaodong swaggered into the hall with a group of fierce and vicious gangsters. There were sounds of mingled voices from around the room. What's going on? Are these black forces here to crash the party? You don't know in the field. The one standing in front is the Chui family Chui Xiaodong, the side of the pedestrian street bearer fish, the head of the Three Serpents Society, the real underground triad. What did Chui Xiao bring such a Three Serpents Society person here for? And seeing as Chui Xiao is strapped with gauze, it's assumed that he's here for revenge. Don't talk, let's just eat our melon quietly. Chui Xiaodong was very happy to see the people around him looking at his fearful gaze. This is how the Chui family's great young man appeared. He looked around the room and saw Knight Shanyu at the topmost as 001 deck, especially when he saw the two women sitting on his left and right, one pure and one imperial. He could not speak of the envy and jealousy and anger within his heart. He led a group of people straight toward Cardinal A001. He walked a 6-footed pace, mentally calculating how he would torture the man who had made a fool of himself later. And the bottom line was the high strength around him and the punks with weapons behind him. And what wasn't noticed was that the face of Gao Chang beside him became a little alarmed. With each step closer, a tiny bit more of his cold sweat grew. TMs, Chui Xiaodong is not asking us to teach this god of death a lesson, is he? You just got your arm back and now you're giving it back? And Knight Chanyu, who was sitting on the first seat, looked at the group of people coming towards him. His face was expressionless, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Chui Xiaodong said as he stood in front of the card table, "Villainous, surname Knight. I didn't expect to find you here, did I? I'll pay you back tenfold for what you insulted me with before." Knight Shanyu faintly returned, "Oh." This makes Chui Xiaodong a little confused. The plot is not written like this. Should not this kid see himself so many people scared directly on his knees begging for forgiveness? How come he's not scared at all, but has a little bit of scorn? Is it an illusion? Sitting on the card seat, several people except Shangwan Xianyu were looking at Chui Xiaodong, who was like a clown underneath with a smile on his face. The dormitory roommates all knew that Fish's few people had just been taught a lesson by Knight Shanyu, while Yiningshin was not too big for her own good. Munching on the ice cream in her hand as a melon-eating girl, she knows how powerful her Shanyu brother is. The existence of her own bodyguard casually knocking down. Shangwan Qianyu called the bodyguards who were outside at the first opportunity, then stood up. Chui Xiaodong, what exactly do you want? If your Chui family doesn't want to do battle with the Shangwan family now, please leave. Don't even think about harming him today, or you'll suffer the retaliation of the Shangwan family. Credit STH. Chui Xiaodong's face was very unsightly. His favorite woman defending a man so much filled his heart with anger. He looked towards Knight Shanyu, who was still sitting calmly in his seat, and snorted. "Knight, are you hiding behind a woman again?" Knight Shanyu smiled faintly, looking at Chui Xiaodong as if he were a clown. "Giving you a chance and you don't want to use it. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson from scrapping one of your arms before." Chui Xiaodong snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Gao Chang, who was a big place apart, and said, "Brother Fish, please help me waste this little karma? Why are you sweating so much? Fish, this place is air-conditioned." Before he could finish his words, he only saw Fish walk up and said with a pandering face, "This night, Night gentlemen. Long time no see. Chapter 51 Dark Security Appearance. Night Chanyu gently sipped a sip of the red wine in her glass and lightly laughed. I remember just meeting them. Going to give Trey something of a head start? He said and pointed to Cui Xiaodong who was standing behind him. Gao Chang waved his hand in a hurry. No. I don't know him. We're here to play. Night Shanyu raised his head and glanced slightly at the group of minions. Come to play and bring a weapon. Ha! As soon as the words fell, these juniors hurriedly threw the weapons in their hands to the ground. Banging and crashing sounds resounded in the silent hall. This scene looked at Cui Xiaodong with a confused look on his face. What? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He moved his feet lightly and walked to Gao Chang's side, asking suspiciously. Then, that fish brother, help me teach him 5 million if you think it is less. I will add another 5 million. Gao Chang was like avoiding the plague as he hastily flung his sleeves and took a big step to the side. Cui Xiaodong? The clown is me? Seeing Night Qianyu on top of the card seat looking at himself, Cui Xiaodong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With a gloomy face, he looked at Gao Chang and said, Gao Chang, I'll give you face, I'll call you brother fish. You do things for me like this? Think carefully. I am the third youngest member of the Cui family. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to run away. You know how scary my father is. Credit STH. Gao Chang also pondered for a moment and walked over to Cui Xiaodong's ear and whispered, Cui Xiao, it's not that I don't want to help you. This man just fixed me up. I'm not his match at all. Cui Xiaodong was a bit confused after hearing Gao Chang's explanation. He knew how powerful Gao Chang was, and he was actually repaired by this kid who came out of nowhere. But in his current situation he had to let Gao Chang make a move in order to ensure that he could leave safely. He still knew the truth that a dead friend is not a poor person, so he had to pull out his dad's threats. I don't care. I'm paying you. You have to get paid to do your job and get me out of here safely, or else my dad's temper is prone to bleeding. Thinking of Cui Sanxian's dreadfulness, Gao Chang could only walk up stiffly and introduce himself. Mr. Knight, I'm the head of the Three Snakes Society under the Golden Snake. This Cui family's third youngest. We actually don't have any deep grudges. Why don't we just forget about this? For the sake of the Three Serpents Society and the Cui family, let's leave this matter at that. The surrounding gourd eaters were once again talking. What? Dang fish actually went soft? Who exactly is this young man? He's actually not afraid of the Cui family's third youngest? Can the background identity of the person who can set Cardinal A001 from Scarlet Rose alone be simple? Ha! What if I say no? So many of you are strutting around looking for me, and now you say forget it? Are you kidding? Night Shanyu looked at him with a smirk, his face ancient. So it's not going to work out? Gao Chang touched the dagger on his waist and said in a deep voice. He actually didn't want to clash with this mysterious teenager, but standing in his position was very embarrassing. On the left side was the Cui family. On the right side was the teenager with mysterious background. The gods were fighting and the mortals were suffering. But there was no way. The person standing behind them was the Cui family, and he could only side with Cui Xiaodong to keep him safe. If anything happens to Cui Xiaodong, he cannot have a good ending. Cui Sanxiang's ruthless methods he is still clear. He still understands about being invalidated and losing his life. So he gave an order. The juniors behind them picked up their weapons on the ground, ready to go forward in fight. Click. The gate opens. Tap tap tap. A group of black clothes stepped into the hall at a neat pace. No more. No less. Just 20. As if they had been trained. They methodically surrounded the group of high strength in the center. They shouted as a group, in a neat line, with their right hands in chest position. Boss. Night Chiyu. No, don't be so low. How come this old purr still got the whole Dragon King thing? Awkward or not? After purring in his heart, Night Shanyu raised his hand in a very pretentious manner, looking like a Yakuza big shot from a TV show. Compelling. This scene not only made the surrounding melon-eating crowd feel shocked all of a sudden. Countless young ladies looked at the man above with their eyes glowing, saliva involuntarily flowing out from the corners of their mouths. It's simply awesome. What's the difference between this and an idol show? People who don't know think this is a movie. It's so manly. Even Gao Chang and a few others were taken aback by the battle. No, man. Are you a black force or are we a black force? Why are you more of a black force than we are? Night Shanyu stood up, one foot on the coffee table, and leaned down slightly, a loose smile on his face. Aren't we going to? We can start now, said the man, snapping his fingers. The black-clad bodyguard pulled a black pistol out of his pocket and pointed it at a group of people in the center. Black holes of guns pointed at the heads of a bunch of punks, but anyone who dared to do something bad would be shot in the head. With a few cracks, The punks once again dropped their weapons to the ground and crouched in a collective crouch with their heads in their hands. Shivering. Crouching chow. Gosh darn it. The boss didn't say anything about using broken brass to fight with other people's guns. What's the point of fighting for a couple $1,000s a month? Gulp. Gao Chang gulped and consciously dropped his dagger, crouching on the ground as well. Who is this young man in the end? Moving with a gun. Who is fine to pull out a gun at the drop of a hat? Wow. Chui Xiaodong, on the other hand, was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. Scared less. Night Shanyu walked down the steps, slowly, and each step made Chui Xiaodong take a step back in fear. It didn't stop until it was against Gao Chang. Night Shanyu, don't come over. If you dare to touch me, my father won't let you go. And my Chui family won't let you go either. You have to think clearly. If you dare to touch me, I will kill your whole family. But I have found out that you are from Hangzhou. The words were not finished, only heard. Snap. It's a slapping sound. It's a clear and loud slapping sound. The loud and clear voice rang through the hall and could be heard even in the slightly more distant corners. Chui Xiaodong's entire body flew out. The entire right side of his face swelled up quickly, and several of his teeth were broken. Night Shanyu walked up to him again and picked up Chui Xiaodong by the collar. Snap. Another slap and a few more broken teeth flew out. At this time, his face was swollen like a pig's head. The corners of his mouth were laced with blood, and his appearance was miserable. Night. A thumping punch to his stomach. Buffed. A mouthful of blood spat out. Night Shanyu looked at him calmly, her eyes cool and drenched with killing intent. Someone actually dared to threaten his family, and that was something he could never tolerate. Although he said he traveled across the world, he also perfectly inherited the original owner's emotions. He threw Chui Xiaodong on the ground like a piece of trash and said lightly, "Abolish his 5 limbs." Chapter 52 Scarlet Rose, Lunanfang. Boss. One of the black-clad bodyguards led the order and walked forward with an expressionless face. Hold it over. Night Shanyu, you dare. Chui Xiaodong was so scared lest that before he could finish his sentence, the Dark Knight bodyguard stomped on his arm that was in a cast. The immense pain caused Chui Xiaodong to scream out as if he was killing a pig, and then fainted. It wasn't over yet, as the dark bodyguard once again stomped on his other arm. The pain of the broken bones once again caused Chui Xiaodong to wake up in pain, and then fainted once again, passed out, woke up in a panic and went through it 3 times over. The eaters grimaced as they watched, and some of the timid girls were even scared to tears. The 3 roommates of Cardinal A001, except for Yi Xiaotian who was a bit scratchy. The other 2 were watching with great interest, while Yi Ningxin, who has always had a big heart, turned into a big sister, pacifying Shangguan Qinyu, who was trembling with fear in her arms. All right, Shangguan's sister, don't be afraid of Ao. The bad guys have all been beaten away. Click. Finally, the Dark Knight bodyguard stomped his foot, hard, between Chui Xiaodong's legs. The sound of eggs breaking caused countless boys in the room to involuntarily tighten their legs. Ouch. It hurts too much. Eggs of sadness. Chui Xiaodong once again woke up in pain and completely fainted. The dark bodyguard returned flatly to his original position and continued to stand at attention, waiting for the next order. Night Shanyu stood in the center of the hall, calmly watching all of this with no ripples on his face. He drew a cigarette from his cigarette case, which was only halfway out of his mouth. A nearby bodyguard had the good sense to pull out a lighter and step forward. The lighter made a crisp ringing sound, and Night Shanyu slightly inclined her head to light a cigarette. Night Shanyu eyes habitually narrowed. Lighter rubbing the ghostly blue flame and his handsome face jumped over a moment when the fire extinguished. He smoothly took the cigarette down from his lips. A mouthful of white smoke slowly hazy in front of his cool silhouette. No one in the crowd made the slightest sound, just quietly looking at the melancholy, handsome back in front of them. Greenish-white smoke clouded the side of his face, and the way he lowered his brow made everyone in the room lose focus for a second. The bridge in the TV show is true to life. Halfway through the cigarette, Night Shanyu exhaled a ring of smoke and threw the rest of the mouthpiece on the ground. Stomping it out, he walked slowly to Gao Chang and bowed his head. You can't go back intact like this without bloodshed. Let me give you a hand. After saying that, he looked to one of the leading scar-faced men in dark security and waved his hand. Only external wounds, not internal. Yes. A group of bodyguards pinned their guns back to their hips and stepped forward to swing their fists. For a while, the hall once again resounded with wailing. In about 5 minutes, a bunch of punks were lying on the ground with swollen noses and grunts. Roll it. Take this with you. As soon as the words fell, the 3 Serpents Society group scattered like birds and beasts, rolling and crawling as they ran out of the romantic rows. The fainted Shui Xiaodong was dragged by two of the gangsters, one by one, and I don't know how many bumps were knocked out on the way. How dashing you are when you come, how wretched you are when you go. Knight Shanyu didn't walk back to the card seat, but instead put his hands in his pockets. His gaze was flat, and he leisurely opened his mouth. Scarlet Rose, aren't you going to give me a statement? As the words fell, a delicate voice rang out. The woman's lotus step lightly, waist swing, fluttering, the red cheongsam swaying with the wind, as if in this fantastic rhythm, between the hands and feet, the flavor of 1,000 kinds of charming, people look at the soul of all souled. That jade foot gently point, that jade foot gently lift, is the hook, that willow eyebrow gently raised, that eye wave flow, is the soul. As soon as this woman appeared, she made all the male compatriots present sink for her. Even Knight Chanyu, who was used to seeing beautiful women, had a flash of light. This woman was different from Mu Zairu's softness, Yi Ningxin's loveliness and Shangguan Qianyu's pure desire. This woman is a natural flirt, and her knitted brows and smile can arouse a man's desire. Name, Lu Nanfang, codename, Scarlet Rose, Lu Nanfeng, copyright infringement deleted. Status, romantic bar owner, underground queen, age, 27, face value, 9, 4, purity, 100, base energy, 25, favorability, 65. P.S. A life and death feud with Cui Sanxiong. After checking out Scarlet Rose's profile, she was a bit surprised that she had 25 points of functionality. I didn't expect a bar owner to have such a high level of key energy, so I guess there is a high level of guidance. Then he saw that she had a grudge against Cui Xiong, to which an idea came into his mind. Lu Nanfang stepped on her high heels and walked up to Knight Chanyu and whispered a really handsome little handsome boy before saying, Mr. Knight, let's go to a clean place to talk. Aha! Knight Shanyu gently nodded, then looked at the card seat several people, explaining, you guys have a drink, I'll be right behind you. Lu Nanfang looked at the guests underneath and covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. I've disturbed your pleasure today. Tonight the whole place is discounted by 50%. You continue to get high. Boom! There was a cheer in the room, not only for a good show, but for half the cost of the drinks. The lights came back on, the song resumed, the dancers continued to take to the stage, and the room returned to its passion. Knight Qianyu followed Lu Nanfang towards a dark room. Yi Ningxin wanted to follow along but was pulled back by Shangguan Qianyu. Sister Shangguan, aren't we going to follow? Haven't you seen how powerful this woman is? Aren't you afraid that she'll seduce brother Qianyu away? Shangguan Qianyu smiled helplessly. What's the point of seducing to go? And they're there to talk about something important. Let's not interrupt. It's not good to spoil that guy's day then. Okay. I hope brother Shanyu can resist the temptation. Yi Ningxin slumped down on the chair like a deflated ball, then looked at her small airfield and murmured, Humph, it's just that you're a billion points older than me. What's the big deal? Boys nowadays love my juvenile beauty. After the duo walked into the chamber, the Dark Knight bodyguard stood at attention outside the door, carefully and seriously observing everything around them that could be dangerous. Closing the door to the chamber, Knight Shanyu took the lead as if he was back home and sat down on the topmost office chair with his butt. Then his legs rested on the table and his body lazily leaned back in the recliner, one hand resting against his head. The corners of his mouth swung into a shallow arc as he opened his mouth in an unsavory manner. Say it. The gesture was as casual as a boss listening to a report from his staff. Giggle. Mr. Knight is not quite like all the men I've seen. Lu Nanfang let out a light laugh, casually looking for another sofa to sit down, crossing her legs and looking at the man above her with interest. The cheongsam split to reveal a piece of snow white, making Knight Shanyu's half-squinted eyes feast on it. This dress is so white. Giggle. Chapter 53, Harvesting Lu Nanfang. Seeing the man sitting on top eyeing his thighs so recklessly, not only did Lu Nanfang not get angry, but she once again pulled sideways a bit, revealing more snowy whites. In all the years that he had been on the road, he had run into all kinds of men, and none of them had dared to stare at him so openly. Even some people in high positions were putting on a decent appearance in front of themselves, which made her even more curious about this person. Lu Nanfang pulled out a lady cigarette from somewhere and lit it. Her onion-white fingers hitched onto the thin light gold smoke, inhaling deeply then letting out a satisfied sigh. Giggle. I didn't realize that Mr. Knight was also a little horny, staring at someone's legs for a long time. Upon hearing this, Knight Shanyu closed her gaze and smiled. Talk to me and don't make a hen-laying squawk. Willow South Frost. Ahem. Lu Nanfang coughed out a mouthful of smoke without holding it in. Mr. Knight is very good at joking. Oh, weren't you kidding me first? Lu Nanfang saw the curly hair coiled up, hair shrugged down just enough to cover one eye. Red lips spit out a wisp of white smoke. Slightly hooked eyebrows and corners of the eyes are full of thick to overflowing flavor. What kind of statement did the Night Prince say earlier that he needed from me? Night Shanyu said casually as she rhythmically tapped her index finger on the chair handle. Follow me and do my work for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Nanxiang's jade finger pinched with force, and the cigarette was silently disconnected. Night Prince, you've gone a bit overboard. Night Shanyu's face did not have any waves. He hooked his lips to look at her with a different meaning. Lu Nanfang, you want me to confront the Chui family, thus allowing the Chui family to have multiple enemies while you stay out of it yourself, thus enjoying the benefits of fishing. As you wish. I did offend the Chui family, but have you ever thought about having an additional enemy that is even more powerful than the Chui family? And those who dare to use me as a pawn often end badly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Nanfang, who was sitting on the sofa, was not calm, and her eyes showed shock, doubt, and also panic. How did he know his name? He had been using the code name Scarlet Rose since his debut. His name was known to no one but his loved ones. Her palms were wet and she kept rubbing them over and over, trying to slow down the uneasiness in her mind. Half-heartedly, she raised her head to look the man straight in the eye and asked, word for word, how did you know my name? Night Shanyu answered the question. Don't you care how I know? You just need to understand how horrible I am. Have you thought about it yet, with or without me? Then continued. I also know that you have a life and death grudge against Chui Sanxiong, but with your own strength now you simply cannot avenge this grudge. You, Lu Nanfang was once again shocked. Indeed she had a life and death grudge against Chui Sanxiong and even the entire Chui family. At one time, Chui Sanxiong and her father were good brothers, and then her father met his mother. Yet Chui Sanxiong had always coveted her mother's beauty. When she was born at the age of 5, a group of men in black broke into her house at night and killed her father, and her mother, not wanting to be taken captive, ended up killing herself. Luckily, she was hidden in a secret cabinet by her parents at the time, and had a clear view of the scene through the cracks. From then on, she took the name Scarlet Rose, and in the latter 20 years, she finally found out that the person behind the murder of her father was actually the Chui family's Chui Sanxiong. The Chui family is a big family, not comparable to a weak woman like herself, which led to the Blood Rose underground force that was founded later. Secretly, they clashed with the Three Serpents Society supported by Chui Sanxiong, but it was only a small fight. Night Shanyu looked at the thinking Lu Nanfang in a flat manner and continued to lull. As you know, the Three Serpents Society is in a 3-7 situation with your forces, and I'm sure the Three Serpents Society won't tolerate you as a grain of sand, and it's only a matter of time before they annex you because of the Chui family's support. Hearing this passage, the already shaken Lu Nanfang became even more shaken. He was right. The Three Serpents Society's secret agent did have said that Black Snake had the idea of completely annexing Blood Rose and was only waiting for the Chui family to support a few guards. There was just one thing he was wrong about. It wasn't a 37, but a 28 situation, with only 20% of his own forces outnumbered. If she didn't find someone with a strong background to back her up during this time, the power she had worked so hard to found would be dismantled, and the siblings she had nurtured would be killed, which she couldn't tolerate. And the mysterious and tough teenager at hand is a great choice. Seeing that Lu Nanfang had faltered, he once again released his big move. Only if you follow me and do a good job for me, I can help you avenge your death. The district is just the Chui family. It's all a trivial matter to me. When the time comes, I'll hand over the underground power of Magic City to you to take care of. And from then on, you'll be the true queen of the underground. Good. I promise you. I don't have any interest in being some underground queen. I just want Chui Sanxiang's life. Lu Nanfang nodded in agreement, her eyes icy cold, revealing endless hatred. Ha ha ha, great. I think you're honored for your decision today. I'll be your backdrop from now on. Night Shanyu lowered his legs and slowly walked over to Lu Nanfang and extended his hand. He was happy to have taken on a capable henchman. He thought highly of the woman, and felt that she was a talented person, and decided to take her under his wing. He had long had an idea of founding an intelligence organization, and the underground forces of Magic City had gathered talents from all sides, which was just right for this position. The Scarlet Rose was able to confront the Three Serpents Society for so many years for a long time, relying on their intelligence and their ability to avoid the important things. That's what gave rise to the idea of taking in Scarlet Rose and putting her in charge of intelligence positions in the future. Lu Nanfang stood up, gently pulled over her bangs, smiling like a flower, and also reached out her hand to shake Night Shanyu's. From then on, The future mighty underground queen Scarlet Rose was born from then on. Night Chanyu gently gripped. The moment he held both hands, it felt soft as if it was boneless. It was very cold, very comfortable, so that he didn't let go at the first time. Lu Nanfang just wanted to pull her hand out, but she was firmly clenched by him, and the more she struggled, the more she couldn't pull it out, and her face turned a rare shade of red. How long do you want to hold on to it, Mr. Knight? Ahem. A little nervous about shaking hands with a girl for the first time, Night Shanyu hurriedly let go and gave an embarrassed dry laugh. Lu Nanfang rolled her eyes in style. Che, who believes that? Who goes out with two beautiful women? Night Shanyu was a little embarrassed by what was said, and then his face was straightened out. Why are you being so rude? I'm your boss now. Remember to call me boss from now on. Lu Nanfang giggled. Without the overbearing aura she had just had, she now felt that the little boy in front of her was very interesting and joked. Yes, boss. Humph. That's good. Night Shanyu's mouth curled up, and he pushed open the secret room door with a 6-parent stride and headed out. Chapter 54, Brother Knife, as he is known in the Jianghu. Seeing Night Shanyu come out, the leading scar-faced bodyguard waved his hand widely. The bodyguard in charge of security quietly walked behind him and followed his boss to the card table. The two women who were chatting without a word were the first to notice that Night Shanyu was back and got up in a hurry. Shangguan Qianyu just stood quietly without saying anything. Only that expression of wanting to speak betrayed her. However, Yiningshan didn't have too many worries and ran to Night Shanyu's side in the first place, quietly asking in his ear, Brother Chiyu, are you guys done talking? That four-horse bug didn't eat your tofu, did he? Without waiting for Night Shanyu to speak, Lu Nanshuang, who was following at the very back, twisted her water snake waist to come in front of the two of them and giggled. Little sister, it's bad to talk bad about others behind their backs. Oh, I'm under the boss now, said also purposely in front of her to straighten up the fullness of the soft, angry Yiningshan on the spot to break the defense. The heart of a strong curse, big terrific? The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her. However, Shangguan Qianyu, who was standing on the side, looked at Night Qianyu with some shock. She could be very clear about the power of the Scarlet Rose as well as its status in the Magic City. Although it was not as good as those first-class families, not many people dared to mess with her. His own father had tried many times to take the Scarlet Rose under his wing, and made many concessions without success. Yet the fact that this man had taken Scarlet Rose under his wing on the first day they met made her even more curious about him. What kind of man is this? Okay, enough chit-chat. It's time to go back. Silent Night Thousandju hastened to restrain a few women. Really 3 women a play. Say la play singing all kinds of line. Then he looked at Lu Nanfang and explained. You do what you normally do, and call me promptly if the 3 Serpents Society makes a big move. Okay, boss. The crowd walked outside. Night Chanyu called a few bodyguards to carry the 3 roommates, who were already drunk to the point of unconsciousness, to the car and ordered to send them to a random hotel to check in. Then looking at the 2 girls, Shangguan Qianyu and Yiningshan, he said, You guys go on back. I have things to do. Aha! The 2 girls nodded obediently. At that moment, 3 men in suits with bruised noses stumbled over and cried out lamely. Miss! Shangguan Qianyu gave his bodyguard a puzzled look, his eyes full of small question marks. What's going on with you guys? The 3 of them glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards standing behind Night Shanyu and couldn't help but shiver. One of them complained aggressively. We received a message from Miss and immediately rushed over. And when we just wanted to go in, we were unexpectedly knocked on the back by a few people, followed by a fat beating. The scarred man standing beside Night Shanyu dryly coughed a few times, a little embarrassed. I saw these 3 sneaking around and I thought they wanted to do something bad to the boss, so I stopped them outside. But these guys resisted a bit fiercely, so I beat them up. Boss, you see how it is? Honest. Hey! Night Shanyu's head was filled with black lines and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. You're a real talent. After listening to the 3, even more aggrieved, silently lowered his head. Cursing in his head can be hard to hear. Chow, can you not be honest? A dozen men big man beat up the 3 of us. Say a word and get a punch. Ahem. This is all a misunderstanding. From now on when you guys come to play at the romantic bar, it's all free. Just order whatever you want. And if Scarlet Rose asks, just say I said so. I'm her boss. Thank you, Mr. Knight. The 3 immediately lost their aggrieved looks. It's a romance bar. It's free. You need to stop beating up a few more times, or you'll be afraid to play with a guilty conscience. Willow South Frost? Watching the 2 women get into the Bentley and take off, Knight Shanyu looked at the scarred man and asked, "What's your name?" Upon hearing this, the scarred man fawned and smiled, but this smile was a bit discreet in any case. "Boss, the Jianghu people call me Brother Knife. You can just call me Little Knife. Name, Bruce Wang, codename, Brother Knife. Status, leader of the Dark Elite Security Team. Specialties, firearms all around, counter-surveillance, fighting proficiency, knife fighting proficiency, loyalty, 100, strength, 9, 7, speed, 8. A few other security members were then looked at, without surprise, all not at the human limit, but all above 9, 2. Thinking about it, how could there be a way to break through the limits of the human body without a special inheritance? Although they did not break the human body limit, these bodyguards are all proficient in all kinds of firearms. Even the most powerful people cannot resist the bullets. "Take me to the purser," Knight Shanyu softly instructed, then casually got into a modified Rolls-Royce. Blade himself was the driver, and the rest of the guys got into a few other cars after seeing their boss get in. The car that Knight Shanyu was in the center, with the other two escorting it one after the other. 3 Rolls-Royces drove down the avenue together, causing frequent side glances from passing cars, guessing which big shot was sitting in the car. The avenue that was still somewhat congested instantly became much smoother. "No way. They are Rolls-Royce. Can't afford to mess with them. Even if the slightest cuts and dabs to be dumped. Although it is in the Magic City, a lot of rich people, but also depends on the scenario. Some drivers with road rage instantly become peaceful and drive carefully." Magic City Private Hospital. A black Lycan pulled up in front of the courtyard. Moments later, a man in a suit and a graceful lady stepped out of the car. It was Cui Sanxiong and Lin Yuan who had just come to the hospital a short while ago, and it was not expected that they would come to the hospital again in a few days' time. The duo walked into the hospital with frosty faces. The door to the room opened. Dr. Zhang, who had just finished giving Cui Xiaodong a burst of tranquilizers and painkillers, hurriedly bowed when he saw the visitor. "Master Choi-san, Mrs. Lin, just a little dry, hard, forced expression on his face." Cui Sanxiong's face was gloomy as he asked, "Dr. Zhang, tell me about my son." "Ugh, Dr. Zhang said with a long sigh. "Third Master Cui, don't be angry when you finish. Your son has comminuted fractures in his limbs. There is no possibility of healing. And, at the end of his words, Dr. Zhang was too eager to go on. "And what?" Lin Yuan asked in a stern rebuke. "And what?" Stammers. "Speak." Dr. Zhang had no choice but to continue with a stiff upper lip. "Moreover, your son's male features have been kicked and ruined, and although he has been operated on, he has lost his male function." At those words, the pupils of the two of them tightened, and Lin Yuan even stumbled and almost fell on the ground. Unbelieving, Lin Yuan asked again, "Dr. Zhang, is there any way to recover? Whatever it takes." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lin, there's no way." Hearing the affirmative answer, Lin Yuan finally failed to resist the pressure and leaned helplessly against the edge of the bed. Chapter 55 Secret Base of the Dark Knight Security. The whole ward was filled with depression. Dad, Cui Xiaodong, who was originally stagnant, saw his father walking as if he had seen the light of day, and shouted out in a hoarse tone, "Humph." Cui Sanxiong softly hummed. His previous favor disappeared, as if he was a stranger. With that he continued, "You'll recuperate in the hospital from now on, and you don't want to take revenge on that kid surnamed Knight. This matter is done." Boom! After Cui Xiaodong heard his father's words, his head was like a thunderbolt, frozen in place. Even the severe pain coming from his lower body was forgotten. What did his own father mean by that? Why does it sound like you've been abandoned? And on the sidelines, Lin Yuan slowed down and hissed like a shrew. "Cui Sanxiong, your son has been wasted and you're still indifferent? You, the third master of the Cui family, don't want to avenge your son?" Pop! A slap was thrown on Lin Yuan's face and a red handprint appeared. "Shut up. If it wasn't for your overindulgence, would Xiaodong have become like this? The other party can have gun-toting henchmen. Their background is not as simple as it appears. The Cui family had already made many enemies. It is not advisable to make another mysterious enemy." "So the son's revenge is over? He's your son?" Lin Yuan asked grimly. "Humph, just a son. I still have illegitimate children. I originally wanted Xiaodong to compete for the position of the family head, but I didn't know that it was so stupid that he had his lower body wasted. It's hopeless to count on him." "What? Cui Sanxiong, you actually hang out with women behind my back? You actually have an illegitimate child? You..." Before Lin Yuan could finish her sentence, she was slapped again. "Humph, What's wrong with me looking for a woman? I didn't marry you because I was interested in your Lin family's power and being able to gain a little more for me. And now your Lin family is no longer useful to me. If you know what's good for you, you'll enjoy it, or you'll wait for me to be swept off my feet. After saying that, without even looking at the mother and daughter, he slammed the door and left. Family power is like this. Only interests in the eyes. No affection. For the sake of their own favorable interests, their loved ones say abandonment. Looking at Cui Xiong's departing back, a hint of gloom flashed under Lin Yuan's eyes. Mom! Cui Xiaodong's lips trembled as he looked at Lin Yuan, who could only rely on his mother now. Xiaodong, don't worry, I will definitely avenge your death for you. Even if I use all of my connections, I will definitely make sure that the person who wasted you will be punished. Lin Yuan's eyes were cold, and the pupils of her eyes narrowed deeply. The words are split. The car that Night Chanyu was traveling in drove into a countryside road that was rarely traveled by people. And if it wasn't for the fact that he had the system's probing function, even he wouldn't have been able to discover the movements of the hidden sentries along the way. Every few hundred meters there was a dark sentry quietly lurking. The degree of rigor was more professional than the special forces, and he couldn't help but be more satisfied with his dark night security. The car had been traveling for about 10 minutes when it finally stopped at an abandoned factory. After layers of checking and matching numbers, the heavy big iron door finally opened slowly. As soon as Night Shanyu stepped out of the car, she saw a middle-aged man leading a group of Dark Knight members waiting neatly at the door. Seeing their own boss approaching, the crowd gave a collective international military salute. Boss! Seeing this scene, Night Shanyu was still very excited inwardly, to think that he actually had a powerful private army. He walked up to the crowd and guffawed. There's no need for that, we're all brothers. You've worked hard. No hard work for the boss. Night Shanyu laughed loudly. Triple your salary later. Thanks a lot, boss. Upon hearing the increase, the originally serious Dark Knight members instantly overflowed with excited smiles. Kidding aside, these are security, but they are mercenaries internationally. A mercenary's favorite thing is money. Of course, who has nothing better to do than to become a mercenary? At that moment, the purser, who was the leader, came running over upside down and rubbed his hands together. That boss, the members have tripled their wages. So do I. The hardest working leader. Have to add another zero now? At those words, Night Shanyu laughed and cursed. You want to add a zero? You want a fart to eat? Less than? Okay. Then it's less. You double it. What had been a smiling purr instantly turned into a muggle face. Looking at this leader that he hadn't met before, Night Shanyu found it amusing and couldn't bear to tease him. With that, he patted him on the shoulder and grinned. Old per hard work. From now on your salary will be doubled tenfold. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. Ha ha ha. The purser took off his hat and scratched his big bald head one in a crunch. Night Shanyu scattered to the Dark Knight members standing at the door, letting them line their own arrangements, and he himself followed the purser to visit up this Dark Knight's temporary base. Looking at the format of the rectification in here, and the layers of power grids around it, I guess purring took a lot of effort. Not bad, you actually found such a secret base. Night Shanyu unabashedly praised it. Hey, that's, and, boss, that. I found this place, as well as the surrounding 5 kilometers range. I bought all of it. Is not reimbursement. I use can be my private money. Purring said with a sobbing face. Night Shanyu, you're a 5 feet 9 inches man. Why are you acting like a pussy? Pure drama. Character panel. Name, Purring Fury. Codename, Purring Yin Wang. Status, Chief of Dark Knight Security. Specialties, firearms all around. Detection, counter detection. Combat proficiency, bomb disposal expert. Knife fighting proficiency. Loyalty, 100. Base energy, 15. After reading Purring's personal panel, Night Shanyu was still a little surprised. I didn't realize that this playwright was actually a treasure talent. Not only was he attached to a number of skills, but even his base energy had broken through to 15 points. He was within expectations for Pursing to break through the human limit, but reaching 15 points was still unexpected. Talent. Night Shanyu stared straight at Purring for a long time, watching him clasp his hands to his chest and shiver. Finally, as if he had made a decision, his face was solemn, as if he had given up a hand, and his hand was large. Boss, if that's what you're good for, I'm up for it. With that, he turned one way, his ass puckered, and his gaze became expectant. Night Shanyu, L. A gorgeous 360-degree spiral spinning flying kick. Shoo! The purser shot out like a sharp sword towards the high wall. Purr, please don't hurt even if you don't love. Whoa! Blanche, Night Shanya raised her long legs high and her mouth exploded in a foul mouthful. The few people around him were so scared to see such a brutal boss that they hugged each other and shivered. As expected, the only one who can suppress purring Yin King is the boss. Such a powerful purring leader was kicked away by the boss lightly. It's scary just thinking about it. Chapter 56, Purring on the Brink of Death. It wasn't long before Purser limped back again. Night Shanya stared at him for a long time with a smirk, pursing his neck and not daring to look at him for fear that he would be kicked off again. Give me your account and transfer you 1,000,000,000 points, Night Shanya said as he pulled out his cell phone. Okay, purring. He hurriedly fumbled his ass out of his pocket and pulled out a number book. Ding dong. Soon the cell phone sent a transfer message. Your International Universal Bank tail number 1101 transferred 10 billion. Consider this money as your military expenses. And the brothers should be rewarded with rewards. Not capped. Yes, boss. The purser became serious and saluted pensively. How much did it cost you to acquire this base and reimburse you out of it as well? Night Shanya pulled out a cigarette and said as he tapped it in his hand. Hey, it's not much, just 3 billion, purring said, scratching his head without blushing. Right on cue. The system tone came through in his head. Congratulations to the host for spending $2 billion and gaining 20 W points, with 70 W points remaining. What? Night Shanya's eyes narrowed and snapped to look at Purr. The purser shivered in fear, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground with it. Old boss, why are you looking at me like that? Purr, you're thinking about how much it really cost, and remember to think of an answer. Night Shanya's eyes glowed red. Indeed 3 billion. Not 2 billion? I spent 2,006,000, which rounds up to 3 billion, Purr said accusingly. Night Chiyu, did your ING music teacher teach you math? Who rounds up to the aorta? Night Shanya was almost exasperated by this simpleton. Then with an odd look in his eyes, he asked, You're not a backdoor security chief, are you? Upon hearing this, purring fury hastily retorted. How can that be? I became one by virtue of 9 deaths and 10,000 life and death battles. Night Shanya smiled and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Ha ha ha, get it, understand, I get it. Sure enough, God closes one door for you and opens another window. Thinking of something important, Night Shanya led Purr into a secret room and took his seat. The purser, who realized that the atmosphere was not right, also lost his previous teasing, and instead became serious. Boss, what's up? How many of us total in dark security? Purring directly without any half-hearted hesitation. Together with me it's just about 1,000 people. Isn't this the rule you set up, boss? That 1,000-man mercenary group is not one person more or less? Night Shanya dryly coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. What's it got to do with me? It's all in the system. Unicorns exchange for a medium-grade base energy potion. Congratulations to the host for exchanging the intermediate base energy potion X1. Spent 1 W points. Still have 69 W points left. There's one more thing to remind the host. Due to making the text not crumble and fixing the bugs, everyone including the host can only use 1 base energy potion per day. So can I use it all at once? Then if I don't use it for a month, I can use a 30-day amount all at once? Yes, you can. You see what happens, sometimes I really want to call the police. Night Shanya pulled out a thin yellow potion from his pocket, placed it on the table, and said, Try. Purr said with arms in his arms, his whole body trembling. Can you not try? I'm most afraid of needles. Night Shanya? No, man. You're not even afraid of guns and bullets. And you're afraid of this measly shot? A scowl. If you're told to fight, fight. Where's all this nonsense? What's it like for a big man to squirm? It's not on you. Of course you're not afraid. Beep 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 beep. After purring in his mind, Purring then carefully picked up the potion and stuck it into his arm with his eyes closed. It doesn't seem to hurt. In less than 3 seconds, it instantly felt like a little change was taking place throughout his body, as if he was more powerful than ever before. With that, he inquired in surprise, Boss, what the hell is this? I feel like I've ascended? If I were to follow my usual training, it would take me 3 months to break through to this level. Night Shanya smiled slightly and explained, This is a base energy potion that increases the base energy of the human body, and you originally broke through to Genlock level 2. So you're more powerful than the average person. The purser's face showed surprise, as if he had discovered a new continent. He was also fortunate enough to break through to Genlock level 2 from a half-book of base energy knowledge he discovered on a secret mission, which was the factor that made him the Chief of Darkness Security. And according to that remnant of the book, there is no way to increase the base energy with other fast methods until now. only to rely on hard training and exercise to stimulate. However, now that his own boss actually possessed a potion to increase his base energy, it made him secretly howl that his boss was truly a man of God. Unico, exchange 100 primary potions and 49 intermediate base energy potions. Congratulations to the host for exchanging primary potion X100, intermediate base energy potion X49, total cost of points 59W, remaining points 10W. Wow. What? Looking at the 100 blue potions as well as the 49 yellow potions that appeared on the table, Purrs was dumbfounded, not knowing where these potions appeared from. Another look at the bemused boss and 3 black question marks appeared on his brain. Question: how does the owner place so many potions? It was too late to think about it. And the Purr's voice rang in his ears. Distribute these potions to your brothers at the base. Let them reach their human limits first. And these yellow potions, keep a few for yourself and distribute the rest to the 20 bodyguards around me. Yes, boss. Remember, these potions can only be used one a day. Don't zap more than one. As for the foreign brethren, let's talk about it later. I don't have much of this potion. I'll implement the reward system later. Whoever gets more merit will be rewarded for this. Okay, boss. Also, take some time to train an elite women's squad. I'll be useful. Got it, boss. Purring Fury listened attentively while taking careful notes in a small notebook. Okay, that's it. I should go. After the explanation, Knight Shanyu got up and moved his muscles, preparing to leave. Boss, want to stay here? We have plenty of room. Knight Shanyu, hunt for the moment. Not long after, the purring and miserable sounds rang out from the chamber. Fearful to hear. Frightening to hear. 5 minutes later, Knight Shanyu walked out of the secret room refreshed. Then he got in Knive's car and took off. Only when they saw their boss leave did a few members of Darkness Security tiptoe into the secret room. SS. The scene in front of them was a big shock, and several people sucked in a collective breath of cold air. Only their general leader was seen to be sent flying into the wall, revealing alone a hindquarters that had become more erect. Looks like he's been beaten up pretty bad. The homeowner is so brutal. Chapter 57, entering the Shivering Teeth again. Early the next morning, a cell phone rings, waking up Knight Shanyu, who was having a loving little dream. One look at the caller ID and it's Kim Rich. Picking up the phone, he said in a bad mood. Hello, Jean Lauer. Disturbing my dreams this early in the morning. What's the matter? On the phone came Kim's rich duck voice. Old Knight, today is the first class of the school year. We've already gone back to school first, so don't be late. Old Knight. That's it? Is that your reason for interrupting my beauty sleep? It's too early to go, so check in for me. Knight Shanyu rejected it outright, hung up the phone, and continued to sleep back to sleep. Are you kidding? The principal is my uncle. Jean Xian listened to the beep 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 busy sound of the cell phone. Put down the phone. Is Old Knight on the wrong medication today? It's confusing. Knight Shanyu slept beautifully until noon, stretched comfortably and got out of bed, walking inside the bright and spacious presidential suite. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the traffic surging underneath. The mood was beautiful, and the only thing I'm a little sorry about is missing out on that beautiful dream. Trick-or-treating Fatty Kim. A dark comment escaped his lips, followed by a call to the front desk to send up a lunch. Not for long. Ding dong. The room doorbell rang. Knight Shanyu opened it, only to see Qin Jin personally pushing a small food cart into it. Plates of gourmet food were placed on the dining table in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and finished with a bottle of Chateau Latour red wine that had finished waking. Chen Jin lightly poured a small cup in the cup and placed it neatly, then said in a very gentlemanly manner, Young Knight, this is the lunch that our chef personally made for you. I hope you are satisfied. Manager Chen, why are you delivering the food yourself? Just leave these things to the waiters. Knight Qianyu then sat down and looked at Chen Jin with a smile and said, Young Knight, you are my boss now. And it would only seem respectful to serve you personally. No need to pull a routine with me. Why don't you sit down and have some together? Chen Jin waved his hand in a hurry. No need for the night, young man. Knight Chanyu slightly smiled and did not force the issue, only saying, okay, then you are busy first. Only then did Chen Jin push the cart and slowly leave, leaving behind Knight Qianyu, who was enjoying the food alone. Knight Qianyu first gently sipped the cup of red wine. An extremely strong and huge bone feeling exploded in his mouth. Very delicate. He then chucked a piece of tender abalone with scallion oil and put it in his mouth to chew slowly. The fresh aroma of iced scallions and abalone blending perfectly with each other reverberated through the taste buds, making Knight Shanyu's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but praise it. As expected of a gold medal chef, he really does have a few tricks up his sleeve. After the meal and wine, Night Chan Yu appeared to have nothing to do and opened Shaky Tooth in passing. If you have nothing else to do, go to Shaky Tooth and hang out. Not only can you swipe some gifts but also increase your followers, which can be exchanged for points. Only 10 W points left now. Have to find a way to round it up a bit. Now that there are more henchmen, there are more places to use the points. If you're not in charge, you don't know how expensive it is. Since the last time it was on the hot searches, the legend of the mysterious god's hero, Mr. Chien, is still circulating in the Shivering Teeth, and the few requests he had made to that little-used chief house manager had been accomplished for him that night, with a few extra special privileges. This made him very satisfied. It seems that this Xiaoyu is also a talent. There is a chance to dig her to his side and work for him. He turned off the special effects, then found the dancing Erasure live room, and entered silently as a passerby, without attracting attention. Since he last supported Erasure, the number of online viewers is now so much better than ever. The number of people in the live room can also be stabilized at 5,000 plus to 1 W plus every day. Today's Luo Xiaolan was wearing the same clothes as last time, still lightly veiled. At this time, she was playing PK with a female anchor, and the PK object seemed to be Su Su, a 10 million female anchor in the top 10 female anchors in the face value area. Looking at the appearance of the long and good-looking, originally Night Chan Yu wanted to go in and watch some, but checking out the panel made him hurriedly put down the finger that he had clicked in. Name, Su Su. Face value, 70, 15 plastic surgeries, purity, 30, blackened. Night Chan Yu looked at the PK progress bar above and didn't dare to look directly at it. The blood bar was crushed to death by the opposite side. 11790 vs 20W. Although there are more than 10,000 votes, but it is all small votes, not compared to the opposite side of the big brother to help. Ha ha ha, lon ah, you can't. Why don't you call your money brother to help you boost ah? Giggle. The opposite anchor, Su Su, sat smugly in her seat, constantly taunting Luo Xiaolan. However, Luo Xiaolan acted as if she hadn't heard it, quietly playing the guzheng, and in her spare time she would also thank some of her helpful water friends. But Erasure fans couldn't sit still and kept typing trolls on the public screen or exchanging insults with black fans. Why is it this woman again? These days this woman is like crazy, coming to trouble Erasure all day long. Lon, why don't we stop peeking with her? They have the Wind Emperor backing them up and they're also the anchors of Universe Media. We can't fight them with these people. Upstairs, 10 million anchors have rights. And PK applications are not something that the current Erasure can refuse. I don't know what to say. If only Chandy was here. If Chandy was here, would the opposite side still dare to be so arrogant? I haven't heard from Chandy in days. Calling Chandy +2, calling Chandy +3. Looking at the pop-up screen full of swipes calling for Chandy, Luo Xiaolan's mouth deflated a bit, not having been in contact since the last time they chatted. At that moment, a rocket appeared on the screen of Arashi's live broadcast. A banner appears on the public screen. Wind spills dust returns and gives away a super rocket on the air. Thanks to Wine Sprinkler returns for the super rocket. As soon as Luo Xiaolan finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. Ha! Wasn't this the guy who had swiped 100,000 gifts for himself the other day and asked him to watch a movie? He disagreed, and then also came to his own live room to bring the rhythm. And he is still the opposite female anchor's list of Big Brother. These days all day to his own live room mess is precisely his back instructions. The only thing I saw was wind and dust returns typing on the public screen. Xiaolan, how about it? Promise to go out to the movies with me? It's just a movie. If you promise, I won't let Susu mess it up again. Don't count on that Chandy guy. He's just an internal employee of Shaky Tooth HQ, here to advertise Shaky Tooth. You're just lucky to have been picked. Have you ever seen that money guy in so many days? It's the right choice to be with me. I can make you a multi-million-dollar starter too. The words of Wind Sprinkler dust returns made some of the water friends in the live broadcast room a little shaken. And along with that the black powder that came from Susu's live broadcast room, kept brushing the screen. Fake money emperor. Luo Xiaolan, unmoved, flicked her finger and the public screen popped up. Wind Sprinkled Dust Returns has been banned, because he opened the super emperor in Susu's live room. He had the emperor's privilege, so he could only ban him and could not kick him out. Chapter 58, Exclusive Gift, Dragon and Phoenix. Congratulations to Wind and Dust for opening Emperor in the Dancing Erasure live streaming room. Ordinary Emperor, 120,000 RMB month, with anti-ban privileges. The Wind Sprinkled Dust returned to speak again, and golden letters floated out on the public screen. Oh, you're banned. I'm privileged. Xiaolan, I'll give you two choices. First, go offline with me. Second, get messed up every day. You don't want your live room to be messed up either, do you? As soon as the words were uttered, fans of Erasure throughout the broadcast room snorted. The wind and the dust are back. You big umbrella. Wind Sprinkles returns. What are you pretending to be here? Get lost if you don't want to see it. Wind Sprinkles returns. Nima beep beep beep. For a time, the entire live broadcast room was spitting out fragrance, with a very high code content, almost tracing back to the 18 generations of the ancestors. Suddenly, a dragon and a phoenix appeared in the entire live broadcast room, and the gift special effects were simply a dazzling batch. Money Cubs give out exclusive gifts of dragon and phoenix. Let's go grab the treasure. The gift effect lasted for a full 15 seconds before a golden treasure chest finally popped up. The dragon and phoenix fonts that belonged exclusively to Night Shanya floated out on the public screen. Wind Sprinkler returns. What are you barking at? I chow. It's Mr. Shen. The great Qian Emperor is here. Get out of the way and welcome our Mr. Shen. Mr. Qian. You finally shown up. Lon Lon is being bullied. Wind Spill Dust returns. Ha ha ha. Big umbrella bye. Our side out of the money total. I do not know how you deal with it. What's this gift? It's so damn explosive and awesome. Upstairs, can't you see it's an exclusive gift? What's this box? First time I've seen it. Oh my god. I've got 112 shake bucks. I grabbed it too. Only 80. I didn't grab it with this broken net. Crying, because the nearer the better. A large portion of the thousands of people who were originally in Arashi's live room grabbed the shake coins, and the King of Luck grabbed more than 300. Jitterbucks and Jitterbug are now convertible to cash, which equates to a flat $30 plus grab. In an instant, Lonland's live broadcast room instantly crowded into tens of thousands of people, and in a minute's time directly reached 10W. Some people clicked in because they saw the gift special effects, and others came in for the money total. The queue is neatly organized, and they have swiped on the public screen. Good for Chandy. There was then a flurry of discussion about the gift. For a time, the entire live broadcast room was extremely lively. Looking at that ID, Luo Xiaolan, who was originally playing quietly, was inattentive, played the wrong note, and simply stopped. Instead of her previous bashfulness, she replaced it with joy. She herself didn't know why this was the case. It could be that this person appeared like a beam of light when she was in trouble and relieved herself. She moved in front of the camera, her smile filling the room. Welcome Chandy. Does Chandy have a favorite song? I'll sing it for you or play it for you. Night Shanyu casually typed a text on his phone screen. Whatever. Play a lyrical song. Okay, Chandy. Luo Xiaolan happily sat back down in front of the guzheng, her face serious as she began to play. At this point, a golden conspicuous pop-up screen floated past from the public screen. The wind-sprinkled dust return, not just an exclusive gift. Make it look like who doesn't have the same. What's there to pretend? Coincidentally, the top popped up a shaking teeth official announcement, the whole network notice. This special effect gift is named Dragon and Phoenix. Value, 888888 RMB. Exclusively belongs to the Money Emperor private customized gift. The whole network only. This gift has a full pop-up screen as well as a full treasure chest with 888 jitterbucks for 1,000 people to grab. This announcement was met with horror across the internet. Petrochemicals. Silence. In the middle of the day, pop-ups were flying all over the airwaves. I chow. Simply outrageous. His mom to outrageous open the door. Outrageous to the home. A gift 88W more? Can you believe it? One treasure chest has more than 8W coins. No way. I'll be a big fan of Chandy from now on. I'll follow Chandy wherever he is. Not for any other reason. Just for this shaky coins. Wind Sprinkles returns. Got smacked in the face, didn't you? Ha ha ha. I'm laughing my ass off. Wind Sprinkler returns. Why don't you call out? Wind Sprinkled Dust returns. Oh, what's so great about being rich? What's so great about being rich? Isn't it just a thug? It was followed by an etude of Night Shanyu. Night Shanyu's eyes narrowed, wanting to try his privilege. Subsequently, Money Pup, suspended, Wind Spill Dust return, account. Unblocking time remaining 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Please watch it in a civilized manner or it will lead to escalating penalties. Wind Sprinkled Dust returns? When this pop-up came out, the entire broadcast room exploded. What do I see? The Wind Emperor, who has opened a Super Emperor, has been blocked? What a sight! Is this the privilege of the Money Emperor? Chandy Cowpatches. Voice breaking. Chan Ni Chowder Plus. Without the fly that returned from the wind-sprinkled dust, the whole live room became much more harmonious. Night-Shine, you listened to the song while brushing this, Dragon and Phoenix. Money Cubs, giveaway Dragon Phoenix X1 in the live broadcast. Everyone go grab the box. Money Cubs, giving away Dragon and Phoenix X2 in the live broadcast. Everyone go grab the box. Money Cubs, giving away Dragon and Phoenix X3 in the live broadcast. Everyone go grab the box. After the song was finished, Luo Xiaolan returned to the screen and fell into a stupor when she saw the Qian Cub, gifting Dragon and Phoenix X112 in the live broadcast, appear in the gift bar. She first gave a thank you to the screen. Thanks to Emperor Qian for the reward gift. It's fine. No need to break the bank. Emperor Qian being able to come is the biggest compliment. Then pulled out his spare and did a string of text on it and hit send. Night-Shine, you saw the WeChat pop-up screen and opened it to see Luo Xiaolan's message. Mr. Qian, there's no need to give me another reward. It's already enough. I'm already happy that you can come to my live room. There's no need to break the bank. Just say what song you want to listen to. There's no need to reward so much money. You're just a points tool, man. Where would I get points if I didn't swipe gifts? Night Shanyu silently spat in his heart before typing back. It's okay, $1 billion. No harm, no foul. Play some more of the songs you're good at. Okay, Mr. Shen. Luo Xiaolan once again ran his ass off to play. And Night Shanyu once again brush up the gift. Because of the special nature of this gift, Night Shanyu cannot be customized, or have to send one by one. Money Cubs, giveaway Dragon Phoenix X1 in the live broadcast. Everyone go grab the box. With every Dragon and Phoenix gift given, the live broadcast room would be flooded with a large number of people. In just 10 minutes, the live stream has skyrocketed to 100W+. Luckily, it's a work-study day, and if it were an evening or a double day, it would probably be even more crowded. Some lucky people grabbed more than a day's pay in that short 10-minute period. Happy gift givers and happy netizens grabbing them. Only Luo Xiaolan, who receives the gifts, is a little unhappy, aching for Night Shanyu's money. Chapter 59. The appearance of Night Shanyu made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room ignite directly to the G-point. Even the officials have sent out several senior house managers to maintain the positive energy of the live broadcast, constantly kicking out some of the mouth-spitting Fenghuang Black fans. Seeing that Mr. Qian has such a big show, some free students or some young people are envious and eager to see it. Ugh, that's what I dreamed it would be like. When will I be able to throw my money away like Mr. Qian? I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life if I could experience it once, but unfortunately it's unrealistic. Far away in a villa in Kyoto, a yellow-haired young man looked at his suspended account with a dumbfounded face. In a daze. My ass? Nabi can still suspend me? With that, he called the head of the Shivering Teeth headquarters, and as soon as he was connected, Feng Qingyang directly cursed angrily. A super emperor with a labor account open can still be blocked? What kind of privilege is this for you guys? If you don't give me a darn answer, beware of me suing you guys. I labor a few $1 million of account. Said ceiling, who is it that gives that money chief the right? Hearing this, Supervisor Feng faintly returned. Oh, I gave you the right. Do you have a problem with that? You are committing fraud to my detriment and I'm going to sue. As you wish. Seeing that this supervisor was oil and salt, Feng Chongyang calmed down a bit and asked again, if I also rush an emperor, will I also have this privilege? He thought that this was an exclusive privilege for imperial emperors. After all, imperial emperors were more advanced than super emperors. See, rationally yes. But, Feng Qingyang was delighted. Then I want this privilege. Humph. This Chief Qian dares to block my number. I will also block his. Feng almost didn't choke to death on a mouthful of tea. Why is this Dudown Moncler outlet so ironclad? He, young man, I advise you not to fan air. If you also rush $1 billion RMB, I will also give you the same privilege as Mr. Qian. It hung up straight after that. Are you kidding? Going against Mr. Qian. You're afraid that you see me sitting too comfortably in the supervisor's position and want me to retire early. 2A. Nothing. Ahem. Listening to the beep 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 of the busy signal on the phone, Feng Chongyang was still taken aback. That money or whatever actually tops up $1 billion. No wonder. As the second son of a first-class family in Kyoto himself, he only had a measly $10 million in pocket money every month. Let him recharge $1 billion into the live broadcast. This is not pure big injustice seed. The man himself does not have so much money, but he didn't feel afraid because of this. Still, for a time he thought that this total money is estimated to be a middle-aged old boss. Although a little money, but the background is not comparable to his own. After all, Only this kind of person could come up with so much money at once to top up, and second-generation people like them hadn't yet realized their wealth freedom. He himself was a member of the Wind family in Kyoto, the top stream besides the 8 top families. What's more, he wasn't alone. He had the royal groupies of Kyoto behind him, and the group leader was one of the 8 great families. This group was created by a few super emperors, and the minimum requirement to enter this group is to be an emperor, and only those who have been open for 1 year in a row are eligible to enter. But anyone who doesn't renew their lease on for a month will be removed from the group chat. The leader of the group, on the other hand, was a person with the title of Emperor Zun, and his identity background was still that of one of the 8 great families of Kyoto. There are 4 other groups like similar to this one, in Hangzhou, Suzhou, Yangchang, and Magic City. Any more bullish people who encountered the 8 great families would be the ones to go soft. Thinking of this, Feng Chengyang immediately typed a text in the group, "Brothers, I'm being bullied. Hurry up and shake people." The message went out for a while, and immediately someone replied, "Brother Feng, what's the matter? Who else dares to bully you?" At this time, an ID named Wang Xiaohu, not to be outdone, said, "Hey, I was just watching Shaky Teeth and saw that Windy got screwed by that Chandy's and Windy's account was blocked by that guy." A few of the remaining people were righteously indignant. "What? How dare you block my brother Feng's number? Don't you see who brother Feng is? I've long seen that Chandy's not happy, so damn good at pretending. Get him. We are the Emperor's cluster of Kyoto. We don't carry fear. Straddle him. Cam. +1. And finally at Golden Piggy, what do you say, boss?" Not long after, the Golden Glory Little Piggy replied, "It's not an ordinary person who can brush so many gifts, but my people have been bullied this time or I have to get it back. Little Wind, you and that Chen D contact the whole network, open a bet. The punishment does not have to be too much. Are all people with status? Just get back a scene." Feng Qingyang hurriedly replied, "Okay, boss. I'll go now." With the backing of his boss, Feng Qingyang felt his back straighten. The wind is gone. The rain has stopped. And it feels like I'm walking again. He hurriedly logged into his trumpet and entered the dance-loving Erasure live room. Wind Sprinkles Dust Returns Trumpet opened the Emperor in the live broadcast. Before he could speak, the waterbenders were a frenzy. At Wind Sprinkles Returns Trumpet, "What's with this umbrella coin of yours again?" At Wind Sprinkled Dust Returns Trumpet, "Do you lack mother's love? Do you like looking for scolding, mom, so much?" At Wind Sprinkles Returns to Trumpet, "Beep beep beep." The wind sprinkled dust return this time did not end these water friends scolding. The main enemy is outnumbered. Scolding cannot. So he ignored the abuse that these waterbenders were hurling at him and went straight to 8 Night Shanyu. At Money Pups, "Money Emperor, I admit you are rich, but nowadays it is not just being rich that makes you a bully. You have to talk about connections and background. How about we make a bet on the whole network?" Seeing this paragraph, Night Shanyu came to be interested and asked, "How is it a bet? Tell me about it." "It's very simple. How about all parties randomly shake people and make a date to compare who swipes more gifts?" Night Shanyu smiled, thinking that this was a quick path to brush up on points, and by then his own fan base mustn't quack up. The amount of fans equals the amount of points. So back to it. "It's okay, where's the bet?" Seeing that Qian Di agreed, Feng Chengyang immediately came to life. "It's simple. If I lose, you can ask for anything you want. Row. If you lose, you can be Arashi's gatekeeper from now on and block all the spammers' mouths." Night Shanyu said again, "The time agreement is during the national day. And the anchor you swipe don't call this Susu. I don't like it." "Okay, nothing, I'm going to go down." It was Feng Qingyang's turn to be confused. "I can agree to anything you want. Though but, you haven't asked me what happens if you lose?" Night Shanyu returned indifferently, "I won't lose." Boom! The live feed blew up straight away. Chandy is domineering. Love it, love it. Looking forward to the 4th of July's Divine PK battle. Feeling tired, Night Shanyu tapped his fingers and then went offline. Money Pop, blocked, Wind Sprinkled Dust Return Trumpet, account. Unblocking time remaining 29 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Feng Chengyang, Chow, labors 120,000. Surname Qian, you this birth. Chapter 60, Eating Melon to Yourself. When Night Shanyu exited Shivering Teeth, the system's voice sounded in his head. "Congratulations to the host for spending about 200 million and gaining 2 W points. Congratulations to the host for increasing his fanbase by 630,000 and gaining 63 W points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 63 points of reputation value. Total reputation value 103 points. Congratulations to the host for doubling his rewards, and to the host for increasing his affinity by 10 points. Congratulations to the host for gaining a total of 130 W points. Knight Shanyu's heart murmured. Unity. Check the personal panel. The host's personal panel is as follows. Host, Knight Chiyu. Age, 19. Height, 183 centimeters. Face value, 9.99, capped at 10 for readers. Strength, 30, Genlock level 2. Speed, 20. Resistance, 20. Identity, freshman in Mordor, hidden. Reputation value, 103. Affinity, 60. Points remaining, 140 W. After looking at his panel, Knight Shanyu felt excited that his points were once again bulging. He also recognizes the official work of Shaky Tooth, and would have bought this talent company if it weren't for the fact that he needed it to score points. Although the amount of money swiped this time is not as much as the last time, but the effective powder increase is more than the last time. Especially this gift is deeply own favorite. I really don't know which talent this has come up with. It's just tailor-made for your own fan increase. Buzz off. Just then, the cell phone rang. Knight Chanyu picked it up and looked at the person on the top note was actually Shang Wonhee, making him feel a little surprised. Did he know about his midnight trip to the bar with his daughter? Or, without much thought, he picked up the phone. Hello, Uncle River. What do you want to see me about? Shang Wonhee's enthusiastic voice came out from the phone, just like a blood brother who had known each other for many years. Little Knight, I do have something I want to ask for your help. I wonder if it's convenient to meet up and let's talk in detail. Knight Chanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't because of Shangwan Xianyu's matter that she was looking for herself. Then thought, not right I'm not in Shangwan Xianyu wandered a little bar just, and not pick up other people's daughters. I'm afraid of what? After thinking through it like that, Knight Xianin's back became straight again and he smiled faintly. Of course I have time, Uncle River. So let's meet at the Golden Capital Hotel at 6 o'clock this evening. Okay, I'll see you there. After hanging up the phone, Knight Chanyu looked at WeChat and found 3 red dots on it, namely Shangwan Xianyu, Mu Zairu, and Fatty Jean. Today that ye little ninny actually didn't send a message to herself, which made Knight Shanyu very surprised. Guess she should be trying to avoid the class and don't intend to wake up right? He first opened Fatty Jin's message. Old Knight, wind pulling, tight call. Old Jean is not doing his job well. Your absenteeism has been discovered by this curmudgeonly old teacher, so you're on your own. With a head full of black lines, Knight Chanyu spat out Fatty Jin's efficiency, then faintly returned. Panic dear. My uncle is the principal. What are you afraid of? I have people at the top. Fatty Kim? Yi Yud is not Knight Yi Ningxian's uncle. When did he become your uncle? Jean Qian's big, rich head appeared densely packed with question marks, then asked again. Old Knight, you come to school in the afternoon. There seems to be a section of microeconomics in the afternoon. I heard that it's still a lecture by a famous professor from abroad. You won't miss the class on the first day too, right? Knight Shanyu was very Versailles back. I dare say I'm second in finance in this world, and no one dares to say first. Cut. You've blown the bull out of the water. If you don't believe me, pull back. I'm going to sleep this afternoon. Knight Chanyu is a great believer in his own system. Just one part of the full financial knowledge in his head is enough for people around the world to explore for several years. Exited Jean Xian's WeChat chat interface and tapped on Shangwan Shanyu message. Knight student, I heard from Professor Mu that you missed class? Knight Shanyu returned. Yes. Overslept. What's wrong? Class guide Qianyu. Missing class is a credit deduction, and by the time you graduate it's all. Thinking about how rich that man is, it seems like it's the same whether he graduates or not. Then deleting and retyping. You, as a student, still need to experience the university study atmosphere and learn some useful knowledge that you can use when you inherit the family business. Knight Chiyu, I have a system. I don't need it at all. Qianyu student, I actually have something to do, so I missed class. I'll piting to class next time. You just started school, what's keeping you busy? Talk to your dad about something. You lied to me again. Humph. Ignore you. After a while, Shangwan Qianyu sent another message. Right. There's one more thing I forgot to mention to you. This Friday, the school is going to hold a welcome party in the campus auditorium as per the usual practice, with each freshman class signing up for one performance. Your entire finance department class recommended you for the stage, so I signed you up. And it was the fat guy sitting next to you who was the first to suggest it. Knight Chiyu. Asterisk. Fatty Jean, you give labor to wait. I can't believe I'm doing this behind my back. Ah choo. In the 608 dormitory, Jean Qian, who was playing League of Legends, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Holy crap, who's thinking about me so violently? Ah Chu, Ya Chu Tin, Xia Nanxing, what a thick skin. Night Shanyu returned. Okay, what program did you sign me up for? Shangwan Qianyu replied. I wrote tentative. You can just talk directly to the host before you go on stage then. Okay, anything else? If not, I'm going to bed. Shangwan Qianyu, no more. Humph. Unknown to Night Qianyu, he exited the interface and finally tapped into Muzairu's WeChat. Shu, good morning. I'm off to class. Today is the first class of the school year. I have to be on time. Don't oversleep. I miss you. Night Shanyu smiled at the corner of her mouth, thinking that she was still as good a girl as before, and then replied, I'm not long out of class either. Just finished lunch and waiting for a nap. Click and send. Without blushing. The main one is steady. Muziru returned in seconds. I also just finished eating. I had cold noodles. It was delicious. I watched Rueishi's live debut in my dorm room earlier, and we went to eat melon afterward. Night Shanyu came to be interested and immediately gossiped. What kind of melon is it? Tell me? Who says only girls like to hear gossip? Boys have this hobby too. Muziru immediately shared with interest. It's like this. Just now there is a god hero all of a sudden rewarded nearly 200 million. Our dormitory people are stupid. Rueishi even live not broadcast, directly ran to see the fun. You say that god hero is not a big injustice Sida? Night Shanyu? No, that eater has eaten on himself. I'm the one who's been wronged. Chapter 61 Shangwan he promotes his own daughter. Ding dong. Then also received a video from a third-person 10-second Rixilin live streaming debut. The only thing that came out of the camera was the top half of the body, a white shirt with delicate makeup, and then a pair of long black silk legs were seen underneath. Night Shanyu, degree. Yossi, this live is so straight and long. Ahem, what's the name of your roommate's ID? I'll call my brother to go up on popularity then. Muziru once again returned in seconds. Rueishi's shaking teeth ID is called CCCC. I'll call you when Rueishi goes live next time. And then you'll remember to come and give CCCC's upper mano he. Yes, I'll leave my 3 good oldest children to the show when the time comes. Ha. When did you get so funny? You go to sleep abracadabra. Remember to miss me ac. Okay, zoo boy. Ending the sweet dialogue box, Night Shanyu directly made a carp roll and threw himself on the 3-meter big soft bed. 3 seconds to sleep. Zzz. Pushing open the door of the heavenly 888 exclusive box, he saw Shangwan he who was sitting in his seat drinking tea. Night Shanyu greeted him full of embarrassment. Ahem. That, Uncle River. The class is a bit late. The road is still jammed. Report a trace Shangwan he had a head full of black lines. Ring and equal to underscore ring and equal to, really ing good at picking at your blindness. Don't think I don't know that you overslept in the presidential room. He mentally spat out a few words, and then he stood up with a leathery smile and a chuckle. Ha, I also just arrived not long ago. Young people are still focused on their studies. Night Qianyu nodded with a beaming smile, just looking at Shangwan he's odd eyes, secretly forgetting to cross-flash. Both sides understand it, they just don't point it out. Night Qianyu coughed dryly, pulled over a chair and sat beside Shangwan he and asked, Uncle River, what can I do for you today? Shangwan he lost the talk and laughter he had just had, his face suddenly serious. It's not a big deal. I just want to ask you a favor. Night Shanyu did not immediately agree, but instead picked up the teacup and took a light sip. Uncle River, you tell me what's up first. Shangwan he slowly narrated. It's like this. I believe you also know that although our Shangwan family is in one of the 4 great families in the Magic City, it's also in the last place in the ranking. Because of the rules set by the 8 great families of Kyoto, only 4 top families could exist in Magic City. Yet by becoming one of the 4 great families, one can obtain many facilities and can reap many dividends from them. Speaking here, Shangwan took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and continued. Because, my father's generation made significant contributions to the country before our Shangwan family could have the qualifications to have the 4 great families. However, my father died 3 years ago due to illness, and without my father to preside over the situation, coupled with the internal strife within the family, it caused our Shangwan family to fall into disrepair. Luckily, I took up the position of the head of the family, and only slightly stabilized the Shangwan family's position, but this is only temporary. Moreover, our Shangwan family is mainly engaged in tourism projects, and the impact of the epidemic in the first 3 years led to losses in tourism everywhere. And the current Shangguan family is almost out of the scope of the circle of the four great families. Knight Shanyu interjected at this time. So, if you want to find a business ally and want to stabilize the Shangguan family's position in the Magic City, it may not be for a long period of time. It may only be 1 or 2 years, or even a few months. You're trying to seek another way to find a breakthrough in all this time, aren't you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Shangguan he also looked at the plain-faced Knight Qianyu with a shocked expression. Saya, you're right. I had wanted to stabilize for 3 months because right now our Shangguan family is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Not only those first-rate families that have the potential to top the throne, but there is also one of the 4 great families that is pushing behind the scenes. Knight Qianyu tapped her fingers on the desktop and let out a light laugh. The Cui family. Yes, that's right. It is indeed the Cui family. The Cui family is real estate oriented, monopolizing almost 60% of the country's real estate industry. And because both of us need land to build on, we tend to get into big fights over land ownership. If we go down, they are happy to see it. Knight Shenya shrugged, then said half-jokingly, Uncle he, then why are you looking for my help? I'm still just a student. Uncle he's a student. Your status is higher than mine. It's more reliable to look for them than me, right? At those words, Shangguan he laughed. How can someone who can make ancient merchants treat you so respectfully and also acquire 10% of Vacheron Constantine's shares in one go be an ordinary person? I believe in my own vision. You're very unusual. And, one more thing. The Cui family has a powerful background. The people I know won't offend the Cui family because of me. That's why I've come to ask for your help. Ha ha. Knight Qianyu, still looking as if Tarzan hadn't changed his face, asked, then how can you guarantee that I will help you? Uncle River? Shangguan he wrapped his arms around Knight Qianyu and smiled lewdly with familiarity. Of course my daughter. But you wasted Cui Sanxiong's turtle son for my daughter. You even dared to directly waste the Cui family's direct descendants. So you possess a background of strength that is not afraid of the Cui family. Ha ha ha, even if I don't look for you, the Cui family will still look for you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So isn't this why I'm here to ask for your help? Ha ha ha. Shangguan he laughed so recklessly that he was close to lying on the ground. Knight Qiyu, the shelves were being set up long ago. Little Knight, I know my daughter very well, but she never gives a wink to boys. The fact that she can actually go to a nightclub with you shows that my daughter still has a bit of a crush on you. Hey, how about it? Do you want Uncle River to make it up to you too? Shangguan he was all smiles as he began to sell his precious daughter. Uncle River, you're doing the math so well I can hear it. Knight Qianyu looked at Shangguan he smilingly. Shangguan he glared back with a single, indignant look. So what? Qianyu is our family's baby bump. If it wasn't for the fact that Uncle sees you as satisfactory, in favor of another boy, I would have driven away long ago. Knight Qianyu clenched his 5 fingers into fists and feigned a dry cough. Uncle Hia, your daughter is beautiful and sweet-sounding with a good body, white skin and long legs. All men like it, but, Shangguan he interrupted. That's not good. But what but? By then you two find an opportunity. Make a date. The feelings will not warm up. By then, you have to call me a father-in-law it. Ha ha ha. Knight Qianyu was shocked. Your old man can really be a whole job. No, Uncle River. But I have a girlfriend. This stuff can be set up front. The prefixes are there. You have to lay down the padding. That's fine. Family lineage. Which one is not 3 wives and 4 concubines? Don't need to be like the world. Your uncle he outside but has adopted 2 of them. Qianyu her mom also knows and agrees. Knight Qiyu. Single Waka 6. Chapter 62 Cooperation. Uncle River. Let's put this aside for now. Let's talk about your business. What specific favor are you looking for from me? Knight Qianyu listened with some speechlessness and hastily avoided the topic. Ha ha, forgot there was business. Let's get back to business. Shangguan he laughed, and his face became serious once again as he said, this Saturday night at 7 o'clock, there will be a reception at the Pearl Mansion, where some of Magic City's prestigious listed bosses or family patriarchs will be gathered to attend. At those words, Knight Shanyu interjected, Uncle River, I'm not really interested in this kind of party. Shangguan he waved his hand, signaling him to take it easy. One aspect of this gathering to talk to each other is that there is an auction at 8 o'clock. Uncle River's goal is what's being auctioned here? Knight Shanyu asked, rubbing his chin. Indeed, the grand finale of this auction is the bidding for a piece of land in the west of the magic capital city. And it can be said that the goal of going to the reception is for that piece of land. And the Cui family will also be there. Knight Shanyu was once again puzzled. What's so special about the west side of the city? It's worth so many people fighting over. Shangguan explained. If it were the usual, it really wouldn't be necessary. But we've received inside information from Kyoto that in the near future, the west side of the city will become an industrial park. And when that happens, the appreciation of this place will increase greatly. And the other side of the coin is that this land auction is huge. It's 4,000 acres. And I have another piece of land over there that just happens to be combined, making a total of 5,000 acres. Night Chanyu was also a little surprised. It was indeed quite large, then smiled slightly and said, "And what is Uncle River planning to auction off this land for? The tourist chain is pretty much at saturation. And if I want to get out of the situation I'm in now, I have to break new ground. I'm going to start on the research chain. I've actually had this idea for a long time. I've trained a group of researchers years ago." Speaking of this, Shangwan He had a desperate determination. Night Xianyu looked at the serious face of Shangwan He, but also secretly admired. Secretly said that it really deserved to be a hand of the Shangwan family. Uncle He, scientific research is something that costs a lot of money, manpower and material resources. And if you're not careful, you'll be on the verge of bankruptcy. Shangwan He smiled boldly and picked up his teacup and drank it. Little Knight, the current Shangwan clan will decline even if it follows the original path. It's better to make a desperate attempt to fight with all the available resources. There might even be a turnaround? Speaking of scientific research, Night Shenyu thought of the many other black technologies in the system mall. Casually taking out one could change society. Thinking of this, Night Shenyu became extremely serious in tone and said, "Since Uncle River said so, I can't lose your face. How about this? Uncle River will pay for the people, and I'll pay for the money and technology." Upon hearing this, Shangwan He incredulously glanced at the bland Night Shenyu and said with slight surprise, "Little Knight, do you know how much this will cost? The minimum estimate for the 4,000 acres of land bidding alone needs to be 30 billion. And if it's an auction the estimate is going to be 35 billion. But if the Cui family intervenes, I visually estimate that it'll be above 40 billion. This is just the money for buying the land. The experimental base has to be constructed later, and a large amount of R&D needs to be invested in the later stages. The total is expected to be at least $200 billion. And that's if things go smoothly." Shangwan He let out a long sigh, suddenly feeling that he had been a bit abrupt in looking for this young man. He spoke again. "Originally I was only looking for you today to invest in auctioning the land. Ha ha ha, Seo want you to reconsider." Night Shanyu waved her hand. "No need. Uncle He, follow me. I'll pay for the money and technology. You're responsible for helping me manage. I'll be responsible for all the expenses in the later stage. How about I give you 40% of the shares?" Shangwan He pondered for a moment, let out a long breath, looked at the young man in front of him, and smiled slightly. "Ha ha ha, since you think so highly of me, I'll spoil your fun if I don't say yes. 40% is too much. I'm taking a hot hand. Tell you what, I only want 30% of the shares, and I'll combine the 1,000 acres of land along with it as an equity stake. How about that?" Although the Shangwan family has about $500 billion of assets, but they are all fixed assets. Cash has a tenth or two is very good. Otherwise he wouldn't have put out his office building and hotel just for the auction trip. How to really according to what he said. If you can pull together investors okay. If not, they can only sell their own fixed assets. A screw up will hurt the family foundation. Now that someone has the whole package and you just have to manage it, this kind of thing is like feeding the benefits right into your mouth. And most of the reason that could make this young man concede so much was probably because of his own daughter. After saying that, the gaze towards Night Shenyu also changed from a business partner to a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Night Shenyu was a bit intimidated by the look and coughed dryly. "Ahem, that, Uncle River, then we'll do as you say, and sign the contract on Saturday after I auction off the land." "Ha ha ha, yes." Shangwan He laughed out loud, stood up and raised the teacup in his hand to clink with Night Shenyu, said a word about happy cooperation, and then drank it all in one go. The duo's $100 billion partnership also came to a simple end from this time. Shangwan He hadn't thought that this collaboration between the two of them would make their Shangwan clan soar. Before leaving, Shangwan He enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Night Chenyu's shoulders and didn't forget to hold the rope. "Remember to be on time next Saturday. I'll call Qianyu along with me. You two have a good chat then." "Ha ha ha, Uncle River, it's too late. Go home early haha," sent away the Shangwan River. Night Qianyu helpless smile. He did have so billion little idea of Shangwan Qianyu. Who can refuse a person beautiful voice sweet good body, skin white and beautiful long legs? Re-entering the presidential box, he briefly showered, and lay in a very languid position. half recumbent on the leather sofa. The man's whole body was only surrounded by a white bath towel. His upper body was strong and powerful. His 8-pack abs were arranged neatly. And his mermaid line was sexy and distinct, hidden and visible. The white skin was dripping with crystal-clear water droplets. The scene looked extremely impactful. Nay, no one appreciated it. Night Chanyu opened WeChat, found purring and typed a text on the screen. Purr, before this Saturday you look to help me find a couple of professional construction teams that are professional. Old Purr replied quickly. Boss, how much exactly? Night Chanyu said thoughtfully. The more the merrier. Nationwide recruiting. Just a team of professionals. Triple your salary. The old Purr sent a comical Roger that. Promise to get the job done emoji. Chapter 63, Secretly Rebelling Gao Chang. After explaining the old Purr, Night Chanyu opened the system arcade in his mind. Incoming search term for technology. Instantly, a dense black technology popped up. Listed as T0 graphics card. 20W points. Computing and processing speed is 20 times faster than the current state-of-the-art graphics card. Graphene battery technology, 40W credits. Mature graphene battery technology. FD new material manufacturing technology, 60W points. New materials for the next 20 years. New energy vehicle manufacturing technology, 80W points. New energy concept vehicle. Virtual game helmet, 100W points. Access to virtual world reality games. After watching for almost half an hour, Night Chanyu felt that she would first exchange some more acceptable black technology for the time being. If you come up with something too black tech at once, you're afraid that people won't be able to accept it at once. Solely, he redeemed 2 technologies. The T0 graphics card and graphene battery technology. For the time being, let's start getting into the electronics industry. 1 computer and 1 cell phone. Originally, he had planned to redeem the ideal intelligent machine technology, but in order to create this cell phone, he would also need to redeem the complete artificial intelligence technology. Both together cost 250W points, which in retrospect seems unnecessary, partly because both technologies are so far in the future, almost 50 years from now, and partly because they don't have the points themselves, solely retreating to graphene batteries as the main for manufacturing, because later on these technologies can be used on top of other fields, not only cell phones, but also cars, and even the military. What appears to be a technique that cost 40W points really did cost 40W points, although it is a step back, but just this one technology. It is estimated that Night Chanyu can get the Nobel Prize for scientific research this year. Graphene technology has been a challenge that scientists around the world are tackling, and if this technology is announced, the world will be shaken. Congratulations to the host for exchanging T0 graphics card and graphene battery technology. The relevant information has been put into the system backpack. The total cost of 60W points. There are still 80W points left. After doing this, Night Chanyu's consciousness returned to reality. Standing up, he picked up the red wine on the table and poured himself a small glass. Then he walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling windows, enjoying the bustling night view of Magic City. Since we're going to lay out a plan, we'll start with your little Three Serpents Society. Picked up his cell phone and dialed Bruce Wong's number. Dagger, send some men to bring that Gao Chang to me. Remember. Secretly. Boss. 10 minutes later, the door to the room knocked. Blade walked into the room and respectfully said, Boss, the person was secretly brought by us. Then with a wave of his hand, he walked in several black-clad bodyguards carrying a sack. Poof, drop it on the floor. Only an ouch was heard from inside the sack. Night Chiyu, I told you to bring him to me. Why are you stuffing him in a sack? Blade replied seriously. Boss, you said to keep it secret. I purposely got a sack and brought him secretly. Night Chiyu, 6. Alright, stand down. Okay, boss. After Blade exited the room with his men, Night Chanyu untied the twine and released Gao Chang inside. As soon as he came out, Gao Chang hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Hold back killing me. I'll explain everything. Black Snake is in Building 3 of the Cave Pavilion Villa District, and he has 5 mistresses in. Night Chiyu, Chow. I'm still talking. Why did you just hand over the big move? He breathlessly looked at Gao Chang on the ground who was still narrating about the Black Snake and hurriedly stopped it. Okay, stop it. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to find you. At those words, Gao Chang closed his mouth and looked up to see that it was the man from before. Finally relieved, he sat down on his butt. Does anyone know what he's been through tonight? Having just been let out of the hospital and dragged here after being let down. In the middle of the day, he stood up trembling and asked, Night Prince, What are you doing looking for a tiny little person like me in the middle of the night? Night Shanyu didn't reply and sat back down on the sofa again, lazily lying down. He lightly swept a glance at Gao Chang, but with a compelling sense of oppression. He leisurely opened his mouth. I once watched a TV series about a fishmonger who, step by step, rose to the position of a reigning mob boss. And you're a lot like him. You used to sell fish too, and your names are quite similar. Gao Chang just smiled awkwardly after hearing this. Night Prince, you're joking. I'm just a small punk. How could I be the kind of character you're talking about? You're too flattering. Night Shanyu stretched out an index finger and waved it from side to side. No, maybe you're not now, but if you follow me, you are. I think highly of you. Are you interested in working for me? After a long time, Gao Chang clenched his teeth and shook his head in rejection. Night Prince, I'm sorry, I can't follow you. Golden Snake is my boss. He's been kind to me. I can't backstab him. Night Shanyu smiled slightly at his words, and looked even more highly at the highly powerful Zhongchang. He took a flash drive out of his pocket and placed it on the coffee table, saying faintly, Do you know who caused the death of both your parents when you were a child? That's right, it was the Golden Snake. In order to need people like you for the Chui family to secretly train and use to work for them. Upon hearing that, Gao Chang's pupils shrunk violently as he muttered one after another. Impossible. There's no way Boss Jean would do that. Night Shanyu faintly skimmed the flash drive on the coffee table and said, Believe it or not, all the evidence is in here. There's a computer over there. See for yourself. As soon as Gao Chang picked up the USB flash drive, he quickly walked to the computer, inserted it, and quickly checked it out. And sitting on the sofa, Night Shanyu leisurely juggled his cell phone, glancing over to wonder who to talk to. I guess at this hour, they've all started their beauty sleep. So much for turning off WeChat and just swiping up Shaky Tooth to check out the hot dance. It's true what Moncler Outlet Store says. Looking at chicks can make you feel good. After another half hour, Gao Chang then turned off the computer. He clutched the flash drive in his hand, his face grim. What do you want me to do, Mr. Knight? Night Shanyu fondly closed the wonderful hot dance and opened her mouth, secretly turning against the Three Serpents Society. Yes, I promise. Night Shanyu glanced at Gao Chang in surprise and asked rhetorically, You're so convinced that what I gave you is true? Gao Chang grinned. With the status of the Night Prince, there's no need to lie to a little person like me, because I'm not worthy yet. Upon hearing this, Night Shanyu laughed and stood up, pulling out a bank card. There's $100 million in this card. Bribe what you need to bribe. Don't save it. When it's not enough, find me again. Okay, boss. Gao Chang took the bank card and nodded in response. Even his address changed from Night Prince to boss. Congratulations to the host for spending 100 million, gaining 1 W, and still having 81 W points left. Chapter 64, The Art of War. Congratulations to the host for exchanging a base energy potion, medium, spending 1 W points, with 80 W points remaining. Night Shanyu pulled out a yellow potion from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Put this to use. At first glance, Gao Chang's heart thumped. It seems that he still can't avoid the 7 days of life snatching scatter. He thought about the pros and cons for a moment, and it seemed that even if he didn't drink, he wouldn't be able to walk out the door himself. This one tonight is a matter of life and death. Make up your mind and bite the bullet. Gao Chang walked to the coffee table in a serious manner and stretched out his trembling right hand to pick up the potion. Gulp! Looking at the yellowish potion in his hand, he swallowed hard, said with a quivering lip, Night Prince, I will definitely do my best for you in the future. You can remember to give me the antidote on time which don't forget that there is also me Gao Chang, this number of a small person. If you forget me, I'll be karma. Night Shanyu? What the hell? What's with the talk of me poisoning you? Feeling that he was misunderstood, Night Shanyu explained. It's not poison. It's a base energy potion that increases the base energy in your body. Words. Gao Chang's mouth didn't tremble and his hands didn't shake anymore. He immediately stood straight and gave an awkward laugh. Ha ha, boss, you said it earlier. Scared my little heart thumping. Boss, how does this work? A random stab to your body and you're done. 3 seconds to see the effect. Night Shanyu smiled faintly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Chang stabbed himself in the ass. Night Chiyu. The potion enters the skin. 3 seconds later, Gao Chang felt a lot more powerful all over his body, although it wasn't particularly obvious, but the sense of power was tangible. His eyes were wide open and full of incredulity. He could know very well that he had trained in secret for 10 years in the Chui family to get to where he was today. He was also aware that it was very difficult to go further after breaking through the gene lock. He had gone through an inhuman workout in these 10 years to reach it, and now he could actually rely on just a small potion that could be worth several years of workout. If in the past if someone else had told him that this potion could take him further, he wouldn't have believed it for a second. Now that he had seen it, he once again looked at the always cloudy teenager in front of him, and inwardly became respectful as well as fearful. The background of someone who could possess such a thing was undoubtedly terrifying, and this Chui family was far from being comparable to this young man. If he followed this young man in the future, he wouldn't be able to soar. This is his opportunity. He has to desperately hold on to this thigh and do well. Thinking of this, Gao Chang kneeled down on one knee and respectfully said, "Boss, from now on, I'll be your loyal henchman, and I'll definitely work for you wholeheartedly." Knight Shanyu let out a light laugh, satisfied with Gao Chang's attitude as he walked forward to help him up. "We'll be brothers from now on. There's no need to kneel. It's the 21st century now. There's no need for that." "Yes, boss." The target individual panels are listed below. Name, Yao Chang, known in the jungle as Brother Fish because he used to sell fish for a living. Identity, the leader of the Three Snakes pedestrian zone, a close associate of Golden Snake. One of the three snakes, now turned. Base energy, 12. Loyalty, 90. Gao Chang said hesitantly, "Boss, I see that it's getting late, and it's an extraordinary time, and I'm afraid that if I disappear for so long, someone might get suspicious." Knight Shanyu nodded. "Well, you go back and remember what I told you tonight." Gao Chang scratched the back of his head and said, "Don't worry, boss. I've been around for so many years. I know exactly what to say and what not to say." He then pointed to the door for instructions. "Boss, I'll go first then." Knight Shanyu raised her hand to stop. "Slow down." With that, he stood up and walked over to the bookshelf as if looking for something. Gao Chang was a little puzzled by the strange behavior of this boss, and it was not good to open his mouth to ask. He could only stand stupidly in place. "Found it!" Knight Shanyu's excited voice resounded in the room as he pulled the book from the shelf and threw it to Gao Chang. "Take this book with you and study it more for anything. It will help you a lot." Gao Chang looked at the book in his arms, The Art of War. "Ahem. Okay, boss. I'll be sure to read it carefully. I'll be off then." Just as he turned around, he heard Knight Shanyu's voice behind him again. "Dagger. Send it back." "Gao Chang, huh?" The door to the room opened and Blade once again entered with the same men from before. Without saying a word, directly to Gao Chang is a muffled stick, followed by the sack set, directly leaving the presidential box. No more than 3 seconds before and after. The business is so skillful it hurts. "Gao Chang? No, though, but first of all, I haven't offended any of you. Secondly, I have not offended any of you. Finally, I have not offended any of you. What would you like to host?" Only after the explanation was finished did Knight Shanyu lie down comfortably and sleep beautifully. The only thing that's not beautiful is not having Pretty Bright in your arms to hold. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a phone call woke up Knight Shanyu, who was really dreaming of sitting down. "Hello? Who? What is it?" A crappy voice came over the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Knight? I'm Isin." Knight Shanyu's brows tightened, and it took half a day of recalling in his mind to remember who it was. "Oh, it's Mr. I. What can I do for you? Is the costume I ordered ready?" Isin said respectfully. "Yes, Mr. Knight, we have all your costumes done, and an additional set of rare costumes for you, which have already been sent to your villa. I'm here to report to you." Isin's posture was even lower than the last time he put it down. There was no way around it. The chief had explained to him the identity of this man. This mysterious teenager actually acquired 25% of Gucci's shares, making him the second largest shareholder outright. What's a 25% stake? That's worth $33.8 billion. Gucci is on the upswing right now, and to acquire so many shares would surely be a 20 to 30% premium over the market. Now this young man can be said to be his top big boss. He as an employee has to serve him respectfully. "Oh, I forgot if you didn't tell me." "Okay, I get it. You did a good job." Knight Shanyu casually complimented and then hung up the phone, remembering that he still had a King of Floor in Tang Palace 1, which was previously rewarded by the system. It's a bit of an unknown quantity when so many chapters have gone by and you haven't even bothered to look at it yet. Solely getting up, going to the bathroom to wash up, putting on the same clothes as earlier, casually eating a bit of breakfast that was sitting on the table and getting off the elevator. Midway, he bumped into Chin Jin, nagged a few words, and then got into the Black Knight flare and left. The hotel waitress looked at the fading taillights of her new boss and couldn't help. The boss is simply awesome. That's not proper fictional protagonist bullying. I'm so envious of the boss's wife. I wonder which lucky women can be the boss's girlfriend. I'm so envious. Chapter 65, Wulan, the housekeeper. Sandalwood Palace No. 1 is located at No. 555, Qingxi Road, Changning District, Magic City. With only 18 villas in the community, 18 different styles of European villas, each with an area of 1,500 to 1,800 square feet. Light inspection of $300 million to see the house, said one of Asia's top 10 mansions. There is an old saying in Magic City, rich in the bund, expensive in the suburbs. Many people think it's Greentown Huangpu Bay, Thompson. Wrong. The real first of the luxury housing is Sandalwood Palace. The owner of each mansion is a famous tycoon on the rich list, and neither his wealth nor his power can be rivaled by ordinary people. And as the king of the building Sandalwood Palace No. 1 so far no one to buy. On the one hand, because of the high price of 1.2 billion people deterred. There is another more important reason because the owner behind the Sandalwood Palace is not allowed to sell. Many people think that the boss of the Tang Palace is Zhang Jifeng. In fact, not. The real back boss is the Shin family. And Zhang Jifeng is only the Shin family put on the surface of the words of the people only. Although the Choi family is a real estate giant, they only develop and build mass properties, not mansions. Although luxury homes are expensive, they don't sell well. Sometimes only 1 or 2 are sold in a year, and sometimes only 1 in a couple of years. Shin family development of this project is not to make money, just to reach a familiarization with the country and even global tycoons. Expanding contacts, in order to do other business to pave the way. This is from a long-term perspective. Why did he agree to sell it to Knight Shanyu? It must have been the system. Knight Shanyu doesn't have too many ideas. Anyway, the system sends it, just as a temporary residence. Knight Shanyu drove the Black Knight flare to the main entrance of the Sandalwood Palace. The security guards who stood sternly and straightly on guard saw the vehicle approaching and hurriedly walked down from their posts, came to the window of the car and saluted a standard military salute and politely asked, "Hello, do you have an access card?" Knight Shanyu lowered the window and looked at the slightly tan security guard in front of him, a real military veteran at first glance. He took out the key to Villa Tang Palace No. 1 and smiled faintly. Yes. The security guard took the key and looked at the exclusive seal engraved on the key as well as the Tang Palace No. 1 logo. His eyes snapped shut and he hurriedly handed back the key, then saluted again and said, "Mr. Knight, please come in." Knight Shanyu gave a thank you, closed the windows and slowly drove the car into the Tan Palace. The security guard looked at the taillights and muttered in a low voice, "The owner of the perennially vacant Sandalwood Palace No. 1 king of the building is actually a young man under the age of 20. Then suddenly remembering something, he hastily picked up the walkie-talkie at his waist and said, "Butler Wu, Knight Youngster is here." A female voice came over the intercom. "Okay, got it." Ever since Knight Shanyu obtained Tang Palace No. 1, the higher-ups notified all active Tang Palace staff. Knight Shanyu along the community path driving slowly. Along the way the greenery let him praise. Worthy of hundreds of millions of mansion villa area. Expensive has his expensive reason. Not long after, the car slowly drove to a stop at the gate of the largest villa in the very center. Looking at the one above the grand and solemn big iron gate, Knight Shanyu muttered, "This should be it." At this time, the gate slowly opened, and a woman of less than 30 stepped out from inside, her hands lightly placed on her belly. She quickly walked to the front of the car, bowed 45 degrees, and respectfully said, "Young knight, welcome home. I'm your exclusive butler. My name is Wulan." Knight Shanyu rolled down the window, carefully checking up the woman in front of her. A woman's suit, a waist-length purple hair in the back of the head coiled up, slanting bangs often cover that pair of black pupils, looks serious and elegant. If we just talk about looks, with Knight Shanyu's vision can hit 80 points, put outside is also belong to the goddess level. Especially the temperament on her body is not ordinary women can have. But for Knight Shanyu is only looking at the smooth eye. For Mu Zero they are still a few women have a gap. With a slight smile he asked, "You're my exclusive butler?" Wu Lan replied with a serious face, "Yes, Knight young master. Every owner of the Sandalwood Palace Villa has their own exclusive butler." Knight Shanyu asked again, "Then what exactly do you guys do and how much do you get paid a month?" Wu Lan still replied earnestly, "Young knight, I'm mainly responsible for household hygiene, managing the household budget, maintaining household facilities, etc. And as for the payroll, the business side is solely responsible for that." Knight Shanyu thought for a moment and said, "As long as you do a good job, I will personally pay you an extra $1 million in salary every month." Upon hearing this, the original always serious Wu Lan finally moved a little. As a gold medal housekeeper, she has a monthly salary of 100,000 plus. If she did a good job, then wouldn't she be earning $1 million a month? A month against a year? The man in front of him was not only handsome but also young, and he was also so generous. Worthy of being the owner who bought the King of Sandalwood Palace. Night Chanyu didn't care what was going through Wu Lan's mind as he silently said, "View personal data. As your own personal butler, the background must be clean. Name, Wu Lan. Status, gold medal butler of Tang Palace. Specialties, family management, economic management, first-class sommelier, tea ceremony third-class tea master. Loyalty, 70. After looking at Wu Lan's identity background, Night Chanyu felt satisfied as he guffawed and said, "Let me in first. It's not a good idea to stand at the gate." At those words, Wu Lan reacted and hurriedly sidestepped, extending her white-gloved hand to make an inviting gesture. Night Chanyu restarted the car and followed Wu Lan's lead, parking it in the garage. "Turn off the engine, close the window and get out of the car." Night Chanyu got out of the car. Looking at the nearly 300 square feet of garage, his heart was also slightly surprised. Just this garage is estimated to be able to fit nearly 100 cars. Then turned his gaze to the other corner, where a blue Lamborghini was parked silently. Only then did he remember that this was the Lamborghini Blue Flame rewarded by the system. And if he hadn't come to Tang Palace to take a look, I'm afraid this car would be eating dust here. As he approached, he didn't find any dust, presumably cleaned by Wu Lan, and thought it would be nice to have a housekeeper. Lamborghini Blue Flame deserves to be called Blue Flame. The whole car blue paint. The car has a black and red flame on each side. The car lights like a giant beast double pupil. Handsome and cool. Especially the license plate number is also very explosive. LUS 66666. Although compared to LUS 88888, but also on the existence of 50 million. Just by looking at the first glance, Night Chanyu liked the car and felt that the next time he drove this car to go out, turn your head and toss aside the $90 million Black Knight flare, and mainline a delightful new one. After admiring it for a while, he slowly came to Wu Lan and drew out a $10 million bank card and said, "Here is $10 million. Behind it is the password. You can directly use the money in it for future expenses in the villa. Just give me the invoice then." He was not afraid that Wu Lan would directly take the money and run away. On the one hand, he did not care about this money. On the other hand, he had the system. No one could run past the system's tracing. Wu Lan took the bank card and said earnestly, "Okay, Night Youngster." Chapter 66. Night Chanyu then followed Wu Lan's lead and roughly toured the entire villa. The understated yet opulent, connotative yet lavish decoration made his heart flutter slightly as well, and he felt that the decoration was okay and didn't look particularly ugly. Joke, $100 million of renovation price is placed. Is a thatched cottage can be decorated into the mortal cannot afford to go on the look. The entire no. One king of house has 3,000 square feet not counting the garden. And if you count the garden, the entire area covers a full 4,000 square feet, making it the largest villa in the entire Tang Palace. The main building had a total of 5 floors. The first floor was the reception hall, the second and third floors were the guest floors, and Night Chanyu roughly calculated that there were roughly 10 rooms on each floor. The main room is on the 4th floor, and at the very top is the balcony with a panoramic view of the entire Honolulu Palace. In addition to the rooms, there is a wine cellar, tea room, cinema, 2 terraces, indoor pool, gym, gaming room, games room, a study of about 300 square feet, indoor elevator and a large garden with south-facing concentration. The secondary buildings, 2 to the right and 2 to the left of the main building, were 3 stories high and had about 30 rooms to live between. These secondary buildings are usually housing for housekeepers, housekeeping, cooks, servants, and security, and are just not being recruited yet. After roughly visiting his villa, Night Chanyu, which is somewhat lack of interest to sit on the living room sofa, Wu Lan hastily brought over a cup of hot tea and placed it on the tea table, and then took a step back and waited for Night Chanyu's command. Night Chanyu took a light sip and said, "Sister Wu, you should recruit some people to work at the villa when the time comes." Wu Lan's heart was happy to hear this new master address himself as she asked, "Young knight, are there any requirements for the recruiters?" Night Chanyu pondered for a moment and coughed lightly before speaking slowly. "First, recruiting some maids. Require good looks, clean background. Education is not limited. Hardworking." When these words fell on Wu Lan's ears, the flavor changed, and she gave her own young master an odd look, but didn't dare to show it. She knew full well that 9 times out of 10, these rich boys were this way. Unless he couldn't Knight Shanyu also noticed Wu Lan's odd look and the corner of his mouth twitched. Blanche. Misunderstood. Am I that kind of person? Is it possible to let a man serve me or let some crooked guy serve me? What's wrong with me wanting some pretty, bright service? What did that grandpa say about looking at beautiful women just for physical and mental pleasure? I don't want to wake up to see a hibiscus face to give myself a wake-up call. Then I mustn't be scared out of my mind? Knight Shanyu said in a serious manner. Sister Wu, hold your thoughts. I'm a decent man. Sister Wu's face straightened and she said seriously. I understand. Knight youngster, you get it? You know. Knight Shanyu simply didn't explain and continued. Second, recruit some top chefs. Yes, Mr. Knight, do we still need to recruit some security personnel? Wu Lan took out a small notebook and inquired while taking notes. Knight Shanyu thought of the fact that he had Dark Knight security, then waved his hand and said, no need. Wu Lan asked again, and how is the pay? 50,000 a month plus extra incentives for maids, and 5 times the market price for cooks. Okay, Knight youngster. Wu Lan responded, secretly surprised in her heart. The maid alone has a monthly salary of 50,000, not to mention the additional rewards of Knight Young. Who would dare to believe that a graduate student or doctoral student who has worked hard for more than 10 years is still not as well paid as a maid? Wu Lan hesitated for a moment and asked, Knight Young master, are there any other orders? Register my license plate for me, and every additional car from now on. Nothing else? Go about your business. After saying that, Knight Shanyu got up and walked towards the elevator. Yes, Mr. Knight. Wu Lan bowed slightly and went on his own errand. Knight Shanyu took the elevator to the master bedroom on the 4th floor and opened the door to a large room of 200 square feet, with a 2-meter-5 long bed as well as 2 bathrooms. Walking over to the closet room, he casually pulled open a closet with the privately tailored outfits that Gucci had sent earlier hanging in it. Knight Shanyu pulled out a random set from it and put it on, then walked to the full body mirror to measure up, looking at the handsome self in the mirror, and praised it again and again. It is worthy of being the protagonist of the God's Ho template, and kills all the little fresh meat. The top was a simple white shirt with a very stiff snow-white collar and no other embellishments, just a Gucci logo that looked eye-catching. Underneath, she wore a pair of black casual pants, which more obviously set off her long and slender legs. The handsome face coupled with the ancient eyes made the already handsome mess even more handsome. Knight Shanyu stunk it up in the mirror before pulling out one of the 2 suits that had been ordered. After re-wearing it, the entire aura of the person instantly transformed from a neighboring brother to a domineering president. Light blue shirt with black suit, soft in details with a sense of comfort. The overall embodiment of a relaxed, casual, romantic French style. The perfect presentation of a slender figure and excellent temperament. Afterwards, Knight Shanyu tried on a few pieces of clothing again, and felt that this private customized clothing was just like that, except for the fit as well as the fabric comfort. There was no other difference from the ones bought outside the field store. As long as you look good in anything. Putting the costume back in the closet, he redressed in the first one he had tried on earlier and went downstairs. It was now nearing 12 noon, and the hunger coming from his stomach made him remember that he hadn't seemingly eaten lunch. When Knight Shanyu walked downstairs, he saw that Wu Lan had already neatly placed the meal on the dining table. There weren't many dishes, but there were 5 plus a soup, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, steamed yellowtail, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, stir-fried lentils with veggies and a bowl of pigeon soup. Wu Lan saw Knight Shanyu coming downstairs and respectfully said, Knight young man, time is rather tight. Only prepared these dishes. You don't blame. Knight Shanyu waved her hand and smiled. Sister Wu, there's no need to be so formal. Just treat it like your own family. I'm just one person, these dishes are enough to eat. More lest it goes to waste. After saying that, he pulled out a stool and sat down, picking up the rice bowl and directly gorging himself. Wu Lan was also slightly stunned when he looked at Knight Shanyu, who was struggling to dry his rice. This new employer was a little bit not quite the same as his conception of a powerful son. Sister Wu, you haven't eaten yet. Sit down and eat together. Knight Shanyu, who had finished half a bowl of rice, looked at Wu Lan, who was standing aside, and pointed to a seat and said, No need. Knight youngster. Wu Lan was somewhat flattered and moved in her heart, but still refused. There is a difference between master and servant. No matter how good the employer is to you, you have to put yourself in the right position and do your part well, without any overstepping. That's fine. Knight Shanyu didn't have much to force and dried his own rice. Chapter 67. The welcome party begins. In the latter days, Knight Shanyu was like a salted fish with nothing to do at the Tang Palace Villa. Ugh, this boring swinging life can be so boring. On the top floor balcony, Night Chanyu wearing a loose bathrobe lazily lying on the lounge chair, admiring the distant scenery could not help but sigh. Ding dong! The WeChat message sound rang out. Night Chanyu slowly took to the nearby cell phone to check up. It was Shangguan Qianyu's message. Night student, you've been absent from class for several days now, and several instructors have approached me for questioning. Are you really not going to come to class? It was only then that Night Chanyu remembered that she seemed to be a freshman student, and only then did she return. Ahem. It's been a busy few days. I'll be sure to be on time for class next time. Busy with a little bit of work. What do you have to be busy with as a freshman? Shangguan Qianyu didn't believe his bull *******. Busy talking business. Night Qianyu grilled blindly. 2A, said Shangguan Qianyu, spitting lightly. Let's put this aside. Today is Friday. The campus welcome party is going to be held in the evening. Don't forget, you are the one who will be appearing as your class. Have you thought about what program to perform? I have to report it now. Ahem. Oh, it's Friday. The corner of Night Chanyu's mouth twitched, then remembered that today seems to have been Friday, secretly sighing that time passes really fast. You won't forget it? Shangguan Qianyu asked. How can that be? I'm not getting ready to come to school, Night Qianyu said with conviction. So have you figured out what you're going to perform? Then perform a piano. You can still play the piano? It was Shangguan Qianyu's turn to be surprised, half believing. Slightly. Night Qianyu faintly replied with 2 words. Okay, I'll report it up then. It starts at 7 p.m. You need to be there at 6:30. Don't be late. Okay, I'll get off if it's okay. Night Qianyu also did not wait for a reply, directly closed the phone, threw it aside, and continued to leisurely lie down. It hadn't been more than a few minutes before the cell phone message alert sounded again. Night Qianyu picked up her cell phone and once she read the letter, a smile appeared on her face. Zhu Babel, what's wrong? Shu, what are you doing? I'm studying hard. Night Qianyu opened her mouth. You work hard. You were and you still are. Muziru returned. She actually believed it. Night Qianyu felt a guilty feeling of having her conscience thrown on the ground and stomped on hard, hastily pulling away from the topic. He said, Ahem, at night, our school is going to hold a welcome party, and I'll be on the stage as well. Ha, you're actually going to be on stage as well. For what show? Piano. Muziru typed and asked. You actually know how to play the piano? How come I didn't know before? Then can I come and watch? Sure. Don't you guys have to have an orientation party? We finished the day before yesterday. He. What time does it start tonight? I'll bring my roommate along to cheer you on then. 7. Okay then. I'll see you then. Muah. Oh, Muah. Night Qianyu ended his conversation with Muziru. Time passes by. 5:30 in the afternoon. Fatty Jean telephoned and urged. Old Night, don't be late for the welcome party. It was then that Night Qianyu woke up from his sleep, and with bleary eyes, he got up and organized himself. Thinking of performing at night, Night Qianyu searched for a suitable outfit for the show from the closet. It wasn't a dress, just a long-sleeved white shirt and black pants. After tidying up a bit, Night Qianyu walked into the garage and started the Lamborghini Blue Flame towards the school. 6:30 in the evening. The Mordor University Class of 2023 orientation party was held in the school's auditorium. By this time the auditorium was overcrowded, and the stepped halls above and below were filled to capacity. The 3,000 or so new students of the class of 2023 plus some older students from the same school or the next school came to join in the fun, as well as many students and faculty from outside the school who were invited to watch, filled the entire auditorium, which could hold tens of thousands, to capacity. Conversation is a good thing. I've heard that this freshman class is good at the whole job. I wonder if that's true. Well, the whole job, that's a small matter. I have a friend who is in the student union. I heard him say that Goddess Shin will be the last finale to perform on stage. I don't know really do. No way dude. Goddess Shin is the #1 school flower of our school. It would be our honor to watch her perform. That's right. When I was also a freshman, Schoolgirl Shin also performed on stage once, and since then, I've been completely sunk. And the other side, only to see a group of girls piled together, holding glow sticks. Some even pulled up a banner, which reads, 100 support group for the male god Night Chanyu cheer. Ever since the last time Night Chanyu violently beat up Chui Xiaodong and burst into flames in the campus circle, coupled with his handsome drop-dead gorgeous face value as well as his domineering temperament, he instantly attracted a lot of female students from the school. After the arts department released the list of members of the show, these female students quickly organized and formed groups to cheer them on. This made some of the boys into sour gherkins, one envious and jealous of the other. But there's no way. I don't have the ability of this Night Shinyu. Dare to violently beat Cui Xiaodong without a single thing. The three of them, Jin Qian, Yi Xiaotian and Xia Nanqing, were sitting in the middle of the finance department crowd, and next to them sat Mu Ziru as well as her three roommates. Mu Zero eagerly awaited. The small head like a giraffe generally look around, looking for half a day or did not see the longed-for figure. Next to her, Yu Jiao Kite covered her mouth and teased. Yo 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 yo. What is our Mu big beautiful girl looking for? Let me guess. Is she looking for your night brother? Ha ha ha. You little ninny talking nonsense. Mu Zero blushed for a while and sheepishly pounded her small chest. Jin Qian, on the other hand, was chatting with Lin Rixie with a fawning face, asking her from time to time, are you thirsty? Are you tired? Is it hot? Do you want some hot water? I'll help you get these nutrient-less words. Lin Rixie was crushed inside, but still made a few perfunctory remarks, which made Jin Qian even more excited. She actually talked to me? She noticed me. Looks like we'll have a chance to add her tweets today. Cheers. Looking at the even more enthusiastic Jin Qian, Lin Ruishi was speechless for a while. At this moment, four bright and shiny girls were sitting there, instantly making the finance department boys, with their eyes glowing, become another focal point. Each of the four girls have their own specialties, and their looks and face value are all above 9 points, and they do not have to be much worse than the school flower of this school, so that the boys present are all like obsessed men, and their hearts are itching to be scratched. Some self-conscious, good-natured boys went up to ask for contact information, but in the end it was all for naught. However, drove to the school night thousand yu. At this time actually traffic jam. Chapter 68 Yi Ningxian appears. The time came to 7 o'clock in the evening exactly. The welcome party officially started. Beautiful BGM music played in the hall, and the originally noisy auditorium instantly quieted down. The lights in the hall turned from bright to dim. The curtains slowly moved to the left and right, and two polished hosts, a man and a woman, walked hand in hand from backstage. Good evening, students. Faculty. I'm glad you could come and visit this year's orientation. After the duo's blah 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 introductory speech, they began to announce the first program. The first appearance is four handsome boy, and four exquisite makeup of the beautiful girl, dancing cool street dance. The atmosphere of the venue first active. Under the lights, the eight were glamorous and drew a round of applause from the audience. After the street dance, one program after another followed, with singers, rappers, skits, performing magic tricks, etc. Halfway through the show, backstage, at this time Shangguan Qianyu paced back and forth, looking in the direction of the door from time to time, but did not see the figure of that person. She took out her cell phone and dialed. As soon as the call was answered, she opened her mouth without waiting for the other party to speak. Night Chanyu, didn't you promise me to be there at 6:30 on time? Look at what time it is now. It will be your turn to introduce the performance later. If you are absent at that time, our third class of the finance department will be criticized by name. When Night Shanyu picked up the phone, she heard the other party crackling on herself and hurriedly moved the phone away from her ear. When Shangguan Qianyu finished, he returned resentfully. Ahem. According to the original time projection, I was able to arrive on time, but the sky is the limit. Sorry, I got stuck in a traffic jam. I need to walk 10 kilometers if I walk. What? Shangguan Qianyu exclaimed. Night Shanyu only felt like his ears had been blown up. He hastily pulled out his ears and said with a speechless face, Big sister, hold a shock. I'm going deaf. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your hurry first. And how much longer do you have to get there? Night Shanyu looked at the car that slowly started to move and said after thinking for a moment, It's starting to clear now. In about half an hour. Hearing Night Qianyu's reply, Shangguan Qianyu then breathed a little sigh of relief and said, Then you try to be there in half an hour. Okay. After hanging up the phone, the head of the Arts and Culture Department walks into the room and fixes his eyes on Lan Ing, the female classmate who led Night Shanyu's check-in in the opening round. She asked, holding up the roster of appearing members, Sister Qianyu, it's your finance department class 3's turn to appear in 20 minutes, so let student Night get ready. Shangguan Qianyu smiled awkwardly. Then, that Lan Ing senior sister, Night classmate he got stuck in traffic, may not be so fast to the scene. Do you see if you can arrange him to the end? At those words, Lan Ying's face showed a difficult expression. Schoolmate Qianyu, the last one is Shin Qingshua's performance. You also know that she is the grand finale of this performance, the most awaited performance by the students of this school. If she is placed in the penultimate position, the students might protest. At this time, Shangguan Qianyu remembered something and clapped her hands together and said, "Degree, just swap their positions. Night student's uncle is the principal. He'll step in when the time comes. If there's any problem, just ask him to solve it. Don't worry. Then I'll listen to you." Seeing Lan Ying agreed, Shangguan Qianyu then breathed a long sigh of relief and prayed in her heart that this bastard Night Qianyu could be sure to arrive on time. On stage, the next program to be performed is the Nerd Dance, the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Please welcome Yiningshin, a student from Class 5 of the Foreign Language Department. After that, the host retreated to the backstage. The curtain on the stage was drawn back, and a little girl stood there quietly, unable to see her face. As the intro plays, a catchlight shines on the little girl, only to see the girl with a double ponytail on her head, wearing a white lolita, her feet stepping on black small leather shoes, two white silk-wrapped jade legs that made people want to lick a mouthful of them. Plus tonight she also put on a delicate makeup, becoming even more beautiful. His eyes were closed, his long eyelashes fluttered non-stop, his small white face was red, the watery color at the end of his eyes filled his eyes, and his two lips, which were soft like jelly, were drenched in confusing scarlet. This cute and playful dress was properly the most perfect little lowly setting in the geeks' minds, and now it was really and truly in front of their eyes. Instantly, the male students in the arena erupted into roaring cries that resounded throughout the auditorium. "I chow! I chow! I've got a big chow! This is the real Lori! Guys, punch the duck! The goddess of my heart, she has truly appeared! Gaia!" As soon as Yiningshin appeared on the scene, the few people who knew her were also shocked. "Crap! Auntie Yi actually performed in person? It looks like it's specially for Old Night, right? Only Old Night has such a big face." Jin Qian muttered, his eyes filled with envy. "Xiao Xie, what do you think will happen when sister-in-law Mu and sister-in-law Yi meet later? Oh, there's also sister-in-law Shangguan. Sister-in-law Mu is the girlfriend of Boss Knight himself, but those two and Boss Knight are constantly flirting. Do you think that when the three women meet, will the harem catch fire?" Yi Xiaotian secretly whispered in Xia Nanqing's ear. Upon hearing this, Xia Nanqing's entire body shivered at the thought of the image of the three women having a big fight. Ahem. I won't speculate too much on that. It's up to Old Night to work it out. Mu Ziro looked at the playful, cute and beautiful Yiningshin on the stage and pulled Lin Rixi next to her. "Rue Shi, this little girl is so kawaii. I want to kiss her." "Aha!" Lin Rixi also nodded her head continuously in response. "Kim has money. Yat Shu Tin. Xia Nanqing. Mrs. Mu, if you know that this little girl and your boyfriend have an incestuous and ambiguous relationship, you won't think she's cute when the time comes." On the stage, Yiningshin opened her eyes gurgled and gurgled. Looking around, she didn't see her long-for-night brother. Her lips couldn't help but pout. Looking at Yiningshin who was beaming on the stage, LSP once again resounded with chants. At this time, the accompaniment of the exclusive Extreme Bliss Pure Land rang out, and Yiningshin collected her mind and rhythmically danced along with the music. A shiver traveled from the fingertips of her left hand to her shoulder, and from her shoulder to the fingertips of her right hand, and the silver bracelet in her hand vibrated along with it. Completely free of intentional artifice, every movement natural and smooth, as if a white lotus out of water. The crowd was so mesmerized by her exquisite dance that they almost forgot to breathe, and the young girl's eyes were so beautiful that everyone in the audience's heart was pounding, coincidentally thinking that she was looking at herself. Cheers, whistles and shouts, all from the mouth of the LSP. And tonight, they will fall in completely, unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 69 Shinxingxue. Shinxingxue, copyright infringement deleted. One dance complete. Wow! The room applauded. The crowd was talking, but mostly geeks and LSPs talking. "Oh my god, this little lowly dances so well, wow. Love it, love it. Is this little girl a freshman? Sure enough, freshmen still have treasure girls. Lick it while the little girl is still innocent. Brothers, lick it sooner rather than later." Yiningshin bowed slightly towards the audience stage, but still hadn't found Brother Shenyu's figure. Facing a bitter face, lips pouted, and secretly cursed in her heart, "Humph, stinking Chiyu brother, actually didn't come. Humph, this is a special dance for you." Then huffed and puffed and walked off the stage. Words split into two. Night Chanyu finally got out of the traffic jam streets and went straight to Magic City University. Luckily, with top-notch driving skills, he arrived at the school in only 20 minutes. Can't help but mentally spit some, "Blanche, next time must buy a helicopter." To avoid the trouble of traffic jams. Who said that driving a luxury car even if traffic jams can be hard to give way to a road? It's all a lie. Everyone is equal in front of the traffic jam. Night Shanyu drove the Lamborghini Blue Flame into the school gates and to the parking lot. Some students who weren't there for the orientation party saw the cool, blue-painted sports car and took pictures. It was even more shocking when they saw the person who stepped down from it. Oh my god. So handsome. Ha! Isn't this handsome guy the man who was on the campus hot search before? Night Shanyu? I blanch. No wonder he dared to violently beat up Cui Xiaodong while nothing happened at all. So it turns out that his background isn't the least bit inferior to Cui Xiao either. I just did a photo search online and guess how much the car cost? I don't know. Hurry up. This sports car is called Lamborghini Blue Flame, limited to 88 units worldwide, with a landed price of $67 million. This license plate Shanghai S66666, tens of millions of license plates. This is a big man. I chow you damn. Night Shanyu didn't have the time to listen to these melon eaters shouting I chow. As soon as he got out of the car, he hoofed it towards the auditorium. After walking for 2 minutes and realizing, I'm lost again, I then hastily grabbed a student who was looking for crickets by the bushes to lead the way. The two came to the backstage of the auditorium. The student leading the way said resentfully, Night Young, arrived. Night Shanyu gave a thank you and took out 500 red tickets from his pocket and said, Thanks, I'll cover your cigarette money this month. The lead student immediately transformed from a bitter face to a smiling one, thanked him repeatedly, and hopped back to look for crickets. When Night Shanyu came backstage, he found Shangguan Xianyu and gave a dry cough. Ahem, that traffic jam. I'm not late, am I? Shangguan Xianyu saw the visitor. The big stone in his heart finally put down, rolled his eyes and said in a good humor, It was almost over. Luckily, you caught up. You came out at the last one. Now it's Xinxing Xue who is performing. You'll come back on when she's done. Originally, Xinxing Xue was the final finale, but now it's cheaper for you. I only saw the host on the stage say, Please welcome our school beauty Xinxing Xue to the stage. The program she will perform for us is Caged Bird. The words were shouted across the room. Schoolgirl Shun. Goddess Shun. Please give me a chance to be your dog. The curtains were drawn back and the catchlights illuminated a stunningly beautiful young girl sitting quietly at a piano. Night Shanyu also looked at the girl along with the chasing light. Even if he was used to seeing beautiful women, he still attracted attention to the girl's stunning face. The young girl's skin white as snow, a bright and attractive face, light sweeping eye containing spring, skin as fine and moist as jade, soft light if greasy not point and red, delicate as a drop, cheeks 2 strands of hair with the wind gently brushing the face, adding a few points of soft beauty. Compared to Xinxing Xue's stunning face, what surprised Night Shanyu the most was that she actually had white hair. Whether it was her eyebrows or eyelashes were all white. China's per capita white brain control is not a blowout. Just look at those LSBs in the audience with those eyes glowing. Degree. 3. The applause was thunderous. Only higher in comparison to Yiningshan. Looking at the way Night Shanyu stared at Xinxing Xue's eyes without blinking, Shangguan Xianyu couldn't help but bite her lips, an inexplicable sourness in her heart, and said with a slight sense of jealousy, What? Fancy someone else? Eyes are glazed over. At those words, Night Shanyu reacted with a guffaw. Oh, everyone loves beauty. Looking at beautiful women is every boy's hobby. What? Jealous? Ugh. Who's jealous? I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. Shangguan Xianyu had a hint of panic under her eyes and hurriedly twisted her head to deny it. What's with this girl? Why is all her hair white? Night Shanyu pointed to Xinxing Xue, who was full of white hair, and asked curiously. Shangguan Xianyu said with a long sigh and a tone of regret. Alas, her name is Xinxing Xue. She is the daughter of the Shin family in Magic City, a talented girl at the top of the Magic City's young list, who finished all the subjects in high school at the age of 15, and directly skipped a grade to enter the university. Possessing unique financial insights, the Shin family's ability to become the #1 family in Magic City is also partly due to her. Hearing Shangguan Xianyu's explanation, Night Shanyu also secretly felt that this woman was marvelous and added, Then why are you sighing and looking sorry? Shangguan Xianyu continued, Maybe she was so bright that God opened a door for her but also closed a window. She was identified as an albino from a young age and, speaking here, Shangguan Xianyu was a bit eager to speak, not knowing how to narrate. And what? Moreover, it is heard that Xinxing Xue was born to a woman that the Shin family had met on a business trip outside, and finally left after giving birth to Xinxing Xue. For a big family like the Shin family, the most important thing is that the door is right for the family. Therefore, although Xinxing Xue has contributed a lot to the Shin family, all within the Shin family do not treat Xinxing Xue well. She is a quite pitiful girl. So it is. Only then did Knight Shanyu come to a realization and nodded in response. Then in his mind, he murmured and used the eye of scrying. Name, Shin Xingxue, with albinism. Identity, daughter of the Shin family. Branch of the Shin family in Kyoto. Age, 18. Face value, 9. 5. Purity, 100. Genetic ability, 35. Martial arts wizardry. Specialties, piano proficiency, grade 10. Finance proficiency, Go proficiency. Guzheng proficiency. 7 languages. Fighting proficiency. Drawing proficiency. Favorability, 90. Father, Xinwan. Mother, hiding. After reading Shin Xingxue's information, even Knight Qianyu had to praise a bullseye. At the age of 18, to be proficient in 7 skills is a true talent, and in ancient times was a woman who became a great queen. But when he saw the goodwill at the back, Knight Shanyu was completely confused. Chapter 70, Knight Shanyu on stage. What? No. Unity. Why is this Shin Xingxue's favorability so high? It seems like I don't know her, right? I didn't search for any memories of her in my memory either. Are you malfunctioning? Knight Shanyu asked the system with a confused face. Otherwise, how do you think you can obtain the Sandalwood Palace? No. One building king that is not for sale to the public? The system faintly returned. How? Knight Shanyu was confused. With some slight tricks, this unity has implanted in her mind a memory of your childhood simulations. The system smiled lewdly, as if it were a mischief maker. Aren't you bored? Don't you always say you're invincible? And you still need to use this means to obtain Tangong No. 1. Knight Shanyu said with a speechless face. There is indeed a method of obtaining, but not as convenient as this. Master, this will allow you to get the king of the house villa, plus a little girl who adores you. This system is for you to pour out your heart and lungs. Acme. Speaking later, this dog system actually started to cry, causing Knight Shanyu to be embarrassed to criticize her. The accompaniment plays. Shin Xingxue stretched out her white and slender jade fingers, her 10 fingers gently caressing the keys of the piano. Bam! The sound of the zither resounded steeply in the hall. The sound of the zither was gentle and rigid, and the originally noisy hall instantly became quiet and silent as they listened. Unico purchased the piano cleric skill. Hearing the piano playing, Knight Shanyu then reacted. It seems that he does not know how to do this thing, and hastily said to the system in his head, Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing the patriarchal piano skill, spending 50,000 points. With 75 W points remaining, piano skills have been implanted in the host. Please check. As soon as the system's beeps fell, Knight Shanyu felt a clear stream of water turning back and forth in itself for a week. Opening my eyes, the piano, which was originally obscure, feels as if I was born with it. No matter from the sound, the quality, the situation or the meaning. It can be like lifting the clouds to see the clear sky. Like a clear sky, he once again looked at Shin Xingxue who was immersed in it on the stage, listening to the song carefully and comprehending the realm. The sound of the zither was gentle and powerful, as delicate as a fine rain, as stirring as a gale, and as longing in a desperate situation. Sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes joyful, sometimes mournful. The woman's body swayed slightly with the sound of the zither, as if she was one with the music. His fingers jumped over the keys and played a beautiful melody. The sound of the piano was good for the audience, but for Knight Shanyu, who had gained the piano skills of a grandmaster, she heard the mood differently from others. The bird of liberty leaps on the ridge of the wind, rides the clouds, dances in the golden light of the sun, and bravely occupies the sky. But a caged bird can only dive in a narrow cage, never seeing its own desires. His wings are folded and buried, his feet are bound, so he lets go of his throat and sings. A caged bird? You're the caged bird, aren't you? A poor girl indeed, Knight Shanyu murmured, feeling an inexplicable pity for the girl on the stage. After the song finished, Shin Xingxue slowly got up and bowed slightly to the audience, then turned around, leaving behind only a silent figure. Wow! Schoolgirl Shin's playing is so damn good. It just sinks in. If I can become Goddess Shin's boyfriend, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Hurry up and wake him up. You're dreaming before you even go to sleep at night. Is school flower Shin something that someone like you can get your hands on? IP yellow. I'll get it. Shangguan Qianyu patted hard on Knight Qianyu's shoulder, her tone slightly jealous. Still staring at people. People are gone. If you like people you go after She is recognized as the first school flower of the Magic City. Even I can only rank behind her. Knight Shanyu snapped his palm on her rear mound, feeling the touch coming from his hand, then smiled slightly. Goo. How do I smell a sense of jealousy? You're not going to like me. No way, no way? You're not jealous, are you? Shangwan Chinyu rubbed the hot rear mound. Her face flushed, as if she was poked in the center, and as if she was angry. She stretched out her 2 fingers, twisted hard at his waist, and viciously said, "Who would like you? Even if you are the only man left in the whole world, I still..." "Forget it, it's your turn to perform on stage. Hurry up." "What a coincidence," said the stage host with a microphone. "Students, teachers, for the last program, please welcome the 3rd class students of the finance department. Night Shanyu, who will perform piano music for you." "How come this doesn't have a song title?" The host suddenly choked at the end of his sentence, not knowing how to go on. "Why don't you say it? Didn't you say that Schoolgirlshin was the grand finale? How come there's more?" "Yeah, and this guy actually performed on the piano as well. How did he dare to play the piano again after Schoolgirlshin finished playing it? How did he dare? Isn't this asking for trouble? This performance is not to be listened to. After listening to Schoolmarmshin's piano music, I can't listen to any other piano music anymore. Let's just declare it closed." "Yeah, just end it straight back in your dorm room and go to bed." The crowd went from one to the other, with most of them proposing to just end it, but a small number of them disagreed, especially the 100-strong support group of schoolgirls. "We want to see Night Chanyu's performance. You don't want to see it hold blah blah blah. Want to go back by yourself." "That's right. We made a point of watching the night guy perform. Please welcome the night guy to the stage." On the side of the 3rd class of the finance department, Jin Xian was at the head of the group, who was also fighting to shout for Night Chanyu to come up to the stage to perform. The hall became as if it were a food market, and it came close to ganging up and fighting. Just then, Night Chanyu walked onto the stage and took the host's microphone and said aloud, "Fellow students and teachers, I'm sorry for the delay that caused the show to be postponed, and to make up for it, I'm going to play a piece of my original zither piece, Thoughts Across Time." After saying that, he returned the microphone to the host, then walked towards the piano stand and slowly took his seat. The crowd saw this, and did not dare to continue to protest. "This person is even Shui Xiaodong dare to beat the ruthless person. Who if the head again dare to shout a sentence, 'Do not want to die'?" It wasn't a big deal to take a few more minutes, so just settle back into your seat. "Phew, scared me to death." Mu Zero exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and patted her chest with some fear. "Don't worry, Zairu, this little scene can't do anything to your boyfriend," Lin Rixie comforted on the side. "Zero, I didn't expect your boyfriend to play the piano. What a treasure boy." Yujio Kite on the other end smiled and said, "Yeah, Zairu, you found a treasure yo." Su Shirshir also raised a thumbs up in agreement. "Gee, I didn't know he could play the piano. I just found out today, and I don't know how well he plays," Mu Zero said softly as she was complimented by her roommate with a blush. Thump, the sound of the piano. Chapter 71, A Song of Thoughts Through Time and Space. Dang it. The instrument is like the wind. The sound is like the rhyme, clear as a spring flow, and leisurely as a cloud roll. The man's fingertips gently caressed on the keys of the piano. The sound of the piano is like the sound of deep valleys and mountains, clear and pure, touching the heartstrings. Individual students who had been sputtering had quietly shut their mouths and listened. Some of the girls even closed their eyes and felt it with their hearts. That's the terror of grandmaster-level piano skills. The sound of the piano goes right to the heart. For a moment, all but shut their mouths and listened sideways. The intro is simply divine, and right off the bat, it gets you deep in the groove. Even Jinxi and several people as well as next to Mu 04 women's expressions instantly became frozen and shocked. Night Qian Yu he really can play the piano, and play so well? I can't believe it. Too good to be true. The intro alone is overwhelming. If we get to the subject, that would be so looking forward to it. At this time, the crowd in the audience no longer had the look of dislike from before, but instead became incredibly expectant. The intro was played and went into the theme section. The sound of the zither becomes low and flowing, like the thoughts of people who love each other. Quietly, pure piano music swept through the entire auditorium with the sound of Night Shanyu's piano. As the title of the song Thoughts Through Time suggests, two people who love each other miss each other, and nostalgia for walking where they have walked together stops there and is slowly taken over by memories. It can also be inexplicably disorienting in the early morning just after waking up because you haven't woken up from your dreams and gotten used to life without him by your side. The song is over. The sound of the piano stopped abruptly. There was not a sound from the entire crowd. Still immersed in the mood of the music, with the support of the system, Night Chanyu played Thoughts Across Time and Space to its fullest. Some of the emotional schoolgirls, in particular, brought themselves into it and burst into tears without realizing it. Halftime. Wow! The entire audience collectively stood up and clapped their hands hard. The applause was so thunderous that it resounded throughout the auditorium. And even the outside could hear the applause in it. Wow! That's so ing good. Oh hoo! I've got tears coming out of my ears. Ooh, why can't I dry them? I think of my girlfriend who goes to school in Hangzhou. I miss her so much. No, I'm going to look for her tonight. Ooh hoo! I miss my estranged boyfriends too. Blanche, you're a ing guy. Where did you get a long-distance boyfriend? Don't make me cut you when I'm sad. Finance department, class 3. At this time, Mu Zero was already full of tears and sobbing uncontrollably. Zero, why are you crying? The three women beside her hurriedly comforted her. Ooh, I remembered all the bits and pieces of Shanyu and I from the beginning of middle school until now. And I'm being nostalgic about the wonderful love I once had. And I can't help but cry. Mu Zero kept huffing and puffing, but the corners of her mouth were smiling. The other side. Yiningshin didn't know whose girlfriend she was hugging. Was crying non-stop in her arms, crying while still wiping snot bubbles on her. It caused a man on the side to have a black face. Little sister, that's my girlfriend you're hugging while. Backstage, Shangwan Xinyu lightly wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes and skimmed her mouth. Humph, this bad egg. Second floor of the auditorium. Shen Xingxue, who was originally ready to leave, looked at Night Qianyu, who was quietly stroking the keys on the stage, and stood frozen in place. At this time, her eyes contained tears. Her long eyelashes are hung with teardrops, as if the water lotus flower is as clear and beautiful. The teardrops seem to stay in the white skin, and hesitate to fall. She covered her lips and murmured, "Brother Knight, is that you? Have you come to find me?" Memories of my childhood echo in my mind like a tidal wave. She thought of a little boy holding her little hand as she strolled through the countryside at night when she was a child. "Brother Knight, look at the beautiful stars in the sky. Is that the star of the cowherd?" "Yes, Brother Knight. Everyone else hates me and says I'm a gray-haired girl. Will you dislike me too?" "Sister Cher, how come?" "Don't care what others think. Gray hair looks good too." "Brother Knight, I like you so much. I must marry you when I grow up." "Yes." Recalling bits and pieces of childhood memories. Finally, he instantly felt as if he had been drawn away, and stayed still, and not a moment later, the teardrops hanging on his eyelashes fell like pearls on a broken string. Tick-tock, falling to the ground, then in pieces. "Miss, the master is looking for you." At that moment, a man in black quietly appeared behind her and said with an expressionless face, "Words." Xingxue wiped away her tears and instantly changed back to her high and cold appearance, her voice clear and quiet. "Got it. Go back." Then he paused and spoke in a cold voice. "Shen 13, forget about what just happened, or there's no need for you to live in this world." The black-clothed man's whole body trembled slightly as he said, "Miss, what just happened?" "I don't know." "Well, it's good that you don't know. Let's go." Xingxue nodded with satisfaction, once again glancing unwillingly at the handsome man sitting quietly on the stage, and turned to leave. The heart silently said, "Night brother, wait for me, I will come to you." Night Shanyu slowly stood up, smiled and bowed slightly with the crowd. Under the lights, Night Shanyu's features, angular, it echoes his dignified yet gentlemanly demeanor when he plays the piano, makes many girls, watching cannot help but obsessed, wet. Sticky tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Looking at these girls with burning eyes, Mu Zero couldn't help but worry a little about whether her precious boyfriend would be snatched away from her and become afflicted. Alas, it's not good for one's boyfriend to be too good. Night Qianyu walked off the stage and came to Shangwan Qianyu's side with a faint smile. "How's that? Play okay or not? Halacho or not?" Shangwan Qianyu gave him a blank look. "Look at you stinking. It's just like that. Ha ha ha, just keep your mouth shut." Night Qianyu laughed, then patted her shoulder and said, "Are we going to have a late-night snack together later?" With whom? Shangwan Qianyu inquired. "A few of my roommates and my girlfriend, a few from their dorm room." Night Qianyu honestly explained, not hiding anything. Hearing Night Qianyu talk about his girlfriend, Shangwan Qianyu's heart seized hard. Does he really have a girlfriend? Wasn't he joking before? "Hey, are you going or not? Why don't you say something back?" Looking at Shangwan Qianyu, who was slow to reply, Night Qianyu patted her shoulder and asked again. I will go." Not knowing because of what, Shangwan Qianyu agreed in a cloudy manner. Might want to see what his girlfriend really looks like. Or maybe. Chapter 72, Backyard almost caught fire. The welcome party was over, and the crowd retired in an orderly manner one after another. The departure process was all about talking to each other about the piano playing that Night Shanyu had just performed. I didn't expect Night Shanyu to actually play better than schoolgirl Shin. That mood is indescribable. Just like being in the scene, it's too marvelous. Yes, just this song alone can hang those famous musicians. Oops, just listening to the song. Forgot to record the video. If it is uploaded to the internet, it will surely be praised in minutes. Ha. Luckily I don't have any long-distance relationships and my feelings aren't so deep. I recorded the video and will upload it to Shaky Tooth later. No girlfriend and still so dejected. Beautiful you. Blanche. Night Shanyu led Shangwan Shanyu towards the third class of the finance department. All the way. Shangwan Shanyu didn't say a word. The whole time she lowered her little head without knowing what she was thinking. From afar, Night Shanyu saw Jin Xian and his party, looked at the four women, smiled and gave them a greeting. You all came ah. Yu Zhou Kite was the first to stand out, her eyes glowing as she excitedly said, Night Shanyu, you're so good, you actually play so well? Night Shanyu smiled faintly and humbly waved her hand. It's just a slight understanding. Lin Rixie covered her mouth and snickered. Is it a slight billion points? Ha ha ha. Night Shanyu smiled without saying anything, looking at Mu Zero and said gently, how was it? Was it good? Upon hearing this, Mu Zero quickly nodded her little head, smiling like a flower. It's so good. I'm crying from it. Night Shanyu walked up and rubbed her little brain. Behind her, Shangwan Shanyu looked at Night Shanyu who was caressing the head of a pretty girl, and her heart felt a little bad. Does he have such a gentle side? Is this girl his girlfriend? She does look pretty, but I'm not so bad, am I? Ghostly stepped out from behind Night Shanyu, smiled and greeted Mu Zero. Hi, how are you? My name is Shangwan Shanyu. I'm Night Shanyu's friend. Still immersed in being groped, Mu Zero only then saw from the Night Shanyu out of the back of not worse than their own Shangwan Shanyu. The heart did not have time to pull, and then took hold of the Night Shanyu's arm, said to swear sovereignty, hello, my name is Mu Zairu. I'm Night Shanyu's girlfriend. Then he looked at Night Shanyu with a beaming smile and asked, Shu, who is this girl? Night Shanyu looked at Mu Zero's face that was full of smiles and inexplicably felt a cool air at his back. No good. A murderous aura? Rubbing the tip of his nose, he gave a dry cough. This is our class guide, in charge of our class matters, and a friend of sorts, so I'm going to have a late night snack later, so I'll call her up as well. Hearing Night Shinyu's explanation, Mu Zairu was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Phew! Luckily, it wasn't a mistress. Then he let go of Night Shinyu's arm and walked to Shangwan Shinyu, stretching out his jade hand and smiling. Hello, nice to meet you. Shangwan Shinyu also returned a polite smile. Hello. The two of them hold their hands together and divide. Suddenly, at that moment, a soft, sticky voice came from behind. Looking back, it was none other than Yi Ningxin and Lolita, only to see her huffing and puffing as she flew over and then leapt, like a wombat hanging on Night Shanyu, like a soft baby, rubbing on his chest one after another. Asterisk, hey, Shanyu-san wants to wash me. On the side, Mu Zero's face became gloomy by the way, just like the moment when a storm was approaching. Who said this little loli was cute? Not kawaii at all. How dare you spy on my boyfriend? If you can't bear it, you can't bear it. He then walked forward with a dark face and gripped Yi Ningxin off of Night Shanyu. Omega? Ah Lu. What's with the fat? Yi Ningxin scratched her little brain with a big question mark. At this point she hadn't seen the shape thing clearly. The other side of the scene watching the show. Jin Xian, 3 people can be for the Night Shanyu wiped a cold sweat. He rushed to the side of Yi Ningxin, lowered his head and said softly, Auntie Yi, this is old Night's girlfriend. You don't want to cuddle with old Night in front of his girlfriend. Oh, Yi Ningxin finally reacted and turned her head to look at that pretty sister, revealing a cute little dimple and said, Pretty young lady, my name is Yi Ningxin. So your brother Chiyu's girlfriend ACA. So pretty. Hearing Yi Ningxin praise herself so much, Mu Zairu, who was still angry, eased up a bit. However, Yi Ningxin's next words directly made the crowd's jaws drop, only to see Yi Ningxin walk to Shangwan Shanyu, pulling her hand, and then the other small hand pulling Mu Zairu, said, Pretty sister, your brother Qianyu's girlfriend. You'll be the eldest sister. Sister Shangwan will be the second sister. I'm the youngest. I'll be the third sister. And in the future, after we've married brother Qianyu, if there are any other women close by, we'll hold a group to stop them. Muziru, Shangwan Qianyu, crowd, Sigma, Maf LLL, Ka, Crouching Chow. Stop, stop, stop. What big sister? Second sister? Third sister? You mean I'm marrying Chiyu together with you guys? Mu Ziru pointed at herself, then pointed at Shangguan Qianyu and Yi Ningxin. Incredulously, today's tripe was completely turned upside down. Shangguan Qianyu, who was pointed at, blushed and hastily shook her head. Her hands posed as a phantom and said, "No, no, no, it has nothing to do with me. I don't know what kind of weird stuff you guys are talking about." Yi Ningxin, however, nodded her head in a serious manner. "Aha, it's ACA. It's nothing for us to marry brother Chiyu together. My father is also married to 2 wives, and my second mother is quite good to me." Mu Ziro was speechless and looked at Yi Ningxin with a caring retarded look. This little girl looks cute and cuddly. How come her brain is wired? Alas! Pity! Pop! Nightshine you couldn't look away and directly popped Yi Ningxin on the door of her head. Any more chatting by this little girl in this backyard will surely catch fire today. Ooh, that hurts. Yi Ningxin covered her little head with both hands, aggrieved, not understanding why brother Qianyu was playing her. Ziro, don't listen to this little girl. Her brain was burned out when she was little. Night Shanya clenched his 5 fingers into fists and coughed dryly against his lips. Aha, look out. Mu Ziro nodded thoughtfully and once again looked at Yi Ningxin, who was rubbing her head, with a sympathetic gaze. Alright, let's find a place to have a late night snack. We have a total of 10 people here, so let's call 3 cars. Okay, I'll call for a car now. Old night, where to eat? Jean Chen wiped a handful of sweat and hurriedly asked out loud. Let's go to that barbecue on the pedestrian street before. Night Shanyu said after thinking about it. Okay. Chapter 73, Jealousy. Walking Street Grill. 3 drops stopped and Night Shanyu got down from the passenger side. The back door pulled open, and the 3 trio of women, each with their own specialties, came down in succession, drawing a wave of envy from the diners. This dude is awesome. One person with 3 top-notch hotties. Do not look at people handsome this value. Not the slightest bit worse than those star big shot. There is no better. The world has changed. It's a world of faces now. Not long after, the 3 rich Jean people as well as Mu Ziro's roommate gathered. Jean Qian pulled his cockney voice and shouted, "Boss, order." "Coming," the owner shouted. Then he farted over with the order form. And once he saw the people, he was surprised. "Ha, it's you guys, what do you want to eat?" 20% discount for you, said holding up an 8 sign. Start with 2 cases of beer and a couple of random juices, then 10 skewers of each dish, and stir-fry 2 small dishes for drinks. Okay, everyone wait. At this time, Su Shirshir, who had been silent all along, said softly, "Can we finish ordering so many? Will it be too wasteful?" Jean Xian patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, you guys just make it as hard as you can. If you can't finish it, there's still us. The big deal is to pack it up." Shortly afterward, the wine and food were served and the crowd began to build. It was fine a while ago, nothing individual happened. But then the picture suddenly changed. "Shu, this is your favorite vegetable rolled meat." Mu Ziro took a roasted meat wrapped in leftover vegetable leaves and brought it to Night Qianyu, saying with a beaming smile. Night Qianyu didn't even think about it and took a bite, because the vegetable wrapped meat was slightly smaller, along with Mu Ziro's jade finger was contained in Night Qianyu's mouth. Boop! Mu Ziro pulled her finger out with a red face, then gave Shangguan Qianyu and Yi Xiaoya a glance with a haughty look. "Humph, I'm the one who knows the most about yo-yo, so don't even think about spying on my boyfriend with you 2 halfway decent women." Stimulated by Mu Ziru's eyes, Shangguan Qianyu ghostly picked up a peeled shrimp, peeled it in 3 tries, dipped it in the spice sauce, and put it on the side of Night Qianyu's mouth, smiled and narrowed his eyes, and said, "Night Qianyu tastes changed, but the favorite food is peppermint shrimp. Come on, eat one." "Night Qianyu? When did I change my tastes? Why don't I know?" Looking at Mu Ziro's angry look, she hurriedly pushed Shangguan Qianyu's hand forward a little. "Ahem, that Shangguan Qianyu, you hold your noise." Before the words were finished, Shangguan Qianyu's gaze was dangerous and he spat out only one word, "Eat." Without waiting for Night Qianyu to speak, he directly put the peeps into his mouth. Then he also tenderly drew out a paper towel to wipe his mouth for him, and then smugly looked at Mu Ziro with a hefty smile. Mu Ziro gritted his teeth and clenched his 10 fingers tightly. He was furious. His 2 eyes were wide open. His whole face was red, so angry that he was almost going to explode. "Pissed me off. This woman is actually provoking me. Looks like I have to guard against this vixen in the future. This woman is a menace." Just as the 2 women's eyes were pulling at each other, Yiningshin ran over to Night Shanyu's seat and sat her butt on his thigh, holding a scallop. Her voice was pasty. Brother Chiyu, help me get it off. I can't break it. The corners of Night Shanyu's mouth twitched as she looked at this little girl speechlessly. You little girl still come to make trouble. You a person who unlocked the gene lock cannot open a small scallop. Lie to the ghost. Since the system was upgraded, Yiningshin's information was also viewed by Night Shanyu, and after reading it, he immediately froze. Name, Yiningshin. Identity, child of the direct line of the Yi family in Kyoto. Age, 18. Height, 1 meter 5, lowly type. Face value, 95. Purity, 100. Kinergy, 30, wizards. Specialties, firearms proficiency, drawing proficiency, 5 languages, fighting proficiency, trap design proficiency, favorability, 93. Father, Yi Zhenxing, Major General. Mother, Qin Shiran, CEO of Aerodynamics Company, Ltd. Grandfather, Yi Zhenghua, Senior General. He didn't expect such a little girl's identity background to be so big, especially her grandfather Yi Zhenghua. He remembered that there seemed to be only 3 people in the highest military command rank in Huaxia, and he didn't expect Yiningshin's grandfather to be one of them. Yiningshin, who was somewhat frightened by Night Shanyu's look, pulled his sleeve and pouted. Brother Shanyu, open it for me. Kim has money. Breathless JPG. Night Shanyu was most unable to listen to the girl's pampering, took the scallop and gently broke it, took out the scallop meat inside and handed it to Yiningshin in front. Nah, here you go. The words just fell. Yiningshin a mouthful, together with Night Shanyu's finger in the mouth. Coochie coochie. The little tongue nimbly stirred in his mouth, sucking Night Shanyu's fingers clean. Boo pulled out. Yiningshin squinted her eyes in contentment and barred her mouth, chewing on the scallop meat in her mouth. The scallop meat that Shanyu's brother peeled is so delicious. Slightly frowning face. Shanyu's brother treats me so well. Your girlfriend won't be angry, right? Yiningshin happily rubbed herself against Night Shanyu's chest one after another. Mu Zero and Shangwan Xianyu's eyes intertwined with each other for a while. Then they coincidentally looked at Yiningshin. Well, humph. Turns out this little girl is the most threatening one. She actually hit the high end of the board straight away? Night Shanyu's face darkened, and he directly gripped down Yi Xiaojiao, who was still rubbing himself in his arms. Winky face blanch. What's with the dawdling? General play. Wow. Yiningshin wasn't unhappy and answered obediently, then bounced off to the other side to show off the roasted meat. Night Shanyu dryly coughed. Ahem. 0. Small children messing around. Let's continue to eat ow. Mu Zero lightly grunted, grabbed the cilantro, as if venting, and ate it into her stomach one by one like a rabbit. Shangwan Xianyu also dared to be uninterested and sipped her own drink. After today's series of events, it was concluded that he seemed to have fallen in love with Night Shanyu, but he had a girlfriend, so she was going to quit, going to nip that idea in the bud when it came to her teeth. Seeing the 3 of them eating peacefully, the few people present all let out a collective sigh of relief. Come on, cheers. It's not easy for everyone to get together once. Jin Shen was the first to speak out to break the deadlock, holding up his cup. With a start, the crowd once again got high on food, but several people are centered on Night Shanyu and chatting about topics. Night Shanyu, since when did you learn to play the piano? Even Zizu doesn't know. Muziru also stopped her mouth and listened with her ears sideways. Night Shanyu put down the wine glass and faintly returned. Self-taught as a child. Night Shanyu, is that really original? Yes. Anyway, he was traveling through a parallel dimension, and a bit of his own appropriation of the original star would be considered original. Wow, you're amazing. If you go the star route, with your face value and superior piano, you'll definitely be on fire all over the world in minutes. No such idea. That's too bad. Chapter 74, Going to Shangwan's house. Almost 10 o'clock or so, the evening meal was over. Night Shanyu sent Muzairu's 4 daughters to the drop that was headed to the Music Film and Television Academy. It was just that before getting into the car, Muziro's look of resignation made him a little embarrassed. Afterwards, Night Shanyu stopped to drop once again and said to Shangwan Xianyu, who was at the side, Xianyu, you send Yiningshin back to her dormitory. Good. Shangwan Xianyu nodded in response. After carrying the sleeping Yiningshin to the car and watching them leave, Night Shanyu turned her head to Jin Shenli. Go back to your chambers. I have some business to attend to. Okay. Jin Xian nodded his head and didn't ask much. Some things didn't need to be asked. After waiting for his 3 sons to leave, Night Shanyu walked inside a tavern, which was one of Lu Nanfan's intelligence bases. Turning to the bartender, he said, a cold Coke. Bartender, While Knight Shanyu was savoring Coke 82, a masked man wearing a fisherman's hat and an overcoat came to him in a sneaky manner. With a serious face, he said, "Boss." Knight Shanyu's head was filled with black lines and she said with a speechless face, "Gao Chang, what kind of airplane are you on?" Gao Chang pulled off his mask and said with a lewd face, "Hey, boss, didn't you ask me to meet with you in secret? Look at my outfit. No one can spot me." Knight Shanyu looked at Gao Chang with an odd expression on his face. He was wondering if he had to find a new undercover agent. "This line of yours is not to know that you are Gao Chang, but this appearance of yours directly puts you into the suspicious person. Who wears such a thick coat in the summer?" At those words, Gao Chang smiled awkwardly, as if that was the truth. Boss, it's my negligence. Ouch, the heat is killing me," he said, taking his jacket right off as soon as he could. "Can it not be unheated? It's not even fall yet. It's still time to wear short sleeves. Stop bull asterisk 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 ting and get to it." Knight Shanyu slapped him on the head and didn't have the heart to say. Gao Chang looked around for a moment before he whispered in Knight Shanyu's ear, "Boss, I heard from Golden Snake that the Chui family secretly transferred 20 Chui family dead soldiers to Black Snake, and in 3 days, they are going to go all out to eradicate the forces of Scarlet Rose and unify the underground forces of Magic City. Do you know what strength the Chui family's dead soldiers are?" Knight Shanyu asked flatly. "It shouldn't be too far off from me," Gao Chang said after thinking for a moment. "Any idea where exactly they are?" "Hey, boss, I've long inquired about it. It's at the Janyang famous house. These are their room numbers. This is where they've been staying for the past 3 days." Gao Chang hemmed and hawed and pulled out a detailed address information from his arms. Knight Shanyu took the information, carefully checking some, nodded his head and said with satisfaction, "Good job. There's $10 million in here to reward you." With that, he pulled out a $10 million bank card from his pocket. "Ha, $10 million? You're really giving it to me? Boss, isn't this a bit much?" Gao Chang took the bank card with trembling hands and stuttered as he asked. Although he gave him 100 million last time, but that 100 million himself dare not use a point. Are used to bribe and turn the men with. And today, the $10 million is something you can actually use yourself. I think before, I followed the Golden Snake, working hard, tired as a dog, and only got 1 or 2 million dividends a month. Now a different boss, casually rewarding himself with $10 million, really opening up the food for 10 years. This new boss's thighs must be hugged tightly. Which is the boss? This is simply their own ancestors. Looking at Gao Chang who was trembling with excitement, Knight Shanyu smiled and patted his shoulder. "Oh, that's just where it's at. As long as you do a good job, there'll be more in the future." At those words, Gao Chang's face was solemn and his waist straightened. "Boss, I'll bow and die. If there's a job for me to be a gun, make sure I'm the one to do it, or I'll be hot with all this money." "Alright, how's your curation going?" Knight Shanyu interrupted. "Some of my men have been successfully turned, but there are some of Golden Snake's cronies that I don't dare to turn. If money doesn't work, use people. Within 3 days, I'm going to make Golden Snake a lone snake, and he'll be at your disposal then." Knight Shanyu smiled coldly. "Okay, boss, I got it. I'm outta here. Remember to settle the bill." Knight Shanyu finished the last sip of Coke and got up to leave. High intensity. As soon as Knight Shanyu went out the door, Blade met him in his Rolls-Royce custom, pulled open the door, and asked with a slight bow of his head, "Boss, where to?" "Tang Palace." The next evening, Knight Shanyu put on a suit and dress, looked at the mirror for a few moments and felt quite satisfied. A black suit called the handsome face more and more handsome. The neckline reveals the purple shirt, hand-wearing Vacheron Constantin Heritage 0001P watch, showing extraordinary noble, the whole person with a natural noble and extraordinary atmosphere. Today was the day that he promised Shangwan He to attend the auction house together, so he couldn't miss his words, mainly because he could spend money to earn points. Walking into the garage, he started up the Black Knight flare and drove towards Shangwan's house, less than 100 meters away from the car, and Blade and his team followed silently. The Shangwan family. Shangwan He looked at Shangwan Qianyu, who had already changed into her gown, and sized her up. "Qianyu, you put on that Caterin necklace, and the bracelet, and wife, you organize our daughter again." Mangwan, who was confused at the side, inquired, "Hubby, why do you have to let our daughter go today? The usual cocktail party is not so exquisite today. Even the necklace and bracelet are on. Do you want to introduce our daughter to someone?" Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qianyu immediately refused. "No, I'm not going on a blind date." Shangwan He's face was solemn. "Don't worry, Qian Yu, you will be satisfied with the boy I introduced to you this time. Judging from your father's vision for many years, this young man must be a dragon among men, and he is handsome and multi-talented. I'm not. I'm still in school, and besides, I have a favorite. I'm not going on a blind date. Shangguan Qianyu thought of Knight Qianyu and said with a blush, "What? You have a favorite boy? I am the daughter of Shangguan He. How many boys can be good enough for you? The boy you like is definitely not as good as the one I introduced to you." Shangguan He's voice was a notch higher, and he did not believe what Shangguan Qianyu said. He knows his daughter's eye for choosing people, and ordinary boys don't even make it into her eyes. But looking at his daughter blushing, he said, "Bad. It can't be true." Then asked uncertainly, "Really have a favorite?" "Aha, of course." Shangguan Qianyu replied affirmatively. "It's okay to have a favorite. People change their minds. Wait, I'll take you to see the boy I gave you. Your love will surely shift. I told you, the Moon Lord can't stop it." "Che, I don't believe it." Shangguan Qianyu bristled. Chapter 75. Knight Qianyu followed the navigation given by Shangguan He and arrived at a private territory in the western suburbs of Magic City, off the beaten track and in a pleasant environment. It is one of the few quiet places in the bustling city. All 10 kilometers in this radius were the Shangguan family's private territory, and this was the heritage family's backbone. After layers of strict inspection, Knight Qianyu finally arrived at the core estate of the Shangguan family. "Hello, Mr. Knight. I'm the butler here. My name is Shangguan Li. The head of the family has been waiting for you for a long time. I'll take you in." A white-haired old man over half 100 years old bowed and saluted. "Yes, please, Steward Li," Knight Qianyu politely said. Don't look at the old man in front of you as old. In reality, he was a great expert in unlocking the second-grade gene lock. Shangguan Li glanced at the group of bodyguards following in the distance and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Knight, because there are rules within the clan. You can only bring in a maximum of 2 bodyguards." Knight Qianyu waved her hand, indicating that there was no need, and then explained that Blade could just wait outside. After the explanation, he restarted the car and followed housekeeper Li into the Shangguan Manor. The whole estate is very large. The total area of the residence alone is 15 acres, which is not much larger than the one Sandalwood Palace Villa. Inside, there are wigwams, a private golf course, and a tarmac. It's true that the residences of big families are different from ordinary people. When we have the chance, we'll also buy an island and build a manor. Tokyo Island is quite nice. Knight Qianyu was traveling while thinking in his heart. Before long, a drive through a garden led to an 8-story building in the center. This was the largest building of the manor and the main building of the Shangguan family, inhabited by the core members of the family, with a grand and magnificent appearance, boasting exquisite carvings and decorations. The front of the main building features an ornate gate with a jamb to protect residents from sun and rain, and the windows are long and narrow, featuring stained glass windows to add to the beauty of the building. The main building is surrounded by relatively shorter buildings, which are barns, warehouses, kitchens and workers' dormitories, arranged around the main building to form an enclosed courtyard. Knight Qianyu walked all the way here and also used the system to scan a bit, finding that there were more or less hidden bodyguards who had unlocked their genetic locks within the manor. The strongest was in the most central building. The base energy attribute had reached 70 points. The second level of Gene Lock Great Circle, just a sliver short of unlocking the third level of Gene Lock. Guessing that these should be the family guards that the Shangguan family had secretly cultivated. Thinking about it, it would be hard to say if the huge inheritance family didn't have these. I believe that all those other families had their own cultivated guards or dead soldiers. Mr. Knight has arrived. Steward Li got down from the front car and came to the front of the car and said, "Okay, thanks to housekeeper Li." Knight Qianyu gave a thank you and got out of the car. Inside the room Shangguan he once again resurveyed the eyes after rearranging Shangguan Qianyu. Satisfied nodded his head, and before he could speak, he heard the sound of a sports car outside, and patted his thighs and laughed. "Daughter, the boy I introduced you to is here. Come with me to the reception." With that, he headed for the outhouse. "Humph, I won't agree to this marriage, even if I have to become a nun." Shangguan Qianyu skimmed her lips and stomped her feet hard in place and said. The dream mother on the side smiled and stepped forward with a kind face. "Come on, let's go out for a reception too. If that boy is really as good as your father said, you might as well try to get along with him. If you don't like it, Mom and Dad won't force you. You'll find your true love on your own." "Good, then it's a deal." Hearing this, Shangguan Qianyu nodded her head, thinking in her heart that she must not give that man a good face. "Ha ha ha, brother Knight, you're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome." As soon as Shang Wan-he came out, he enthusiastically patted Night Qianyu's shoulder in greeting. Uncle River, wasn't it you who invited me? Of course I have to be on time and on point. Ha ha ha. Night Qianyu was a little unnatural by Shang Wan-he's enthusiasm. He hadn't seen him this enthusiastic the previous times. At this moment, Dream Mother pulled Shang Qianyu out in style. Shang Wan-he introduced himself by pulling Night Qianyu's wrist. Brother Night, come, let me introduce you. This is my inner circle. Mengwan. Hello Auntie Dream. My name is Night Qianyu. You can call me Little Night. Night Qianyu nodded politely at Mengwan. You are the young my husband has been talking about. As my husband said, handsome and youthful. Mengwan was dignified and atmospheric, not losing the demeanor of a superior master mother, and did not mince words in her praise. Then he carefully scrutinized the young man in front of him as if he were looking at his mother-in-law's son-in-law. And the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This young man is indeed a good match for our daughter. If I were 20 years younger, I might have fallen in love with him. I agree to this marriage for my daughter. Shang Wan-he then pointed to the stagnant Shang Qianyu behind Mengwan and introduced him. Come on, Night brother. This is my daughter Shang Qianyu. How is it? Does it look pretty? Do you want to try the idea of a place? Shang Wan-he deliberately called Night Qianyu from his home early in order to sell his daughter. Otherwise, they could just meet up directly at the Pearl Mansion. There was no need to come to the Shang Wan family. The main reason was partly for him to get to know his daughter and partly for him to learn something about his family. That's why this old six had explained to Shang Wanli before, asking him to take Night Qianyu on more detours so that he could get to know the Shang Wan family better. Nowadays, the legacy family, the main thing to talk about is the right family. Strong combination. In fact, Shang Wan-he was wrong. 9,000 you this old by Z were what powerful background. All the credit of the system. He just think this manner is very good. Intends to own also whole one. Shang Qianyu was in a state of confusion from the moment she went out and saw Night Qianyu's glance. How is he? Can what I just said not count? Is it okay not to be a nun? Looking at Shang Qianyu who stayed in place, Shang Wan-he was a bit anxious. Ahem, Night brother, don't mind me ha. My daughter might be a bit afraid of being born. Maybe she's a bit shy seeing such a handsome girl for the first time. A serious frown followed. Qianyu, hurry up and say hello to brother Night. Why don't you pay attention to manners at all? At this time, Night Qianyu interjected. Uncle River, she's our class guide. We know each other. We're friends. Then he looked at Shang Qianyu and smiled faintly. What's the matter? We just met last night and now we don't recognize each other? Ah, what are you doing here? Reacting. Shang Qianyu stammered. She has dang. I didn't realize that the person his old man introduced her to was actually Night Qianyu. Chapter 76 Attending a Reception. I'm your dad's partner. Why can't I come? Night Qianyu responded with a smile. You, partner? Dad, did he really say that? Shang Qianyu used a skeptical gaze to go up and make a round. Seeing that Night Qianyu still had a smile on his face, then turned his head to look at his dad. Ha? Oh yes. Shang Wan-he was suddenly asked and nodded honestly. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I'm talking about tens of billions of dollars in projects? It's with your father. Night Qianyu spread his hands. I thought you were lying to me. Shang Qianyu rolled her eyes. Who talks about tens of billions of dollars of projects as a freshman? Ha ha ha. Brother Night. It's almost time. Let's go directly to the Pearl Mansion for the reception. Shang Wan-he said with a smile. Looking at his own daughter's eyes when she looked at the kid Night Qianyu, he could roughly guess that the person his daughter liked was this kid. Thinking of this, Shang Wan-he revealed the kind smile of an old father. Oops. This son-in-law has landed. Bin. Prepare the car. Shang Wan-he shouted. Yes, family master. At a corner, a big man in black came out and said in a cold voice. Night Qianyu glanced at him, and was actually also an expert in unlocking the second-level gene lock, and his base energy attribute was just a little lower than Stuart Lee's, with a full 55 points. A short while later, Bin stopped in front of the door in a bulletproof Lincoln. Qianyu, this place is full. You take Brother Knight's car. After saying that, without waiting for Shang Qianyu to reply, he directly got on the car, closed the door. A set of actions. Running clouds and flowing water. Shang Qianyu was speechless for a while, and froze in place neither on nor back. Go! Night Qianyu pulled open the car door and smiled faintly. He understood Shang Wan-he's mind right from the start, and opened the game by trying to betroth his daughter to himself. Yes! Shang Qianyu revealed a sweet smile and sat in the co-pilot. Shang Wan-he pulled down the window and said to Night Qianyu's car, Brother Night, I'll go first. You follow behind. I've already sent you the location of the Pearl Mansion. Knight Shanyu lowered the window and returned. Okay, Uncle River. The two cars drove towards the Pearl Mansion one after the other. The Pearl Building is completely closed today. Today was a reception for the Magic City's families, the powerful and the dignitaries, as well as the dignitaries from all over the world, mainly for the auction that was going to take place later on. The lowest power is also a second-rate power in Magic City, already worth at least $10 billion to be qualified to attend this party. The auction was officially organized and represented by the Shin family, ostensibly a gathering of the rich and powerful of Magic City. It's actually a gathering of local real estate bigwigs in Magic City. To be more specific, it was a gathering of two major forces led by the Chui family and the Shangguan family. Some of the affiliated families or the rich and powerful can only scrape together a little soup. The Dark Knight Flare's shadow driven by Knight Shanyu arrived at the entrance of the Pearl Mansion. The surrounding area was already filled with a wide array of luxury cars, what with Bentleys, Lycans, and Porsches. At this moment, the security guards of the Pearl Mansion stood upright, strictly and carefully inspecting the vehicles coming over as well as the people attending the party. Make sure there are no hazards and make sure there aren't any people sneaking in. One of the security officers noticed the commotion and came running up in a huff. Running up to Dark Flare, he saluted before politely saying, "Hello sir, this is a private party venue. Please show your invitation. Thank you for your cooperation. There are no rules." And Knight Shanyu did not make things difficult for the staff. It just occurred to him that he seemed to have been called by Shangguan He and didn't have an invitation yet. Then he lowered the window and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "I was invited by Shangguan He, and this is his daughter, Shangguan Qianyu." The security guard took a look at the pretty girl sitting in the passenger side, and once he saw that it was indeed Shangguan Qianyu, he hastily withdrew his gaze, with respect in his tone. "I'm sorry, sir, it's my duty to waste your time." Knight Shanyu smiled and nodded, not caring too much. The guard said into the intercom, "Open the door." Knight Shanyu got out of the car, handed the keys to the professional parking driver, and looked up at the panoramic view of the Pearl Mansion. On the side, Shangguan Qianyu stepped forward and took Knight Qianyu's arm, beaming, "Dad, really? Don't know to wait for us. Go up first yourself." Knight Qianyu didn't care that Shangguan Qianyu was holding herself. This was probably the normal flow of a rich party. Whether it's a man or a woman, you have to have a companion with you. It's also a way to show off who you are. "Oh, Uncle River has his business to attend to. How can he walk with us youngsters?" Knight Qianyu smiled and gave Shangguan He a defense. He had long known that Shangguan He, this old Baidenzi, was thinking of slipping away first to leave the two of them alone. Otherwise, on the road, the Shangguan He car leading the way in front of them kept accelerating, trying to get rid of them. After saying that, he patted Shangguan Qianyu's shoulder and followed the welcoming attendant up to the topmost floor of the banquet hall. "Two honored guests, please." The welcome attendant opened the door and respectfully extended his hand in greeting. Knight Shanyu stepped across the hall. The entire banquet hall is decorated in a unique style, luxurious without looking vulgar. The table was filled with colorful and delicious food, gilded roast duck, aromatic seafood, and a wide array of desserts. The chefs were busy, bringing the carefully prepared delicacies to the table with mouth-watering aromas. Inside there were already many early arrivals were sitting in their seats. 3 or 2 gathered in a group to talk. There were also many of the younger generation who had followed the adults to see the world, and they were also bragging to each other in groups. This is also the first time that Knight Shanyu participated in this kind of mansion party. It seems that there is no novels or TV dramas played like that. It's nothing more than bragging to the other side about how much of a bully they are and showing off their status. After the handsome Knight Qianyu entered the hall with the beautiful Shangguan Qianyu, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Isn't this Shangguan Qianyu of the Shangguan family? And who is the male companion next to her? Could it be her boyfriend? This young man looks like he has an unusual temperament. Could he be a son of any family? Could it be the Shangguan family's marriage partner? The current Shangguan family has to find a marriage partner with strong power, or else it will easily be squeezed out of the 4 great families. This young man hasn't been seen before. Could it be the son of another family? The crowd murmured and speculated about Knight Shanyu's identity as it was about them taking sides. Standing right can take it to the next level. Standing on the wrong side of the fence will be costly. Chapter 77 Attending a Cocktail Party, 2. One of the pair of beautiful men and women looked at the 2 people who just walked into the hall, talking in a low voice. Isn't this Shangguan Qianyu the woman Chui Xiao has decided? This man is so desperate that he dares to steal a woman from Chui Xiao? Still Chui Xiao. I heard that he was wasted by a mysterious teenager. and has been abandoned by Third Master Chui. And the one who is now taking care of Third Master's estate is his illegitimate son, Chui Xiaochang. After he got his hands on it in the past few days, his profit went up by 5 points, and he was born to be valued by the Third Master Chui, and is expected to vie for the position of the next head of the Chui family. What? Chui Xiaodong has been wasted? Could it be this teenager in front of us? On the other side, Shangguan he talked with several business bigwigs of the ancient merchants. One of them, a middle-aged man with a big belly, asked with a smile, "Brother Shangguan, is this teenager the one your Shangguan family is looking for in marriage? Don't you want to introduce him? Ordinary men can't get into your eyes. Others don't know, but I know you're a daughter slave." Ha ha ha. This middle-aged man was called Li Jiayun, a real estate bigwig in Hangzhou City. Although it was not comparable to the Shangguan River family, it was also the head of a first-class family in Hangzhou City, and was Shangguan River's partner for many years. "Yes, brother Shangguan, why don't you introduce us? We also want to hear the gossip." Ha ha ha. Another tall, thin man chimed in. His name is Verhoeven. He owns an investment company. Some listed companies have his shares involved, and has a $10 billion fortune. Words. Shangguan he smiled and didn't say anything, only showing a mysterious smile. Blanche, how does he know what background this night kid has? He wants to know himself. A side of the ancient merchants came out to save the day said, "Ahem. So far, I only know that Mr. Knight acquired 10% of our Vacheron Constantine shares not long ago in his personal name, so you could say that he is my top boss." The two were shocked. What? 10% of the shares? At Vacheron Constantine's market capitalization, a 10% stake is almost $40 billion, and it was acquired in the name of an individual. Not to mention that the way Vacheron Constantine is going, it's bound to be bought at a premium. You think, can contribute more than $40 billion to buy 10% of the shares of Vacheron Constantine? That identity background is simply horrible. Not to mention that this is just in front of just to understand. Worth is not liquidity. For example, Shangguan River 100 billion worth. Liquidity full of only 1 or 2 billion. The duo once again looked at the airy and dusty teenager in the far corner, their gazes shifting from juniors to equals. He then turned his head to look at Shangguan his eyes showing undisguised envy. "Brother Shangguan, you found a golden son-in-law. If you become in-laws with this young man, perhaps your Shangguan clan will be able to move to the next level. Yes, don't forget us when the time comes. Be sure to lift us up and let us have some soup." Listening to the duo's bragging, Shangguan he grinned a big grin, crunching in his heart, and laughed. "Ha ha ha, definitely. But you guys have to support me a bit more in tonight's auction. We can't let the Chui family destroy my Shangguan family's prestige." Definitely. Shangguan Xianyu pulled Night Xianyu to find a random seat at the corner and rubbed her stomach. "Xianyu, I'm going to get some food. After dressing up all day my stomach is starving." Night Xianyu nodded his head and lightly hummed a few times. He was actually hungry. He didn't eat a few bites at noon and went to Shangguan's house early in the afternoon. Not long after, Shangguan Xianyu came to the table with a plate of food in her left hand and a plate in her right hand. "This is Antarctic deep-sea crayfish. It's very tonic. I picked it specially for you. I'll peel it for you," Shangguan Xianyu said with a smile, then peeled off the shrimp shells one by one, smeared some dipping sauce and mustard, and then handed it to Night Xianyu's mouth, saying gently, "Here you go." The scene was straight out of the crowd's eyes and made jaws drop. Miss Shangguan Xianyu Ju actually personally peeled shrimp for this man and personally fed him? What virtue can this brat have to make Miss Xianyu treat him like this? Envy, jealousy and hate. Butler, in 15 minutes, I want all the information on this kid. Ho ho ho. Suddenly, a laugh came from across the room, and the crowd tickled their scalps as they hooked along the line of sound into their ears. At this time, from the crowd came out a blue-checkered suit man. Fixed eyes, but it was the third master of the Chui family's illegitimate son, Chui Xiaochang. He was seen carrying a glass of red wine and walking towards Night Xianyu step by step in a very rhythmic manner. He bowed down slightly and stared at Night Xianyu, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly condensing, his eyebrows actually revealing a few dangerous hints. "You're the one who wasted my waste of a brother boy. Night Xianyu, right? In fact, I also want to thank you. Not you waste that brainwashed. I also have no qualification to stand here." When he finished, he laughed to himself again. The corner of Night Xianyu's mouth twitched as he looked at the man who was having a seizure in front of him. Where did this guy come from? What's he laughing at? Is his brain a donut? Immediately afterward, Chui Xiaochang added, "Although my punk brother was wasted by you, as his younger brother, I still have to avenge my brother's death, or else I won't be able to stand firm in my position here. Knight Shanyu was speechless, and directly swung his right hand, which was thrown at his face. Pop. Sigma, #3, Chui Xiaochang, who was still trying to speak, flew directly backward in a straight line, smashing the dining table behind him and startling the crowd with a series of shrieks. Karma. The originally noisy crowd instantly quieted down and a needle could be heard. One by one, their mouths opened wide in shock, staring straight at Knight Shanyu, who was sitting on a stool and wiping his hands slowly and methodically, as if it wasn't him who had just struck out. One of the males shivered. He actually slapped Chui Xiaochang's face? Or in this rich and powerful place, he didn't slap Chui Xiaochang's face. This is directly stepping on the Chui family's face. Does this kid not want to die? If I didn't believe it before when it was said that someone had wasted Chui Xiaodong, now I believe it. This dude is really a werewolf. When he says he'll hit his face, he'll hit his face. I don't think this teenager comes from an ordinary source. Otherwise how did he dare to make a move in the whole Chui family? Looking at Knight Qianyu, who didn't care about the gazes of the people around him and was still eating the food on this table slowly and methodically, Shangwan Qianyu gently cooed in his ear. Why did you suddenly move to slap this silly tune? This place is a gathering of 90% of Magic City's gentry. You beat up Chui Xiang's illegitimate son in such a reckless manner. Aren't you afraid that Chui Sanxiang's dog will jump over the wall in a hurry? She didn't expect Knight Qianyu to be so bold. Not only did he waste Chui Xiaodong now even his illegitimate son was punched in the face again. This was stomping on Chui Sanxiang's face twice then spitting. Even if Chui Sanxiang was able to tolerate it, he wouldn't allow it to hit his face twice in a row. Chapter 78. How dare you fight? Chui Xiaochang staggered up from the ground, covering the swollen right side of his face incredulously. The originally clean and tidy suit had become messy, with water stains on it from the left and the right, and a piece of cake cream on the top of his head, looking wretched. At this time, the catalytic young achievement in wandering outside the appearance of a weak, which has just appeared that untamed appearance. Only a grimace was seen on his face, and a few words came out of his mouth with difficulty. You're ing looking for death. Saying that, he casually copied the bottle that fell at his feet and smashed it towards Knight Shanyu's head in a furious manner. Knight Shanyu picked up a wet towel and elegantly wiped her mouth. When she saw Chui Xiaochang rushing over, her eyes narrowed and she was about to use the super invincible whip kick when a bellowing sound came from the distance. Stop! The crowd dispersed, and Chui Sanxiong walked with a group of business bigwigs, looking at Chui Xiaochang with a gloomy face. Dad! Chui Xiaochang saw the people coming, hastily as a child to see the parents, went forward to complain. The words have not yet spoken. The ear came Chui Sanxiong's icy voice. Shut up! Still idle and not ashamed? Hurry down and change a set of clothes. Then he looked at Knight Qianyu, who was sitting on the stool, and said with a leathery smile, You're that Knight Qianyu, aren't you? Wasting my eldest son, and now hitting my second son in the face. Do you think my Chui family is easy to bully? Knight Shanyu leaned back and looked at him with a lazy posture, smiling but not laughing. Oh, indeed it's good to bully. These two sons of yours are more useless than one another. You don't blame me for scrapping your sons. It's only because they like to find things out about me too much. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Petrochemicals. Terror. Question. Looking at the teenager in front of him was like seeing a psychopath. Crouching Chow. What did he hear? He actually spoke out in front of Chui Sanxiong. We must know that Chui San Master is ruthless. This teenager dares to say such words. Don't want to die? This dude is a little more than a tough guy. He's practically a daredevil. I'm betting that this young man won't live more than 3 days, probably along with the family behind him. I don't think that's necessarily the case. He has such a tone to say this, so he must have his prideful backbone. Chui Sanxiong has not yet been angry. A few suits beside him, middle-aged men, cannot stand up, and continuously voiced out vocally, so as to curry favor with Chui Sanxiong. What kind of kid has no manners? As a junior, you don't know to get up and greet Third Master Chui when you see him? Kid, which family's son are you? Daring to speak so loudly, not afraid of bringing devastating harm to your family? Hurry up and apologize to Third Master Chui. Listening to the flies buzzing in his ears, Knight Shanyu's eyebrows furrowed as he said faintly, What are you barking at? Chui Sanxiong, don't you care about the dog you brought? What did you say? Say that again. You. Shut up. Chui Sanxiong snorted coldly and looked at Knight Qianyu with a dangerous gaze. Kid, don't get ahead of yourself. Be careful of accidentally walking at night one day. With that, he turned and left. He had always been careful in his dealings. He wasn't a few words away from a violent rage. He wouldn't strike indiscriminately without finding out the identity of Knight Shanyu. Knight Shanyu's teasing voice came from behind him. I'm going to walk at night tonight. Come me if you dare? Whoever doesn't come is a grandson. Ha ha ha. Vessel. Chui Sanxiong's veins rose at the corners of his forehead and he accelerated his pace to leave. Seeing Chui Sanxiong's departing back, Knight Shanyu felt uninterested. Her eyes narrowed and she said silently in her heart, Unico, probe the panel. Name, Chui Sanxiong. Status, third master of the Choi family, in charge of black power. Responsible for handling black affairs. Base energy, 46. Favorability, -30. Looking at the -30 good favorability, Knight Shanyu inwardly yowled. Already having murderous intent towards me. It seems that this person can only be killed directly. Shangwan Shanyu gently tugged on his sleeve and said softly, You are directly offending Chui Sanxiong to death. Are you really not afraid that he will give you a knock on the mon stick at night? Looking at the nervous Shangwan Shanyu, Knight Shanyu scraped her agitated nose and smiled faintly. Are you nervous about me? Being poked through the heart of the idea of Shangwan Shanyu red face dare not look at her. But the mouth is still not admit. Who's nervous about you? I'm afraid you're going to get stripped and left on some main street someday. Snap. Knight Shanyu slapped on top of her slender thighs, then stroked it back and forth and said faintly, Don't worry. His old Biden wouldn't dare. He's cautious as hell, and wouldn't dare do anything to me without checking out my background. Hearing this, Shangwan Shanyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the touch coming from her legs, making her shy for a while, but wanting to feel it again. Thinking that he was the one who had a girlfriend, he still reached out and removed his salty hand. Red-faced, what are you touching? Knight Shanyu put his hand between his nose and sniffed, as if there was a milky flavor, and said with a light laugh, I'll just confirm whether the girl's legs are scented or not. So you confirmed it? Shangwan Shanyu said with a wink. It does smell like milk. Did you bathe in milk yesterday? Knight Shanyu asked with a serious nod. Shangwan Shanyu said breathlessly, Aren't you going to take a closer look? I just accidentally milked my thighs and it's still wet. Knight Chiyu. Sloppy. At this moment, Shangwan he brought the three ancient merchants over and inquired. It's okay, Knight brothers. Knight Shanyu looked at Shangwan he this old six speechlessly. I have finished disliking Chui Sanxiong. You only came over to ask me if I am okay. Almost passed away. It's okay. Knight Shanyu, for Shangwan Shanyu's sake, just faintly returned. Both knew what the other was thinking. They just didn't say it explicitly. Shangwan he just wanted to see how Knight Shanyu coped in the face of Chui Sanxiong, but he just didn't expect this kid to be so rigid. So he almost directly disliked someone's face and cursed. He also knew that Knight Shanyu's heart was not at ease anymore. So he dryly coughed and pulled away from the topic. Brother Knight, if Chui Sanxiong really makes a move against you, I won't sit idly by. Aha! Knight Shanyu gave a light then revealed a mouthful of white teeth and said, Don't worry, Uncle River. I'm not afraid of the Chui family yet. Ha ha, that's good. Seeing the change in Knight Shanyu's expression, Shangwan he then put his heart down and laughed. Gu Shang stood out and greeted Knight Shanyu. Mr. Knight. Knight Shanyu nodded in response. Li Jiayan pulled out a business card from his pocket and introduced himself smilingly. Little brother Knight, I'm the owner of Yunyu Real Estate. If you come to Hangzhou, you can come to me if you encounter problems. Knight Shanyu took the business card and looked at Yunyu Group. According to the original owner's memory, Yunyu Group was considered to be at the top level of companies in Hangzhou, and Li Jiayun's status in Hangzhou was well known. Chapter 79, The Organizer Arrives. Knight Shanyu smiled, shook hands with Li Jiayun and said, Hello, Mr. Li, my hometown is also from Hangzhou. I may go back to Hangzhou for this National Day vacation. Maybe we can still meet. Hearing this, Li Jiayun froze for a moment, and even after pondering in his mind for a moment he didn't think that there was such a person in Hangzhou. In the end, it had to be dismissed, probably by those who couldn't reach the hermit people themselves. In this moment, Li Jiayun planned the young man in front of him into the ranks of the hermit family, and his eyes became mysterious as he looked at Knight Shanyu, because the energy possessed by those hermit families or hermit plutocrats is not something that can be shaken by people like them, and as long as they operate a little bit, even his $100 billion fortune may evaporate overnight. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize that Brother Knight is also from Hangzhou. It's a pleasure to meet you. When the time comes, if there are any problems that need my help, make sure you don't be polite with me. Li Jiayun burst out laughing. Verhoeven also took the opportunity to take out his business card and said enthusiastically, Brother Knight, my name is Verhoeven. This is my business card. I am an investment company. If Brother Knight projects, you can find me to cooperate. Okay, Chief Gem. Knight Shanyu took the business card and nodded in response. He didn't need to be invested in. The last thing he needed was money. But he still didn't refuse out of politeness. One more friend, one more way. You can't help but spend money to earn points yourself. And investing is a great way to do that. It just so happened that he had bought a commercial building there in Shangwon, which was originally intended to be a venture capital firm. I'm not looking for an employee yet, but this gem is a very good candidate. View panel. Name, Verhoeven. Status, CEO of Devon Ventures, started from nothing. Worth $25.7 billion. Specialties, financial proficiency, money management proficiency, economics proficiency, psychology proficiency, reasoning proficiency. Favorability, 65. P.S. Due to insufficient background in being set up by design to short the project, it is predicted that half a month or a month later there will be a risk of capital breakage or even closure. Hey. Knight Shanyu read the panel, heave a smile. Looking at Gem Devon more and more appreciate. Looks like your talent will have to work for me from now on. Even Wan was a little scared and intimidated by Knight Shanyu's gaze and couldn't help but ask, Brother Knight, what are you looking at me like that for? Oh, it's fine. We'll be in touch more often in the future. Knight Shanyu shook his head and said something inexplicable, but when it reached Verhoeven's ears, it was tainted. Did this young man have some special dragon in yen? Verhoeven shivered at the thought, not daring to think a bit more about it. The doors opened and a group of people walked in. At the head of the group was a man with gold-rimmed glasses and a briefcase. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit, meticulous and still a little handsome. Knight Shanyu saw that yesterday's Xinxing Xue was among them. At the moment, she was standing in the middle of the crowd, and although she was positioned relatively far back, most of the young men attending the reception had their eyes all over her. A person's beauty cannot be hidden, and today's Xinxing Xue is even more beautiful compared to yesterday's performance on stage. She was wearing a long blue sheath dress today, embellished with many small pearls, and her long white hair cascaded over her bare shoulders. Skin white, eyes like the sea, did not wear any jewelry, but more and more looks pure and fresh. Natural beauty. That's Secretary Chow, and today it's actually Secretary Chu himself. It looks like Secretary Chu is paying extra attention to this auction house. Tens of billions of dollars of land development rights are indeed important. Auction or no auction has nothing to do with us people. We are here to see the world. I do have an interest in that girl behind me. That's Xinxing Xue, the recognized #1 beauty of Mordor, or Shinwan's daughter. You dare to covet her. Don't you want to die? What's the harm in losing one's life if one can gain the favor of such a beautiful woman? Shangwan Qianyu twisted hard at Knight Qianyu's waist. Jealous, keeps staring at people with his eyes. Knight Qianyu was not moved, reached out and wrapped his arm around Shangwan Qianyu's thin waist to embrace her into his arms, whispering in her ear, You're not my girlfriend. What do you care? Being embraced by Knight Qianyu, Shangwan Qianyu let out a cry of surprise and fell into his arms smoothly, pressed against his chest. Feeling the sound of his strong heartbeat, she blushed. What are you doing? My dad is still here. Don't let go yet. Instead of letting go, Knight Shanyu wrapped his arms tighter. Your father's gone. What? Shangwan Qianyu looked up at Shangwan He, who was pulling a few people away, and coincidentally turned his head to give her a cheering look. Large and small question marks appeared on his brain. Is this his own father? It seemed his old man couldn't be relied upon to do anything but beg for mercy. Let go of me. I was wrong just now. Call your brother. Ni ini I. Call the good brother. Good brother. Looking at the obedient Shangwan Qianyu, Knight Qianyu stopped teasing her and let go of her hand, continuing to stare at Xinxing Xue. He always felt that there was something familiar about Xinxing Xue. It wasn't like the memories that the system said were forcefully added. It was reasonable to add memories in Xinxing Xue's mind that one did not feel anything, but when he saw her again, he inexplicably felt a twinge of familiarity, a feeling that he had seen her when he was a child, only that he wanted to recall it but couldn't. Toon-chan, what the hell kind of memories are you stuffing in her head? And why is it that I'm kind of familiar with her, but I really haven't seen her before? Knight Shanyu asked the system in his mind. Host, this is just self-established according to the code written by the author. I want to know. No right to inform. All interpretation belongs to the system. Unless what? Unless host upgrades 3-0. How many points? $10 million. IQNMD. Knight Qianyu let out a low curse, then turned back to look at Shangwan Qianyu and asked, Who's that guy at the top? Shangwan Qianyu said after pointing with her index finger on her lips. That man who dares to wear gold glasses is Secretary Chow, the secretary of Secretary Chu, a handful of Magic City, with a lot of power. Then pointing to the somewhat small handsome middle-aged man next to him, he said, "The one on the side is Shin Qingshue's father. Shenwan. Oh, no wonder you can give birth to such a beautiful daughter as Shin Qingxue. The genes are there." Knight Shanyu nodded and said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Shangguan Qianyu's face darkened and her gaze was dangerous. "Am I not pretty?" Pretty. You're pretty too." Knight Shanyu realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. Shangguan Qianyu's face only then improved. Smilingly said, "That's more like it." Chapter 80 Meeting. Seeing Secretary Qiao walk up, those business bigwigs picked up their glasses and came forward to pay their compliments. "Secretary Qiao, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still as imposing as you were back then." "Secretary Qiao, I have a project I'd like you to approve. I wonder if you could." Secretary Zhou. And Secretary Zhou, faced with these people who were currying favor with him, just looked at them lightly and ignored them, and walked into the lounge with some of the official members of his party and waited. Shenwan said to his daughter behind him, "Qingxue, there's still half an hour left before the auction house, so talk to these family descendants first." "Aha!" Shin Qingxue gave a light and then had no second thoughts. When Shenwan saw his daughter nod, he too headed for the restroom. Shin Qingxue, with a cool temperament, stood in the center of the hall in a crane-like manner. Looking at the cool temperament of Shin Qingxue, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became noisy. There were even some bigwigs who thought that if they couldn't flatter the Shin family head, then they would please their daughters. Many bigwigs even inspired their juniors to take down Shin Qingxue, but the juniors didn't dare to go on. They didn't even have the courage to chase. Not to mention Shin Qingxue's deep background, being the #1 family in Magic City, and coupled with her haughty demeanor, it was simply not something these boozy second-generation guys could take down. The rich second generation without any point of action, in the face of Shin Qingxue, will become ashamed of themselves, groundless, not even the courage to eye her. There was also a more important reason that Shin Qingxue had an ice-cold personality, and no matter to anyone, she had a look of being unapproachable. This has led to her having the title of Iceberg Beauty. "Ms. Shin, I'm the General Director of Chiefum, and I have a project I want to work with you on." "Ms. Shin, this is my son. I'm sure you young people have something in common." "Ms. Shin, get acquainted. My name is Wang So-and-so. Can you give me a chance to pursue you?" "Ms. Shin." Faced with a swarm of people gathered around, Shin Qingxue's face was even more chilling, and suddenly with a sweep of her eyes, she happened to spot Knight Qianyu, who was sitting blandly in a corner in the hall. His gaze fell on the man, and an involuntary thrill ran through his heart as a fleeting smile gradually appeared on her face, as warm and charming as sunlight piercing through the clouds. It was a moment of smiles fixed in the hearts of those present. "Ms. Shin, actually smiled? Is she smiling at me? It was simply beautiful. The first time I saw her smile, it turned out to be so beautiful." Shin Qingxue then ignored the crowd and walked straight towards Knight Qianyu. Everyone was puzzled at the sight. Why was Shin Qingxue walking towards that man, and what was she going to do? Although Knight Qianyu's face value was not bad and his temperament was extraordinary, Shin Qingxue was not the kind of superficial person who looked at faces. Do they know each other? But then he looked at Shangguan Qianyu next to him, and it dawned on him. I'm sure Shin Qingxue went to find Shangguan Qianyu. After all, if there was anyone present who could speak to Shin Qingxue, it was undoubtedly Shangguan Qianyu. Two women regardless of identity, face value, by the business circle of the rich second generation, ranked in the face value list, ranked first and second position, and they were all wrong. At this time Shin Qingxue's eyes were only Knight Qianyu alone. Knight Qianyu, who was sitting steadily, also found Shin Qingxue, who was walking towards him. Although he was still unknown what that memory of Shin Qingxue was, it didn't stop him from appreciating beautiful women. The woman in front of him was beautiful, cold, a unique aura not found in any girl he had ever seen. The charm that blossomed, as if it possessed some kind of magic, made people unable to move their eyes. The temperament is cold. Knight Qianyu was not far apart and could feel the icy cold she emitted from the inside out. Might as well brainstorm whether it's cold or hot on the inside, as the plot develops, and try it out later? Blah blah blah. Knight Qianyu hurriedly shook his head to shake out the shibboleths in his mind. Looking at Shin Qingxue again, the two of them were less than 2 meters apart. Knight Qianyu looked at her with calm eyes. Noble and elegant, temperament and beauty, cool and unassuming. Any word that can be used to compliment a woman can be used for her. I wonder if she's just pretending to be high-strung or if she was born with this cold as ice personality. As the saying goes, what you can't get is what makes you more and more desirable. Often, This kind of woman will inspire a certain special desire to get her, to desecrate her, to see her reveal her embarrassed and shy posture. It's all about conquest, and the more contrast the more fascinating it is. Qing Shui is coming over. Shangwan Qianyu disliked Knight Qianyu on the side with her elbow and said softly. He then stood up, revealed a smile, and extended his palm about to have a friendly greeting with Qin Qingshui. But Qin Qingshui didn't seem to notice her, so she stared straight at Knight Qianyu sitting on the stool. The corners of Shangwan Qianyu's mouth twitched as she awkwardly retracted her hand. Knight Qianyu stood up and looked down at Qin Qingshui's eyes. The feeling was familiar, as if it had been there before, but I just couldn't remember how. Qin Qingshui looked at the man in front of him whom he had waited for 15 years with all his heart, and he felt his heartbeat accelerate, as if the whole world was beating for this man. Then the next second, something even more mind-blowing happened, only to see Qin Qingshui make a flying leap forward and directly dive into Knight Qianyu's arms. Brother Qiyu, you're finally here. Shui missed you. Qin Qingshui lay quietly in his arms, feeling his warm body temperature and solid arms. Her face wore a smile, but tears kept flowing down her face. Karma? Knight Qianyu looked at Qin Qingshui, who was hugging tightly in her arms, and her brain was a little stuck. This good girl, how to say cry on the cry. You just the cold and frosty it. You re-support up Shangwan Qianyu, equals? No. Are the two of them having some kind of adulterous relationship? Hello. Crowd, asterisk, chow chow. What did I see? I saw Ms. Shinju actually jump into a man's arms and cry? I must be dreaming. I chow you damn. Who the hell is this person? Can he actually make Ms. Shin fall in love with him? Idol I want to worship him. The first and second most beautiful women in Magic City are all around him. Bull. Knight Qianyu glanced around and sighed, reaching out a hand to pat her back and said softly, Ms. Shin, you hold back your tears first. You let go first. You're hugging some pain. Cough. Being held so hard by Kinergy's 35 points of strength, Rao Knight Qiyu was also a little hard to bear. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingshui then let go of her hand, somewhat at a loss for words. Oh, I'm sorry, Shanyu brother, are you okay? Looking at such a worried and gentle Qin Qingshui, the crowd was once again shocked. Knight Shanyu smiled helplessly and explained softly, Ms. Shin, I don't know if you believe me or not. I may have forgotten the past, and I can't remember what happened to us before. I can't recall this memory. Upon hearing this, Qin Qingshui was a bit lost at first, and finally smiled warmly. I'm sure I'll wait until you remember. Knight Qiyu, it's over. This girl seems to be a love brain. Wow. System, can you bring back my memories from before I was 5 years old, please? Chapter 81, Entering the Auction House. And you say you don't know her? Shangwan Qianyu, who was ignored on the side, saw the hugging duo and stared straightly inquiring. I really don't recognize it. Knight Qianyu spread her hands. Then who would believe it if you either hugged or hugged each other when you met? Shangwan Qianyu couldn't believe one thing. Good you Qin Qingshui, usually see you are a stranger. I thought you were a lesbian. So, Qin Qingshui, who originally still had a smile on her face, once again turned her gaze icy cold. She looked at Shangwan Qianyu and said without a trace of emotion, Shangwan Qianyu, what kind of person are you again, brother Qianyu? How do you care so wide? What's it to you if we cuddle? Afterwards, he took Knight Shanyu's palm and looked at him tenderly. Shangwan Qianyu was speechless. Qingshui, we are friends at least. How can you say that? Qin Qingshui said lightly. I can see that you also like brother Qianyu. Before it was a friend. Now it's not. We are love rivals. You love brain. Incorrigible. But he's got a girlfriend. You're not going to try to cross him, are you? Shangwan Qianyu's eyes narrowed and she laughed lightly. If you're not married then it's fine. And even if you are, why can't you tie the knot together? Qin Qingshui said calmly. 6. Shangwan Qianyu was already speechless and could only sit down silently and eat. One is defeated by this pure love brain. The time had come to 8 o'clock in the evening. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked up on the stage, and he picked up the microphone and said, Everyone, the dinner has ended. Please enter the auction hall individually and wait for the auction. Shanyu brother go. Qin Qingshui pulled Knight Shanyu's hand towards the VIP channel to enter. That's ignoring me completely, isn't it? Shangwan Qianyu stomped her foot in exasperation, then immediately followed. There are many seats in the auction house, but they are all sorted according to the status of each person's wealth. The higher the status, the more forward, such as the power holders or officials of the 4 major families, and the invitees. Conversely, the lower the status the further back. Led by Qin Qingshui, The two entered the auction hall and took a seat in the first row. The first row of the auction house was full of middle-aged or old men. 3 young people in the first row to take a seat caused a lot of people's attention. Although Shangguan Qianyu is Shangguan family's direct line, but after all is a junior. According to the status can only be arranged in the second row. The knight Shanyu in the middle of the 2 women was even more unknown to them. The guests in the first row looked at knight Shanyu. Their eyes were complex, ranging from kind, to hostile, to speculative, to theater watching. Chui Sanxiong, why don't you just report my ID? In the face of the big brother's direct gaze, knight Shanyu's face was bland, not paying the slightest attention, leaning back as if nothing had happened. He waited for the auction house to begin. The crowd noticed that the organizer, Xin Xingshui of the Xin clan, personally led the way, and those present did not intend to be the ones to stand out. It's better to do more than less. Although others don't care, there are still people who don't care. Take for example Choi Xiaosung, who had just been beaten up by knight Shanyu. He had just been hit in the face by knight Chanyu in public, and now that he saw that this person was actually embracing the first and second most beautiful woman in the Magic City, his inner jealousy of this color became more and more intense. By what right could he sit on 2 beautiful women? And one of them was also Xin Xingshui, whom he had coveted for a long time. Jealousy turns people's faces away. He said in a conspiratorial manner, "Is the first row something you can sit in? There are always people who don't set themselves right." At those words, knight Chanyu turned her head to look at Cui Xiaochang and smiled contemptuously. "I said who is talking so stinky? So it's you. Clothes changed again, ah? Have you not been beaten enough just now? Humph. You. Karma." Cui Xiaochang still wanted to curse, but he was stopped by the icy cold and piercing voice of Xin Xingshui on the side. "Choi Xiaosung, if you say one more word, you're out of here. MS. Shen. I won't talk." Cui Xiaochang was like having a dead fly shoved into his mouth and still having to swallow it. Although he had the bloodline of the Cui family, he was merely the illegitimate son of Cui Sanxiong. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the favor of being looked upon by Cui Sanxiong, otherwise, his status wouldn't be as high as that of a third-rate family descendant. Being reprimanded by Xin Xingshui, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. With him, he was not yet worthy of conversing with Xin Xingshui. Seeing that Cui Xiaochang stopped beeping, knight Shanyu turned her head back around. Not long after, he also saw BEA President Ethan in the first row. Ethan also saw knight Shanyu and greeted him with a respectful nod. Knight Shanyu also responded to him with a smile and a nod, but didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing this scene, Xin Xingshui asked curiously, "Brother Chiyu, you actually know Governor Ethan?" Although Ethan was the governor of the bank, his status was in no way lower than his dad's, especially with the power behind him. It was even higher than the Xin family, and because of his status as the governor, the people of the 4 great families were all on good terms with him as much as possible and did not dare to offend him. There are times when anyone is short of funds. Well, recognize. Knight Shanyu smiled faintly and nodded in response. "Wow, you're awesome." Xin Xingshui's eyes glowed. "It's hopeless. This love brain." Shangguan Qianyu whispered a sheer mouthful. At this time, Shangguan he also slowly came to knight Qianyu's side and sat down according to Shangguan Qianyu, while the 3 ancient merchants sat in the second row. Dad, Uncle River, Uncle Shangguan, the 3 of them, knight Qianyu, greeted Shangguan he. "Aha, no need to be polite. Nishan, why are you here too?" Shangguan he smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Xin Xingshui and asked suspiciously, "Because Shanyu's brother is here." Xin Xingshui gently looked at knight Qianyu and said without any qualms, "Words." Shangguan he inadvertently saw her hand holding knight Shanyu's arm and his brain went a little down. "Oh no, my daughter, how did you provoke such a terrible love rival? It looks like you're future apprehensive. Ahem. Uncle River doesn't have to care about these details." Knight Chanyu dry cough. He also do not know how to explain. Simply do not accept, casually this old den how to brainstorm. "Knight brother, I just inquired. Cui Sanxiong has pulled together 70% of the Magic City's lineages and gathered at least $50 billion. Brother Knight, are you sure you can take this piece of land? If it's not enough, there's still a total of $30 billion I can raise from my side plus Brother Li and Brother Verhoeven." Shangguan he said with a heavy face. "Don't worry, Uncle he." Knight Chanyu shook her head and said with confidence, "Money? Isn't it just numbers? The system rewarded me with a gogol. So that's a small amount of money to sprinkle. The last thing one needs is money. If it was converted to money, the whole planet wouldn't fit, and luckily that's just stored in the system." Chapter 82 Auction. Brother Shanyu, if you don't have enough money, I still have 1 billion points in my account. Xin Xingxue took out a bank card and then leisurely said, "The password is your birthday. Omega? Oh, my god. You know my password?" When the flanking Shangguan Xianyu heard this, her pink fists couldn't help but clench, and she gave a grudging glance at Knight Xianyu. "And you say you don't know? You even remember your birthday?" Knight Xianyu coughed. "No need. I have." While waiting for the auction to begin, Knight Xianyu had nothing to do and casually asked, "Why haven't we seen anyone from the Qin family?" Of the 4 great families in Magic City, the 3 great families had all seen each other, but only the second-ranked Qin family. The Qin family is different from our 3 great families. The industries they are involved in are different from ours. What they are involved in is oil jewelry and sports cars and all of that. So it's not a must for them to participate in this auction, Xin Xingxue explained, then pointed at the middle-aged man in the first row. That bearded man in the black suit is the second brother of the head of the Qin family. He's usually the one who attends these social functions. So that's how it is. Only then did Knight Xianyu nod her head in realization and said, "Near 8:15, the Shen family head and Secretary Chao arrived, which signaled that the auction was about to begin. For this auction house, the Shen family did not arrange for reporters to enter the field to broadcast live. This is because the people attending this auction are capitalists, and these people don't like to be exposed. They just like to be old sixes behind the scenes. It's easy to get blackmailed with all the exposure. There is also the aspect of looking out for the safety of those present. Everyone here is either worth tens of billions of dollars or holds a lot of power, and is also a junior member of the direct family line. If it's live, even with tight security, there's a good chance it'll be a clean sweep." So today, this auction party was only known to a handful of people, and some people with a slightly lower status didn't even have the qualifications to know about it. 8:18 sharp. The auction has officially begun. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage. There was a silence. The auctioneer's face was serious. He was holding a small wooden gavel in his hand. He looked around and saw many familiar faces and some unfamiliar ones, and he knew that they were all here for the same purpose. Clearing his throat, he said, "Hello ladies and gentlemen. I'm the auctioneer for this auction. My name is Shin Sancho. I'm sure many of you know me. Uncle Sancho is my father's 3rd brother. He's a famous auctioneer, and he's in charge of our Shen family's auction house." Xin Xingxue introduced softly from the side. At this time, Shen Sancho continued, "There are only 6 items in total for this auction, and 70% of the price of the first 5 items sold will be donated to the Han Hong Foundation in the name of the auctioneer." Without further ado, the first lot to be auctioned next. As soon as Shin Sancho's words fell, 2 women in cheongsams pushed a cart covered with a red cloth onto the stage. The red cloth was lifted and it was an ink drawing. Looking at the handwriting with some age, only to hear Shin Sancho introduce, "This painting is Tang Pakfu's authentic 100 Birds Toward the Phoenix. The starting price is $50 million. Each bid shall not be less than 100,000. Don't bring it into reality. It's fiction." The scene was silent, and the auction of a famous painting was tantamount to a gamble, as it was uncertain whether it was authentic or not. Even the Shin family can't guarantee that it's 100% real. A bad one. Spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a fake painting. The crowd was waiting for the first auctioneer to appear. Suddenly a voice broke the silence. $55 million. The crowd turned their heads to look at the bidder, who was a middle-aged man wearing a suit and a smile. He stood up, arched his hand and said, "I am the president of the electrical appliance group Gubu. By virtue of the Shin family's reputation is impossible to be a fake painting. It just so happens that my family's old man likes famous paintings. At home, please raise your hand." Shin Sancho glanced at the man, then said, $55 million. Is there a higher bid? The scene once again fell into silence, and Shin Sancho was about to announce the deal when suddenly another voice rang out. $60 million. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice, and it was Cui San Xiong. Gubu saw the person who made the bid, and then could only settle down resentfully. It would be irrational to cross swords with Cui San Xiong over a painting. Shin Sancho smiled and said, "Mr. Cui bid $60 million. Is there anything higher?" The scene once again fell into silence. No one would anger the Cui family over a painting except for people from the 4 great families. Just as Shin Sancho was about to announce the deal, a young voice flatly shouted, $70 million. The crowd marveled and looked at the person who made the bid. "Ha! Isn't this the young man from before?" The person who made the bid was none other than Knight Xianyu. "What did you buy this painting for?" Shangguan Xianyu asked suspiciously. "More money. Capricious." Knight Xianyu joked. His idea was simple. It was to spend money to earn points. Wasn't this auction a good place to brush up on points? Shangguan Xianyu was speechless. Chui Sanxiong frowned and looked at the person who made the bid. Mud. Why this kid again? $71 million. Night Chanyu continued to raise the price. $80 million. Chui Sanxiong heart cursed angrily. Chow. This kid intention and I have a problem is not it? I bid 1 million. UING directly to 80 million. Then he raised the sign in his hand and said, $90 million. Night Chanyu's face was as natural as it was, and he shouted lightly, $100 million. The scene was in an uproar. This young man is really just he's not the least bit afraid of Chui Sanxiong. Chui Sanxiong's veins rippled as he stood up and threatened. Kid, 3 times against me. Don't think I dare to move you. In Magic City, you are a dragon, just give me a plate. You rat tail juice. Oh. Night Chanyu gave an expressionless oh. It was like a punch in the cotton. It didn't hurt. Night Chanyu flirted. 100 million only. You won't have no money. Won't you? You. Chui Sanxiong sat down furiously. Raising his card, he said, $150 million. 200 million. Night Chanyu continued to pursue the price. Inwardly, I am happy. Old Chui More shouting. The more shouting the more money I spend. For no other reason than I like to donate some love to the community. $210 million. 300 million. When the auction price reached 300 million, Chui Sanxiong did not dare to continue to shout. He was afraid that this kid trickery, and finally gave up the auction. Shin Sancho held the gavel and announced loudly, 300 million. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman on the success of the auction. When the auction is over, go to the backstage to pay for the items you've won. The crowd clamored as the price far exceeded the actual value of the painting. Snap! There was loud applause. Chapter 83 Auction 2. The scene of the auction was brightly lit and crowded. Shun Sancho, holding a small wooden mallet, stood on the stage and continued to lift the next red cloth. He carefully picked up the auction item inside and showed it to the crowd. It was a beautiful jade carving with a lifelike phoenix carved on it. Introducing. The next precious jade carving up for auction is called Phoenix in Flight, and it dates back to the Ming Dynasty. This phoenix is beautifully carved, the finest of jade carvings, created from the finest imperial Hatian red jade. Now, let's start the auction with a starting price of $70 million, with each offer not less than $100,000. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone in the crowd started to offer $71 million. Without stopping, another young woman offered $75 million, $78 million, $80 million, $92 million, $150 million. Prices are climbing and more people are joining the bidding. It wasn't until the price soared to $160 million that the field quieted down. Shin Sancho looked around and said, $160 million. Is there anything higher? Night Chanyu slowly raised her hand and said faintly, 200 million. Wow. The crowd took a look at it and was again shocked. How come it's him again? Shin Sancho took a look at the young man. His lips smiled slightly and said, 200 million for the first time. 200 million the second time. Any more bids? 200 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. Shangguan Shenyu pulled Night Shenyu's sleeve. What did you buy this for? Night Shenyu heard her out and laughed. No decorations at home. Buy it back for decoration. Shangguan Shenyu was once again speechless. Listen to this. Is this human language? Who would use hundreds of millions of dollars of jade carvings for decoration? Unless he's out of his mind. Shin Sancho on the stage continued. The next auction is for 300-year-old wild ginsengs, with an auction price of $30 million and a minimum offer of no less than 100,000. As soon as the words fell, the crowd started bidding. Even some of the people sitting in the second row joined in the bidding. Even the 3 ancient merchants were among them. $40 million, $45 million, $55 million. Wild old ginseng doesn't have to be so expensive, does it? Why are these people so clamoring for it? This time it was Night Shanyu's turn to be puzzled. Weren't these just herbs? It's just a bit higher in nutrition. Brother Knight, you actually don't know? Shangguan he was a bit surprised. Why can't I not know? Night Shanyu asked rhetorically. Ahem. Brother Knight, I see that you should also be someone who has unlocked the gene lock. And to continue to raise your base energy, these herbs are the most effective way to be able to do so. But it's limited to the early stages. And you'll have to use more expensive and rarer herbs for the later stages. There are times when one is stuck at a certain bottleneck. Taking this will also give one a chance to break through. Shangguan he explained. So it is. Night Chanyu understood. Then raised his hand. $100 million. Shangguan River. Once the 100 million was out, the The crowd that was still scrambling collectively quieted down. Looking at the person who made the bid, there was a moment of speechlessness. I'm going to damn you. This guy is just trying to make trouble, right? The first two were auctioned off by him and still have so much money? Shinsanchio waited for a while. No one raised the price. And hammered. Congratulations to this gentleman for auctioning 300-year-old ginsengs. Ha ha, Knight brother. Are you preparing to rely on these old mountain ginsengs to break through some base energy? Uncle advises you to take it when you reach level 2 genlock. It's most useful, Knight Shanyu said with a serious face. I just think that these turnip gars are quite high in nutritional value, and I'm planning to buy them back to stew pork ribs for dinner. Turnip gotsi. Stewed spare ribs. Shangwan he looked at him with eyes like he was a psychopath. IING. Beep. Shangwan Chinyu. Xinxing Xue, oh. The two women were also staring at Knight Shanyu as if they were looking at monsters. Who would compare $100 million of old ginseng to a turnip gazelle? Who the hell braises ribs with $100 million of old ginseng? Knight Shanyu opened a pair of big innocent eyes and blinked at the three. What's wrong? It's okay. The three were completely defeated by Knight Shanyu. Knight Shanyu did intend to use it to stew pork ribs for dinner. With such a high nutritional value, the flavor of stewed pork ribs must be very fragrant. He had the system's gene potion and didn't need to use those at all. There's no way around it. The open life is just so insurmountable. Shensanchio continued. The fourth lot to be auctioned next, two 500-year-old copies of the Tianshan Snow Lotus, with a starting price of $30 million and a minimum offer of no less than 100,000. As soon as the words fell, Knight Shanyu raised her hand and said flatly, $100 million. Crowd, come on, this kid must be here to make trouble. Is he trying to pack the house? Ahem. Is there anyone else bidding? Congratulations to this gentleman for the successful auction. Shinsanchio coughed dryly and raised the hammer. It then continued. The fifth lot. A bottle of gene pills. 10 in total. There is no need for me to explain its effectiveness. I believe many people are here for it. Starting bid. $100 million. With a minimum offer of no less than $100,000. Before the words fell, the crowd began to make offers. $130 million. $150 million. $180 million. The price soared all the way up, and the small wooden mallet in Shinsanchio's hand kept tapping on the tabletop, and each tap made the mood more tense. The price was getting higher and higher. The competition was getting fiercer and fiercer. Some people began to nervously calculate their budgets, while others did not hesitate to shout out higher prices, and the atmosphere of the entire auction venue reached a high tide. Uncle River, what is this gene pill? Knight Shenyu asked Shangwan he with the good character of asking questions if he didn't understand. Gene pills are pills that allow people to increase their chances of breaking through the genetic locks, and they were developed by the 8 great families of Kyoto together. But in order to better maintain the status of the 8 great families, this pill can only be sold in limited quantities each year. Like our Shangwan family, we can only share 10 bottles per year. To some first-rate and second-rate powers can only be purchased by this auction. Shangwan he thought for a moment, then explained. So that's how it is. No wonder the 8 great families have such a high status in China. Knight Shanyu nodded and looked at the gene pill on the stage, mentally asking the system. Unity, what's the difference between this pill and our gene potion? The system snorted in reply. Host, please don't compare this kind of thing with the things of this system. Although this pill can indeed unlock the gene lock, but only 30% chance. If you take more, not only can not unlock, but also easy to cause human damage. But the goods of this system is through the great author of the strict test. There is a production license, safe and effective without side effects. 100% success, painless injection. Chapter 84 Auction 3. So, Toshiko, can you detect the ingredients in it? Knight Shanyu asked after a moment of thought. What he thought was simple. In the future when there were more men, it was impossible to have them all injected with genetic agents. This amount of points on their own is simply not enough to support so many people. If one could replicate this gene pill, then one could create a steady stream of experts. Yes, not only yes, but you can optimize as well as upgrade. But you need points. Ha, it'll do. $190 million. The Wang family head is bidding $360 million. Is there any higher? $210 million. $250 million. Knight Shanyu brought his hand up slowly. The crowd was spitting fenugreek at the sight. This is back. 300 million. A flat voice resounded in the hall, and the few people who had made bids stopped bidding. The normal price of gene pills is usually 200 million. with a premium of up to 50 million on the auction or black market. Now there was a bid of 300 million. A few people could only stop. It was not worth spending an extra 50 million, only to wait for the next auction to purchase again. The head of the Wang family was a bit angry. He was almost able to take the shot himself, and halfway through, he suddenly killed out this kid. He stood up indignantly and shouted angrily, "Kid, you got the whole thing wrapped up. Do you have that much money?" He was a subsidiary family of the Chui family, and with the backing of the Chui family as well as the instructions of Chui San Xiong, he dared to angrily dislike Knight Qianyu, who was sitting in the first row. Otherwise, with him being a small second-rate family, how could he dare? Did Fish Liang give you the courage? Oh, you're not convinced? Knight Qianyu glanced at him and leaned back with his body, asking in a light voice, "Humph, it's just not convincing. We came to the auction and the things were all auctioned off by you alone, so wouldn't we have come for nothing?" The Wang family head's words resonated with several people present, especially the Chui family affiliated families, and one by one, they stood up and accused. "That's right, can you have so much money for a hairless doll? I see you're just here to make trouble. Shin family head, I suggest you check your capital immediately." Xinhuan didn't pay the slightest attention to the provocations of a few people, still talking to Secretary Qiao. "It's so normal for auctions to be like this." Only Knight Qianyu smiled contemptuously and only uttered a few words. "If you don't want to serve, then increase your money. If you can't afford it, why are you barking here?" "You." Several people were dumbfounded, holding their tongue for half a day without saying a word. "All be quiet. Anyone who screams again will be asked to leave." On the stage, Shen Sancho knocked the gavel in his hand and said in a deep voice, although he was only an auctioneer, his status in the Shen family was still relatively high. Once these words came out, a few didn't dare to make a move, and could only sit back in their seats in a grayish manner. 300 million for the third time. Deal. Shen Sancho hammered the hammer, ending the bidding on the previous 5 auction items. The current auction was all won by a mysterious young man who had never met him. After a moment's respite, Shen Sancho said again, "Now bidding on the final finale, the west side of the city land, with a total area of 260 acres. At those words, the people present were in high spirits. They had come to witness the fight between the Chui family and the Shangguan family. Chui San Xiong and Shangguan he also sat up straight and focused their minds. This piece of land concerns whether the Shangguan family can have a chance to be among the 4 great families, and the Chui family wanted to use the land to curb any chance the Shangguan family might have of struggling. "Brother Knight, are you sure?" Shangguan he asked nervously. "Don't worry." Knight Qianyu gave him a confident look. "The bidding for the land in the western part of the city has begun. With a reserve price of $20 billion and a minimum offer of $100 million, the bidding will now begin." Shen Sancho knocked on the tabletop and shouted, "25 billion. Chui San Xiong was the first to speak out, directly raising the price by 5 billion. 30 billion. Knight Qianyu said as she raised her hand. "Ha? How come it's this young man? How come it's not Shangguan he? Could this young man have been found by Shangguan he? Who exactly is this young man? This son is not to be crossed. His origin must be great." The crowd is divided. Chui San Xiong's eyebrows were furrowed, looking at Shangguan he, who was sitting calmly and had no intention of bidding, and for a while he was somewhat unsure of what he meant. Could this kid be a smokescreen that Shangguan he deliberately put in the open? Or does this kid really have a big background, and Shangguan he hired outside help? But even the 8 great families of Kyoto had never heard of such a person. This kid is not Shangguan's illegitimate son, is he? This kid dares to be so arrogant because he has Shangguan he's backing and support? Just in those few seconds, Chui Sanxiong thought through all the possibilities he could think of in his mind. In the end, he guessed Knight Qianyu as Shangguan he's son, and only this guess fit the best. "Shangguan, a new son for no reason? Humph, let's see how much money you have prepared." Chui Sanxiong snorted coldly in his heart and quoted, 35 billion. Knight Qianyu remained in a calm demeanor. 40 billion, 42 billion, 45 billion. Shangguan he has prepared so much? It can't be. At the end of the day, Chui Sanxiong looked at Knight Qianyu, who still looked bland, and became a bit anxious. He stood up, first glancing at Shangguan he before finally looking at Knight Qianyu and sneering. I didn't realize that your father had prepared so much money for you. Shangguan he's hiding it really deep. Shangguan, what am I hiding? Young Qianyu, when did I get an extra dad? How come I don't know? Chui San was heard saying again. Kid, how much money is there? Just say it. I offer 514. As long as you more than my price, this land will be yours. I don't think Shangguan River has so much. Ha ha ha. Chui Sanxiang's unbridled laughter came from the hall, and he felt that this moment was already a must. Suddenly, Night Shinyu's voice rang out. 51. 5 billion. Karma. Chui Sanxiang, who was still laughing, instantly choked and stared at him with wide eyes. How is that possible? Shin Sanxiu waited for a moment before speaking out. Third Master Chui, can you still bid? Wait. Choi San-bear made a pause, then looked to Ethan. Governor Ethan, can I borrow $5 billion on the spot? Sorry, I refuse, Ethan said with a shake of his head and a smile on his face. Governor Ethan, how do you do it? Asked Chui Sanxiang incredulously. Sorry, I refuse, Ethan said, still smiling. Are you kidding? I can give you a loan? You know that young man is the most mysterious supreme gold card owner. Even if it was your father, I couldn't borrow a bit. I give up. Helplessly, Chui Sanxiang sat on his butt on the seat, holding back 3 words. He just couldn't get any more money, which he had spent a lot of contacts to gather. Unless the fixed assets are sold off, in which case the family roots will be lost. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Terror. Chapter 85, Return to School. The auction is over. People left the venue in droves. All of them were deeply impressed by this auction today, especially Night Qianyu, who had auctioned off all the lots, made them deeply recognize this mysterious young man. Each go back and intend to explain the younger generation. Do not offend this person, can only make good not to make bad. And Chui Sanxiang left early with his men. Before leaving, he glanced wistfully at Night Qianyu, not knowing what he was thinking again. Night Qianyu didn't care much about it and was busy greeting some of the wealthy people present with good intentions. Within 3 minutes, there was already a stack of business cards in his hand. At this time, Shenwan and Secretary Chiao walked up. The surrounding tycoons had the sense to walk away. Secretary Chiao asked tentatively, "You're very nice young man. I wonder whose heir you are." "Sorry, Secretary Joe. That can't be disclosed." Night Shanyu's expression frankly met his eyes and did not reveal his identity. The truth is that he had no identity background at all. Ha ha ha, young man, you can come to me in the future if you need anything. Secretary Joe laughed and left an inexplicable remark before leading the people away. Shinwan looked at his daughter who had her arms wrapped around Night Shanyu and glared at Night Shanyu with both eyes. "Young man, you know my daughter? Don't recognize." Night Shanyu returned honestly. "Who'd believe you? You're on my arm and you say you don't know me." "Dad." Shin Xingxue let go of his arm. Looking a little nervous, he was afraid that his father would make things difficult for Night Qianyu. "The auction is over. It's time to go back. Your grandfather is going to be angry later," Shinwan said favorably. Okay." Thinking of that paranoid grandfather, Shin Xingxue could only agree. Then she looked at Night Shanyu and said tenderly, "Brother Shanyu, wait for me. I will come to you." "Aha!" Night Shanyu smiled and nodded. Shin Xingxue gave him a quick kiss on the side, then turned away with blushing cheeks. Shinwan, Shangwan Shanyu, could you Shin Xingxue actually play the trick of shortcutting? This friend do not do it. Kid, what kind of fancy words did you use and at what point did you pick up my daughter? Tell me the truth, Shinwan said with dangerous eyes. Ahem, would you believe Uncle Shin if I said it was your daughter who picked me up? Feeling the residual warmth on his side face, Night Shanyu said with some embarrassment. Believe you, or believe I'm the first emperor of Qin? Are you making this up? Shinwan bristled and said without expression. He, old one, you daughter slave better go home and keep an eye on your daughter. Brother Knight is my internalized son-in-law. Shangwan he, who was on the side, interjected abruptly. Humph, old river, what's wrong with me being a daughter's slave? As a father I also want to choose a man who is worthy of my daughter. Since my daughter likes it then I don't care. Has your reckoning fallen through? Shinwan disliked him nonchalantly. Che, don't give up your daughter at that time. Even if you do, your daughter will have to call my daughter sister in that order. Shangwan he, you old Biden. Not long after, the two middle-aged men began to strangle each other, causing the crowd to look sideways. Just then, Shin Sancho came with a few staff members. He said politely, "Hello sir, you spent a total of 525 crores. How did you pay for it?" "Brush up." Night Shanyu pulled out an invoice from the Bank of East Asia from his pocket and wrote the amount directly on it. "You can go directly to the Bank of East Asia for that." With these words, Shinwan and Shangwan he, who were still at each other's throats, stopped. What they just heard can be handled directly. This means that this is cash that can be paid directly. Originally, Shangwan thought that Night Qianyu would pay in installments. How could he think that it would be a direct payment? Even for him, It would take a week to convert the funds underneath into cash. Really? I've found a son-in-law. Hey, hey, hey. Shinwan was also shocked in his heart and actually had an urge to betroth his daughter to this young man. Yes, sir. These are the items you just auctioned off, as well as the land deed. Do you need me to arrange for someone to deliver them to you? Shin Sancho froze for a few seconds before asking. No, you call this number and someone will deliver it. Thanks, Knight Shanya said after giving Brother Blade's phone number to Shin Sancho. Yes. Shin Sancho went down to make arrangements after he finished speaking. Uncle Shun, it's getting late. I have to go back. Knight Shanyu and Shenwan said goodbye. Okay, come visit my Shin family sometime. Shenwan smiled and nodded, throwing out an olive branch and said, next time pigeon. Pearl Mansion entrance. Shangwan he left after saying I'll go home first, leaving the two of them alone where they were. Are you going to school later? Shangwan Xianyu felt a bit embarrassed and asked for a random topic. Back to school. What's up? Knight Shanyu returned carelessly. Together then. Oh, come on then. On the way. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was unusually awkward. 4th of July is next week. Where are you going to go? Shangwan Xianyu suddenly asked. Take a trip back home. Where is your old home? Hangtown. Oh, the school's having a field day 2 days before the 4th of July. Would you be interested in participating? No, there's no need to participate in this kind of thankless thing. Knight Shanyu spread her hands, indicating that she would not go. You as the class president you're not participating? Shangwan Xianyu asked seriously as she sat up. If you don't participate, you don't participate. You can pick the oldest in our dormitory. His name is Xian Nanqing, and he's guaranteed to be first in our class. Knight Shanyu didn't hesitate to sell the oldest for. With that, the two of them made small talk about one thing or another. A short while later, the car stopped in front of the school and the two got out. Knight Shanyu called the bodyguard following behind him to take the car back as there was another car parked at the school. The duo walked into the campus side by side, many passing students looking at the duo coming in from outside the campus. Speculation is rife as to whether or not the two are dating. Luckily, it was nighttime, and there were still a lot of people who didn't get a good look at the duo. Otherwise it'll be in tomorrow's campus headlines again. Knight Shanyu sent Shangwan Shenyu to the downstairs of the female dormitory. Just as Knight Shanyu turned to leave, Shangwan Shenyu suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the other side of his face. A touch of separation. Shangwan Shenyu took a step back, her hands resting behind her back as she looked at him with a beaming smile. She thought it over. If she liked him, she'd go after him. She didn't want to leave any regrets. Xinxing Xue is right. Even if you get married, why can't you marry together? In an inherited family like theirs, it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Shangwan Xianyu smiled cheekily. How can you have just one girlfriend as a godly hero? Your second girlfriend is me. Right. Slightly. After that, bouncing up the stairs, Knight Xianyu looked at Shangwan Xianyu's back, shook his head and laughed lightly as he turned around and walked towards the male dormitory. Chapter 86, If you can't flirt, don't flirt. Suddenly, the sluggish system voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for spending 52.5 billion, gaining 525 W points, total points 600 W. Congratulations to the host's first one-time spending breakthrough of 500 W, rewarding the host with a Vajra indestructible kidney. Vajra unbreakable kidney? What do you mean, Tatsuko? I need this. This does need it. Tatsuko, get it? Oh. Hey, 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 hey. When Knight Shanyu returned to the dormitory, only to see the 3 sons nestled together not knowing what they were muttering, not even realizing that someone was coming to the dormitory, Knight Shanyu quietly walked behind them, only to hear Jean Rich sigh. What to do? She hasn't gotten back to me in 5 minutes. What am I supposed to say? Yi Xiaotian straightened his glasses and said in a serious manner. Second, you send, as my thoughts of you pour out in a torrent, please do give me a chance. No, 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 it has to be subtle. Say it, senior. Xia Nanqing's eyes stared and said seriously. You should have been more direct and just said I like you. Kim has money. It was then that he realized Knight Shanyu, who was standing in front of him eating melon. Instantly his eyes lit up. The old knight was a girl flirting machine. There was no girl he couldn't take. Jin Xian got up in a hurry and blearily asked for help. Old knight, you've come at the perfect time. Come and save the day for me. Knight Shanyu inquired. How? Jin Xian scratched his head in some embarrassment and squirmed. It's just that I finally asked for Rui Shilin's Weibo the day before yesterday. Night Shanyu suddenly realized. Oh, said, you want to pick her up? Jin Qian's face was embarrassed. But, yes indeed, but she seems to be ignoring me and hasn't gotten back to me after just a few conversations. You see what I'm supposed to say? At those words, Night Shanyu picked up the cell phone and fixed his eyes on it, and a few more black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. Only Kim Rich wrote in the cell phone. Hello, Miss Lin. Rachel Lin, hello. Kim has money, are you eating sure? Kim has money, what's for dinner? Lin Rui Shi? Kim has money, it turned out to be the beginning of our happiness. Rachel Lin. Night Shanyu breathlessly looked at the eyes full of expectation, as if to say there is a problem with what I said. With that, Night Shanyu continued to slide the chat log. Kim is rich, beautiful Lin. Do you have fox odor? Lin Rui Shi, I beep. You star. Kim is rich, then why do I feel you're as charming as a vixen? Lin Rui Shi, shut up. After reading the chat log, Night Shanyu helplessly patted his shoulder inside. You do not know how to tease. Do not hard to tease. People did not give you delete pull black count on you very face. At those words, Jin Qian was overjoyed. Turns out she still can't bring herself to pull the plug on me. Old Night, I'm feeling okay again. Night Chiyu. Alas, it's hopeless. Boiling Goat has to pass you a cigarette when he sees you. Night Shanyu stopped paying attention to him and took a shower and got into bed. Ding dong. Mu Zero sent a message. Xian Yu, where are you planning to go on the National Day? I'm planning to go back to Hangzhou. Will you go back with me? Night Shanyu asked. Mu Zero's family is a second-rate family in Hangzhou City. Is doing the business of clothing trading business. Probably has 10 billion family property. In Hangzhou City is also considered a not too small and prestigious mansion. I might have to go back a few days late because I have a research to submit. Sorry Chu, Muzira said in a noisy voice. Alright then, I'll look for you when we get to Hangzhou. Yes, just offline. Jean Rich suddenly lying on the edge of the Night Thousand Ju bed, crying a big fat face said, Old Night, hurry up and think of a hidden poem for me. I'm going to woo her with my talent. Night Shanyu had no choice but to use his high IQ to come up with a verse for him. I look at the moon and the moon looks at you. Joy to you the 4 poems of the heavenly scriptures. Hooray for the Mabibu agate. You're more than 4 strips of blue cicadas. Okay, bro. That's all I can do for you. Rat tail juice. Night Shanyu sympathetically patted his shoulder and said. Jin Shan looked at the verses on his cell phone and nodded his head repeatedly, praising them. I like you. Not bad. Not bad. I thank you for the old night. You're so talented. I said, clicking send. After waiting a minute, Kim had the money to post carefully. Beautiful Lin, can I go out with you now? Just sent it and my own phone came up with a big exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Is this a blackout for yourself? Old Night. I've been blackmailed. Is this her rejection of me? Jin Qian yelled out at the top of his Mongolian voice and looked up to the sky. Artist. Snowflakes fluttering in the northern wind. It's not easy for me to be serious for once. And before I even start, let me lose so completely. Looking at the grief-stricken Jin Shinli, Night Shanyu felt intolerant of his own good eldest son so sad. So he got out of bed and comforted. Little Jean, don't let a woman affect your drawing speed. We can go for quantity instead of quality. At those words, Jin Xian turned his head and asked with an expectant face and glowing eyes. Old Night, what do you have in mind? Night Shanyu coughed dryly and taught. Go to the square dance tomorrow night after dinner. Remember, when you go, be sure to keep an eye on the ants who are dancing and have good looks themselves. Remember to dress yourself clean and presentable. After those ants notice you, you give her a thumbs up. In applause, pull out your cell phone and take a short close-up video of the ant. It's called a tackle. Jin Xian asked as he took a small notebook and took notes. Why? Night Shanyu hemmed and hawed. Aunties who have the leisure to come out at night to square dance, who are rich in old age, who are so well groomed and confident. Their daughters are surely no worse for wear. I'm sure the ants are going to come over and ask you for your contact information when they're done dancing to a drunken butterfly song. When the time comes, you might be asked if you have a date. Won't you be introduced to their daughters then? Just be good in front of your ants. You can't even guess how competitive the ants are. And the more competitive they are, the better the daughter they introduce you to will surely be. Kim, have you learned to scrap yet? And the dudes in front of the screen, have you learned to scrap yet? Jin Shan looked at Night Shanyu with an adoring face and slapped his thigh. Bulwies, paths never envisioned. Not bad for you. Old Night, try it tomorrow night. After saying that, He changed his previous shriveled look and ran towards the restroom humming a song. Looking at Jin Xian, who froze up, Night Chanyu revealed a kind smile like an old father. Get back into bed and lay down to sleep. Chapter 87, Homecoming. A few days after that, Night Chanyu broke the mold of being a good student, going to and from class as usual. To the astonishment of the crowd of students, the always godforsaken senior class president actually came to class. On the last 2 days, the whole school held a field day. With Xian Nanqing's physique, there is no doubt that he became the all-time champion and a celebrity for a day. A lot of schoolmates scrambled to get Xian Nanqing's contact information. Even the calm and introverted Xian Nanqing was provoked by the red face, fled back to the dormitory in a hurry. At this very moment, 4 people are in their bedrooms, making small talk. Old Jean, did you pick up any horses? Night Chanyu asked. Hi on Melon. Hey, old Night, not to mention, your way really works. There are indeed aunts who introduced me to their daughters, and I'll have to go back again tonight. When it comes to this, Jin Xian is not sleepy, and tells his history of hunting women with a fluttering brow. Lao Jin, tomorrow is the 4th of July. Are you planning to go home? Night Chanyu thought of Jin Xian being a member of the Jin family in Kyoto and couldn't help but ask. Go back. Jin Xian thought of his sister who suppressed his bloodline, and a wave of fear came over him. Where's Xiaotian? Night Chanyu placed her gaze on Xiaotian again. Of course I'm going back. I have to go back and help my father with the farm. Xiaotian said without thinking. Have you booked your flight? If not, I'll get you one. Ordered. I bought it a month in advance. Junior, what about you? Going back for the 4th of July? In the end, Night Chanyu placed his eyes on Xian Nanqing, who was the most deeply hidden. Me? Xian Nanqing was silent for a moment, looked sideways out the window, and leisurely said, I'm going back to run some errands. Do you need help? Night Chanyu said calmly, no need. Xian Nanqing laughed, only to have a look of determination in the depths of his eyes. The 4 of them found a street stall and had a simple dinner. The 4 of them then went back to their own homes and their own mothers. Night Chanyu drove the car and explained to Purser through the headset. Old Per, National Day holiday, settle the 3 Serpents Society, integrate the underground forces in Magic City. All matters you and Lu Nanfine discuss on your own. What I want is the result. Yes, boss. How's the list of the Trey family's dead soldiers that I gave you earlier being handled? Night Chanyu asked. Boss, it's been resolved in secret. It hasn't spooked anyone, and I've arranged for someone to take their place. Very well. After the National Day is over, I'll come back from Hangzhou and need a complete underground force. Got it, boss. Nothing, you hang up first. Oh, I'll hang a couple chapters then. Just after hanging up the phone, Yi Ningxian's voice call popped up on the interface. Night Chanyu connected, and before he could speak, Yi Ningxian's aggrieved voice came out of the earpiece. Brother Shanyu, my grandfather sent someone to take me back. Night Chanyu smiled and said, then go back and accompany your grandfather for a few days. But I won't be able to see you again for days. And I was planning to follow you home to meet my parents on the 4th of July. Hold your noise, be good and go home. I'll play with you when school starts out. Aha! After easily comforting the little girl, Night Chanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Night Shanyu's car drove into Tan Palace No. 1 under the envious gaze of the security guards. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Wu Lan with a group of maids waiting in the hall. There were as many as 10 as far as the eye could see, and all of them had the appearance of first-class great beauties. Infringement notice. If you put it out there, it's all goddess level. What's even more impressive is that each maid's style is completely different. There are imperial, lowly, high-flying and spirited types. After scanning the system one by one, none of them were lower than 8.5. Especially the girl next door type at the head, which actually had a 9.0, and the backgrounds were all clean. Wu Lan is really good at his job. He'll get a big reward later. Night Chanyu put his hands in his pockets and walked up to the women with a god of war stride, only to see the group of maids, collectively bowing at 45 degrees, shouting in unison. There are thousands of second generation in the Magic City, and the young master of Chiyu, Nanwo Wan. First there was Chiyu and then there was heaven, and the young master was as happy as a god, the most handsome man in the universe. Young master Chiyu, welcome home. Night Shanyu, ring in equal to underscore ring in equal to. Is this Wu Lan bringing home the Joyu you made? I, Yakchio, am willing to sign the treaty of non-mockery. Ahem. Why are you guys doing this whole thing? Night Shanyu looked at the group of maids speechlessly. He. This is what Butler Wu Lan explained. So we thought of this to welcome young master. One of the maids stepped forward and said, her name was Joyo, and she was the head maid of these maids. This welcome ceremony of yours is unique. Ow. The corners of Knight Shenyu's mouth twitched. Then what does young Master Knight think? Xiao Yi asked with anticipation in her eyes. Well, not bad. Wulon, you did a good job. National Day long vacation. I allow you to take 7 days. These 7 days you want to buy anything, play anything, all the expenses to Wulon steward reimbursement. Knight Shanyu, as a college student, was not a stubborn person and immediately rewarded with a smile. Thank you, young Master Chiyu. You're the best. Young Master, the maid said excitedly, looking at the handsome and golden master with a hopeful face. Originally coming to this villa as maids, they were still a little worried. Could the employer be one of those horny, ugly dorks? After all, who would spend such a high wage package to recruit maids? But nay, the wages were so high that they came anyway. If their employers coveted their beauty, they quit immediately. Now that they saw that the employer they served was so handsome and unlikable, and also so generous, they immediately put down the concerns in their hearts. And some of them still had a hint of immature ideas. Okay, you guys go down and rest. After finishing his speech, Knight Shanyu went upstairs to get ready to rest. Joya's voice came from behind her. Young Master Knight, do you need wake-up service tomorrow? Call. Wake-up service. Knight Shanyu thought of a scene from a certain website. Hastily shaking his head, he said, ahem, no need. Next time. Day 2. Knight Shanyu woke up early and went out after breakfast. I spoke to my family on the phone yesterday and talked to them about going back today for the holidays. Before going back, Knight Shanyu went to the IFC to buy some gifts for her parents and little sister. He then got into the Black Knight flare and headed towards Hangzhou. Hangzhou and Mordor are not far apart, right next door and only 2 hours away. This time, Knight Shanyu didn't let Blade and his group follow, because to integrate the underground forces of Magic City, Purser's side might be short of people, so he assigned Blade and his group to act as hard laborers, driving alone on the highway, listening to soothing music towards my hometown. In his mind, his parents were honest, rural Hangzhou people. The father's name is Knight Joyo and the mother's name is Luo Xiaoyu. The duo supported the siblings with some odd jobs. Ever since Knight Shanyu could remember, his own parents had never stepped out of the village, and Knight Shanyu didn't know why. Whenever I asked about my parents, they would always change the subject and simply stop asking. Suddenly, one seems to have forgotten something. Today is the 4th of July holiday. Oh, traffic jam.